Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Woman, said the German philosopher, was God's second mistake. And therefore the implication should be clear. If the good Lord himself could be mistaken about women, what chance have we mere mortal men? But it was the Irish poet who said it more gracefully. My only books were woman's looks, and follies all they taught me. For the next hour, our subject is woman, and equal parts folly and wisdom.
Rachel, wake up, Rachel. I must have been asleep. Rachel.
Whose voice is that?
Rachel, have you forgotten me already?
Isaac!
Yes.
But they killed you. I saw them kill you.
I've come back to you.
Then it's a mistake. You didn't die.
No, it wasn't a mistake. I died. I did die.
Our mystery drama, Queen of the Deadly Night, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year is 900. We are deep in the Dark Ages. It has been 500 years since the civilization of the Roman Empire has been blotted out. It will be 500 more till the world will awaken to the light of the Renaissance. The year 900. A bad time to be weak or poor or a woman, especially a woman. And our tale concerns a woman. Her name was Rachel. She lived in Clairvaux, a tiny village near Paris, which wasn't much bigger than a village itself in those days. She was, of all things, a writer. She compiled stories and legends of those faraway, long-ago medieval times. And like all good writers, she made herself the central character of all of them.
I am Rachel, daughter of Asher Ben Zvi of Clairvaux, in the land of the Franks. I have traveled the face of this earth, and I am a very old woman now. And I have come back here to be buried with my ancestors. I have been a slave, and I have been a queen. And I have found good points in each. I've been away for many years. No one even remembers why I left. I'm not even sure they know who I am. But the rabbi and his wife shelter me out of the goodness of their hearts. Poor folk, they have little enough as it is. And yet, it could have been so different. So different. I write this chronicle to show how different the world could have been. And so, I shall go back many years to when I was a young girl in my father's house here in Clairvaux.
Rachel?
Yes, Father?
Isaac is here.
Isaac here? No. But doesn't he know it's bad luck to see one's bride before the ceremony on the wedding day?
You'd better talk with him, my dear.
Something's wrong.
Well...
What is it?
Oh, nothing, I hope. That is, I hope it's nothing more than the natural feeling of apprehension that so many young men feel on their wedding day.
Father, something's the matter.
I just thought I'd come in here to prepare you for... Well, you'll just have to be patient with him. Isaac! Please come in here. Now remember, child, he needs understanding.
Isaac?
Hello, Rachel.
I know that you both will excuse me.
What is it, Isaac?
I don't think we should get married.
Or are you trying to say you don't love me?
No. I love you.
Well, then.
Rachel, have we the right to marry? To bring children into the world?
Well,
this world?
Isaac, this is the only world there is.
You know how difficult, how dangerous life is for us.
Yes?
If only we could fight back.
We're too few. We're weak.
I know. It's only... Oh, Rachel, I was not born to be a scholar like my father, or a doctor like your father, or a craftsman. I have no skill with copper or silver or gold. I was meant to be a soldier.
A soldier?
Yes, I have skill with the sword and the bow.
But you cannot be a soldier. The law even forbids you to carry arms.
I know.
You must submit to whatever the Lord has in store for you.
Yes, but why did the Lord give me such an appetite for fighting and no way to satisfy it?
Well, suppose you were permitted to become a soldier. You speak of how uncertain life is now. Imagine how almost everybody in the army dies in the wars.
At least you die fighting.
Well, is that so important?
Yes, it is. To me.
Well, I still want us to be married, Isaac.
Then, Rachel, we shall be married tonight.
I still want us to be married, Isaac. With those words, I condemned him to death. I pronounced the sentence of doom on my beloved. And I changed the course of my entire life. Had I not insisted on marriage, I might never have left the village of Clairvaux. There's no point in thinking about that. After Isaac had left, my father came back into the room.
And what have you decided, my child?
We will be married. But, Father, is it the wise course?
It is the only course. Our mission is to survive.
Father, I'm afraid. Afraid for Isaac. He has a quick temper.
It's true. He refuses to be humble.
And it's because he has too much strength.
Oh, no, child. He hasn't strength enough. Anyone can strike out in anger.
Oh, Father, if only...
Yes?
I was about to say something silly. I was going to say, if only there was a land where our people could walk tall and straight.
No one walks tall and straight anywhere, except for a few nobles.
Father, who are the Khazars?
Why?
Well, I read of them in one of your books.
It is a kingdom. A Jewish kingdom.
Where?
No one can be sure. Some say Persia, some say Turkey.
A kingdom. A realm.
Well, perhaps it's only a fable.
But think how wonderful it would be, Father.
Rachel, in the first place, there is no way of getting there. In the second, it probably doesn't even exist. And now you must help your mother prepare food for the wedding feast.
Oh, yes, the wedding feast. I don't like to think about it, but if I'm going to tell my story, I must tell everything. All of us, everyone in our tiny community, had gathered in the courtyard of my father's house. Torches made the scene as bright as day. And Isaac and I were married under the stars. And there was much happiness and laughter and drinking of wine. When suddenly there was the thunder of approaching hooves. And the lord of the castle, Count Ranulph himself, at the head of the troop of his horsemen, came upon the scene. Everything became quiet. So quiet, it could have been the stillness of death. Finally, my father stepped forward.
Greetings to your highness, Count Ranulph.
I see you heathen dogs are feasting. What is the occasion? Ah, a wedding. Why was I not informed?
Well, your highness...
No, this will not do. It will not do at all. And the bride, I see the bride. bride. A rather good-looking girl at that.
Your Highness, members of our community are permitted to marry if we secure the authorization of the bishop.
Bother the bishop.
We have not violated any of the restrictions that are placed upon
To think I almost missed this. A cup of wine, Dog?
Oh, yes, Your Highness.
And I was wondering how I should spend the evening. I shall have a most enjoyable night. Ludwig, a horse for the bride.
But, Your Highness, where are we?
Where? To the castle, of course, where you shall spend a most pleasurable wedding night with me.
No.
No. You mean you refuse the honor?
Please, Your Highness, we have rights granted by the king.
Swine! How dare you? Are you unaware of the droit de seigneur? I have the right to spend the wedding night with every commoner girl who marries in my domain. Ludwig, put her on a horse.
No, never.
Only your youth prevents my mace from splitting your skull.
Would you talk to me this way if I had a sword in my hand? Coward!
And if you had a sword in your hand, Dog, what would you do with it?
I would spill your heart's blood.
Oh. I like this one. Ludwig, he belongs to me. To me and no one else. Give him your sword.
Oh, Isaac, no, please, don't. Your Highness, I will go with you.
You shall go with me in any event. Well, now, Isaac, is that how they call you? You have your sword? Shall we fight?
To the death.
Oh, to the death!
Before I knew what was happening, the fight was on. At first, I thought Isaac would be cut to pieces immediately. But somehow, he had learned swordplay, and he was holding his own. And then, a miracle. He was beginning to press the Count. And on Count Ronald's face, I could see fear as Isaac was slowly but surely overcoming his defenses. I knew that this cruel and arrogant man would never let Isaac get the better of him, even if he had to call for help.
To the death, Count Ronald! To the death! Ludwig, Count Ronald, kill him! Kill the dog!
And the Count's retainer fell upon Isaac. It was a terrible sight to see. I remember I fainted. I didn't know anything until I regained consciousness. I was lying on a couch in a large room. There were tapestries on the wall. And I knew I was in the castle.
I see you are awake at last.
Oh, please,
What's to be frightened about? You'll be all right.
Who are you?
Hedwig, I'm supposed to prepare you for your lordship's bedchamber.
No.
Nothing will probably happen.
What are you saying?
Well, you know the state he was in. Furious. Your young man would have killed him in hand-to-hand combat.
Isaac is dead.
The Count had to call for help. At that, it needed 5 of his men-at-arms to do it.
Oh, Isaac, I must go to him.
Go to him. He's dead, isn't he? Now I have to take you inside to my lord and master's bedchamber.
No.
You can't keep saying no. It isn't ladylike. Now listen. If I know Count Ranulph, he's so drunk by now he's going to be fast asleep, dead to the world. So you just go in there.
No. Kill myself first.
Oh, there's no need to kill yourself. Aren't you listening to what I'm saying? He's out cold. Now, tomorrow morning, before he wakes up, you walk out. And I'll see that the guards will let you through.
But
He won't remember that nothing happened. He won't remember a thing. Just keep your head. Now, come. Come in. You see, there he is, sprawled on his couch. Listen to him. There. Behold the great lover, dead to the world. He can sleep like this for days. You're going to have a very dull night.
Where are you going? Don't leave me, please.
I'll have to lock you in, but I'll open the door at dawn to let you out.
Oh, don't go, please, don't go.
A shame you didn't bring anything to knit.
Oh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me.
Le droit de seigneur, the right of the lord of the manor. This is how it was under feudalism. And so, here is our terrified Rachel, who only a few short hours ago was a single girl, and in rapid succession has become a wife and a widow. She's locked in the room of the Count Ranulph, whose intentions are perfectly clear, provided he sobers up. I'll be back shortly. We've had a rapid series of events. We've been listening to the story of a medieval writer, a woman who lived in France in the 10th century. On her wedding night, the lord of the manor killed her bridegroom and took her to his castle, where she now awaits his pleasure. That was a pretty usual state of affairs during the 10th century, in most places.
I was terrified. Even in his drunken sleep, his face was arrogant, cruel, a face without mercy, a man incapable of kindness. I thought about what had happened within the space of just a few hours. Isaac, my bridegroom, dead at the hands of this devil in human form, and I, not just bereaved, but disgraced. And then suddenly, my fear vanished. In its place, I felt a cold resolve. I would kill myself. It was the only way out. I would kill myself. His dagger was lying on a bench near the bed, a dagger with a jeweled hilt. And silently, I removed it from its silver scabbard. Thin, sharp, deadly, gleaming steel. It would be the work of a moment to plunge it into my heart.
Rachel.
Who is that?
My dearest Rachel. Have you forgotten me so soon?
Isaac.
Yes, Isaac.
My husband.
Your husband. Your martyred husband.
Isaac, it's you. And you're alive.
No, I'm dead.
And why do I hear you so clearly? No, you're alive. I hear you. Oh, why can't I see you?
I'm dead, Rachel. Dead. Avenge me.
Avenge you?
Oh, Rachel. Be like Judith in the tent of Holofernes.
Yes, I shall kill him, and then I shall kill myself.
No. Fly from here.
Where could I go?
To the land of the Khazars. A people like us, but a warrior people.
A warrior people? But our people haven't been warriors since the days of King David.
The Khazars are warriors. It is said they have descended from the 10 lost tribes.
But what will I do there?
You shall rule.
Me? What do I know about...
You shall be a queen.
I'm dreaming. I'm having a nightmare.
No. You are awake. Listen to me. Go to the land of the Khazars.
I don't even know where it is.
To the east, somewhere.
How can I find it?
If it is the will of God, He will show you the way.
Oh, such a journey. And the lands are filled with bandits and thieves.
God will protect you.
No, I'm frightened.
Had I lived, you would have gone with me.
Oh, Isaac, let me die, and I will come to you.
What are you saying? To take one's own life is a terrible sin.
But my life is of no use to me now.
You have a destiny. You are to become queen of the Khazars.
Me? Queen?
Why not you?
But I have no desire to...
Find the land of the Khazars and make it a place where all of our people may take refuge. It's your destiny. But first, you must kill him. Avenge me. It takes only a moment, and it is done. See, just below the chest, and to the left, slightly to the left. I will guide you, my beloved. I will guide you.
No, not while he sleeps.
Were he awake, you could never kill him.
Oh, Isaac, you must help me.
Yes, I shall help you. Hold the dagger tightly. And now, raise it high, and with all your strength, down! cover him with the blankets. Yes. Who would know he is dead?
How quickly a man dies.
How quickly I died. Goodbye, Rachel.
No, stay. Stay with me.
I cannot stay with you, Rachel. I'm dead.
Come back, Isaac. Come back. Speak to me. Isaac. 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 Come back.
Wake up. Come, girl, wake up.
Isaac.
Oh, there's no point bellowing after Isaac. He's dead and gone. Have you been lying on the floor all night? Is this how you slept? On this cold stone floor?
Oh, it was a dream. Isaac was a dream.
Get up. On your feet, girl. It's time you were leaving. Like I told you, nothing would happen, didn't I? Well, didn't I?
Yeah, you told me.
Say, that's funny. I never heard him like this before.
Like what?
Oh, how quiet. He usually snores like a drunken pig, which he is. But he's lying there, still as a corpse. Maybe he's sick. I better... No, I better not do anything. He hates to have people wake him. He might even plunge a knife into me. Oh, come.
Where are you taking me?
I told you last night you can go home.
Home? But I'm in disgrace.
What kind of disgrace? You're not the only one. Besides, you're a woman.
I killed him, Father. I killed him.
Quiet. It would not be well for this to be known.
I heard Isaac's voice.
You must hide in my brother's house in Marseille.
But I promised Isaac that I would search for the kingdom of the Khazars.
There is no such place. It's only a fable. There are no such people.
But, Father...
You must obey me. You will go to the house of my brother Benjamin in Marseille.
Marseille, a city of Greek sailors in the country of the Franks. I would go, for Marseille was on the sea, and there I could take a ship and search for the land of the Khazars. The journey to Marseille, as all journeys are, was long and difficult and perilous. But I wore the clothes of a young man, a poor young man at that. I was so small and so slight, so humble and unimportant looking that nobody noticed me. After some weeks, I arrived at the home of my uncle Benjamin.
Well, my child, your fame has preceded you.
Fame?
You killed the mighty Count Renault.
Then it wasn't a dream.
Oh, no, indeed. You must keep hidden, of course, till this all blows over.
But I'll bring danger to your house, Uncle Benjamin.
We have so much now. A little more won't matter. You must keep wearing that boy's costume. It's a good disguise. And it's best all round for you to be mistaken for a young man.
But, Uncle Benjamin, I know how hard the times are. I don't want to be another mouth for you to feed.
Oh, there's enough and to spare. I am very much in demand here. We are really quite comfortable.
In what do you trade, Uncle Benjamin?
Maps, charts.
Maps? Of what?
My girl, this is a city of sailors. They come, they go. Their ships move in and out of the harbor like flights of wandering swallows. They need maps to show them the waterways.
Where is the land of the Khazars?
And why would you want to know that?
Because it's my destiny to go there.
Your destiny?
To become queen of the Khazars.
And how was this destiny revealed?
My dead husband appeared to me and spoke to me and said I was to become queen of the Khazars. My father, of course, dismisses it as a fable.
But you are an honorable child. If you say a thing, why should any deny it?
Tell me, where is the land of the Khazars?
I don't know, but I will ask.
Who?
The sailors who come into my shop. Surely one of them will have heard of it. Meanwhile, you have work to do.
Work?
Yes, work. If you are to be queen, you must prepare yourself.
How?
You are just a girl from the country. You must acquire wisdom so that you will be a good ruler.
How may I acquire wisdom?
By reading books. We have many books in this house.
Oh, Uncle Benjamin, I simply can't stay here and just read.
And while you are reading, I shall be making inquiries.
I became lost in my books. The more I learned, the more I discovered how little I knew and how much I must study. A year went by, 2 years, perhaps even 3 or 4, I can't remember. As I say, I was lost in the books. And then one day, while sitting quietly and reading, I heard my uncle's voice.
Child, come out here.
Yes, Uncle?
Sit. Olaf, this is my nephew. Child, this is Olaf, the Viking.
You wish to know about the land of the Khazars?
Yes.
A wild and dangerous country. A fierce and warlike people.
And how could I get there?
If you will look at the map, there is this place that lies between the lands of the Persians and the Turks. Wild country. This, they say, is the land of the Khazars. But why should anyone want to go there?
Why? I've taken a vow.
Oh. Well, then I can only wish you good fortune. Benjamin, I shall leave this map for your nephew.
Oh, yeah.
And you may put it down on my account. A pity, young man, a great pity.
Why do you say that?
Oh, they're strange people. And yet they are suspicious of strangers. It would be better if you were a woman.
Why? Why would it be better?
As I have said, they do not welcome strangers. But they do have great respect for women.
Oh?
Especially for women who have wisdom.
Wise women?
Yes, because only women have time to acquire wisdom. The men are too busy fighting or trading. And so when a king, or any man for that matter, wants to take a wife, he does not look for beauty, as we do, but for wisdom.
There you go. Destiny. Destiny. It seems to be leading the way to its own fulfillment. So far, everything our Rachel has done has taken her a step further along the road. But the perilous journey is still ahead. What shall await her once she arrives there? Well, I shall arrive with the third act in just a few moments. Listening to a story being told by a medieval writer, Rachel of Clairvaux. It is by now an old legend about this fabulous woman who was born at least 1,000 years before her time. It is the story of an incredible journey, and the boat is about to sail.
For the first time, I believed it. I believed I did have a destiny. I was meant to go to the land of the Khazars and to become queen, to make that land a haven for my people, my oppressed people. Olaf the Viking left the map with my uncle, and then the two of us put our heads together. How was I to get there? But the map shows us exactly where the place is, Uncle.
Yes, I see. But the journey...
The journey?
The sea is full of pirates. You shall be captured and sold as a slave.
If it is the will of the Lord I fulfill my destiny, then I shall arrive safely.
I will find you a ship.
And he did. The captain was an old friend, and Uncle Benjamin persuaded him to take me on as a cabin boy. For although it would be best to be a woman when I arrived at my destination, it would be better if I were a boy before I arrived there. My ship sailed. She was bound for the Greek city of Constantinople, and those waters were thick with pirates from every known nationality. But somehow, we seemed to have a charmed life. We outsailed most of the pirates who pursued us. And finally, after many weeks, we arrived at our destination. Then I took the trail overland, for I had many miles to travel. And yet, though it was the wildest of all countries, I had no fear. I knew it was the Lord's will for me to come to my destiny. One morning, I was weary, I was hungry. I passed by a field where some men were tending their sheep. I could hear their voices, and the words they spoke had a familiar sound. It was Hebrew, the Hebrew of the Old Testament. I was here. I had arrived at the land of the Khazars. And soon I was in a town, and there was a splendid house, and I knocked at the door because I needed food and shelter and a place where I could dress to become a woman again.
Yes?
I ask hospitality.
Oh, enter, young man.
Thank you.
From where do you come?
A far country, the land of the Franks.
Oh, I've never heard of it. How does it happen you speak our language?
Oh, I am one of you.
My name is Bathsheba, young man. What are you called?
Rachel.
Rachel? But that's a woman's name.
I am a woman. Where may I bathe and dress?
Oh, I never would have believed it. Why have you come here?
Bathsheba, I look into your eyes and I see you are a good person.
Oh, well, I try to be.
And I need a friend. Will you be my friend?
Yes.
I need someone to talk to. It's been so long since I could pour my heart out to someone.
Oh, I understand.
May I confide in you?
Of course.
I am here to fulfill my destiny.
Your destiny?
I am to become queen of the Khazars.
Oh, well, then you've arrived in a good time. Even now, the king is looking for a wife.
And it's true. What Isaac told me is true. I am to be queen.
Now, the queen must be the wisest woman in the kingdom. Are you wise?
Well, the Lord will give me whatever wisdom is necessary at the proper time.
Well, the king has proclaimed that he will marry the woman who can answer 3 questions.
Well, I'll know the answers when the time comes. What are the questions?
No one has appeared, and so the king has not yet asked.
Well, I shall go to the court at once.
Oh, one moment.
Why? Why should I delay?
Uriel? Azriel? Come in here at once. Lock her in the cellar.
Why? What are you doing? 2 tall, strong men seized me and carried me to a room deep under the ground. They locked the door and left me. And do you wish to know what was happening while I sat there, trembling? Very well, I will tell you. Bathsheba, my false friend, presented herself before the king.
Your Majesty, I have come to answer the 3 questions.
And what is your name?
I am Bathsheba, widow of Nathaniel.
Very well, Bathsheba. You're good to look upon. And if you are wise, you shall become our queen. The first question: how far is it from the sun to the earth? Can you give a truthful answer?
How far is it from the sun to the earth? Oh, Your Majesty, this is a difficult question. May I retire to make the proper calculations?
You have our permission.
Well, speak. How far is it from the sun to the earth?
I won't tell you.
Then you shall die here of hunger and thirst. Well?
Just a little water. Just a few drops, please.
Water, wine, cool, refreshing, all you want. Just answer the question. Give me the answer. Would you rather perish? The answer.
Will you let me drink?
Will you tell me the answer?
Yes, yes.
It is exactly as far from the sun to the earth as it is from the earth to the sun.
That must be accepted as a truth. It cannot be denied. Very well, Bathsheba. You are 1/3 the queen. Now for the second question.
Listen, what is it that in the morning crawls about on 4 legs, at noon walks erect on 2, and at dusk creeps about on 3?
I don't know.
You know.
I don't know. I tell you, I just don't know.
Then stay here in this cellar. Starve. Die here in this cellar.
My head was spinning. Had I come this far only to be defeated here by a false friend? Was I to lose everything? Was I to miss my destiny? I resisted telling her the answer for as long as I could. It was a simple question for one who had read books. It was actually the ancient Greek riddle of the Sphinx. But I decided to die rather than tell her. But I was just too hungry, too thirsty. One morning, at the sight of food, I found myself talking and telling her.
What is it, then, that in the morning crawls about on 4 legs, at noon walks erect on 2, and at dusk creeps about on 3?
The answer, O King, is man.
Man?
Yes, man. In the morning, or the beginning of life, as an infant, a man crawls about on all 4s. At noon, which is the prime of life and the time of strength, he walks strongly and proudly on his own 2 feet. And at dusk, which is the twilight of life, weak, decrepit, unable to hold himself erect, he hobbles painfully with a staff.
You are 2/3 my queen. And now for the final question. Are you ready, Bathsheba?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Can you tell me what I am thinking?
What are you thinking now?
What am I thinking now?
Oh, well,
Is the question so difficult for one of your great wisdom?
Oh, yes, Your Majesty. I must retire to study the matter.
You have our permission to retire.
Once again, she came to me to ask me the question. And this time I said, I don't care. Kill me, starve me, do as you like. I cannot tell you the answer.
We shall see.
My dearest Rachel.
Oh, Isaac. Is that you?
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. I died fighting. Can't you fight?
How can I fight? All I can do is just starve to death.
No. You can fight this woman. This evil woman.
How? Tell me how.
Instead of weeping, why not open your heart and pray and ask for guidance?
I have no more patience. Give the answer now, or I will have my servants kill you on the spot. Speak.
How can I speak? How can I tell what the king is thinking? Unless, of course, I can watch his face and hear the tone in his voice as he asks the question.
That's impossible.
It could be done.
How?
Let me dress in your robes and cover my face with your veil. Then I could go to the palace and...
You take me for a fool? Do you think I can be trapped so easily? Once I let you go, you would never come back.
I promise I shall not try to escape.
And why should I believe you?
Because I am a religious woman. I cannot lie. I promise I shall not try to escape.
Very well. We shall exchange clothes. Go in my place.
Bathsheba, you are ready to answer the third and last question. Can you tell me what I am thinking?
Of course. Your Majesty is thinking that I am Bathsheba, widow of Nathaniel, when in reality I am Rachel, daughter of Asher ben Zvi, from the land of the Franks.
What?
It is true, Your Majesty.
Remove your veil. Do any in this room know the woman Bathsheba?
She's not Bathsheba.
Silence.
And now, may I withdraw?
Withdraw? Why?
Because I promised Bathsheba I would return. You see, she has held me prisoner in her cellar and made me furnish the answers to your questions. But to answer the final one, I had to come here. And I have given her my word to return.
You were the one who really answered the other two questions?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Then you are the queen.
And so I became queen of the Khazars, queen of a fierce and warlike people. I had hoped to find here a haven for all the oppressed of Europe, but it was not to be. The kingdom of the Khazars disappeared one day in flames and death, as all kingdoms do. And I, the queen, became once again a homeless wanderer on the face of the earth.
Don't say we never give you a happy ending. After all, we've told you about a lone, defenseless woman who lived during one of the most hazardous periods in history. And we've given her a full share of happiness, adventure, love, some sorrow, true, but ripe, contented old age. Could you ask for more? I shall return shortly. Women, for centuries confined, restricted, exploited. And now, in our time, the bonds are breaking. Now women are rising. And what it signifies, we cannot say. After all, those who lived through a revolution don't know it's a revolution till it's all over. What are women going to do? It's a proper question for us to raise. After all, we are the Mystery Theater. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Arnold Moss, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Caliban, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. B.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome to the Mystery Theater. I'm Hyman Brown. The purists claim it's love that makes the world go round. That's a beautiful conceit, and we should let them enjoy it. However, practical people know better. Sensible people know what really makes the world go round, and that's money. Yes, money. With money, you not only make the world go round, but you can make it go fast or slow or even bring it to a full and complete shuddering stop.
Oliver, darling.
Good morning, Miss Wilson.
Miss Wilson, is something wrong, Colonel Colfax? You have a certain look on your face.
Have I? What kind of look?
The look of a man who's about to announce he wants to break his engagement. Is that why you're here?
No, that is not why. I have come to...
Yes?
I have come to place you under arrest.
Arrest?
Miss Mariah Wilson, you are charged with spying against the government of the Confederate States of America. And it is my duty to conduct you to a place of court-martial.
Our mystery drama, Solid Gold Soldiers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Wager and Evie Juster. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No war in our history has the power to fire the imagination as does the Civil War, or if you will, the war between the states. Obviously, that's because it was our own, very own war. It belonged to us and to nobody else. Professional and amateur historians keep fighting and refighting it constantly. If Grant had done this or Lee had done that, we're obsessed with the battles, the great bloody battles, Vicksburg, Gettysburg, the Wilderness. But there were greater, more decisive battles than these battles in which not one drop of blood was shed. Battles which did not occur on the open field of war. We're in Charleston, South Carolina. It is the beginning of the year 1863.
Ah, Mr. Burton, please be seated.
Oh, thank you. Devilish weather out there, Colonel Colfax. In here, too.
I admit, sir, it is a bit warm.
Warm, you say? I have no fear of the fires of Hades after sampling the heat of your fair city, sir.
It does take getting used to. Sir, have you examined the list?
Oh, yes, indeed. Each and every item.
You must admit it would be quite a windfall for the merchants and manufacturers you represent in Great Britain.
Windfall? Bless my soul, sir. How can you call it a windfall?
Look at the prices we offer you for the necessities of life and the sinews of war.
Which brings us to the matter of payment.
I thought we had agreed. We are pledging our cotton.
Cotton, yes, a most precious and valuable commodity. Several million bales of cotton would be a godsend to the mills of England. There is, however, one small difficulty.
Difficulty?
Oh, come, Colonel Colfax. You know as well as I do the nature of the difficulty. You also pledged us last year's cotton.
And it's yours. It belongs to you.
Not while it sits and rots on the docks of Charleston.
We are planning a fleet of blockade destroyers.
The truth is that the Federals control the seas. Now, I have been instructed by my principals to insist on direct payment.
Very well. We shall pay you in cash.
But I hope you understand, Colonel, by cash we do not mean paper.
Sir, do you impugn the honor of the Confederate States of America?
Well, I'm only saying, Colonel, with no offense, that anyone can set up a press and print money.
I consider that an insult.
Spare me your melodrama. We cannot accept your paper money.
Which is another way of saying you have no faith in our government.
Faith is too fragile to stand alone. It usually requires a pedestal. And one made of gold is always best.
But we are winning. We won the battles at Bull Run, Chancellorsville, Fredericksburg.
Unfortunately, you have not won any lately.
Well, it's no secret that Lee is planning an offensive into the north, into Pennsylvania.
We do not consider that a wise maneuver.
It is not for foreigners to determine the tactics and strategy of our war.
Ah, but you see, Colonel, it is our war also. We already are heavily invested, and you are asking us to support you further.
We are willing to pay for all materials.
And we must insist on payment in gold.
Gold?
As a down payment, as a token of good faith, $1 million in gold.
But
those, sir, are our terms.
I am not empowered to approve of payment in gold.
Well, I understand.
I will have to take up the matter with the president himself.
Oh, naturally. I have at my disposal a steam-powered blockade runner, easily the fastest ship afloat. We can load her with the gold at night, steal out of the harbor, and be in London 12 days from now. Your merchandise can be delivered here some 20 days later. In 1 month, sir, you will have arms, ammunition, equipment, and supplies for an entire army corps.
I see. Very well, Mr. Burton. I shall convey these rather harsh conditions to the president.
Harsh conditions? Well, son, business is business.
Not among gentlemen.
Colonel, war just is not a gentleman's business.
Those are the terms, Mr. President.
In return for the gold, we are to receive all the items on the list.
Yes, sir.
We give Mr. Burton the money. He delivers it to England on his blockade runner. And then he has other blockade runners to bring us the equipment.
Yes, sir. That's how we've been dealing with the British since the war began.
The risks, Colonel?
The ship carrying the gold can be intercepted or sunk by a federal man of war.
Yes.
And even if the gold is delivered to England, the ships carrying the cargo to us may be unable to run the blockade.
In other words, the ordinary risks, Colonel.
Yes, Mr. President.
And what is your feeling in this matter?
If we have the gold, I say let's do it.
Why?
Do we have a choice? The Federals have 10 factories to our 1. Sooner or later, we must be overwhelmed by their superior equipment. We must win the war now or lose it forever.
But we are winning, aren't we, Colonel?
No, sir. We mauled the Federals here in the east, but they have already driven us from the west.
Is that how you see it?
Our only hope is General Lee's planned invasion of Pennsylvania. As it stands now, it will fail.
Why, Colonel?
He hasn't enough men.
But they're picked troops, the best soldiers in the world, experienced veterans. Their morale is splendid.
Yes, they're straining at the leash and they'll make short work of the Yankees. I've heard all that kind of talk, sir. But Lee will have to suffer terrible casualties. We need another 20,000 men.
Yes, you're right. Of course you're right, Colonel.
At the crucial point, success will depend on a fresh, well-equipped reserve. Without it, Lee is lost. $1 million in gold can buy us that reserve Army Corps. And they will turn the tide of the war. But do we have $1 million in gold?
We'll raise it. We'll raise it somehow. Tell Mr. Burton we agree to his terms.
To die for one's country is to live forever. To fall in the fight is to stand with the brave. Bold sons of the South, we'll forget you never. How holy the earth that will serve as your grave.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Mariah Wilson, surely the foremost actress on the stage today. Thank you for your inspired recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the Gold Ball this evening. These gala celebrations are being held all over the South to raise gold to buy the necessary supplies for our brave boys in the field. So give generously of your gold coins, your gold rings. In short, if it is gold, give it. Thank you. Why, thank you, Miss Wilson. Thank you so much for being with us this evening.
Oh, my pleasure, Colonel.
I've always gone to the theater to watch you, ma'am. I think you are a great artiste.
Thank you, Colonel.
I understand you're a strong partisan of the Confederate cause.
As an actress, I am partial to romance. And there simply is no romance in the North. It's so cold and so businesslike. Is it true what everyone says, that General Lee is actually going to invade the North? I shouldn't have asked that. I'm sure it's a military secret.
Well, it's hardly a secret, Miss Wilson.
Well, good evening, Colonel.
Mr. Burton.
A most successful affair, sir.
Miss Wilson, may I present Mr. Alexander Burton?
Your servant, ma'am.
How do you do?
I have heard so much about you, Miss Wilson.
In a very real sense, it might be said that this gala is being held for Mr. Burton.
Indeed.
Yes, Mr. Burton is the agent for the English Combine that will furnish us with the necessary supplies and equipment.
Oh, well, then he deserves some very special treatment.
It can be said that with Mr. Burton rests the fate of our country.
Oh, now, sir, really. You mustn't make me all that important.
Mr. Burton shall conduct the gold to England.
May the heavens protect you and us, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, ma'am.
What a wonderful night this is. I have a feeling that victory's in the air. Victory and peace.
Now, I would like to drink to that.
And I would like to dance to that. May I have the pleasure, Miss Wilson?
Yes, who's there? Well, I say, who's there? Well, if you're a bandit or a burglar, I warn you, I'm armed. Very well, let us find out.
Good evening.
Why, bless my soul,
It's Mariah Wilson. May I come in?
Oh, yeah, to what do I owe this honor?
May I ask you to put down the revolver? Firearms have always made me nervous.
I confess they make me somewhat nervous as well. But once again, to what do I owe this honor?
I came here because I am curious.
Curious?
Yes. I should like to know your name.
Oh, but you know my name. Or perhaps you've forgotten. I'm Alexander Burton.
No, sir. That's the discrepancy. You are not Alexander Burton, agent for the Great Britain Commercial and Manufacturing Group.
Now, my dear young lady, how can you possibly say that?
Well, I have two reasons. First, you're not an Englishman. Oh, your accent sounds authentic, but it's a stage accent and not the genuine article. Second, I know Alexander Burton. I met him when I played in London some years ago.
Well.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
And, what else do you have to say to me, Miss Wilson?
I don't know what your endeavor is exactly, but I am announcing to you the fact that you now have a partner.
A partner?
Yes, a partner. A silent partner.
A silent partner. And also a dead partner. You're a very rash young woman, Miss Wilson. And I'm afraid it must cost you your life.
Well, who is Mr. Burton? Evidently, he is not as advertised. We know that Maria Wilson is a famous actress of the day, but obviously, she's a little more than that. Right now, she's looking into the muzzle of this gentleman's revolver. He may shoot her, he may not. Just what he will decide will be revealed in a few moments when I return with Act 2 of Mystery Theater. In time of war, all other things being equal, a rich army will usually beat a poor army. An army travels on its stomach, which means it needs food, and also travels on its feet, which means it needs shoes. And it needs a great many other things, too. And these are things only money can buy. The Confederate States is raising what was, for those days, a huge sum of gold. But where is it going?
Now, Mr. Burton. You see, I still call you Mr. Burton. You know you can't kill me.
Why not?
Before I came here, I made my plans known to a friend. And if anything should occur, that friend will notify the proper authorities.
Oh, you're bluffing.
Call it. Pull the trigger. Well,
bless us all, you are a spunky young woman.
And now, Mr. Burton, how did you achieve your present position?
Oh, that. Well, it was a succession of events. I happened to be in Liverpool on business.
What sort of business?
Oh, whatever sort of business might come up.
I see.
And, well, it was late at night, and I was returning to my lodgings when I saw a well-dressed man walking up the street. Suddenly, two mean-looking fellows jumped on him and started to beat him. They were thieves, of course, who were after his money. Well, each to his own trade, I always say. I had no mind to interfere. But they happened to see me and became frightened, and they just ran away.
Oh.
Steady, sir. Now, just lie easy. Steady. I'll call for help, and I'll get you...
My head.
Yes, they did strike you a nasty blow or two.
I must get back to the ship.
No. Don't try to get up, sir. Worst thing for a blow on the old noggin. Just rest.
My name is Burton. Alexander Burton.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard of you. You're sailing for America. Read all about you in the newspapers.
Everything is spinning about. I'm dying.
Now, sir, I live just a few doors up the street. You can lie down, and I can go for a doctor.
No, get me to the ship. It sails. Get me to...
Well, he was in no condition to go anywhere. So I got him into my room somehow and stretched him out on the couch. I thought there'd be a gift in it for me, you know. But he wouldn't let me leave him. He clutched my hand and refused to let go. He just kept talking to me. He was delirious.
I'm going there, representing my clients. I'll drive the biggest bargain in history. I'll make them pay. Pay in gold. None of their worthless paper. Gold. $1 million in gold. Gold. Now, take me to the ship. The ship is waiting to sail. The ship is waiting for me. For me. Take me to the ship.
And suddenly, he was dead. So, since he wouldn't need it any longer, I searched his pockets for money. And I looked at the sheaf of documents in his coat.
And you decided to become Mr. Alexander Burton.
Who is empowered to collect $1 million in gold from the Confederate government.
What did you do with Mr. Burton's body?
Oh, for a few shillings, you can always find some obliging gentleman.
And the gold?
I've discussed the matter with some of the crew who appeared sympathetic. The others will be convinced to join us, one way or another.
And so the ship will take on the gold, but it will not sail to England.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, now that I am your partner...
Ah, yes, my new partner.
My share should be 10%.
That's quite a bit of money.
Well, I could have asked for more, but I'm not greedy.
And, just how do you expect to be paid?
I expect you to deliver the money before the ship sails. Is it a bargain, partner?
Yes, it's a bargain, partner.
Miss Wilson, I haven't really had a chance to thank you for your efforts last night.
Come now, Colonel. I did very little.
That's not true. Your very presence cast a golden glow over the evening.
Why, Colonel, how poetic. Do you actually write poetry?
I believe every man speaks poetry when he's properly inspired, and I have found my inspiration.
Really?
Miss Wilson, may I call you Mariah?
Please.
Mariah, I have never been very good with words.
Well, I think you're doing very well.
Thank you, ma'am, but action is more my style, and Well, Miss Wilson, Mariah, there is something I must tell you. For the first time in my life, I have met a woman to whom I would offer my heart and my hand.
Colonel.
I mean, you can't call a man Colonel after he says something like that.
Oh, but I don't even know your first name.
It's Oliver.
Oliver.
Yes, I could give you my heart and my life. But here and now, they are not mine to offer. They belong to my country.
I understand, Oliver.
But may I dare to hope that one day when this terrible war will be over...
Yes, Colonel. Oliver, when this terrible war will finally be over.
Well, Mr. Stryker, what news do you have for me?
Well, all in all, the news is pretty good.
Ah, what is it?
Well, as you yourself should remember, you says to me, Stryker, I want you to watch that Miss Wilson woman night and day. Keep an eye on the house and follow wherever she goes. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, just this morning, she walks out of the house, strolls down the street. I follows her, very cautious, and she turns down a deserted lane. And making sure she ain't observed, she quickly places her letter inside the trunk of an old oak tree. Hello, what's this, I ask myself. And after she leaves, I just sticks me hand in, and here it is.
I thank you, Mr. Stryker.
What's it say?
You mean you weren't curious enough to read it?
I'd need more than curiosity. I'd need to know how to read.
Ah. Beautiful handwriting this lady has. Alert blockading squadron, runner preparing to sail soon with gold shipments. Well. So think of what we have just learned about the fair Miss Mariah Wilson.
Should we, get rid of Miss Wilson? I could do it with no trouble at all.
No, Stryker. There's always the correct way to do these things.
Oh, Mr. Burton, I must apologize for one of our sudden southern storms.
Yes, terrible weather, isn't it?
But I am happy to report everything seems to be going smoothly. We should have all the gold, and you can be ready to sail within the week.
Oh, well, that is splendid. Colonel...
Yes, sir?
I'm not sure I know how to say this, but that was a splendid gala you held the other evening.
It was reputed to be the best in the whole South. Of course, we were graced by the presence of Miss Maria Wilson.
Ah, yes, Miss Wilson. I'm afraid I should talk to you about Miss Wilson.
What is there to say about Miss Wilson?
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps I'm imagining things, but let me tell you at any rate. I had met Miss Wilson before we were introduced at the ball the other evening.
Oh, Miss Wilson didn't seem to recall that.
Met is perhaps not quite the right word. Miss Wilson played the season of 1860 in London. As a matter of fact, I attended her last performance. I was very much impressed by the speech she made after the curtain fell. She said that she was returning home because war was certain, and she wanted to help her country.
Oh, and she has. She most certainly has helped.
But her country is the North.
Oh, Mr. Burton, I'm positive you're in error.
If only I were. No. She had everyone in tears. She hailed Abraham Lincoln as the savior of the United States. She said the South had been seized by the powers of darkness.
Mr. Burton, what you are telling me is absolutely incredible.
Well, so what motive would I have for lying, for slandering the lady?
I find what you are saying impossible to believe.
As I know, sir. That's because you were in love with the lady.
Sir.
If you were not in love with the lady, would it be possible?
Well, I feel that I know Miss Wilson, that she cannot be what you say she is.
Colonel, I know your feelings, but would you trust the fate of your country on them?
So
Colonel, certain things are difficult to... well, I felt it my duty to present you with a piece of information.
The fact that she may have made such a speech on the eve of the war, that does not mean it expressed her true feelings.
Oh, the speech sounded quite true to me.
Those feelings may have changed when she came home and became convinced of the justice of the Southern cause.
Would your feelings toward your country ever change, Colonel?
Well, there's one way to find out. We will search her house.
Just a moment. Oliver, what a wonderful surprise. Come in. I was hoping you'd come calling on me.
Were you, Miss Wilson?
Miss Wilson. Why, is something wrong, Colonel?
Maria, confess.
To what?
Confess you're a Union spy.
Who accuses me?
Does it matter?
I have a right to know. Let me face my accuser.
Maria, if we love each other, there can be no falsehoods between us. Are you a spy?
Who accuses me?
I have received a report of a speech you made after your final performance in London in 1860.
I wasn't in London in 1860.
Unfortunately, Mr. Burton happened to see you express your Union sentiments quite strongly.
I played the season of 1860 in Boston. Why, if you read the Boston newspapers, well, get old copies of the papers.
Mr. Burton saw you and heard you.
Mr. Burton. How do you know Mr. Burton is all that he claims to be?
Miss Wilson, this is unworthy of you. Mr. Burton is an English gentleman.
How do you know?
Mr. Burton carries all the proper documents.
Can anyone here identify Mr. Burton? Well, can they? Do you intend to give a man whom nobody knows $1 million in gold and let him sail away with it? Do you?
Confess, Maria, please. And I shall find a way to spare your life. If I can, Oh, please, Maria, do not make it more difficult for me.
Why do you insist I am a spy?
This letter. It's in your handwritten script.
Where did you find that?
We searched your house.
Oh.
Alert blockading squadron. Runner prepared to sail soon with gold shipment.
I see.
And you are a spy.
It was the best way I could serve my country.
I understand.
And now?
Now I am forced to place you under arrest.
Well, may I ask a favor, Colonel?
Of course.
May I be permitted to change my costume for the occasion? I should wear black.
Oh, very well, Miss Wilson.
Thank you. I shall not keep you waiting.
Miss Wilson. Miss Wilson. Miss Wilson. Miss Wilson. Gone. How could you let her get away, Lieutenant?
But she didn't get away, Colonel.
She is gone.
Well, my man had all four sides of the house surrounded. All the windows were under observation, and the back door, she didn't come out of the house.
Do you mean no one came out of that house?
Well, that's right, sir. No one.
No one at all.
Well, no one except...
Yes, who?
An old slave woman.
Oh, no one except an old slave woman. Where did she go?
Where did she go?
Yes, where did she go? Quickly, where did she go?
I didn't notice, Colonel.
Think!
Well, I'll try, but who notices an old slave woman?
Of course, you and I know that the old slave lady is none other than Maria Wilson. Well, she is now deep in the heart of the enemy country, and surely a hue and cry will be raised against her. However, she does have one thing in her favor. She's an actress. She can assume various roles. She has other parts to play when I return to Mystery Theater shortly. In 1863, the American Civil War is reaching towards its crisis. The decisive battle will be fought at Gettysburg. As one famous Confederate general put it, battles are won by those who get there the fastest with the mostest. What the South must do is get the necessary tools of war from abroad, and this costs money, and money is scarce and precious, and this is what our story has been all about. Money, which is what most stories are really all about. Well, an old slave lady trudges along a dusty country road in South Carolina. She stops at an old farmhouse. The farmer is in the front yard, about to saddle his horse.
Massa.
What is it, Grandma? You hungry?
Yes, sir. Powerful hungry.
You ain't from around here. Don't tell me you running away at your age. Who you belong to?
I can't remember, sir.
Well, go around the back to the kitchen. Tell him I says to give you something to eat.
I'd be powerful obliged to you, John Stevens.
Good Lord. Come into the house, quickly. We shall have to get rid of this Burton fellow.
Why, John? Let him take the gold. We can have the blockade squadron capture him at sea.
Look, he'll be flying a British flag, which means we can only board him inside the territorial limits. Suppose by some lucky chance he sneaks past the blockade. What if we're forced to capture him on the high seas? We have no right to board a British ship in international waters.
Then we must force the rebels to use one of their own blockade runners.
The problem remains how to get rid of this Burton or whatever his name is.
I can do that.
How?
Well, just leave the details to me. I'm an actress. Oh, but that's only half the job. When they get rid of him and decide to use their own vessel, we need someone on board that ship.
That will be truly impossible, Maria. Every member of that crew will be a picked man.
I could get on board that ship.
You could... Oh, well, how could you possibly hope
I
to...
know Colonel Oliver Colfax. I know how he feels, how he thinks. I know a way to get on board.
How?
They can always use a cabin boy. I'd need a little luck.
But could you actually disguise yourself?
I could try. They'll choose a dark night. They'll have a fast ship. They might be able to steal past the squadron, but if I can get on board with one of those new pistols that fire a bright light into the sky...
Yes, a flare.
A flare. Yes. It would be like a flash of daylight. The blockade squadron would see the ship immediately. They could blow it right out of the water.
But, Mariah, you'll be on that ship.
But, John, somebody has to make sure the Navy catches sight of that blockade runner. Somebody has to make noise or fire a flare or do something. And if that somebody has to be me, well, I can only tell you the gold must never get to England.
Well, Colonel, tonight is the great event, eh?
Yes, and it looks like favorable time, too. There'll probably be a heavy mist, judging from the weather now.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sure of the success of our enterprise.
Shall you be my guest for luncheon, sir? I know of a splendid place to dine just down the street.
Oh, my pleasure, Colonel.
Shall we?
Colonel, I'm quite impressed with your country, Colonel.
We shall be a great nation one day. We may be poor in material things, but we are rich in spirit.
Which is what really matters.
Henry, it's you, Henry Atkins.
I beg your pardon.
They said you're going to America, and I'll come looking for you.
Mom, I'm afraid you're quite mistaken.
Mistaken? Wouldn't I know my own husband? Would I forget a dog like you?
Oh, no.
Would I forget how you left me, the baby?
Oh, Colonel, this is most awkward.
I said I'd travel the old wide world to track you down and demand justice for what you've done to me and my child.
Your child? This is a mad woman, Colonel.
It is to call me mad. Listen, everybody listen. This beast here, he leaves a woman and an infant child in London, England, to starve to death.
Now, calm yourself, madam. I'm Colonel Colfax. I promise you justice to you will be done. You say your name is Elizabeth Atkins, and you met Mr. Burton.
He ain't Mr. Burton. He's Mr. Atkins, Henry Atkins.
You're sure?
I know me own husband, don't I?
You have proof?
What proof would I have? Except me own word. He met me and married me in the spring of 57. A year later, he says to me, "Hey, the pickings must be good in America." And I give him me life savings, and off he goes, promising to send for me.
How did you get here?
Well, after I seen that I'd been had, I left the baby with me mother and come here searching for him.
How did you know to come to Charleston?
Well, sir, I knows the sort of gentleman he'd associate with. Someone said they heard he was onto a good thing down here.
I see.
Sir, I didn't mean to cause nobody no trouble. It's just that I need money for the baby. I want him to grow up with an education like I never had.
Well, Mrs. Atkins, we shall look into this further, and thank you very much. I was just barely able to rescue him from the mob, Mr. President.
And the woman?
Well, I questioned her, and she was quite distressed.
Do you believe her story?
I don't know what to believe.
Well, where is Mr. Burton now?
Under guard.
It's an awkward situation, Colonel, but it can't be helped.
May I suggest, sir, that someone who knows Burton, someone who has dealt with him before, should come to Charleston and settle the matter?
Well, then you do suspect him, Colonel.
Sir, I know this. The last reserves, the last resources of our country are being entrusted to a gentleman who may or may not be who he says he is.
Well, his documents, his instructions all seem to be in perfect order.
His documents may have been stolen from the real Mr. Burton. If so, the real Mr. Burton is probably dead.
Ah, Breckenridge. Breckenridge has dealt with the real Mr. Burton in London.
Oh, but, sir, Mr. Breckenridge is in Richmond.
Well, I know. And we stand to lose valuable time. We must have the equipment within the month if it's to do General Lee any good.
Mr. President, may I suggest that we ship the gold to England in one of our own vessels?
We run the risk it could be captured on the high seas.
We also take the risk that a British blockade runner could be boarded before it leaves the territorial waters.
Yes. But once in international waters, the British flag protects her. However, the crew of most of these vessels are basically privateers, which is a polite name for pirates. Oh, they'll know they have gold aboard. It could be too tempting.
Then why entrust this valuable cargo to strangers in any event? We must use one of our own craft. Yes, come in. Well, my lad, what can I do for you?
Sir? Sir?
Speak up, son. Speak up and step inside. Well?
Sir, I wish to sign on the Dixie as cabin boy.
Cabin boy? Why, you're too young to...
I'm almost 13.
What do you know about the Dixie?
Well, everybody knows she's going to run the blockade tonight.
What do you mean, everybody? Well, I suppose everybody does.
I want to sign aboard.
Oh, I'm sorry, son. You're too young.
You gotta take me with you. Please. I gotta fight for my country. I got nowheres to go.
Well, we'll find a place for you with some kind-hearted people here in the city.
My place is fighting for my country. My place is on the Dixie.
But the Dixie's a ship of war.
I'm good at fetching, at carrying. I do as I'm told. Oh, please. I'll be a good sailor.
Move aboard quickly and quietly, men. We just have time to make the tide.
This fog is a blessing, Colonel.
Yes, Lieutenant. And now I feel certain we shall succeed.
Colonel, I brought you a cup of coffee.
Thank you, son. Better get on board quickly.
Yes, sir.
They won't expect us to put out to sea in this mist. Or if they do, it won't matter. Once we're underway, I don't think they have anything that can catch us.
Last man's reported aboard, Colonel. We're ready to make way.
Very good, Lieutenant. Gather the crew up forward. I needn't tell you, men, this is the single most important mission of the war. This cargo must get to England so we can return with the equipment we need to win. The Federals are out to get us. They'll try their damnedest. We shall move out under sail. No one is to speak above a whisper. No one is to smoke or show any light whatsoever. Cook, the fire must be out in the galley. No smoking. Sailing master, take over the ship.
The fog is lifting, sir.
That's all right. There's no moon.
I feel better out on the open sea where there's more room to maneuver.
Tell the sailing master to change over to steam power as soon as he thinks it's safe. We need the speed.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Colonel.
Well, son, what are you doing up here?
Cook sent me upstairs to find out what you want for your dinner.
My compliments to the cook.
Word from the lookout up forward, sir. He thinks he sees a ship off in the distance. It could be a Union steam frigate.
Oh, they could blow us out of the water. Pass the word. All about the ship. Quiet. Absolute quiet. No one is to move. No one is to breathe.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, man. You see that ship, son?
The ship?
The Union battleship.
No. No, sir.
There. There in the darkness. Dead ahead.
I don't see.
That big black shape, that's the Union ship.
Well, she's moving away.
Yeah, that's right.
She don't see us.
What luck. What enchanted luck. She just happens not to see us. She's moving off. And in a minute, we'll be lost to sight.
How can she not see us?
Mad at sea, it's hard. Just one more minute. Give us one more minute, and we'll be lost in the darkness. One more minute.
Oh, she's starting to disappear.
Just half a minute more.
No!
What are you doing?
The rebel boat is here!
After that boy, after him! Don't let him fire that pistol! Don't! Where's that boy?
Why, he jumped overboard, sir. The Yankee ship has seen us. He's fired.
Let's make a run for it!
Here. Let me give you a hand, sailor.
Thank you, kind sir.
It's you.
Yes, me. Do you still want me to share your raft, Colonel?
I ought to.
Yes?
Oh, come on before you drown. Well, the ship has gone under. With the gold.
I'm sorry for you. But for me, I'm glad.
You were the old slave lady.
Yes.
And Mrs. Atkins.
Yes.
And the cabin boy.
Yes.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, depends on who picks us up. One of my boats, and you're my prisoner. One of your boats, and I'm your prisoner.
Miss Wilson. Mariah, I am afraid that whichever boat picks us, I am your prisoner anyway.
Colonel, I only want to say that I am your prisoner, too.
I'll be back in a moment with a final thought. They were picked up by a French merchant ship en route to India via the Cape. The captain was happy to marry them, and by the time they could return to America, the war was over. Would that the rest of the country could have learned from them and become reconciled as quickly. The cast included Evelyn Juster, Michael Wager, Ian Martin, Court Benson, and William Redfield. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You know, I'm always glad to have you in my home. And as I say these words, I think how easily most of us take the word for granted. How much that simple word has been lauded in song and verse. Think of the quotes. Home, sweet home. Home is where the heart is. The sacred joys of home. And 100 others. And of all of them, the one which best suits this story, charity begins, or should begin, at home.
My visitor had come, no doubt of that, and I was ready to go with him willingly. And then, suddenly, I heard Muriel's voice calling me back, and I sensed she was in trouble, that she needed me. So I came back or awoke, or whatever it was. Did I go beyond the grave? I don't know. I only know it was to the edge, but I came back. And I shall not return till I've done what I was called back to do.
Our mystery drama, The Patient Visitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ian Martin and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Most of us take it for granted. A roof over our heads, a house, an apartment, a mobile trailer. Somewhere there is home. But what of all those who don't have a home? Those who are lost, who have outlived their usefulness and their welcome, and don't have a roof over their heads. Suddenly alone and homeless. This is the story of one such uncomplaining but sensible and gallant lady.
Good evening.
Oh. Good evening. Perhaps I've made a mistake.
Well, I hope not. Were you looking for the judge?
Well, for Justin Travers, isn't this his home?
It is. And I'm just a visitor. Dr. Ridgely, a widower like Justin. We often have dinner together and play some chess. But tonight he chased me out, and I see why now. You want to see him?
Oh, I have to see him. I need a lawyer.
Are you an old friend of his?
Well, yes, but so long ago. Perhaps if you were to mention my father's name to him, he might...
Your father?
Dr. Cyrus Cartwright.
Good heavens. The great heart specialist?
That's right.
Justin speaks of him often.
He was a client of Justin's. His firm, at any rate.
And you must be Muriel, the girl who... I beg your pardon. Mrs., I believe.
Mrs. William Parks now, although my husband passed on. What were you saying?
Well, what I shouldn't be, really, except that Justin is expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes, he said he had an appointment with someone he wanted to meet alone. The rascal. I don't blame him.
The door is open. He must have grown hard of hearing. There's no one here. Oh, yes, in the big wing chair. I see his hand lying on the arm.
Yes? Who is it?
Mr. Travers, someone so far out of the past, I don't know if you'll remember me.
Muriel Parks.
You recognize me by my voice.
Oh, no. By my memories.
But your eyes are closed.
Perhaps. But I still see you as you were, over 40 years ago. Small and slim and all abrim with life and the excitement of it. And you had on a mulberry suit and a pink scarf and a ridiculous hat, except that on you it wasn't. And I thought you were quite the most beautiful and desirable thing I had ever seen. Now that I open my eyes, you haven't changed a whit in all those years.
That's an outrageous statement.
Now, where did you come from?
I rang your bell. Dr. Ridgely opened the door. He said something about your expecting me, but how could you?
Well, I don't understand.
He said that you had an appointment with someone.
Yes, I did, but that will have to be put off. Much more important to see you again, Muriel.
I'm amazed you even remember me.
Well, how could I fail to? For me, you haven't changed in all those years.
Well, that's very gallant, but scarcely true.
Well, won't you sit down, please, and let me offer you some wine?
Oh, thank you. Perhaps I might sit for just a moment. I feel a little shaky.
I think this might be just the thing to settle us both down. A really fine dry Amontillado, if I may.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a little shaky myself. To your father, God rest him, and I trust he will me. And old days well remembered.
Thank you. I need help.
I only hope I'm able to offer it.
Well, I hope you'll forgive me, but you were my father's lawyer, and I didn't know where else to turn.
Well, Mr. Poindexter, the senior member of the firm, was actually your father's attorney.
The doctor who let me in said that you had been a judge, but that now you're retired.
That's true enough, but not yet dead enough that I can't be exhumed to help old friends. Just a little more sherry.
Oh, thank you. This is enough to make me quite giddy.
Your eyes are sparkling as they were that first time you came to our office. 1935, maybe, or thereabouts. And you just made your debut.
Considering the times, I should have been ashamed of myself. I was driving my own Packard Roadster. I had a new spring dress, and I had been to the Patriarch's Ball the night before.
You were the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
Was there ever a world like that? Or was it just a dream?
I remember I cut your picture out of the rotogravure and slipped it into the corner of my dressing room mirror.
Why didn't you ever try to see me?
Oh, I was afraid to. You had every beau in town at your feet, and there seemed so much time then.
There always does when you're young.
Besides, I was a good deal older.
Oh, not that much. You might have called.
I might have, but I didn't.
Why?
Because you got married to someone else.
So did you.
Ah, so I did.
And I hear your wife is dead.
Yes, and with her gone, not much to live for. And you?
My husband, he died a long time ago. Where does it go to, the time? My daughter, too. Now there's just myself and my granddaughter. And that's why I'm here.
Is she in trouble, your granddaughter?
Margaret? Oh, heavens, no. Well, yes, in a way she is. She wants to get married to a fine young man.
But something stands in the way.
Yes, me. Mr. Travers.
Oh, surely, after all this, Justin.
All right, then, Justin. I haven't any money.
My dear Muriel, if that's all...
No, please, I didn't mean that.
What is it, then?
Well, Dick, that's the boy Margaret's in love with, has his own parents to support, and he just can't afford me, too. So, since I'm in the way, I made up my mind to move out.
All right.
Well, I remembered vaguely that my father had left a sum of money in his will to a kind of a home. I was looking at the paper one morning, and there were quite a few advertisements for that sort of thing, and this one just leapt out and met my eye.
Just let me get my specs. Now, let's see here. Cloverton, a home from home for aged gentlewomen in the twilight of their lives. For women of 65 or over, transfer of property, if not willed to relatives, unlimited visiting hours, Long Island, New York. Totally supervised with full facilities overlooking the Sound. If home is where the heart is, then Cloverton is where you belong. Admission fee, $500. Oh, my dear Muriel, you can consider seriously...
That's not the problem, Justin. My mind is quite made up, and for that matter, I've already made the plunge. I didn't have all the money, but I was able to raise part of it.
How?
I sold my wedding ring. It had some diamonds. It's a little old-fashioned, of course, but I got $250 for it.
And they wouldn't accept that?
Well, that wasn't the stumbling block.
Then what?
It's quite a long story, and I'm taking so much of your time.
Muriel, all I mind is your hesitation.
Well, this morning, with the money I'd gotten from selling my ring, I went out to Cloverton.
Which I will bet overlooks the Sound.
Entirely. It might just as well not be there. It is so far overlooked.
Yes.
How did you know?
Well, I haven't been a lawyer and a judge all these years for nothing.
Justin, it's a dreadful place. I can't even begin to describe it.
Please don't try.
And with all the will in the world, I found it hard to like I suppose she was trying to be nice.
Well, did you tell her who you were? I mean, about your father?
Oh, yes. Well, that seemed to melt the ice a little.
I can just imagine. Well, tell me about it.
What you're trying to explain is that you don't have the full entrance fee, Mrs. Parks.
I have half.
Of course, and no other assets.
Well, my father gave you our house to be part of your home and some money, I think. I'm sure he did.
This is it's a little difficult for me, Mrs. Parks. You see, I'm only assistant superintendent of Cloverton Homes Incorporated, and at the moment, we are full up.
You mean you won't take them?
Oh, no. I'm quite sure that I think I can say without fear. Well, now, I believe it would be better for you to see the superintendent himself, Mr. Blessing.
Oh, could I see him now, then, please?
Oh, Mr. Blessing is seldom out here. Now, you'll have to see him at our New York address.
You mean my old home in New York City?
Yes. But please, let me call him and tell him you're coming.
If you want. If I'd known I could have gone there directly, I wouldn't have had to make this long trip by subway and bus. This is the address you list in your advertisement.
Oh, yes. This is the main institution, but the administration is all handled from New York.
So, back to New York I went, a little upset at the wasted trip, but more than anything, afraid to go back to my past, to the house where I grew up, to the house I suppose in a sense you could say I hoped to die in. Only mine no longer. And if I lived in it again, only as a guest. And somehow I had the feeling, in spite of all, an unwelcome one. A ghost presence from the past that no one expected or wanted to haunt the present. Have you ever had the feeling, Justin, that if you are not already dead, you should be? That there isn't any place for you anymore?
We'll have to wait for Justin Travers to answer that question for himself. But while we do, you might ask yourself, if not the same question, a like one. Is your life arranged so that you feel you truly belong that it is vital and worthwhile, and, to use a modern word, viable? If not, how do you make it so? I shall return shortly with Act 2. From under shaggy eyebrows, the keen brown eyes of Justin Travers burn fiercely, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the neat little lady beside him. And Muriel Parks is a tidily attractive woman, with her figure still slim and youthful in her 60s, and her silver hair is soft curves framing her alive and surprisingly unlined face like a halo. But in Justin's eyes, she is still that radiant chestnut-haired girl of 40 years ago, and what is running through his head would be hard to translate.
How dare anyone ever hurt a hair of your head, Muriel? Why, old as I am, I want to leap on white chargers and ride out to do deeds of daring-do in your name. Henrietta, my beloved, my dear wife, I know you'll forgive me. I'm in no way unfaithful to your memory or all our lovely years together. We were meant, destined for each other, and I cannot wait to join you. But we both know that first love has a special glow, all to itself.
But if his thoughts were like that, all he said was...
In answer to your question, Muriel, yes. For quite a while I have wished to be dead and out of this world and trying a new one, back with my Henrietta. But I've had my mind changed.
By me? Why?
Oh, a lifetime at the bar, and particularly the years on the bench, have educated this somewhat prominent nose of mine to the stench of injustice. I smell its aroma in what you're recounting to me. Now, you please go on.
Well, now, where was I?
On your way back to what was once your father's house in New York, now part of Cloverdale Homes for aged gentlewomen.
Yes. Did you ever know the house?
Yes, I think I might have been there once or twice.
On Sutton Place, with a garden that runs down to the river.
Oh yes. Don't I remember a boathouse and a dock?
Yes, and above it, high enough to look over the roof and across the river. Do you remember the chestnut tree with the seat halfway round the trunk?
Oh, I remember a lovely shade tree just right for the afternoon sun.
That's it. Well, it was all there. I mean, just as it was when I was a little girl, as if I'd never been away.
How beautiful you make it sound.
Oh, how beautiful it still is. I was so stunned to see it all the same that while I was waiting to see Mr. Blessing, I let myself out into the gardens. I was drawn by the tree, just to sit there a moment and look out over the river. But when I got there was another little old lady like me sitting on the seat, a bird of a lady with a long feather boa wrapped around her.
A feather boa?
Yes, I was surprised myself. I haven't seen one since I was a child. But she was very sweet, and she said,
"Oh, is there room enough for you to sit down? I could easily move."
No. There's plenty of room.
You know, I love to sit in just this particular spot and watch the boats go by. You can see all the way down to the bridges around the jog if you sit just here.
I know.
You do? But you're new, aren't you?
I used to live here when I was a little girl. This was my house. I was born right there in the corner room on the second floor.
Oh, really? Isn't that fascinating? Well, that's my room now. Are you joining us?
I don't know yet.
Oh, well, if you do, you shall have it back.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh, nonsense. The room you were born in?
But I couldn't turn you out. Have you lived here long?
Oh, 22 years now. I'm Mrs. Lefferts, Mr. Blessing's mother-in-law.
That's the gentleman I'm here to see.
Oh, well, I hope you can arrange to be here. I'd enjoy the companionship.
You know, we have something in common.
We do?
Yes. Both of my granddaughters were born here, too. They're over there, see, playing tennis with some of the staff.
Good heavens, I didn't notice. Someone built a tennis court.
My son-in-law, he knew my Betty particularly loves to play.
Which one is she?
Oh, the blonde one, with the pigtails. That's my daughter.
How many old ladies are here now?
Oh, well, you're looking at the only one.
Just you?
Well, Mr. Blessing's mother lived here until she died quite a few years ago. Now there's only me.
Which leaves you almost a stranger, doesn't it?
Yes, it's quite lonely. Oh, I do hope you join us.
I'd better talk to Mr. Blessing.
Oh, well, he'll be in the library. Second door to the right. Oh, but of course, since it was your house, you'd know that.
Well, how nice to meet you, Mrs. Parks. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but, pressure of events. Allow me to seat you.
You're very kind.
Not at all. My pleasure. My bent, if I may say so, and, of course, my calling. Well, Mrs. Hatcher has been in touch with me. Matter of fact, I was just on the phone again with her, and I'm happy to say that in spite of a few difficulties, we have managed to arrange everything.
You mean I can be accepted?
My dear lady, who has a better right?
But you realize that I don't have all of the entry fees.
Whatever you have. The balance would be waived as a matter of course in your case.
Then I can come with you to live.
My dear, Cloverden's doors are open to you. After all, your father did leave us a considerable bequest. Most generous man, a true philanthropist. Now, just as a matter of business, there are certain papers...
Oh, before I sign those, may I ask you something?
Oh, ask away.
Do I understand that I will be living here?
Here?
Well, I was born in this house, you know.
Were you? Yeah, how pleasant. Well, now, we shall have to see what can be done. It's such a pity, but for the moment, that won't be possible, since we are full up here.
Oh, but Mrs. Leffert said that she...
Oh. You've met my mother-in-law?
Yes. While I was waiting, I sneaked out to have a little look at the garden again.
So, you had a talk with Lily, Mrs. Leffert?
Well, just a few words, really, but she told me that she has my old room.
Oh, what a coincidence.
And she was nice enough to say she'd give it up for me, although, of course, I would never...
Mrs. Parks, forgive me if this seems a little abrupt, but Mrs. Leffert's, my mother-in-law, is just a little, how shall I say it? She tends to wander somewhat. Not quite in touch. I'm sure you understand.
My dear, never have guessed. She seems so clear and lucid.
Yes, doesn't she? Well, the fact is, well, I don't think we need to dwell on it too much. Only that she lives in the past, another world. We were able to make an accommodation for you at what we like to call the country house.
Well, I won't say I'm not disappointed.
We are really doing what we can, Mrs. Parks, waiving the customary fee.
And I paid $250.
Yeah, well, that's a matter of phrasing. Half the customary fee. And it has taken quite a bit of maneuvering to locate you in what we call one of our deluxe rooms.
But I'm very grateful, of course.
Oh, no need to be. Only your due. We'll consider it all arranged, and as the French say, fait accompli. No further red tape, except one little formality. Here, if you would just sign. Right here, please.
What is it that I'm to sign?
Oh, it's nothing to bother your pretty head about, just lawyers' jargon about the assignment of property.
But I haven't any property.
Well, it's perfectly all right. It's just necessary paperwork.
But don't you think I should read it first?
Well, naturally, if you want. It really is the merest formality.
But I think perhaps I'll just take this with me and look it over.
Well, there's really no need.
But you have no objection, surely?
Why, no, of course not. None at all. And you brought that paper to me, Muriel.
Well, maybe I'm being overcautious. I just didn't like Mr. Blessing.
I haven't even met him, and already I don't.
I certainly didn't trust him. I suppose it's old-fashioned of me, but for all his manners, he just didn't seem like a gentleman.
Yes, well, he sounds to me like a first-class snake in the grass. May I see the document, Muriel?
Of course.
Thank you.
If you don't mind reading it. You see, I can't make any sense out of it.
Well, naturally. There wouldn't be any need for us lawyers if you could, huh? And you say this Mrs. Lefferts was the only old lady you saw there?
Yes, and she even told me she was.
But you saw quite a few other people about.
Well, yes, but all much younger, playing tennis. And she said something about there being her daughter and some of the staff.
I see. How many?
Well, 3 or 4, I suppose. But I peeked into the dining room, and the table was set for 10.
Have you read this yet?
Not all of it. Well, I told you, it's so difficult to follow.
Well, I'll only read you the pertinent clause and not even all of that. Agrees to transfer all right, title, and interest, both real and personal, in the estate of her father, Dr. Cyrus Cartwright, and to execute whatever instruments may be necessary thereto. You understand that?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, isn't that just customary?
But you no longer have any interest in your father's estate, do you?
Well, no, that's right. I mean, all he left me was gone long ago.
Exactly. So why is it necessary to sign this?
But if I don't, they won't let me in.
I wonder about that. Yes, I think, as we lawyers say, I might just take that under advisement. But not now.
Oh, but I can't wait much longer. I'm already holding up the children's marriage as it is.
Well, we'll try to do something about that, too. But for the moment, I insist on you coming with me.
Where are we going?
To do something I should have had the courage to do 40 years ago. I am going to take you to dinner. And then I'm going to walk you to your house.
But the paper...
Oh, that's something I shall digest along with a few other musty documents I'll dig up tomorrow morning. First, I want to reread your father's will carefully. And then tomorrow, you and I will pay a visit to your home.
But it's not my home anymore.
Oh, yes, but who knows? In my long and checkered career in the legal profession, I've discovered at least one truism.
But what's that?
That where there's a will, there's usually a way.
But the will didn't seem to be the answer. There was no doubt of its validity and of the fact that the house was deeded and signed over irrevocably. So just what does Mr. Justin Travers, retired lawyer and judge, have up his sleeve besides a funny bone and a wry sense of humor? We'll have to wait for the answer to that when I return shortly with Act 3. As it transpires, Judge Justin Travers has a little more up his sleeve than perhaps even he totally bargained for. Because once he returned from the courthouse and the probate records to spruce up for his afternoon appointment with Muriel Parks, that mysterious visitor he had been awaiting the night before paid his second call. And this time, instead of sending his friend Dr. Ridgely away before the arrival, the judge is constrained to call him to share the appointment.
Well, Charles.
Just take another deep breath. Now, take some of this. Hold it under your tongue. Now, I want you to tell me when this first started while I phone the hospital for an ambulance.
I don't want an ambulance.
Justin, you're smack in the middle of a coronary. Your life is on the line.
It won't be the first time.
What I'm concerned about is it may be the last.
So be it. I've known for a long time I'm on borrowed time. Up to last night, ever since Henrietta died, I haven't cared. But now I need to borrow just a few more hours. You remember last night?
Yes.
I told you I was expecting a visitor and chased you away.
Good Lord. I took that at face value. I thought you meant Miss Parks. You mean this?
I mean I was having trouble concealing from your eagle eye. And I was having what I suppose you would refer to as a coronary episode. And after you left, I never heard the doorbell ring because to this moment I couldn't tell you honestly whether or not I slipped over the border. And then suddenly I heard Muriel's voice calling me back. And I sensed she was in trouble and she needed me. So I came back or came awake or whatever it was. Did I go beyond the grave? I don't know. I only know that it was to the very edge. But I came back. And I shall not return until I've done what I was called back to do.
Well, there it is, Justin.
Home for aged gentlewomen. Yes. Well, the circumstances may be singular, but at least the sign is in the plural.
It was so kind of you to come.
Uh-huh. Gate is open. Shall we go in? After you, my dear.
Thank you.
So these are the gardens. Oh, yes, I recall. And that's the chestnut tree, hmm?
Yes, with the river beyond. It's a lovely prospect, isn't it?
Not nearly so soul-satisfying as the one I have in view. Will you wait for me here while I have a word with Mr. Blessing?
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Travers. You represent Mrs. Parks, I understand. Mr. Cartwright's daughter?
His only issue.
Of course. We must be legally impeccable. Everything fully understood. Open covenants, openly arrived at.
Exactly, Mr. Blessing.
Well, then, may I take it your client has signed the release? Merely a matter of form, of course, as I'm sure you've told her.
Matter of fact, I haven't. And what you may take, Mr. Blessing, is not any more.
I beg your pardon?
As I understand it, you're the only superintendent of Cloverdale Homes Incorporated?
Yes, but for all practical purposes...
But the chairman of the board is Mr. Carter Rensselaer Boyd IV, I believe.
Yes, that is correct.
And for all practical purposes, I prefer to deal with the principal. The exclusive Mr. Boyd, it seems, has a taste for seclusion. His telephone number is unlisted.
Well, naturally, a man of his eminence.
Well, let's get him down off that eminence, shall we? Suppose you give him a ring in his ivory tower and get him over here right away.
I'm sorry to have to intrude on your privacy, Mr. Boyd.
Well, of course, Blessy. It's most inconvenient. Stop it. Travers? Justin Travers?
That's right, sir.
The judge? What does he want with... put him on.
Mr. Boyd will speak with you now.
Thank you. Mr. Boyd?
Hello there. Is that Justin Travers, judge that was?
Guilty as charged.
Well, bless my soul. I met you once, twice somewhere, didn't I?
Yes, we have met, and we're about to do so immediately again.
How's that? Oh, no, not now. Just,
Mr. Boyd, you are the chairman of the board for Cloverdale Homes for Aged Gentlewomen, are you not?
Well, yes, have have been for 12 years.
Then I advise you to come immediately to the home at Sutton Place.
It's all a mystery. I mean, a misunderstanding, Mr. Boyd. I'm sure it'll all be cleared up as soon as Mr. Travers comes in from the garden with Mrs. Parks.
Why do I need him to clear it up, whatever it is? You clear it up for me, Mr. Blessing.
Well, you see, it's only a confusion in or the application of well, I mean, Mr. Travers doesn't understand the operations. Well, he's confused in thinking that...
If you ask me, you're the one who's confused. Oh, there's Judge now. Perhaps we'll get it straightened out.
I'll not judge any longer. Mr. Boyd retired, except for one last case. May I introduce my client, Mrs. Parks, whom I represent as an attorney, of course. Muriel, this is Mr. Carter Rensselaer Boyd. How many?
The fourth. How do you do?
Mr. Blessing, you already know, of course, Muriel. For your information, Mr. Boyd, Mrs. Parks is the only daughter of the late Dr. Cyrus Cartwright.
Well, good heavens. It's a pleasure, madame, to meet the daughter of one of our institution's main benefactors.
I'm sure she'll be delighted to hear that from you, since we have a complaint to make against the management.
A complaint? Oh, not serious, I hope.
Very serious, sir. When Mrs. Parks applied for admission to the institution, your superintendent, Mr. Blessing, attempted to coerce her into signing a document waiving her interest in her father's estate.
You mean Mrs. Parks is an applicant for admission to the Hounds?
Mrs. Parks has suffered, among other things, financial reverses.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But, of course, rooms will be made for her at once.
Well, I've already arranged that. I've done everything possible, including waiving payment for admission.
To that snake pit, that bedlam you allow to decay and rot without one thought for its occupants out on Long Island. But not here. Not to her father's own house.
You see, I was born here, Mr. Boyd, right under this roof, and it would mean so much to come back.
Oh, Blessing. Why can't she?
Well, because we are full up.
Mr. Blessing, let me ask you, how many inmates have you accommodated here in the last 18 years?
Why, a good many. The number varies.
How many at present?
Well, at the moment, only one.
And her name?
Mrs. Leffert.
Who happens to be your mother-in-law.
Well, yes, but...
Is she enrolled as an inmate?
Well, no, but she is an old lady.
And so, if Muriel will pardon me for saying so, is Mrs. Parks.
Oh, it's all right, Justin. I qualify.
Now, Mr. Blessing, yesterday when Mrs. Parks was here, she noticed that the dining room table was set for 10. Were you having a party?
Well, of course not.
Oh, then it's customary.
Well, yes.
Who are the 10?
Oh, the inmates, members of my staff, and my family.
How many in your family?
6.
Counting your mother-in-law?
No. That would make
7.
Judge Travers.
Mr. Travers, attorney, as of now.
Yes. Well, Mr. Travers, I don't think this is necessary if you're trying to prove that there's room here for Mrs. Parks. I'm sure we'll agree that it can be made.
Will you also agree that this property has never been used as an old lady's home? Mrs. Parks, would you please repeat what Mr. Blessing's own mother-in-law told you?
Oh, I'd be happy to. She told me that she'd lived here for all the 22 years that her son-in-law had been superintendent. And there have never been any old ladies here, except herself and Mr. Blessing's mother, till she died.
Now, isn't this just a question of management?
Well, of course. This is administrative headquarters. We own the property to use as we see fit.
Oh, do you? And can you? Gentlemen, have you ever read the exact wording in the will? As I see you haven't. Well, then allow a lawyer to read it to you. To the Cloverton Home for Aged Gentlewomen Incorporated, I give the sum of $25,000 together with my home and furnishings in Sutton Place, provided that these premises and their appurtenances shall be used for an old lady's home. Otherwise, said house and furnishings shall become part of my residuary estate.
Well, what about it?
Simply that my client, Mrs. Parks, née Cartwright, happens to be the residuary legatee of her father's estate. And since your corporation has never satisfied the terms of the will, this house legally reverts to her.
Good Lord. Is this true, Judge Travis?
Well, if you want my opinion, I can assure you that it is, as your own lawyers will tell you.
That won't be necessary. Blessing, you're fired.
Oh, but where will I go? Are you going to put me out of my home?
Your home. Mr. Blessing, this is Mrs. Parks' home, de facto and de jure. The rest of us are only trespassers.
Justin, you must be tired.
Yes, I am a little. Pleasant looking out at the river. One more river to cross.
What?
Oh, I was just thinking how peaceful it is under the tree. How happy I am for you, Muriel.
Yes. But I've been thinking, I don't think Mr. Boyd should resign as he plans to. I'm not that old yet. I'm strong and healthy. I don't want to spoil my father's wishes. So why can't the corporation keep the property, turn it into a real old lady's home, and let me run it as resident manager?
Well, if that's what you want, I'm sure it can be arranged.
I would, but only if Mrs. Lefferts can stay and be my first guest. I know she wants to, and I'd like her to. She really is a dear little thing.
And so, may I say, are you? Goodbye, Muriel.
Must you go so soon?
Actually, I'm going very late.
Thank you for riding to my aid, Sir Knight.
I never could resist a damsel in distress. You'll excuse me. I have an appointment I have to keep.
Justin, hold on. The ambulance will be here any moment.
It's too late. Doesn't matter. I'd rather die here in my old wing chair.
Well, I'm not going to let you.
You can't stop it, Charles. You know, I really died last night. But I had to see Muriel safe. Now my old chariot can spread its wings. That's my transport now.
Justin.
It's all right, Charles. All right. Muriel's found her home. And now I'm going back to Henny. And mine.
Requiescat in pace, Justin Travers, 78 full years. And a man, when he has to go, should be able to bow out on a note of triumph. No need to mourn him. just remember him. Dr. Charles Ridgely had the headstone inscribed aptly, "We shall not look upon his like again." I'll be back shortly. A sad, sweet, and haunting story when all is done. And one question always lingers in my mind. Would Justin Travers' obituary have appeared a few days earlier in the paper if Muriel Parks had not come back into his life? For certainly the visitor he expected that first night was the one he was there to greet the following one. Well, it's an idle speculation because, of course, we'll never know. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, Robert Dryden, Ken Harvey, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Kidnappings are usually planned, Mr. Mellon, and very often there's some inside connivance. Now, could one of your servants have overheard your daughter and Jeffrey Pollard make plans for the evening?
But you may have traitors among your workers. I have none in mine.
How would the kidnappers know they'd be parked at that hamburger joint?
How would they know? Well, I ask you, Inspector, where else do young people end the evening in this town?
Who would want to harm your daughter?
You have a one-track mind, and it leads nowhere. My daughter is the sweetest, most generous child. So gentle, so sensitive. She's not like so many of today's depraved young people. She's not a part of this drug-crazed, whatever they call it, culture.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd invite you to sit down, but at the moment we're in a laboratory. The laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and Stephen Kaplan, two research scientists at State University. Nothing but sinks and test tubes and Bunsen burners, and only one chair at a desk where Dr. Gilbert is now sitting alone, talking into a small tape recorder. I think without disturbing him, we might just listen.
Tape 26, 4 p.m. Friday, February 17. Tomorrow, we will make the supreme test. The serum I-23 has already been effective on mice and rabbits. Tomorrow, if it works on the human body, there's no end to the potential. I have no qualms at all. The serum won't kill me. At least, I don't think so. But we cannot know its true worth until we try it on a human. On me. Our mystery drama, I Thought I Saw a Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Nat Poland. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
tampers with the forces of nature, sometimes great things are revealed to him. Radio, for instance. Had it not been for man's curiosity, his probing and questioning, the miracle of broadcasting might still be undiscovered. And then, where would we be? That's just one of the thousands of ways that humans have put the laws of nature to productive use. But there are other laws and forces that are better left untouched, unexplored. For these laws are immutable, fixed, unchanging, and some of them, when disturbed, produce frightening and devastating results. Let's go to the laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and his assistant, Dr. Stephen Kaplan, as they prepare to tamper with just such a law.
Lab 2, Kaplan here. Yes, sir, right here. John, Colonel Morgan.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Colonel. I was expecting your call. Yes, on Saturday. But I know we've discussed it, Colonel, and I have to be firm. No witnesses. I realize the government is funding the project, but until Dr. Kaplan and I are sure it's ready, we have to conduct our experiments in absolute secrecy. Thank you, Colonel. Yes, certainly, as soon as we have the result. Goodbye.
If this thing's supposed to be top secret, how does Colonel Morgan come off thinking he can bring in a party of bird watchers?
Well, he has to act important. He wants to be sure he gets whatever credit is coming. And I should be used to that.
You mean Dr. Ferguson?
She could have shared that award with me for the work we did on blood plasma. It was mostly my work. She could have given me some recognition, even though I was only her student.
Well, forget her. I'm still worried about going ahead. I don't think we've run enough tests on the animals. I think it's too soon to be squirting the stuff in your arm.
I know, Steve. But how much further can we go with the animals? We can't get a subjective reaction. We know the primary function of the serum works, but we don't know how they feel, how they move under the influence.
I know you're right. And I know we're going through with it on Saturday. And I know I'm supposed to be a level-headed scientist. And I know I'm damn scared.
I'll get it. Lab 2, Gilbert.
Hello, John. I'm not interrupting.
Margot.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you at the lab, but I never get an answer to the apartment.
I know. I'm not there much anymore.
You were never there much any time. But that's past, John. I wonder if I could see you.
Of course, Margot.
This project's taking all your time. You name it.
Well, I could meet you tonight. Do you want to come to the apartment?
No, I'd rather you came here. Want to make a dinner?
That'd be nice.
How about 7?
All right, I'll be there.
Goodbye, John.
See you later, Margot.
No comment.
She's still my wife, Steve.
In name only. I hate to see your concentration broken by another meeting. Particularly now, 2 days before...
I'm not a teenager, Steve. I can control my emotions.
John, does Margot know about our work?
No. I've kept it top secret even from her, which wasn't difficult since we see each other so seldom now.
Are you going to tell her?
Why should I?
I don't know, really, but if something goes wrong...
What would telling her in advance accomplish?
I think, as your wife, she ought to know there's a chance she may never see you again.
More coffee, John?
No, thanks, Margot. I'd rather get down to some serious talk.
Okay. We've been to the wine, the candlelight, and the steak. Now we've got to face the facts.
The facts being?
I want a divorce.
I was afraid of that.
John, don't make it any more difficult for me. We've been separated for almost a year. I want to be free.
Do you? Really?
Now, yes. A few months ago, I might have had doubts. But now I know I want to marry Bill Watkins. I want to be free to marry him.
Well, I can't blame you.
I'm not going to drag up the old neglected wife routine. You'll always be a deep part of me. But I want more out of life than the shadow of a man.
Well, I can't argue the point. But you'll always be a deep part of me. You know, working in the lab, those many nights, those lonely nights for you, for me, you were always there. I love you. Even though you were home and I was working, we were there together.
I may have been there for you, but for me, it was lonely. Is lonely.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, Margot.
Thank you.
No, damn it, I don't mean that. I don't want Bill Watkins to have you.
John.
Give me one more chance. Let me finish this project I'm on now. It'll only be a few weeks, and I'll take a sabbatical. We'll travel. We'll be together every minute. And then I'll settle for a teaching position in California. A nice, quiet, steady life.
In other words, your career is the price you'll pay for me.
Yes, if I have to.
And you'll hate me for it. No, John. I want it my way.
Well, it doesn't have to be settled tonight. Things can change. Maybe you will be free.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Steve thought I ought to tell you. It's supposed to be top secret, but as my wife...
What is it, John?
The project, the government project.
Well, I know that. I know it's taken every minute for 2 years.
But you've never known what it was.
No. No, I could have put up a fight against another woman easier than that secret project.
Well, Steve thought I ought to confide in you as my wife. Because, as he put it, you may never see me again.
What?
You've got to swear to secrecy, Margot. No one on Earth except Steve and a handful of government officials know about this.
All right. I swear.
Steve and I have developed a serum. A serum that's injected into the body and renders the body totally invisible.
Invisible?
It changes the molecular structure of the body. It works on the nucleus of the body's atoms. We've proved it with the lab animals.
Invisible? But why?
Margot, its use in the military is beyond imagination. For spies, troops, invisibility could turn the outcome of battles. And it works. On lab animals, it works.
Well, that's fantastic.
And on Saturday, we're trying it on me.
On you? John, you mean you're going to become invisible?
Well, that's the hope and the plan. The effect only lasts for an hour or so, but we can't be sure of it until we try it on a human. On the rats in the lab, it lasted 1 hour. Then, gradually, they reappeared. No worse for the experience.
Then it's not dangerous?
Not to the animals, but we've got to try it on a human to really find out, to get the subjective reactions. I mean, will I see myself? Or will I look down and see nothing but space? How will I move? My body will still be there. I won't be able to walk through things like a ghost, or will I? These are the questions we have to answer with a human subject.
You.
Me.
You'll come out of it all right.
We hope and expect so. The effect has to wear off.
And if it doesn't?
You'll never see me again.
Oh, you seem to be making light of it.
I have confidence in the serum. I admit I'm a trifle nervous about the sensations, the unknown. But to a scientist, the thrill of the unknown is the whole reason for being.
Oh, how well I know.
But it's not dangerous. If it were, those rats and rabbits would have been dead, or worse.
But you'll have to take a much larger dose than you gave the animals, won't you?
Well, naturally. You see, being a scientist's wife, something did rub off.
And what that larger dose may do...
is something we have to find out on Saturday.
Are you ready, John?
Yes.
Now, you're sure?
I'm sure, Steve. We've worked for 2 years for this minute.
All right.
Oh, damn it. Let it ring.
I can't. Lab 2.
Steve, can I talk to John?
It's Margot.
All right. Margot?
Oh, John, I had to call. Are you all right?
We haven't started. You called at a very awkward time.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I simply can't stop thinking.
I understand. But you'll have to let me call you later.
If you're able to.
I will. Please, Margot, I can't talk now.
Oh, all right. Call me later.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's a large dose. At least 30 seconds to empty the syringe. Feel anything?
Not yet.
I'm going to slow down on the pressure a second.
Why?
Let your body absorb what it's got already.
I don't feel a thing. Maybe I'm not supposed to.
You don't look any different either.
It's too early to tell. Maybe the dose we planned isn't big enough. Stop the tape recorder. I have now absorbed 200 cc of the serum I-23. The 23rd formula, which Dr. Kaplan and I feel to be the effective limit for invisibility. I have no sensation. 20 seconds have passed since the beginning of the injection. In our experiments with mice, invisibility began within the first 10 seconds and was complete by 30. Taking into account the difference in size and body tissue, I should begin to disappear within 2 minutes, and complete invisibility should be effected in 5. 40 seconds have passed. The syringe is empty.
Feel any different?
Our proportions couldn't have been that much off.
It's not likely, but everything's still an X factor.
The dosage must have been too small.
We don't know that yet.
All right. We'll wait 15 minutes. Failure number 1.
I don't understand it.
I'm too tired and discouraged to rethink it now. It just doesn't work on human tissue.
Larger dosage won't work either. If it's going to be practical for military use, the dose has to be small. A capsule a guy can pop in his mouth. A spy can't wait around for 2 or 3 injections to work.
I know. We'll go back to the formula Monday. I'm going to forget it for 48 hours. What time is it?
4:10.
All right, I'm going out and have the biggest martini I can find. How about you?
I'll take 2.
You know, the nitrogen element may be too low.
I don't think so. The balance was 80-20 nitrogen over phosphate. More likely it... John, stop a second.
What's the matter?
Look, on the pavement ahead of us.
What?
The sun's behind us. Look at my shadow.
Oh, so?
In front of you, there is no shadow.
You're right.
Your body isn't casting any shadow at all.
No shadow. A curious condition for Dr. John Gilbert. For anyone, for that matter. After all, one's shadow is a very personal thing. It's yours alone. And to be without one, well, it's unnerving, to say the least. Thank goodness I still have mine. I can see it right here on the studio floor. So don't go away, please. Me and my shadow, if not Dr. Gilbert's, will be back shortly with Act 2. A man without a shadow. Something strange happened to the body of Dr. John Gilbert when he tried to make himself invisible by injecting a serum into his veins. But something stranger still is in store for Dr. Gilbert. For Margot, in fact, for the entire city where Dr. Gilbert lives and works. Let's return to State University.
No shadow. Something's happened, Steve. The serum had some effect.
It's working. Maybe this is one of the first signs.
Come on, back to the lab. I want to make some tests and go over our notes. Now, move the light closer. Closer. That's it. Now circle me. Move back. Raise the light a little.
Still nothing. Not a sign of a shadow.
It's been 55 minutes since the injection. This is as far as the serum will go, apparently.
What do you mean by that?
The only way I can figure it. My body has lost some of its density. It won't obstruct light. That's why there's no shadow.
Yes. Yes, the molecular structure must have dispersed just so far.
It's obvious, then, that a massive dose is the only thing that will bring on complete invisibility.
Oh, no more, John. Not now.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm not ready for more. But I'm going over the formula till I find it. The one equation that will push us over the line. We're so close. Oh, boy. Well, why don't you take off?
I have nothing on for the night. I'll work with you.
I'd rather do it alone, Steve.
John, do you think it's wise to be alone? We don't know what reaction might be next.
The phone's right here. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
You're not hiding it very well, Margot.
I know, Bill. I'm sorry to spoil our supper.
Margot, I love you. We're going to be married. Your problem is my problem.
Not exactly. It's John. I'm worried about him.
Is he giving you a hard time about the divorce?
No. He was going to call me today. I was expecting to hear from him before you picked me up.
What's he calling you about?
I can't tell you.
You still seem awfully interested in John.
I am interested in his work. It's important.
I thought his work was the whole problem between you two.
It was, but, well...
Then why all this sudden interest? The concern?
Oh, Bill, you have a way of twisting things, I say.
Margot, level with me.
I can't tell you any more than I have. Only that I may never see John again.
That would be fine with me.
Oh, stop it, Bill, please. If you knew my reasons, you'd understand. But I can't tell you.
I feel no physical sensation at all. No dizziness. No apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure. No loss of weight. Just loss of shadow. Oh. This will be the last entry for this date. Saturday, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when... Steve? Steve, is that you? Steve? Who's there? I could swear someone came into the lab. New item. It's 10:05 p.m. I have a distinct feeling someone has entered the lab. There was no sound, just this feeling. I will continue taping in case this may prove helpful if anything happens. I know I am not alone. Who's there? Answer me. I can see a shadow. I know someone's there. Shadow is moving from the outer hall. In a second, I'll know who it is. There's nothing but a shadow. A man's shadow moving into the lab. It glides across the floor now, not toward me, toward the wall. Within all reason, this can't be. But it is happening. Now it moves along the wall and stops. It hangs there on the wall, waiting. The shadow of a man. Now I know with all certainty that shadow on the wall is mine. How still it hangs there, waiting for the last of the serum to wear off. But now it moves again. Moves with a will of its own. slowly across the wall toward the window. There, it pauses by the window. And now, disappears into the night.
Archives?
This is Dr. Ferguson, Judith Ferguson.
Yes, doctor.
I'd like to have the 1969 AMA report on cholesterol sent to my office right away.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ferguson. The archives are closed.
They're never closed to me, young man. I'll expect that report within the half hour.
But, doctor, the files are locked for the night. I have no authority.
Then who has?
Only Mrs. Abrams, the director.
Then get her at home and get me that... Just a minute. Who's out there?
Dr. Ferguson?
I've got to go. Someone just came into my outer office. Get that report and get it now. Who's there? Sonny? Thought I saw a shadow. It is a shadow. But who's there? Answer me. Just a shadow? It can't be. Oh! Oh, get away, please! Get away! Don't! No! Stop!
Oh, yes. Yes. Steve, something's happened.
It sure has. Dr. Judith Ferguson was found dead in her office last night.
Dr. Ferguson?
It's on all the newscasts. Some clerk from the archives took a report to her office. Said Ferguson insisted on having it last night. He found her.
Murder?
They don't say.
How awful.
We'll hear all the lurid details soon enough. I'm more concerned about you. Any side effects through the night?
No, it's funny. You know, I can't seem to remember anything after you left me. I think I started to dictate, and I just don't remember. My mind's a blank. Why can't I remember?
Another effect of the serum, perhaps.
Maybe. Or maybe the tape will tell us. I'll rewind, and then we'll find out what happened to me. Huh, that's strange. There should have been more than that.
We'll play it.
There are no physical sensations at all. No dizziness. No apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure. Just loss of shadow. Oh. This will be the last entry for this date, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when...
Well?
There's more. There's got to be more.
Well, that's all there is. You fell asleep.
No, there's something... An impression something more happened. But why isn't it on the tape?
You fell asleep.
Why can't I remember? Why?
Oh. Lab 2, Kaplan here.
May I speak to Dr. Gilbert, please?
Who's calling?
Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct.
Oh. The police, John.
Police? Why? Hello?
Dr. Gilbert, I'm Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct. I wonder if I could talk with you this morning.
What's wrong? Margot?
Oh, it's about a Dr. Judith Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson, oh, yes. My associate just told me.
We're asking everyone who knew her to help if they can. I understand you're acquainted with her.
Yes. Some time ago, I was a student in one of her classes.
In about an hour, all right? At your lab.
Yes, I'll be here.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert.
What's up?
He wants to talk to me about Judith. They're asking everyone who knew her.
Well, you haven't seen her in how long?
Well, I see her in the hospital now and then, but our work together was over 2 years ago.
Oh, relax, John. You haven't got anything to worry about.
You know Dr. Ferguson how long?
Well, Lieutenant, we were actually associated for only a year. I was a graduate student in one of her classes. That was 2 years ago.
We wouldn't single you out like this, Dr. Gilbert, but we're told you and Dr. Ferguson were involved in a successful medical project, one that Dr. Ferguson received an award for.
Yes, on blood plasma.
We'll have to work in that closely with Dr. Ferguson. Can you remember any incident, any friend of hers? Anything that might give us a clue to who'd want to kill her?
Well, then you do suspect murder.
This was no accident.
How was she killed, Lieutenant? Nothing's been said.
We were keeping that quiet. She was suffocated. Apparently, a clerk from the hospital archives department took a report to her office. She didn't answer his knock, so he got the custodian to open the door. They found her.
The office was locked from the inside?
Windows, too.
Well, then if it was murder, how did the killer get out?
That's just one of the problems we've got with this case.
Oh?
There were no marks on the body, but the room was a shambles. She fought with someone. But we figure whoever tore that room apart has some marks on him. That's why we're talking to anyone we can find who know her. Something will give the killer away. Well, thanks for your time, Doctor. I'll be in touch if we need any more from you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
There was a time, I suppose, when I could easily have killed Judith Ferguson myself. My work, her acclaim. But I certainly wouldn't dream of it now.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink. It's getting late.
I'm so mixed up. These 2 days have been... Wait.
What's the matter?
Someone's come into the lab.
I didn't hear anyone.
No sound, no. But someone's here. Now I remember. Last night, I remember. I was alone. I thought it was you.
What are you talking about, John?
It's back. It's here in the lab, just like last night.
John, stop this.
There it is. Good Lord. What? Shh. It's my shadow. My shadow, alive, and with a will of its own.
You saw this last night?
Yes. Now watch. It moves along the wall. So slowly. Silently.
I can't believe I'm seeing this.
I couldn't believe it either, Steve. There it goes. Look. Along the wall. The drapes. Now, out the window. Just like last night.
It's gone.
Just like last night. It vanished at the window. And then, Dr. Ferguson.
Ferguson? You don't think it was responsible for...
It seems to have a will of its own. Steve, where is it going now?
You've heard it said that some people are afraid of their own shadow. Well, it seems that Dr. Gilbert's shadow is something to be afraid of. It has already disposed of one of Dr. Gilbert's dark, subconscious resentments. And there's not the shadow of a doubt there'll be more sinister happenings when I return shortly with Act 3. A shadow is on the loose. A shadow with a will of its own, now drifting, gliding. And where, indeed, is it going next? What or whom is it after? Both John Gilbert and Steve Kaplan saw it pass through their lab. There's no doubt that Dr. Gilbert's shadow has an existence of its own. And Gilbert seems to think he knows what it's been up to.
John, are you suggesting that this thing killed Judith Ferguson?
I'm quite certain it did.
That's impossible.
The policeman said Judith died of suffocation. No marks on her body. A locked room. Does that sound like an ordinary murder?
No, but why Dr. Ferguson?
I don't know. Perhaps because I wished her dead at one time. I think we should notify this Lieutenant Healy.
And tell him what? That we think a shadow is out killing people? Your shadow? He'll lock us up.
Oh, I know. It does sound like nonsense.
If this thing is a part of you that disengaged itself when you took the serum, it should return to normal when the serum wears off.
Steve, it has worn off. I took that injection more than 24 hours ago. But that thing still exists.
I'm still not sure I buy it, John. We don't know how long the serum might stay in your body.
We found no trace of it in the mice after 4 hours.
True, but their shadows didn't go wandering around either.
Perhaps mice don't have resentful souls.
Oh, you've really sold yourself on the idea that some astral part of you killed Judith Ferguson.
When the serum changed my molecular structure, who knows what it released? I am changed permanently. The serum wore off long ago. And that thing out there continues to exist.
Lab 2, Dr. Kaplan.
Oh, Steve, Margot. Is John there?
No, he went home around 4 o'clock.
Oh, I can reach John at the apartment then.
Yes.
How is he, Steve? I mean, really, after the experiment.
Tired. Very tired. We both are. But there were no serious effects.
Oh, I'm glad of that. How did the news of Dr. Ferguson affect him?
He was shocked. The police were here this
The
morning.
police? Why?
Well, they're questioning everyone who knew her.
But why John? They certainly don't suspect him.
Of course not. It's routine.
Well, I'd better call him. Thanks, Steve.
Bye, Margot.
That must be Bill. Coming! Come in, Bill.
Feeling better today, darling? You were pretty upset last night.
Yes. I'm sorry I spoiled our dinner.
Margot, we've got some things to talk about that can't wait.
I know. John.
No, not John. You're the one who's making my life complicated, not John. Do you want me or don't you?
Of course, Bill. But why do you insist I cut off every mention of John?
I won't share you.
Oh, Bill, that's kid stuff.
It's not kid stuff, and it's not only this weekend. I felt it for weeks.
I am trying desperately to control myself. I've had a nerve-wracking weekend, and you won't let up on me.
Then tell me what's so special about Dr. Gilbert this weekend.
Bill, let go of my arm.
Tell me.
He's doing an experiment.
So?
Well, he's trying to...
To what?
Bill, there's someone in the bedroom.
What?
I just saw a shadow pass the bedroom door.
But how could anyone get in through the...
Bill, what is it?
A shadow. Moving along the wall. The shadow of a man.
I see it. But how?
This doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
There's no one here. Just a shadow.
Oh, Bill, I'm frightened.
It stopped. Now it's sliding down the wall.
Coming along the floor. Coming toward us. Oh, Bill, it's covering you.
I can't breathe.
I don't know what to do.
Get out.
Oh, Bill.
Get away, Margot.
No, Bill.
We haven't been able to get a word out of her, Dr. Gilbert. She's in deep shock.
Then you don't know what happened in Margot's apartment.
I'm hoping you'll be telling me. This smacks of more than coincidence, Dr. Gilbert. 2 people whose lives touched yours, dead within 24 hours of each other, and killed the same way.
Are you ready to believe me?
Ready?
My shadow killed them both. I don't know who will be next.
Now, look, Dr. Gilbert, if you're going to make light of this, I'll be damn sure you're sorry.
Oh, I'm not making light of anything. My shadow is loose, with a will of its own.
Now, you may be an eminent scientist.
Look at the floor, Lieutenant. Look! There's your shadow. Where's mine?
Oh. Well, okay, I've read enough science fiction to believe it, but don't ask me to be putting out an all-points bulletin on your shadow. Shadows don't kill people, Doctor. People do.
Is that you, Bill?
Margot, it's John.
John. Oh, Bill's dead.
Relax, Margot. Don't try to talk.
Oh, it was so horrible. The shadow on the wall. It came at us. It moved along the floor. And then Bill choked.
Mrs. Gilbert, you saw this shadow. Only a shadow.
There wasn't anybody there. Nothing but a shadow. A shadow.
Well, I'll be outside. I've got to make a phone call.
John, how is Margot?
She's out of shock. They have her sedated.
This Bill Watkins was victim number 2.
There's no doubt. She saw the shadow. It enveloped him and slowly suffocated him.
What does Lieutenant Healy say?
I told him the whole story. He had a hard time accepting it until Margot confirmed the shadow.
Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Kaplan, we've got real trouble.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
2 more deaths, exactly like Ferguson and Watkins.
Who?
A reporter from the Herald, Jim O'Hara.
I never heard of him.
Well, how about a Helen Morris, a bridal consultant at Long's Fashion Center?
No, I don't know her either.
Oh, you're positive there's no connection?
None at all.
That means the thing is hitting at random.
Oh, Lord, what have I done?
Look, is there any clue, Dr. Gilbert, anything that might help?
There hasn't been time to study it. It only started yesterday, and... Wait a minute. There is something. The shadow always returned to the laboratory. I saw it first before Dr. Ferguson did.
And then we both saw it there this morning, before it went after Bill Watkins.
Then your lab is the most likely place to look for it.
I don't know. I don't know what it will do. Still, I'm responsible.
How can we stop it if it does show up?
Well, we'll worry about that later. If this leaks to the press, we'll have a panic. That's right, Captain. Dr. Gilbert thinks it will come back here to his lab. No, well, I don't know. Wait a minute. The captain thinks he ought to send a cordon, surround the lab.
You wanted to keep this quiet.
No cordon's going to catch a shadow.
Hello, Captain. The doctors think it'll attract too much attention. I agree. Okay, we'll wait. And keep your line open. Well, almost an hour. 9 o'clock.
I wonder if we're driving it off waiting like this, Lieutenant. I think it'd be better if I were alone.
No way. I'm going to be staying.
Dr. Gilbert has a point, Lieutenant.
Well, there's nothing any of us can do if it does appear. You can't shoot it, catch it. Why don't you leave me alone and see what happens?
Well, maybe you know more about this than I do. I'll go along. I'll be right downstairs, though.
I'll wait with the lieutenant, John. Maybe this is between you and whatever it is. Your shadow.
Yes. Yes, I think it is.
I don't like leaving him alone.
Neither do I, Lieutenant. But I don't know what else to do. If the shadow comes back, maybe he can deal with it.
And it may not come back. It may keep on killing.
Who knows what it's going to do?
You ever heard of anything like this before? I can't believe I'm staking out a shadow.
We can wait in here. Faculty lounge.
Well, I only wish I knew what we were waiting for.
Tape 12. Sunday, February 19, 9:30 p.m. There have been no further effects on my body. Nothing more to indicate the cause of this strange transformation that's taken place with the loss of my shadow and the subsequent power of that being. Will it return to me? I know now what I have to do, what I must do. There it is, slipping in at the window. I knew you'd be back. There's only one way you can be stopped. When I die, you'll have to return to me, locked to me as you were all through my life. My shadow, no longer with a will of your own. It's my own life that gives life to you.
Almost 9:30.
I think we ought to go back up. At least we can see if he's okay.
Maybe you're right. Come on.
Yeah, I got my doubts about anything happening like this.
That's John.
I'm getting me gun ready.
John!
He may still be alive.
John.
Let me get to the phone. Police emergency. Get me.
He's dead.
Never mind. The gun's still in his hand. He never fired a shot.
And there's not a mark on him.
The thing. Just like the others.
We'll never know. Oh, John.
What are you doing, Doctor?
What I should have done long ago. Destroying the formula and everything about this fiendish project. The chemicals, the notebooks, even the tapes. I don't want to know anymore. I hated this thing from the start.
I got to call headquarters. That thing may still be on the loose.
No. No, it isn't, Lieutenant. Look on the floor.
Oh. Yes, I see.
Yeah. The shadow of a man slumped over in his chair. Do you have any doubt it's Gilbert's shadow? As still as he is.
What did kill Dr. Gilbert? His shadow? His subconscious? Dr. Gilbert went too far over the border of man's understanding. He delved too deeply in secrets that should remain untouched. For in all of heaven, earth, and even hell, there are some things that are better left untampered with. And this was one of them. I'll be back shortly. Stand up and take a good look at your shadow. Is it following your every move? Is it really the shadow you're casting, or, look closely now, do you detect a little deviation, a little rebellion, a hint that perhaps your shadow might like to do its own thing? Maybe you'd better turn off the lights. That's the surest way I know of getting rid of shadows, wanted or otherwise. Our cast included Nat Polen, Joan Shea, Gordon Gould, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Money has been called many things, but the cynical observation that applies to our story is from Thomas Jefferson, who said, "Money, and not morality, is the principle of commercial nations." Change that a little to, money and not morality governs most of our lives, and you will understand our tale. It begins a week after a death in a family, and it begins on a jarring note.
Miss Armstrong, I have been a jeweler here for over 35 years, and I've never seen anything like it.
Mother willed it to me. She loved that pearl necklace. But it's not for me. It's more for an older woman. What's it worth, Mr. Towner? I want to sell it.
No, my dear girl.
My father bought it from you.
He didn't buy this pearl necklace from me. Miss Armstrong, these pearls are imitation. They're made of paste. They're fake.
Our mystery drama, Crime Casts a Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Evie Juster and William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Carrier Air Conditioning and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our theme is money and morality. It is said of Diogenes that he walked around in the daylight carrying a lantern, looking for an honest man. Well, that was a little extreme. There are honest men and women, but there are also otherwise honest men who sometimes yield to extreme temptation. Bart Lerner, for example.
Yes, thank you for being so thoughtful. No, there was no suffering. She just, drifted away. My stepdaughter and I were with her when she died. We've expected it for almost a year, after all. No, there was no chance of recovery. It was nephritis, and the kidneys just stopped functioning. Thank you again. I sure appreciate your call. Yes, goodbye.
Hi, Bart. You got a minute?
Oh, hey, Gay. You up so early? It's only 9:30. Oh, sure. I'm not expected in White Plains till 10. What is it?
Remember this?
Sure, of course. Your mother's pearl necklace.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. Well, what are you doing with it? I thought it was in the safe deposit box at the bank.
It was. I picked it up yesterday.
Oh? Why?
Well, my mother left it to me in her will. No conditions attached. She suspected I'd sell it and use the money as a nest egg.
Well, why not, honey? It's too old-fashioned for a young woman like you. You might as well sell it.
I tried to.
Well, you mean today?
Mm-hmm. At 9 o'clock this morning. I had an appointment with Max Tallner.
Oh.
My father bought the pearl necklace from him years ago. 15 years ago. 5 years before he died.
Yeah. Well, what did old Max offer you for it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. Not a cent. Max said the necklace is worthless. The pearls are artificial, made of some kind of paste or something.
Well, be darned. Are you sure?
He was. He sold a real pearl necklace to my father for $12,000. I thought I might sell it for 15 or more.
Well, I don't know about that, Gabe.
The real necklace is worth that much or more, but that's beside the point now. This imitation isn't worth anything. Bart, what happened to the original necklace? Have you any idea?
No, honey, I really haven't.
Well, didn't my mother ever talk to you about it?
No, your mother was a very sick woman for the last year, Gay. She was bedridden. I haven't seen her wear that necklace for many years.
Did you put it in the safe deposit box for her?
Not that I recall. No, she must have done that herself before she was confined.
What could have happened to the real necklace, and who replaced it with this?
Gail, let me ask you something. What value has the necklace for you?
Well, it was a kind of trust fund for me. With $15,000, I could begin to build an estate.
Sure. And instead you feel cheated.
I don't know what I feel. I can't believe that Mother cheated me. Do you think she sold it? But if she did, why didn't she tell me? And why should she have sold it, Bart? You and my mother were pretty well fixed for money.
Oh, not that well. Sure, the past year I've done well. But before that, with your mother's illness, we were pretty pinched. You know, medical expenses and... let's not talk about it. It's only 2 weeks ago since she...
I know. I feel terrible. Like a vulture. But Mother would have understood. The necklace was left to me to keep or to sell. And now I can't do either. Could she have sold it?
Sure, she may have.
You say that, Bart, as if you know something you're holding back.
No, it's nothing I know.
But it is something you suspect, right?
Well, I was puzzled at the time, I admit. I was thinking of taking out a second mortgage on the house to meet some large bills. And your mother objected strongly. You know how she was. Pay as you go and stay out of debt.
I know. But if she sold the necklace, why didn't she tell me about it?
Probably because she expected to redeem it. I really don't know, Gay.
Well, I want to find out.
Look, I tell you what. The necklace was worth, say $15,000, right?
I know my father paid more than 10.
And that amount of money was going to be your nest egg.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to make out a check for that amount and give it to you.
What?
No, I mean it. You'll have all your money, and we'll say no more about it.
Well, but
Now, not a word, honey. This is what your mother would have wanted.
Oh, then you know she sold the necklace.
I know nothing of the sort. All I know is that I never took a loan, and somehow the bills got paid. The nurse who stayed with us, the doctor bills, the hospital tests. Oh, sure, the insurance covered part of it, but almost half of the expenses we had to pay for. I insisted, she explained, but she just smiled, you know the way she did, and said I wasn't to worry. I had enough to worry about with my contracting business.
So you suspected she'd sold the necklace, huh?
Your mother never would let the subject come up.
I didn't realize.
Now, look, it's all settled.
Bart, I just can't let you...
Honey, look at it this way. If your mother helped me out at a time when I sure needed help, I owe her whatever the necklace is worth today. We'll make it $15,000. The necklace was left to you. It's gone. Let's forget it. But I can't forget what I owe. I'll have a certified check for you for $15,000 when I come home from work.
But I don't know what to say.
I'm very fond of you, honey. I think of you as a daughter.
Oh, and you know I'm fond of you. All I can say is thank you. It's an awful lot of money.
No, I done well this year. I don't think about it.
Well, what do you suppose became of the real pearl necklace?
Somebody bought it.
Through the jeweler, Max Tallner?
Maybe, or maybe it was sold direct. I wouldn't know. Why?
Curiosity. I just can't imagine Mother selling it without saying anything.
I thought we'd agreed to forget about it, Gay.
Oh, I suppose I should, but, oh, it bugs me. It's so unlike Mother.
Well, there's nothing to do. Just forget it.
I can't. I have to find out what happened to the real pearl necklace.
I don't know, Gay. Sounds all right to me. I wish someone would drop 15 grand into my lap.
But don't you think there's something funny about it? You're a lawyer. You ought to know something.
Well, not the way you've explained it to me. A, your stepfather was pressed for money.
Right.
B, your mother sells her pearl necklace and pays the bills.
Mm-hmm.
C, your stepfather suspects that what she has done, and now he very generously is giving you a check for 15 grand to compensate for the loss you've sustained because the necklace was sold.
I've got a feeling there's something odd about this whole business. Would my mother have done something like this? You knew her, Press.
Well, she certainly wasn't evasive or deceptive. What you want to know is who's got the real necklace, right?
Yes, I do.
Some rich old doll in the city. So what?
Oh.
I don't know what you're out to prove. Some woman's got the necklace, you've got the money, or you will have it. So why not forget it? No. You think your mother didn't sell the necklace. You think that maybe Bart Lerner stole it.
Oh, I don't know. I just can't believe it. Not Bart. He's a good man.
Well, lots of good guys have turned bad.
Oh, not Bart.
Well, then what about this feeling of yours?
Well, it's also unsatisfactory. Now, listen to me. I telephoned Max Tallner, the jeweler, late this morning because Bart said maybe Max had bought the necklace from my mother. The answer is no. Max sold it to my father, but he hasn't seen it since, not in 15 years. So where could Mother have disposed of the thing?
Well, maybe in the city. Lots of dealers.
You mean fences, right?
No, legitimate dealers. The necklace hadn't been stolen. Your mother owned it. She had a right to sell it or to borrow on it.
Well, but maybe somebody took it out of the safe deposit box at the bank.
Impossible. Only someone authorized is allowed to examine a safety deposit box.
Mother, me, Bart Lerner. And I didn't swipe the necklace.
And neither did your mother. It was her property. She had a right to remove it. And neither you nor Bart Lerner had that right. So if your mother didn't sell it, and if you didn't steal it...
Don't be stupid, Fred.
Well, then Bart Lerner did. Look, we're going around in circles, baby. Let's have some dinner. We can talk more over some food, huh?
All right, Press. But I want to get to the bottom of this funny business for my own satisfaction. It just wasn't like Mother to sell such a gift for my father.
Hello? Yes, this is Arnold Walling. Oh, why, yes, of course. Well, perhaps it could be arranged. Tonight? Oh, that sounds impossible. Well, let me see. It's almost 7 o'clock. You say she's out to dinner or then possibly the theater? Yes, I understand your problem. It's a matter of time. You will have a check? Yes, of course. I will return your call. I will do my best. Goodbye. And there goes my evening. But a fee is a fee. Yay, I'm glad to see you out. I was awfully sorry to learn about your mother.
Thanks, Mike.
How's the ambulance chaser?
And how's the scandal monger? Sit down, Mike.
Just for a second, Press. If Gay doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Oh, thanks. You all right, Gay?
I think so. It was bound to come, so we were prepared for it. But it still leaves a big blank in our lives, Bart's and mine.
Yeah. You gonna stay on with him?
Oh, for a while. But I really want a place of my own.
Well, what about this clod here?
This Claude's going to marry the lady whenever she sets the date.
Oh, Gay, don't. He's just after your money.
I've just come into some, Mike.
Don't tell him, baby. Don't you know that a reporter is like a ferret in a rabbit warren? Scrap of news and he pounces?
Well, maybe he can help.
Name it, Gay.
Look, Mike, as a pal, give Gay a break, huh? And no story without her approval, all right?
Cross my heart, Press. What's the story, Gay?
Well, my mother left me a $15,000 pearl necklace.
Wow.
Wow was right. It was the real thing. Genuine. And when I had Max Towner appraise it this morning, it turned out to be a fake.
You know how it is after someone has died. Not long after the mourners have departed, the oftentimes unhappy business of settling the estate begins. It's somewhat unusual, however, when a daughter discovers that a costly pearl necklace willed to her by her mother is worthless. Had the mother sold it? Perhaps. Had the stepfather sold it? More likely. But why? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. To believe with certainty, we must begin with doubting. That was written a couple of 100 years ago. Nothing highly original about it. Common sense ought to teach us, if not to doubt, at least to question. And that's what Gay Armstrong has been doing ever since her remarkable discovery. A pearl necklace willed to her by her mother and kept in a safety deposit box in a bank has been appraised as worthless. What became of the necklace? We will soon find out.
Well, that's quite a story, Gay.
What do you think?
Oh, I don't know what to think.
Let's be practical. The necklace is gone, but Gay has the $15,000.
Yeah. I'm sure the money is great, but that's not her point. There's a mystery about the whole thing. What happened? That's what Gay wants to know.
Exactly.
The whole thing's as phony as plastic wood.
Meaning my mother didn't sell the necklace?
Of course not. Bart Lerner stole it. Oh, honey, I know how you feel about him. I like him, too. But he must have needed money, so he grabbed the necklace and sold it.
You really think that Bart Lerner stole the necklace?
Sure. Who else?
Well, my mother may have gone to the bank and...
Oh, I doubt it. She was a pretty sick lady. It's easy to check. The receptionist at the bank vault makes you fill out a slip. Ask the bank to check out the time anyone asked for your safe deposit box, and you'll find out if your mother went to the bank this past year.
That's an idea.
I mean, it's obvious. I'll bet only Bart Lerner had gone to the bank. Also, can you believe for a minute that if Bart needed money, he wouldn't have talked it over with your mother and that she wouldn't have said, sell the necklace? They had a happy marriage, Gay. His story about all the secretness is so much hogwash. Either your mother said it was okay to sell the necklace, or he stole it and sold it.
But which was it? And how can we prove it?
You can't. Bart can always say your mother agreed to have him sell the necklace. And you can't disprove that, Gay.
But Mother would have told me.
Maybe. I guess I'm with Preston there. Take the $15,000 and forget the mystery.
If my mother told Bart he could sell the necklace, why didn't he say so? Why didn't he tell me soon after the funeral and before I went to the bank to get the necklace to have it appraised?
I don't know.
Well, don't you find that kind of funny?
He had a lot on his mind, honey, after all.
No, you can't convince me. What about now? He is giving me a check for the money because the necklace is false.
Well, he's in the money now, Gay.
But does anyone just hand over $15,000 to a stepdaughter? That strikes me as a guilty conscience.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
What?
A year or so ago, Bart says he was pinched for money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about now, today?
He's making a lot of money.
Doing what? I know he's a contractor, but what specifically is he doing? What's he building?
Well, I can answer that, Mike. Bart's company is building a big stretch of road in northwest New York State. Miles and miles of it. Now, why? What are you thinking?
A real story.
You've lost me, Mike.
Good. Forget it. Let me just do a little digging. If I discover anything, I'll let you know.
But what about my necklace? Mike, maybe if you ran a little human interest story in the forum...
No, I don't think so. That could embarrass you.
I agree. All Mike could write about would be your suspicion that Bart Lerner stole the necklace. We don't know that.
I'm sure of it now.
That's not good enough, honey. You have to have proof. Also, so soon after your mother's death, you'd look, well, greedy.
Oh, I suppose that's right. But what do I do?
I got an idea. If it pans out, we'll know what happened to the real necklace. And I'll have a story for our front page.
What kind of a story, Mike?
Graft.
Good evening, Mr. Worley.
It is kind of you to see me, Mrs. Knight. I apologize for my late visit.
9:30? I'll be up for hours. Well, Mr. Worley, I'm intrigued by your visit. What you told me over the telephone.
Oh, well, it's a very unusual situation.
The original owner of the pearl necklace wants to buy it back. Isn't that what it comes down to?
Yes. That's it.
Well, may I ask why? Not that I'm willing to sell the necklace. It's an extraordinary piece, worth much more than we paid for it when we bought it from you.
Oh, I realize that. I told you that it was an exceptional buy.
And you were correct, for which we are very grateful.
Thank you. I would say that the necklace today would bring as much as $25,000.
Indeed. It is appreciated in value.
Yes, I have a check here in that amount.
I beg your pardon.
Here is my check for $25,000, Mrs. Knight.
But I have no idea of selling the necklace.
I know that.
You're being very mysterious.
I will give you this check. You give me the necklace. Keep the check. Don't deposit it. In a few days, I will return with your necklace, and you will give me the check. I will tear it up and give you another check for $1,000.
$1,000?
For your cooperation.
I have never heard of anything like this.
Well, neither have I. I told you it is a very unusual situation.
But it doesn't make sense. Why would the original owner want the necklace back for just a few days?
I cannot tell you, Mrs. Knight. Perhaps when I return the necklace...
What if I refuse to cooperate?
Well, I will just report your refusal to my client. Well, there are some persons who, shall we say, play rough.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Walling?
Oh, good heavens, no. The very idea of violence appalls me.
Well, it sounded like a threat.
Well, not from me. But if my client can't explain the disappearance of the pearl necklace to others, there's no telling how many persons might be hurt.
Well, it's not only unusual, Mr. Walling. It's rather unpleasant.
Oh, I agree.
What if I turn the necklace over to my bank? Don't tell me these so-called strange men would break into the bank.
Oh, no, certainly not. That would be crude and obvious.
You frighten me.
It frightens me, too. Why do you think I've given up my evening to pay you this visit? I've enjoyed meeting you again, but I'm not here by choice.
I see. Then I really don't have a choice, do I? The police?
Oh, they could protect you. Up to a point.
It is incredible. Sickening. As if I were being watched and controlled by some kind of secret police.
Well, Mrs. Knight?
Give me your check.
Oh, thank you. I will return the necklace in a few days.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Walling. Sorry for both of us. Excuse me.
Hi, honey.
What, Bart? It's almost midnight. What are you doing up so late?
Oh, waiting up for you. You have a nice time?
Very nice.
Well, how's Preston?
Fine. Did you just wait up, or did you want to see me about something?
Well, yeah, matter of fact, I did.
Oh?
I've been thinking about you all day long. How upset you were this morning about your mother's necklace. And by the way, here's that check for you.
Bart, I don't know.
Now, please, I want you to have it.
But $15,000.
The real necklace is worth at least that much. So give me the fake necklace and we'll drop the subject for good, huh? You have it here?
Yes, I left it in the desk drawer.
All right, hand it over to your old stepfather and you'll never see it again.
All right. I might as well tell you, Bart. I talked this over with Preston.
Huh?
Here's the box.
Oh, thank you. So, what did Preston have to say?
Take the check and forget about the necklace.
Smart young man. Now, let me take a look at this thing.
It's quite beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Hard to believe it's a fake. I couldn't tell, could you?
No. But we're not experts. They look like genuine pearls to me. I couldn't possibly tell the difference.
No, neither could I. I mean, I've never seen more perfect match pearls. And these are fake?
That's what the jeweler said.
I wonder if he knows.
Max Tallner? Oh, sure he does. He sold the real pearl necklace to my father. Why wouldn't he know?
Well, Max Tallner's a pretty old man.
You think he could be mistaken?
I couldn't say, but these look pretty good to me. I mean, if this necklace is fake, it's one great piece of work.
Oh, I wish I knew more about stuff like this.
Well, let's not worry about it. You got the check, I got these. Maybe I'll have another jeweler examine them.
Why don't we go back to Max?
We?
Well, why not? I owe it to you, Bart.
What do you mean, owe it?
Well, Bart, will you forgive me if I tell you something?
Forgive you for what?
My crazy imagination.
You come again?
Well, I thought about what you told me this morning, and I just couldn't quite believe it, Bart. I mean, Mother selling the necklace to pay bills and not telling me about it.
Well, don't you think it would have embarrassed her, selling something she had already willed to you?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Now.
And what else went through that imagination of yours?
Oh, I'd rather not say. Makes me feel crummy.
Wow. Oh. Did you think that I had stolen the necklace?
Oh, please.
Well, of course. It was a perfectly natural thing to think. I thought about it at work today. I knew what you were thinking.
I feel terrible about it. Please forgive me.
Done. And now let's forget it.
Are you going to see Max Tallner tomorrow?
Well, we might as well.
Wouldn't it be wonderful? Oh, it couldn't be. I was going to say, wouldn't it be wonderful if this necklace is the genuine one?
Why, would you want it back?
Oh, no. It's beautiful. But it's not for me.
You do prefer the check.
Oh, yes. Oh, but I'd be happy if this thing was really worth what you paid for it.
Oh, that's too much to hope for. But it would be like having $15,000 fall right into my hands, huh? Yeah, Max said it was worthless. Well, he should know.
He could have been mistaken.
Maybe. We'll find out in the morning. Now, come on, take your check. And I'll put this necklace in the wall safe. Just in case.
From what we've heard, that pearl necklace seems to be a rope of hemp around Bart Lerner's neck. Why? Even though he took the necklace and sold it, no one could prove that his wife had not given it to him to sell. That was the reporter's point. But a crime, however small, somehow has a way of raising its head and staring down the person who committed it. I still don't know what Bart's real crime was, but we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3.
does cast a long shadow, meaning that there is always a vestige of a shadow trailing, however faintly, the person who did something wrong. Many crimes are not detected, of course, but they are known to the person, and try as hard as he will, his knowledge of something evil he has done cannot be erased from his conscience. If a man's life is his character, as many philosophers and writers maintain, then Bart Lerner was flawed by the weakness of temptation. Its consequences will now become apparent.
Oh, well, my goodness, Miss Armstrong. You back again?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a pest, Mr. Tom.
No. Come in, my dear. Come in.
This is my fiancé, Preston Welch, and Mike Shea, a reporter on the forum.
Then I don't want to talk to him. He'll make me look like a fool.
No, I won't, Mr. Towner. I'm after something bigger than what happened to you.
What happened to me? Oh, what happened to me was I couldn't tell a fake pearl necklace from a real one. And if you print that story, I'll be laughed out of business. I've already apologized to Miss Armstrong and to Mr. Lerner.
Mr. Towner, is there any doubt in your mind that the necklace you saw this morning, an hour and a half ago, is genuine?
No, not a doubt in the world. Yesterday I looked at the same necklace and told Miss Armstrong the pearls were fake.
No, you didn't, Mr. Towner.
I didn't. Well, I must be going crazy.
You are the victim of a switch.
The first necklace you saw was a fake. And last night, Bart Lerner and Miss Armstrong looked at it again. Lerner had his doubts about your appraisal. This morning they showed you the genuine pearl necklace.
Is this true?
We think so, Mr. Towner.
Well, then I haven't lost my mind.
No.
But why the switch? Can you prove it?
We're going to try. We need your help. If you were going to sell the real pearl necklace, who would you take it to?
Well, no one here in White Plains, I don't think. New York City, probably, yes. The big buyers and sellers are in the jewelry center down there.
Uh-huh. Can you give me some names?
Oh, there are so many. Becker, Taubner, Woling. It's Arnold Woling. He's very big.
Uh-huh.
He arranges many big deals and all legitimate.
Press, hit the road and see what you can find out about, Arnold Woling.
I'll go with you, Press.
No, you won't. You get back to your job. I'll report back to Mike if I have any luck.
And I've got reports coming in already.
Reports? About what?
Payola, baby. The truth about your pearl necklace could rock the state.
Thank you for seeing me, Mr. Walling.
You said that you are a lawyer?
Yes, I practice in White Plains.
Oh, I see. And you said you wanted to ask me about a pearl necklace with the idea of buying one?
No, Mr. Walling. With the idea of finding out the name of the person from whom you bought it.
Assuming that I did buy such a necklace, the name of the seller is confidential information. You can, of course, understand that.
Of course.
Just what is your interest in the necklace?
It was willed to a young lady I know. When she went to have it appraised, it was declared worthless. A fake necklace had been substituted for the genuine one.
Oh, I see.
Do you, Mr. Walling? Someone had to make that false necklace. You bought the genuine one and sold it.
Those were legitimate transactions, Mr. Welch.
I don't question that, but if you sold it, how did it happen that this morning at 9 o'clock, the young lady had the necklace appraised a second time, and this time it was the genuine article?
I can't say.
Did you help to arrange the switch, Mr. Walling? And before you answer, it is the opinion of a very sharp newspaper reporter, Mike Shea, and mine also. The money obtained through the sale of the pearl necklace was used as payoff money to an unscrupulous member of the Roads and Highways Commission.
What does that have to do with me?
I want the name of the person who sold the necklace to you and the person to whom you sold it.
You don't know the former?
Yes, but I want your testimony as proof. And I want to visit the buyer in order to piece the scheme together.
And if I tell you what I know?
I'll give you my word that I'll protect you and the buyer from publicity and innuendo.
As a businessman, I have never violated a confidence.
I said I'd protect you from publicity and innuendo, Mr. Walling.
But can you protect my life?
And that is all I know, Mr. Welch. Welch, is it?
Yes. It's a beautiful necklace, Mrs. Knight.
It is. It is. Mr. Walling brought it back to me this morning, and I returned his check. You will keep my name out of the papers, won't you?
Certainly.
It's an evil talisman. Well, I'm sorry for the stepfather. You say he's a nice man.
Yes, he's very nice. He made a mistake is all. Not so much in selling the necklace to Mr. Walling, but in paying money to influence the paving contract.
You know that for a fact.
Just about.
You expect him to involve the man he bribed?
Well, he'll have to explain what he did with the money. If he won't, it'll go to court. Under oath, he'd have to talk. Alternative is jail. I wouldn't like to see that happen. Oh, but he'll be punished, of course. But if he cooperates with us, he might just be fined and placed on probation.
I'm sorry for him.
I am, too. As I said, he's really a nice man.
Bart Lerner speaking. What? Well, I can't believe... A story in tonight's forum. Oh, I'll be ruined. No, of course not. Who telephoned you? Walling? Well, it knocks me out. Yes, well, let me explain, please, sir. Look, my stepdaughter had the necklace appraised this morning. It was the real one. She was happy. She kept the check I'd given her, and I returned the necklace to Walling. I thought the whole thing was over and done with. Yes, sir, I realize it isn't a... Of course, sir. I'll protect you. Well, thank you. I'm going to need the best brains you can buy. I can't tell you how sorry I am. What do I do? What can I do?
Here's Mike.
Yep, right off the press. It's, not a nice story, Gay.
Oh, Mike.
Public road paved with pearls. Bart Lerner suspected of selling stepdaughter's heirloom necklace to bribe roads and highways official. It's all here, except for the names of Wall and Mrs. Knight. Thanks, Mike.
It's hideous. Poor Bart.
Poor Bart, my foot. He stole your necklace, Gay, and used the money for payola. He's a small frog. We've got the big one on the hook, and with or without Bart's cooperation, we're going to deck him.
But it is so cruel, seeing it in cold print like this. I can't face Bart. I just can't.
Yes, you can.
But I betrayed him.
Gay, if he had told you the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened. He deceived you. He made two mistakes. Acting surprised when you found out that the necklace was a fake, and then scrambling to work out a switch.
Come on, Gay, let's get over there. You can't hide from this.
He won't squeal on the commissioner.
You think he'll prefer to go to jail?
Bart, I'm so sorry.
All right, baby, all right. Come on, don't cry. Sit down, Preston, Mike.
Right, thank you.
Didn't know that rotten necklace.
There was nothing wrong with the necklace, honey. Now, come on, dry your tears.
How can you take it like this, Bart?
What else can I do? I made a mistake. I have to pay for it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It just breaks my heart.
Yeah, I'm kind of sorry, too. Well, Mike, you've had a field day, haven't you?
I don't look at it that way, Mr. Lerner.
You know, your newspaper is going to have a libel suit on its hands tomorrow.
We can support what I wrote.
You think so?
Yes. All that Preston and I found out isn't in that article.
Oh, I admit selling the necklace. My wife knew about that at the time.
That's not what you told Gay. You said she probably had sold it.
And you can't guess why. I didn't want Gay to think your mother and I had robbed her of a gift freely given.
Wait a minute. If you agreed to sell the necklace, why did you have Mr. Walling make a paste copy of it?
I don't think I'll answer that question. I gave Gay $15,000 for the imitation necklace.
To make her forget the whole thing, sure. But that's where I came in, Mr. Lerner. Just a little more than a year ago, you were awarded a big paving contract. Why you? Well, we ran that down. You got the contract because one of the commissioners recommended you very strongly.
Did you bribe him, Bart?
Gay, I've been an honest man all my life.
So you won't answer the question?
I've told you that your newspaper will have a libel suit on its hands tomorrow.
Look, we don't intimidate easily. If you want to sue for libel, go ahead. Then all the facts will come out, from the theft of the necklace.
I didn't steal the necklace, and I paid Gay what it's worth.
You're going to have to explain why you engineered this whole thing. And you're going to have to explain what you did with the 20 grand you got from Woling. Where did the money go, Mr. Lerner? It'll all come out. And if you won't talk, you know where you'll end up. Jail.
Don't say that, Mike.
He's right, though, Gay.
Bart, please admit what you did. If you did make a mistake, admit it. Isn't that what you've always told me? Admit a mistake and you can be forgiven?
Well, honey, that's easier said than done.
Have you been threatened? Already?
What are you talking about, Mike?
Oh, Gay, you're really very naive. Your stepfather is in trouble.
You mean if Bart talks, they'll kill him?
Sound melodramatic? Well, it's true. He's already been warned, haven't you, Mr. Lerner?
Yep.
Well, you get rubbed out or spend a long time in jail.
Not much of a choice, is it?
I wouldn't like to make it.
Well, I'm not talking.
I'll see you in court, Mr. Lerner.
Good night, Mr. Lerner. Gay, I'll be going too. Talk to you tomorrow, baby.
Okay. Bart?
Yeah?
Did you bribe that man?
No, honey.
You didn't?
No.
Well, I don't understand then. He got the money. If he had...
Yeah, he got the money.
Who gave it to him? Who is he, Bart?
I hadn't been very successful as a road constructor, never landed a big bid. I didn't know why. The man who received the money is named Thornbury.
I know him, Bart. He was a friend of my parents.
Yeah, and an influential man.
And you didn't give him the bribe money?
No, but I intend to say I didn't.
Well, if you didn't give it to him, who... Bart.
It got me the bid, honey. It was well-intentioned.
Mother. She did it for you. And now he'll go to jail.
It's our secret, Gay, honey. And no one is ever to know.
And so the long shadow of a loving intention, which was a crime, for bribery certainly is that, will imprison a guiltless man. Not if he'll tell the truth, but could he do that to the memory of his dead wife and to the stepdaughter he loves? Quite a remarkable man, Bart Lerner. I shall be back shortly. I leave you with this thought. Crime is never founded on reason. Mrs. Lerner wanted to do her husband a favor. He'll go to jail rather than sully his dead wife's memory. Yes, quite a remarkable man. Our cast included Evie Juster, William Redfield, Jay Gregory, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You don't remember me, Judge?
Oh, who are you?
I'm the girl who gambled and lost.
Stop talking in riddles.
I'm Althea, Judge, the town girl who wasn't good enough to marry Richard.
Dick, what's the meaning of...
The meaning is that I promised to pay you back, and I'm giving Dick $1 million to kill you.
Well, this is crazy.
Show him the revolver, Richard.
This is a joke.
Nobody should joke with a loaded .38 in his hand.
Dick, after all I've done for you...
What have you done for him lately?
I swear to you, I'll leave you everything in my will. Here, I'll even write it out now and sign it.
Can you give him $1 million? No, you don't have that much, and that's my bid.
Dick, you can't kill me. I've known you since you were...
Shoot him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, Pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your guide as we embark on a journey through a dark labyrinth of horror. But do not be afraid. I will be with you every terrifying minute. Together we will probe a ghostly shroud of mystery that thus far has concealed a horrible murder. I assure you, you will be in no danger. All that you see and hear takes place in your imagination. You cannot lose your life. You can only lose your mind. Our mystery drama, Brain Drain, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Ralph Goodman and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Most tales of terror begin just before a gruesome murder is about to take place. Our story begins after the fact. Space scientist Carl von Linden is already dead. His murder, if it was murder, was neither unusual nor gruesome. But there were strange circumstances surrounding his sudden and unexplained demise. Investigating these circumstances is Charles Carey, a government agent assigned by his superiors at the Bureau to make a routine check of the situation. With him at the dead man's apartment is his assistant, Henry Boggs. What they are about to discover is anything but routine.
Here we are, Lieutenant. I believe this was von Linden's apartment, number 17.
Yep. I've been here many times, Boggs. Under more pleasant circumstances.
You and he were good friends. His death must have come as quite a shock to you.
I was such a young man. Just turned 30. One of the most promising scientists the department has ever known. Open the door, Boggs. You have the keys?
Right, sir. Well, the rooms are rather large. Comfortably furnished.
Yep. Von Linden and I spent many evenings here trying to outguess each other's moves on that chess set.
What did he talk about?
Oh, everything. Anything. Except those top-secret experiments he was conducting. He was always open, friendly, easy to talk to. That is, until last week when he returned from Cairo.
Cairo? Well, then these must be the souvenirs of the trip. Excellent photos of the pyramid.
Yeah, he showed them to me. There's one picture there that still baffles me, though.
Which one?
This one, here. Of von Linden standing at the entrance of the large pyramid. You see, look, he's standing at one side, looking to his left, smiling, as though he was being photographed with someone else. But there's no one else in the photo, huh?
Well, now that you mention it, that is rather strange. Did you ever ask him about it?
No. He didn't seem to want to talk about that trip. There was this girl, Tara, I believe her name was, a young woman with a strange hypnotic quality. He was glad to return home to escape her spell.
Well, you don't think this Tara could have had any connection with his death?
That's not likely. She was in Egypt when he died. She called him just before he had that fatal stroke. No, unless there's some way you can kill a man through hypnotic suggestion, we'll have to rule Tara out as a suspect. Here, have a look at her.
Among these photos?
No, on this easel. There's a painting von Linden made from memory when those nightmares began.
Nightmares?
Yeah. Look at this face, huh? Hard to believe someone as beautiful as this could give you nightmares.
Oh, fascinating green eyes.
Even more startling when contrasted with raven black hair. Who was she, Boggs?
Inspector Warren. The Pentagon call? Yes, I'll take it now. Hello. Yes, General. I know. Carl Van Linden was an extremely gifted scientist. No, I'm completely satisfied that the death was the result of perfectly natural causes. Yes, come in. What you've heard, General, are just rumors. Yes, I see. Well, the Bureau will make that decision. Goodbye. Meddling old fool. Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Carey.
Oh, that's all right, Inspector. No, I'm sorry, but I'm here to give you as much trouble as the General.
Oh, about what?
The death of Carl Van Linden.
Oh, look, Carey, I know Van Linden was a close friend of yours. But there's no mystery here. I've been going over your file. You've done an amazing job for the Bureau, and we're grateful.
Inspector.
I've also noticed you hadn't had a day off since last November.
Are you suggesting I take a vacation?
Oh, there's nothing unusual here. Many men in their prime overwork, buckle up under accumulated pressure, keel over, quite suddenly, as your friend Van Linden did.
Inspector, I saw a young man in perfect physical health keel over, as you say, but it wasn't from overwork or accumulated pressure.
Harry.
I think I understand. Someone somewhere in this Bureau has decided that an investigation might produce results that could be damaging.
The decision to close this case was mine alone. Now, why don't you start that vacation I suggested?
Well, if you say so, sir.
Good. And why not start by coming to my home tonight? I'm giving a small dinner to introduce a young lady I've been seeing. Someone I'm rather serious about.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd...
Oh, you have a date? Fine, bring her. I'm sure Tara would love to meet her.
Tara?
Well, you heard me mention her before.
No. I mean, I guess so. There'd be no other reason the name would sound familiar to me.
Yes. Well, then you will be there. 8 o'clock?
Yes, Inspector. Yeah, I'll be there.
I'll get that, Charles. Carey.
Inspector.
Come in. I'm so glad you could come.
Thank you.
My guests are out on the patio. Here, let me take your coat.
Thanks.
I imagine you're anxious to meet Tara, the young woman I told you about.
Yeah, very.
She's quite a bit younger than I am. I don't know her age, really. Her beauty seems timeless, and I find her fascinating.
Well, you've been a bachelor all your life. I'm sure she must be fascinating.
You'll find her exactly as I described her to you.
Oh, you never did?
I beg your pardon?
Describe her. But if I may, let me describe her to you.
Well, how can you? You've never met her.
Well, I'd still like to try. You say she's fascinating.
Yes.
Therefore, her eyes are probably cat-like in quality. I'd say they were green, emerald green.
Well, go on.
And since her beauty, as you put it, is timeless, she has the translucent Egyptian skin tone, pale by comparison to most women. Milk white. Her hair. Black. Raven black.
Bravo! An amazing deduction. I've been standing here in the shadows, and yet this handsome young man has given an intimate description of me.
Tara. Well, do come in, Tara. I'd like you to meet our new Bureau expert on extrasensory perception, James Carey.
Oh, fascinated, Mr. Carey.
No more than I, Miss...
Just Tara. Call me Tara. Everyone does.
Everyone?
Oh, now, don't be jealous, darling. Carey, isn't he the young agent you were telling me about? The friend of that gifted scientist who had that unfortunate heart attack? Oh, my sympathies, Mr. Carey.
It was a great personal loss.
I understand. And yet the dead are gone. What purpose would it serve to exhume the body and perform an autopsy?
You told her of my request for an autopsy, sir?
Well, we were discussing the incident briefly.
We have no secrets.
Well.
If we're going to have silly bureau talk, I'll return to our guests. I was amused, Mr. Carey, when I entered the room, but if you insist on being intense...
No, Tara. Control that temper of yours. Don't leave. I was just trying to explain.
Yes, stay, Tara. As a favor to me.
Oh, Dr. Kadar, forgive the outburst. I did not know you had arrived.
I'm sure you did not mean to be impolite.
Mr. Carey, Inspector Warren, this is an old and dear friend of mine, Dr. Stefan Kadar.
Welcome to my home, Doctor. I don't believe Tara has mentioned you before.
I have been away on a journey.
To the Middle East, Doctor?
Why do you say that?
Oh, the souvenir you wear around your neck. The silver pendant engraved with hieroglyphics. That sapphire set in the center is an ancient Egyptian cat's eye, is it not?
You are quite observant, Mr. Carey.
Oh, Mr. Carey here is one of my staff of government investigators.
Investigating what, if I may ask?
Oh, nothing. At the moment, Doctor. I'm here as a guest, as you are. But I do find that pendant unusual, almost hypnotic. Can't seem to take my eyes off it.
Really?
He's right. It is fascinating.
It is getting rather late. I merely stopped by to extend my best wishes. By the way, Mr. Carey, what time do you have?
Huh? Time? Oh, that's 4:15.
4:15 in the evening, sir?
Oh. I'm afraid my watch has stopped.
Has it? I suggest you check his watch, Inspector. Mr. Carey seems confused.
Yes, of course. It has stopped. No, wait a minute. Good Lord, it's starting again. The hands are spinning. 5, 6, 7, 7:30. It's now exactly at the right time to the second.
Oh, darling, don't look so amazed. I should have warned you. Dr. Kadar is an unusual man with unusual powers.
Yes, I'll bet.
Mr. Carey is a source of exceedingly hostile vibrations. It is obvious he has little knowledge of the power of the mind.
Oh, you're wrong, Doctor. Just before you arrived, he performed an amazing feat of mental telepathy. He had never met Tara before, and yet without a single clue from me, he was able to describe her exactly.
Not nearly as impressive as your magnetic power.
Magnetic? How do you determine my power is magnetic?
To increase the forward speed of a watch, one would have to move metallic wheels and gears at an accelerated speed. To accomplish this, one would need electric or magnetic power.
Ah, clever, Mr. Carey, but entirely too logical. How would you say this is done?
I have no idea. Have you, Carey?
No, I don't.
Well, forgive my little prank. Tara, my child, you have my blessing.
Thank you, Kadar. I knew you would approve.
And now I must bid you good night.
Allow me to see you to the door, Doctor. Carey, escort Tara to the patio. I'll join you both there later.
Yes, sir. Well, they're gone. And now?
Now, Mr. Carey?
Aren't you going to suggest a walk in the garden?
You amaze me, Mr. Carey. You are not only a master of extrasensory perception, but a mind reader as well. If we leave by that door, we won't be seen. Coming?
I'm not sure.
Afraid?
Of what I can see, hear, and touch? No.
Take my hand. It is real, is it not? Alive, warm.
Who are you, Tara? Did my friend Carl von Linden ever truly know?
I know of no Carl von Linden.
There is a painting in his apartment, a portrait of a face he has seen many times in a dream.
Oh, surely not me.
Perhaps not. But one thing I do know for sure, the death of von Linden was an unnatural occurrence. I promise you his murder will not go unpunished. And those who have done the devil's bidding will spend an eternity in hell.
We have a determined investigator in Lieutenant Charles Carey. Tara seems innocent enough, and yet her resemblance to the portrait in von Linden's apartment is too remarkable to be coincidence. Inspector Warren's fascination for the young woman could prove to be a stumbling block
unless Carey can come up with cold, hard evidence linking his suspicions to fact. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Three days have passed since the untimely death of gifted space scientist Carl von Linden. The night Lieutenant Carey met the beautiful, fascinating Tara, he returned home, troubled, unable to sleep. That unforgettable face, the same face that haunted his friend von Linden, now haunts the dark recesses of his mind. Try as he might, he cannot shake off the persistent, ghostly image. Early the next morning, he and his assistant, Boggs, continue their investigation.
I'll bet it was quite a shock to find that Tara is now Inspector Warren's playmate. How did she get here so quickly from Egypt? Didn't you say von Linden spoke to her by telephone that night before he collapsed?
Yeah, it could have been a fake call made by someone else or pre-taped by Tara. The possibilities are numerous.
Oh? Do they include flying across the ocean at supersonic speeds or, shall we say, on a witch's broom?
Not likely. All right, let's start with the file. See what you can dig up on a man named Kadar, Stefan Kadar.
Who's he?
A man I met at the party. Calls himself Dr. Kadar. Tall, wiry, high cheekbones, white hair.
An older man? How old would you say?
Sure, he looked ancient. And yet he moved like a young athlete in his early 20s.
You think he's mixed up in von Linden's death?
I have a feeling there's a connection.
Tara and this Dr. Kadar?
Yeah. They seemed strangely close. I got the impression she's afraid of him. I'm going to stop off at Inspector Warren's office, make one last attempt to get his okay for that autopsy.
That would help.
I'll see what you can find on Kadar. I'll meet you at the inspector's office in 1 hour.
Gotcha. Oh, and Carey.
Yeah?
From what you've told me, someone out there doesn't want any further digging into this affair, so be careful.
Inspector Warren speaking. Oh, it's you, darling. No, you're not interrupting anything. Lieutenant Carey? No. As far as I know, he's on vacation. Those were my orders. The von Linden case has been officially closed. Why are you so concerned, darling? A conflict between me and Carey? No. He and I are still good friends. It's just that he has a personal interest in this one. And he can be stubborn. Darling, don't worry. I won't upset myself and I won't overwork. Darling, someone's at the door. Yes. See you tomorrow night. Goodbye. Boggs, what are you doing here?
Looking for Lieutenant Carey, sir. Isn't he here?
Here? No, he's on vacation.
Oh, yes, that. Well, he's still disturbed about the von Linden matter. He said he'd stop by to see you again about that autopsy. He was headed over here an hour ago.
Well, that's strange. You're sure he was coming here, Boggs?
Positive. He's anxious to exhume von Linden's body, have it checked out at the lab.
I told him that was out of the question.
Well, you know how he is.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm concerned about his not arriving here. When did you say he left?
Over an hour ago.
Well, he may have changed his mind. I made myself very clear. There's to be no further investigation, no exhuming of bodies, no autopsies. The case is closed.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm busy, Boggs, if you don't mind.
Yeah, but I have a feeling something has happened to the lieutenant.
Nonsense.
He's always punctual. And he distinctly said I was to meet him here in an hour.
For what purpose?
I don't know. But he was definite about his instructions.
And I tell you, he hasn't been here. Now, I don't want any more about Lieutenant Carey or about the death of von Linden. The investigation is over and the case is closed.
The inspector is right, Boggs.
Carey.
Where have you been, Lieutenant?
Walking. Reconsidering. The case. No need. No need for further investigation. I have been mistaken.
Well, I'm glad to see you finally come to your senses, Carey.
Come to his senses, sir. Look at him. He's lost all sense of time or reality. Look at his eyes. Empty. Glazed. Lieutenant Carey has been drugged. do you feel now, Lieutenant?
I'm better. Still a little shaky.
The inspector's with the doctor.
Uh-huh.
You had a rough time for a while.
Yeah, my head sure feels like it.
Can you remember anything? Anything that might give us a lead on how you came to be in this condition?
Well, I do remember leaving the office, heading for the elevator. On the way, somebody I haven't seen before said there was a call for me in Major Carlson's office. He's been transferred, you remember, to Rhodesia. So I picked up the phone, and a voice. There was a voice that was so familiar. It said,
Yes?
Don't press so hard, Carrie. It'll come to you.
But an hour completely dropped out of my life?
Not to mention the 6 hours following. What did the doctor say, Inspector?
You'll be all right. There's no official conclusion on what actually happened to him. The lab reports all look normal.
Normal. All because we're checking out a death that the Bureau refuses to classify as a murder case.
Perhaps I have been a bit stubborn about this. At first, things did look normal. But now, I just don't know.
You can find out.
How?
Okay, that autopsy.
You talked me into this, Carrie. There better be some evidence coming out of this ghoulish matter of digging up a fresh corpse.
They've raised the coffin, Inspector. Yep. All right, man. Step to one side, huh?
The coffin's intact. What now? This is your show, Carrie. Do you want it moved to the morgue for the autopsy?
Yeah, in a minute.
Well, why the delay? I thought you were eager for the report.
I am. But with your permission, I'd like them to open the coffin first.
Open it here?
That's right.
Carrie, you've been seeing too many horror movies. Exactly what's to be gained by... All right. Gentlemen, if you please, open the coffin. Good Lord. It's empty.
Exactly.
But who? How?
Save the questions, Boggs. I think it's time we track down some answers. Our case is once again officially open.
After 2 days of digging into the files, we don't seem to be any further along than we were before.
Nothing on Kadar?
Not a thing. The man just doesn't exist.
Well, perhaps he doesn't.
What?
Strange creatures, Kadar and Tara. One seems able to travel at the speed of light, be in two places at once, here in Egypt, and the other, Dr. Kadar, untraceable. Vanishes into thin air after making a mysterious appearance at the inspector's house.
Have you spoken to the inspector about this?
No, he's so taken with the beautiful Tara, I'm sure he won't listen to reason. Even if we had some facts to reason with.
Well, what exactly do we have?
Well, Carl von Linden met with foul play, or else his body would not have been removed from that coffin.
Jack?
And a theory, only a theory, mind you, but the murder of von Linden is part of a pattern. A brain drain that began 6 months ago, according to some checking I've been doing on my own.
Brain drains?
Yeah, a series of unexplained deaths of talented scientists. Deaths that have taken place in various parts of the world.
I don't follow.
Here, these clippings from the files of the international press. Possibilities I had expected have turned out to be facts.
Which are?
Fact number one, von Linden, American space scientist, dies suddenly, cause unknown, and his body vanishes mysteriously.
Well, that's true,
Fact
but
number two, reported in this newspaper from Leningrad. Ivan Salkovich, Russian scientist, drowned in the Baltic Sea. Body never recovered. Fact number three, Pierre Chamois, working on top-secret biochemical experiments in Paris, trapped in a laboratory fire of unknown origin. Body never found, or never acknowledged to have been found by the French government.
Well, that's fascinating, but I fail to see the link.
In each newspaper, there is a mention of a theatrical performance being given that week by a psychic, a mentalist, if you will, in the same city where each tragedy has occurred. And his name? Dr. Kadar.
Kadar? What's the next step, sir?
We're going to follow the trail that's warmest, Boggs. We're going back to that grave site.
There's the entrance to the graveyard, sir.
Yeah.
Right up ahead.
You got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Storm is brewing. It's getting dark.
I have it right here, sir. I'll move on ahead. Just follow me.
Right.
Can you see all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Fine, Box.
I wish I could say the same. Graveyards are not exactly to my taste.
Keep your eyes peeled for that gravesite.
Yeah.
I believe it's up ahead, just to your left, huh? Just beyond that large crypt? Yeah, the gravesite should be directly ahead now.
Here it is, sir.
Yeah, there it is. There's the open grave. Well, nothing seems to be changed. What's that?
The door, sir. To that large crypt.
Oh, yeah.
It's loose on its hinges, swinging in the wind.
Oh, it startled me for a moment. Hey, hold the light on the ground here. Huh? What's this? Huh?
What?
A silver pendant. It was half buried here in the soft earth. Hey, I've seen that before. Those ancient Egyptian symbols. The cat's eye. It belongs to Dr. Kadar.
Are you sure?
Positive. He was wearing it when I met him. I remember looking into it, feeling strange, somewhat hypnotized.
Yeah, it does seem to have that quality. Turn away, Lieutenant.
What? I feel controlled by a sort of supernatural presence. Look. That strange ectoplasmic form. There, alongside the open grave.
Well, I don't see anything, sir.
It's moving towards the crypt. We gotta follow it, Boggs. There's something there, something the apparition wants us to see.
There's nothing there. Come back, Lieutenant. Come back!
Yes, the mind is a fragile thing. And when it is under pressure, it has been known to conjure up strange, frightening illusions. Did Lieutenant Carey actually see something hovering over the open grave? What strange force has taken control of his will? What lies waiting in that ominous crypt? We'll find out more about this deadly situation when I return shortly with Act 3. Lieutenant Carey's murder investigation has succeeded only too well. It now looks like it may also succeed in adding the names of both Carey and Boggs to the list of unfortunate souls who have suddenly vanished. The sound you hear is a bubbling brown liquid from which emanates a shower of multicolored sparks. Giant electric coils slither up toward a mirrored ceiling, which is about to reflect an unspeakable evil. We are in a secret underground laboratory located directly up. I've said enough. I am merely your guide. You must complete the journey yourself.
Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. You can wake up now.
What?
Mr. Carey.
Dr. Kadar.
Precisely. I'm flattered you remember me. You are most kind, particularly for returning my pendant. For that favor, I have spared your life and the life of your equally annoying and meddling friend, Mr. Boggs.
Boggs? Where is he?
Lying right beside you, Mr. Carey. Asleep as you were but a few moments ago. I assure you he is all right.
Wake him. Come on, bring him around as you did me.
Certainly, as a show of good faith. Here is my silver pendant. If you will merely press the eye to his forehead...
He looks so pale. Boggs, are you all right?
Yes, Lieutenant, I think so. Where are we?
In an underground lab of some sort.
Quite correct. Still in the graveyard, gentlemen, directly under the crypt. You both descended the hidden stairs inside the tomb at my bidding. I think it is time I let you in on my little secret and put an end to your curiosity.
Who are you? Why have you brought us here?
Please, Lieutenant, don't ask any more questions.
You smell the air? Acrid fumes. That's an acid of some sort bubbling in those tanks.
Aha, you are right, Mr. Carey. But they are not for you. Those tanks are much too small to encompass a full-grown man. If you will look more closely, you will see they're merely the size of your head. Besides, they are already filled.
Filled? With what?
That, gentlemen, is my secret. If you will both follow me to this electronic panel, I use it as a control board.
Control? To control what?
This way, if you please. As a friend of Dr. Karl von Linden, you will be interested in what I have to show you.
Von Linden?
Yes. And Pierre Chamois. And Professor Salkovich as well.
Are you implying that these 3 acid tanks have something to do with the 3 men who have been murdered?
Murdered? That's a strong word, Mr. Carey. I have murdered no one. The men I have made reference to are still alive.
Alive? Von Linden, Chamois, and Salkovich alive?
In a medical sense, yes. When a man drowns or is horribly burned in a mysterious holocaust or merely collapses from sudden increase in heart rate, he is not necessarily dead. His body may be rigid, completely immobile, as these 3 you see here in this hermetically sealed glass case.
Von Linden. And the other 2 must be Chamois and Salkovich.
But as long as the brain continues to function, medically, a man is still alive.
These 3 gruesome corpses alive?
Come, gentlemen, you are looking in the wrong direction. Here are von Linden, Chamois, and Salkovich. Here, in these bubbling tanks, each containing one magnificent specimen of a superior brain. A living brain, if you will, kept alive by me.
You go. Careful, Boggs. He's got his hand on that control panel. Electric charge. He's not...
No. Just stunned. He will be all right, but that was rather foolish.
But where did that bolt of power come from?
That? Oh, that was through the courtesy of Mr. Chamois. I merely pressed this button to activate his brain and direct the power surge. Mr. Chamois did the rest.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Considering only one brain was activated. Imagine, if you will, the deadly destruction that would ensue if all 3 were activated at once.
What hit me?
Brainwave, Boggs, from one of those tanks, the one containing the brain of Mr. Chamois.
I suggest you do not try anything foolish. I do not wish to harm you, gentlemen. As I told you, I am not a murderer, merely a man of science devoted to organic and biochemical experiments.
Yeah, you mean like the one you conducted in France? The explosive gas, one that causes laboratories to go up in flames?
One of my minor efforts. Actually, it's a refinement of the ancient Egyptian fire. The container need not be cumbersome. A small lead-encased perfume vial set to go off at the precise moment.
Yeah, we already know the way it worked on Professor Chamois.
The poor fool. He was too in love with my beautiful Tara. Her perfume spray left in his coat pocket. Tara has been most helpful. She has brought me 3 magnificent specimens.
But brains without bodies?
I have no need for bodies, Mr. Carey. I have accomplished my objective. Superior brain power. A living, thinking power. Celebrating at my command. It is I who control them. And with them, I now have the power to build or destroy. As I wish it. When I wish it, where I wish it.
I will admit that little experiment you just demonstrated was impressive. For a minor achievement.
Minor achievement?
Oh, come now. I've seen more exciting electrical displays at our own local Museum of Science and Industry. Haven't you, Boggs?
Yeah, sure. Much more exciting, sir.
I see. You're testing me, are you, Mr. Carey? Trying to discover just what sort of power I have under my control. If it is excitement you want, gentlemen, I will be most happy to oblige with a little help from my friends. Professor Sarkovich. A shower of white-hot sparks, if you please, blocking the door in case our visitors decide to make hasty exit in the middle of this hall.
Good Lord. Will you look at that? Keep back, Boggs.
Now you, Dr. von Linden, a needle sharp laser beam, blue liquid fire, separating our two guests. Hold them prisoner, each to his own side of the room.
Watch it, Boggs. Jeez, that was too close for comfort.
And now, once again, I call on you, my good chamois. Repeat your fast performance. Strike Mr. Boggs with a kinetic bolt of current. This time, increasing the power to killing equation.
No, wait. Stop. You've proven your point. Dr. Kadar, we've seen enough.
I hear you, Mr. Carey. And so it seems of Salkovich, Chamois, and von Linden. The electrical display, as you put it, is over.
I must admit, that was really something.
Thank you. It has not been easy to develop this violence. These men are peaceful by nature. At times they resist and are not easy to control.
You mean you shock them? That's how you control them?
With embedded, heated electrodes. They have no love for me, my three professors, but they obey. And soon I will have more corpses, more brains.
And that's where Tara comes in.
Yes. Most beautiful child. But like most beautiful women, she has an insatiable need for power.
Which you provide. But why has she bestowed her gifts on Inspector Warren, huh?
Inspector Warren was not chosen for his brain, but for his social contacts in your space program. He has had his uses.
Had?
At this very moment, Tara is placing a small vial in his coat pocket. The incendiary charge is set to go off at midnight, when she's safely out of range of the deadly Egyptian fire.
And the newspapers will report another unfortunate accident.
Exactly. It is just past 11:30. You're not thinking of anything heroic right now, are you, Mr. Carey?
No. No, I was thinking about your three captive professors, how they must hate you.
Hate me?
Yeah, well, they must know what you have done to them, how you torture them, and for what purpose. What if they were to make a concerted effort to fight back? How much damage do you think they could do? Huh?
The thought is too fearful to contemplate.
But what if they try, Doctor, and succeed in wresting control from you?
It's impossible. I am in full control.
Well, then there is no harm in my urging them on, is there? Carl, do you hear me? Join forces with your tortured colleagues. Combine your mental powers. Rid yourselves of this madman once and for all.
Stop! You are confusing
No,
them.
I don't think so, Doctor. I think they know exactly what they are doing.
The beam! The laser beam! No. Von Linden! Stop! He's turning that missile beam towards me!
Yes, that's it, Carl. One surge of power. Destroy it all, and you're free.
The fire! It's blinding! The vials, sir. They're all exploding.
Run for it, Boggs. Run for it, or we'll never get out of here alive.
I can't believe it, Lieutenant. That chamber of horrors, it was like a nightmare.
Keep your eyes on the road, Boggs.
Getting close to midnight.
Yeah. There's the house up ahead. Quick, pull into the driveway.
Yes, sir. And there's Tara, just coming out on the porch. We made it. Yeah. Inspector Warren is with us.
Okay, turn your lights off. We'll move in slowly.
Right, sir. Isn't likely that hidden vial will go off while she's still with her.
Well, I wouldn't bet on it. A madman like the late Dr. Kadar was capable of anything. Okay, stay in the shadows.
You've really been a delightful guest, darling. But really, you mustn't stay any longer.
I can never bear to leave you.
But it's almost midnight. I'd love for you to stay, but...
Would you, Tara?
Carrie. And Boggs. What are you two doing here?
I'll explain in a minute, Inspector. Give me your coat.
My coat?
Yeah, that won't be necessary. I found what I want here in your pocket. Tara's perfume vial.
You're mistaken, Mr. Carey. That vial is not mine.
Oh, but it is, darling. I recognize the scent.
Please step back.
What are you doing?
I'm going to throw this vial as far as I can across the highway into that open field.
What was in that? It is the heat. It's suffocating. What chemical could cause that explosion?
We'll never know, sir. We'll never know.
They say Inspector Warren was quite devastated at the thought that his sweet, innocent Tara was fooling around behind his back. But you'll be happy to know he's forgiven her and sees her regularly, every Sunday, on Visitors' Day at the State Correctional Institution. I'll be back shortly. Most crime stories have a message. Ours do not. They are offered as pure entertainment. But for those who insist on a message, we offer you a choice of two. For the good guys, we have a word of caution. When it comes to a romantic liaison with a beautiful woman, look before you leap. It could be a matter of love or death. And to the bad guys, a word of advice from Oscar Wilde, who warns, murder is always a mistake. One should never do anything one cannot discuss after dinner. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Stotts Cotsworth, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Carrier Air Conditioning. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, Chamberlain to this curious court of the mysterious and the macabre. There's a certain species of alleged human beings that delights in the practice of the practical joke. In ancient days, this was a rather hazardous pastime. It was said the immortal gods frowned on jokers because they considered the practical joke something that only they themselves had the right to play. In a way, they may have been correct, since it can be argued that the gift of life itself was the greatest practical joke the gods ever played on mankind. Our mystery drama, The Transformation of JOEBEE, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Hans Conried. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let me have men about me that are fat, and such as sleep nights. Yon Cassius hath a lean and hungry look. Such men are dangerous. So, the fat men have become the good guys, and the skinny ones are the bad guys, just because William Shakespeare said so.
But with all due respect to the immortal bard, where are the facts? Where is the body of evidence to prove that the fats are less treacherous than the leans? We're about to regale you with the tale of a jolly fat man named Joseph B. Jefferson.
Joseph B. Jefferson. No one knew him better than I did. And looking back on it, I see I didn't know him very well at all. Folks called him Joe B. He didn't sleep at night much either. How could he? He was forever thinking up little tricks to play on people. Little, harmless tricks. Like he'd shake hands with you. In his palm, he'd have this thing concealed that'd scare you out of your wits. But he didn't mean no harm. And like he'd offer a fellow a cigar. And when the fella'd light up, and the cigar'd explode. Well, there'd be such a comical look on that fellow's face, you couldn't help but laugh. And although Joe B. was big, 6'3", weighed 300, he could move real quick and quiet. Why, he could just slither up unseen to a person. In less than a minute, that person'd be hopping up and down like a Zuni Indian doing a rain dance. Joe B.'d slipped him a hot foot, you see. But Joe B. reserved his funniest jokes for Will Tatum. Will's a quiet sort. He's educated, been to college and all, but he really ain't smart. Don't have much ambition. Satisfied to be a bookkeeper down to the mill. Still and all, Will did marry Martha Drake. The fact is, Martha did choose him over Joe B. It seems like Joe B. never could get over it. He's always visiting Will and Martha as if he just couldn't believe that they're married. Well, one Sunday morning.
Oh, hello, Joe B.
Well, how are things, Will?
Oh, fine. Come on in.
Yeah. Martha around?
No, she's out shopping.
On a Sunday?
Well, you know Martha. She likes to look around for antiques.
Yeah, that's a foolishness. Hey, there's something new on that sideboard there. What's that in that bowl? Goldfish?
Oh, no, that's a little turtle.
Is that a fact? A turtle? Now, why does anybody want a turtle?
Just for a pet.
Well, you want to have a pet? Why not get a dog?
Well, you don't have to walk a turtle.
Is this here turtle have a name?
Oh, yes. That's Tartarucus.
Tartar what?
Tartarucus. Means turtle in Greek.
Oh, I see. Huh. Sure old Tartar is okay.
Well, he seems happy enough. For a turtle.
Well, he don't look too well to me, Will.
He doesn't?
No, he appears a bit peaked. I'd say he's ailing. What do you feed him?
Well, you know, little bits of chopped meat, bugs, whatever.
Well, he's just not thriving. You got yourself a sick turtle on your hands, Will.
Gee. Is that how he looks to you?
No, don't you worry now, Will. We'll pull him through.
Well, the next couple days, Joe B. was walking around town with that great big smile on his face. And if you knew Joe B., you knew a special stunt was brewing.
Hey, Will, look what I got for you. How's old Tartar?
Well, all right, I guess.
He appears a bit sluggish to me, but I got something here to pep him up. I phoned a professor at the state college. He said they were working on a specialized turtle diet.
Yeah, really?
Yeah. A diet that'll make a turtle grow strong, healthy, and bigger. And he sent me some in this here package.
A special diet?
Yeah, so why not try it out on old Tartar?
Oh, I'm not sure he needs it.
No, Will, this comes direct from state college. Could it be bad?
Well, no.
Well, then give it a try. What do you got to lose? I'll see you around, Will. Give my best to Martha now.
Yeah, I'll do that, Joe B.
So long, Will.
I wonder what the ingredients of this diet could be. Probably highly concentrated protein.
Will, now wait.
Oh, Martha. I didn't know you were home.
Now, you hold it. Don't you feed any of that stuff to Tartarucus.
But Joe B said
I know what Joe B said. I heard every word.
But if you were home all this time, why didn't you come in here and say hello to him?
Because I cannot stand the sight of Mr. Joseph B. Jefferson. Now, don't feed that junk to the turtle.
Why?
It's a trick.
Oh, what kind of trick?
If Joseph B. Jefferson's involved, there has to be a trick.
But what kind of a trick could anyone possibly play on a turtle?
Well, it just goes to show how no one should ever underestimate Joe B. Well, it wasn't more than about 2 weeks later.
Martha?
Yes, dear.
You look, come here.
Hmm?
Is it my imagination,
Or is Tartarucus actually growing?
Well,
You know, I'm sure of it. That turtle is actually getting bigger.
he does seem larger.
Sure, he couldn't have been more than 2 inches in diameter when we bought him, and now look at him, he's at least 3. It's that diet. The diet JOEBEE got for me from the state college. Look what it's been doing for Tartarucus.
Well, I'm afraid.
He's growing bigger every day. Oh, what in the world could possibly be wrong?
Well, I tell you, that turtle seemed to grow about an inch every week. And poor Will started telling everybody about the sensational diet JOEBEE'd got for him. How it was performing miracles for his turtle. But folks here all wised up. The minute JOEBEE's name was even mentioned, they knew there was a trick in it. And everybody caught on what it was, even Martha. One morning, she come in to see me.
Lester, you tell Mr. Jefferson to cut it out.
Cut what out, Martha?
Now, don't you look so innocent. You know what he's doing. He's got a bunch of turtles of different sizes, and he's switching them on poor Will.
Oh, that ain't against the law, Martha.
I'll tell you what is against the law, Lester. And as deputy sheriff, you want to be aware of it.
Now, Martha...
Sneaking into our house while Will's at the plant and I'm teaching school, now that's trespassing.
Now, Martha, you can't prove.
Why is everybody in this town so terrified of Joseph B. Jefferson?
You want to swear out a warrant for his arrest? You got to have evidence. Now, look, Martha, why don't you tell Will what JOEBEE's up to, and then it'll be all over.
I can't do that, Lester.
Well, why can't you?
Because I'm Will's wife.
I should think that was just because you're Will's wife.
Look, everybody in town's laughing at him, Lester, and if I tell him, it means I'm in on the joke, too, that I was smart enough to see something he couldn't. No, as far as Will's concerned, I can't know anything about all this, Lester.
Well, I don't know what I can do, Martha.
Well, you tell JOEBEE this, for me. Tell him the very next time he sneaks into the house to switch those turtles, I might just be waiting there with a 12-gauge.
Now, Martha, there's no need to
I might just be a scared and nervous lady alone in the house, frightened by what I think is a prowler. I could be so frightened out of my wits, I might just shoot first.
Now, Martha, you're only looking for trouble.
Now, just think, if I kill him by mistake, the joke, finally, would be on him, wouldn't it?
Well, I told JOEBEE what she'd said. But I seen right off it was a mistake, because now a new element had been added. Danger. And now there was a light in his eye. His face become flushed. And now I became scared.
You call it off? Why, Lester, I just begun.
Now, look, JOEBEE, how much larger can a turtle get?
Well, you ain't going to get any larger. You see, this particular stunt is a double reverse. Yes, sir. The first double reverse of my career. That old turtle is going to get smaller.
Smaller? How can he get smaller?
The exact way he got bigger, with a little help from his friends. Evening, Will.
Oh, come on in, JOEBEE.
Oh, Martha around?
Oh, no, she's out shopping.
For antiques, huh?
No, groceries.
Will, I'm afraid I don't have good news. Matter of fact, it could be pretty bad news for old Tartar.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, you know that professor over the college? He called me on the phone. He said not to feed any more of that stuff to old Tartar.
But, JOEBEE, I don't understand. Tartarucus seems to be thriving.
Well, he is, and he ain't. You see, the professor said they just made an amazing discovery about that diet. It seems that after a while, the turtle, instead of growing bigger, starts getting smaller.
Smaller?
Yeah. He starts growing smaller and smaller until one day, well, there just ain't nothing left of him at all. He just disappears.
And that's exactly what began to happen. It appeared to poor Will Tatum that his turtle was growing smaller and smaller in front of his eyes. Everybody in town thought it was the most comical thing. But what everybody didn't know was the game Martha was playing with JOEBEE. She was waiting for him with that double-barreled shotgun. But she couldn't be in the house 24 hours a day, and so far, JOEBEE was lucky. But I didn't want to have a murder on my hands. And since I couldn't talk sense to Martha or to JOEBEE, I figured my only hope was Will himself.
Oh, come on in, Lester.
Oh, thank you, Will. How's old Tartar?
Well, he's getting smaller and smaller.
Will, what kind of game are you playing?
Why do you let JOEBEE make a fool out of you? You know what he's been doing with them turtles. Well, you do, don't you?
Yeah.
So why do you let him get away with it?
Look, Lester, I have to. I have to let him get away with it.
You realize everybody in town thinks that you're a sap?
Well, Lester, they'd think so anyhow.
That's no answer.
Well, maybe there isn't any answer.
There's gotta be. Why do you allow JOEBEE Jefferson to make you the town fool? That's what he's doing, you know.
Yes, I know.
And why do you stand for it?
Would you rather I killed him?
Now then, it seems that more than one member of a certain family might want to kill Mr. Joseph B. Jefferson. Martha, we can understand. But mild-mannered, easygoing Will? Why does he feel he has to take abuse? Well, now, think of people you know who seem to keep asking for punishment. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. It has been written, tell one joke and you make 10 enemies. But that's only if you tell a joke. The figures really expand when you perform a joke. Joseph B. Jefferson, or Joe B., as he is unaffectionately called, is playing a joke on Will Tatum, and Will knows it.
I can't understand what you're saying, Will. Why would you have to kill JOEBEE?
In self-defense?
Oh, you really lost me, Will. JOEBEE ain't threatening your life.
Oh, but he is.
How?
Lester, why does he play practical jokes?
Why? Because he's full of fun.
He's filled with hate.
Oh, now, Will...
It's how he expresses his hostility. Each joke is intended to bring pain and embarrassment to another human being.
Now, Will...
He hates people.
Oh, that's going a bit far.
You know I'm right, Lester. It's his way of wounding, even killing people. And we have to let him do it. You know why? Because if we stopped him, he'd have to do it in earnest.
Oh, now you lost me.
No, you understand me. You just don't want to accept it, but you understand it. He hates me. First of all, because I married Martha.
Oh, now, he never did have much of a chance with Martha.
But he thinks he did. Second, I'm different. I read books. I have crazy ideas.
Will, aren't you making too much of this?
He has to have this outlet for his hatred, you see? Now, suppose I'd nipped this whole turtle thing in the bud. Suppose I called the turn every time he pulled one of his jokes. I would eventually force him, provoke him, into physical violence. And then it would become a matter of kill or be killed.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do.
It keeps on building inside him. The urge to hurt people becomes stronger, and he has to satisfy it by becoming more and more complicated and expensive in his jokes. What? He must have gone out and bought 15, maybe 20 turtles.
All them little turtles look alike.
Not exactly alike, Lester. Not like these. I tell you, a jeweler couldn't match pearls in a lady's necklace more carefully. And the sizes. Oh, that has to be subtle planning. It's perfect. He's an artist. But his mind, Lester, it's twisted. The time, the trouble, and now the very real risk he has to undergo.
Well, I still say you have to stop it. He's making you look like a dummy.
On the other hand, it's also known as turning the other cheek, isn't it? Oh, excuse me, Lester.
Hi there, Will. I just thought I'd drop in to see how old Tartar's getting on.
Not too good, JOEBEE.
Well, hello there, Lester. Anybody being placed under arrest around here?
Well, there's somebody that ought to be.
Hey, now look at old Tartar. He did get just a mite smaller, don't you think, Will? Oh, poor old fella.
Will, look at this. Look what I bought. Oh, I didn't know we had company.
Well, good evening, Martha.
Yeah, I was just going.
What is that ugly old plate you got there, Martha? Is that one of them antiques you keep running after?
Well, it's obviously a very old platter. The man said it was from somewhere in Central Europe around the 12th century. It doesn't matter. I only paid $1 for it.
$1 for a beat-up tin thing like that?
It's bronze. And you can see the designs on it. It looks like a coat of arms.
Hey, Martha, you may have stumbled across a real find. It must have been 2 days later when it all began, early in the morning. Before Martha and Will had to leave for work, JOEBEE came to call.
Martha, Will, I want you to listen to me and not interrupt till I've said my piece. I had a dream last night.
Would you like a cup of coffee, JOEBEE?
I seen an angel. An angel dressed in white and holding a sword. The hilt was gold and the blade was made of fire. And this angel said to me in a voice as sweet as honey, but at the same time edged with steel, Joseph B. Jefferson, you change your ways here. You stop playing them practical jokes on people, or you will roast an everlasting flame of hell. Will, Martha, can you ever forgive me?
Forgive you?
Now, what is this all about,
Now, forgive me for the stunt I pulled on you with that turtle. I've been switching 15 of them back and forth. Forgive me for all the pain and embarrassment I've ever caused you.
Oh, Joe.
Now, starting today, I'm beginning a new life. I want to be your friend. I mean, a real friend. And I want you to be mine.
Oh, JOEBEE, I can hardly believe what I'm hearing.
I can hardly believe what I'm saying, Martha, but something come over me, a kind of a transformation.
Oh, JOEBEE, Will and I, we would truly value your friendship.
For the next week, all you could hear around town was the transformation of JOEBEE. Folks could hardly believe it, but there was JOEBEE, smiling, gentle, kindly, a new JOEBEE. A fellow could just not do enough for you. I said to myself, if this is a practical joke of JOEBEE's, sure it's the biggest one of them all. But what could he gain by it? Well, one morning he was having breakfast with Martha and Will when Joe Purley, the letter carrier, knocked on the door. Morning, Miss Tatum.
Oh, what can I do for you, Mr.
I got a letter here. I think maybe it's too important to leave in the box. Never did handle such a letter in all my entire life. That's a handsome envelope, ain't it? It's made out of parchment, and your name and address is engraved. You see, there's this, well, it looks like some royal coat of arms right here.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Purley. If it turns out there's anything in this envelope that concerns you, I'll send for you immediately. Good morning.
Morning.
Will.
Yes,
Will, what do you make of this?
Hey, that's something. Well, open it.
Well, it's almost a pity to tear this envelope. What could it be?
Oh, what does it say?
Let me see. Here, dear Mrs. Tatum, an heirloom of purely sentimental value, which has been in our family for some generations, disappeared some time ago. I have traced it to the United States and, by a fortunate stroke, to you. I am interested in buying it, and I offer you $500. I am staying at the Excelsior Hotel in Chicago. The plate has no intrinsic value, and $500 is an extremely generous offer. May I hear from you? Signed, Maximilian Maruca, Grand Duke. Oh, Will, what do you think?
Gee, well, what a stroke of luck.
And it only cost me $1.
Hey, let's send this guy a letter immediately. Well, what, JOEBEE?
Well, it's your platter, your decision. But why should this fellow offer you $500 for that junky platter?
Well, obviously, it's a family heirloom.
Obviously. Why? Because he says so? Well, why $500? Why not $50? Why not $1,000? Who is he, anyhow?
It says here, Prince Maximilian Maruca, the Royal House of Serenia.
Serenia? Well, now, where is Serenia? I never heard of it.
Well, still, a man wants to offer us $500. Now, that's a return of $499 on my investment. Are you saying not to take it?
All I'm saying, Martha, is sleep on it.
Well, Martha and Will, they couldn't sleep on it. They was too excited. $500 was like a fortune.
Well, you sleep on it?
Yes.
Yeah, and we decided to take the man's offer.
Well, if that's what you decided.
I'll write this fellow, Prince Maximilian, in the Excelsior Hotel in Chicago.
No, you can do better than that, honey. You can call him up.
That's right. Oh, hello? I want to place a long-distance call to the Excelsior Hotel in Chicago to a Prince Maximilian Maruca. Right. Well, just think all the things we could do with that $500, huh? My goodness, she's ringing the hotel now. And the clerk is answering. Oh, see who that is, Will?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, my goodness. The clock is ringing the prince's room right now.
Good morning, folks. Another important-looking letter. One of them real classy parchment envelopes.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Furley.
Oh, it must be another letter from the prince. Open it, dear. See what he says. It's answered. The phone is answered. Hello? Oh, my goodness, it's the prince.
Oh, Martha.
Yes, Your Highness. I'm Mrs. Tatum.
Martha.
I got your letter. Yes, sir. Your offer is acceptable.
No, Martha, this is a letter from the Grand Duke Tycroft, who offers you $1,000 for the platter.
What?
$1,000.
Oh, Prince, Your Highness, I'll call you back. What does that letter say?
Well, it says, Dear Mrs. Tatum, we are tracing a valuable relic of our country's past. We have reason to believe you may have bought it at a flea market. Enclosed is a picture. If it is the same platter, I will offer you $1,000 for it. Sincerely, the Grand Duke Vasil Tycross, Hotel Imperial, New York City.
Oh, Will, you realize what this means? It means we can get $1,000 for it.
Only, Martha, you already agreed to sell it for $500 to the prince.
I agreed to no such thing.
Accepted his offer.
If you'll excuse me, Will, Martha didn't exactly accept. She said his offer was acceptable. That's merely a statement of fact, not intent.
Ethically, she accepted his offer.
But we can get twice as much from this new person.
Martha, a promise is a promise.
But it's $1,000 against $500.
Money isn't everything.
You talk as if it's nothing at all. Sometimes, Will Tatum, it might be well for you to get your head out of the clouds.
Martha, Will, you two shouldn't quarrel over money.
But they did quarrel. They quarreled long and loud. And you should remember they were both folks who never quarreled at all. And the letters came from Chicago, from New York, from the Prince, from the Grand Duke.
Dear Mrs. Tatum, if my original offer is insufficient, I will raise it to $1,500. It is of the utmost importance that my family recover this precious heirloom. I offer you $2,000. $5,000. Signed, Prince Maruka. 10,000. Grand Duke Tycroft. And you, Will. You wanted to sell this platter for $500. Now when I get this $50,000...
50? You've only been offered 10.
These two men need that plate. I tell you the bidding will reach $50,000. More.
I've never seen you like this,
Oh,
Martha.
I'm glad I listened to JOEBEE. There's a man with brains.
All right, now stop right there and now. It's a stunt.
What? How? How could it be a stunt?
Well, you said the magic word, JOEBEE.
I don't understand.
JOEBEE's been trying to tear me down in your eyes ever since we've been married. You know it. The direct attack doesn't work, so he switches tactics.
What kind of tactics?
Well, it's working, isn't it? We're quarreling with each other. This house has become unpleasant, uncomfortable. Honey, it's the old catch flies with honey routine. Now, that platter you picked up at some flea market gave him an inspiration. So he's been writing you these phony letters.
Phony?
Of course they're phony. They have to be phony.
But, Will, I've spoken to both the Prince and the Grand Duke in Chicago and New
Now,
York.
phony. He hired actors.
But, Will...
Martha, I can prove it. Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
When in doubt, quote Shakespeare, reputation is an idle and most false imposition, oft got without merit, and lost without deserving. Or the Bible. Can the leopard change its spots? The point is, has JOEBEE undergone a sincere conversion, or is the wolf only disguised in sheep's clothing? Act 3 shall complete the tale. Everyone dreams of finding a Rembrandt in some old dusty attic, or stumbling on that rare, forgotten first edition, or that priceless coin or stamp. And Martha Tatum dreamed that dream, too. Now it would seem her dream has come true. But there is a small cloud, no larger than a man's hand, looming on the horizon. And that cloud's name is JOEBEE.
How can you prove all this is just another one of JOEBEE's stunts?
I'll prove it.
Look, would he hire a man to live at the Excelsior Hotel in Chicago and another to stay at the Imperial in New York? Well, they've been there 2 weeks, and those places cost a fortune.
Oh, Martha, money is no object to JOEBEE. He's willing to spend it.
But to invest so much money, effort, time, he'd have to be crazy.
He is crazy. Dangerously crazy.
But where's your proof?
It's in the public library.
The public library?
Yeah, come on along. Now, this is the Almanac de Gotha. It's got a listing of all the royal and noble families of Europe. Now, JOEBEE wouldn't know about a thing like this, you see. So let's turn to Serenia and just see.
We'll look. Right here, at the bottom of the page.
The House of Maruka, first Prince Maximilian.
There is a Prince Maruka, a real prince. Now, turn to the keys.
Yeah, but Martha, how...
Here, the House of Tycroft, hereditary Grand Dukes, perpetually at war with the House of Maruka.
Hey, Martha,
That's why they're bidding against each other for the platter. It must have some sort of political significance.
Okay, all right. He's smarter than I gave him credit for.
Will.
He knew I'd check up on him.
Oh, Will, you're becoming neurotic on the subject.
Now, wait a minute. The Almanac de Gotha. You usually don't find that in small-town libraries. What's it doing here?
You were the one who said
I can prove something. Just let me talk to Letty, the librarian. Letty?
Good morning, Will.
Letty, the Almanac de Gotha, how does it happen that you've got it?
It came as a gift.
Oh, gift, huh?
Oh, we get lots of books as gifts.
And when did it come?
A few weeks ago.
Who sent it?
It was anonymous.
Yeah. Yeah, that figures. You see, Martha, it all falls into place. He got the Almanac de Gotha and found the family names he wanted. And then he sent the almanac here to the library in case I became suspicious.
Will, are you sure you're all right?
And now the story's all over town.
You're being unreasonable.
The bidding will go up to 100,000, and then the whole thing will collapse and be exposed for the practical joke that it is. The biggest practical joke JOEBEE ever pulled.
Oh, Will, leave JOEBEE out of this. He's reformed. He has nothing to do with it.
No.
Well, you always wanted to believe good of everyone.
Everyone except JOEBEE. I can prove he's at the bottom of it.
You haven't been able to prove anything yet.
Well, Will was right. The whole town was talking, gossiping and speculating. And people just couldn't get over Martha Tatum's good luck. But things were going from bad to worse between Will and Martha. Hello? Who? Oh, yeah, she is. Martha.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Paul. Surely. Now, I wanted the sofa in blue. And how about lime for the drapes? Lime, yes. Well, we can talk about it tomorrow. Bye now.
What can we talk about tomorrow, Martha? And who is Paul?
Oh, he's a new interior decorator in town, and he's designing our new home.
What new home?
The one we're going to buy.
With what?
With the money we're getting from the plate.
But, Martha, we're not getting any money. The whole thing's a fraud.
The bidding is already up to 30,000, so it shows what you know.
Martha, what's happened to you? You've lost your head. You're not going to get any money. JOEBEE. This is to be his greatest stunt.
Will, if you speak one more word against JOEBEE, I'll never talk to you again in my life.
Well, Will, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? What are you, a deputy sheriff, doing in a saloon?
Well, I came here to get a drink. You came here to get drunk. Two different things.
Well, happy days.
You won't find happy days in the bottom of that glass. Will, what's it all about?
Martha, you see, Lester, JOEBEE's going to make her and me the laughing stock of this town. This royal plate stunt of his, he'll make Martha look like such a fool. And when it suits him, he'll tell everybody how he worked it.
Oh, I can't believe
Remember when I told you he was progressing from a hot foot and exploding cigars? The stunts would get grander and more elaborate, more expensive.
Yeah, but you have to have proof, Will.
I have the best proof in the world. The feeling in my bones.
Okay, maybe you're right.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Yes, I do know. This is a showdown that has to come. I tried to keep peace. I went out of my way. But this thing between JOEBEE and me, it's got to be settled. Finally.
No, Will, don't be hasty.
Well, you're the one who said it originally, Lester. You remember when he pulled the turtle trick? You said I'd have to stop him, and I said no. Well, I see now that was just appeasement on my part.
But what do you plan to do?
Oh, I can't discuss that with the deputy sheriff.
Morning, folks. Here's your usual mail from their royalties and the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Pearlie. Good day.
What's the price today, Miss Tatum?
Oh, you'll be informed in due time, Mr. Pearlie. Now, what's this? Oh, Mrs. Tatum, on behalf of a free Serenia, we beg you not to sell the plate to either the Grand Duke or the Prince. This plate, the symbol of authority, should be given to the Committee for a Free Serenia. We have no money, but you will be amply repaid by the goodness of your deed. What do you suppose this is all about?
Oh, you're at it. It's fantastic. Give them the platter.
Give them?
Well, yes, certainly. They deserve it.
Now I know why the Duke and the Prince kept bidding. Evidently, the party that has the plate has the claim to being the legitimate government. Oh, I'll have to show this to JOEBEE. It puts a new perspective on things. Oh, this plate, it's no longer worth thousands. It's the fate of a nation. It's worth millions.
But if we believe in freedom and justice and liberty...
Oh, but we do. We certainly do.
Well, then we should give this to the people, not sell it.
Oh, you should never let sentiment interfere with business.
Is that something you learned from JOEBEE?
Well, it's certainly something you never learned. What do you think, JOEBEE?
Well, Martha, it's got to be a crank. This thing has been in the papers. Obviously, somebody's trying to cash in on it. Look, forget it. Here's what we're going to do, Martha. We'll invite the Grand Duke and the Prince to come here, say, on Saturday, and they can bid. Winner gets the plate.
Oh, I better answer it, JOEBEE.
Hi, folks. Just one letter today. What's the bid now?
Oh, you won't miss a thing. I promise you, Mr. Pearlie. Good day.
Good day.
This envelope, it looks the same as the one I got the other day. It is the same. Listen, dear Mrs. Tatum, the plate belongs to the people. We will use any means to recover it. If you refuse to let us have it, the Committee for a Free Serenia...
Well, that settles it.
Settles what?
This can be dangerous.
Oh, Will, I tell you, it's a crime.
I won't have that plate in my house.
Now, just a minute. It's as much my house as yours.
No, wait. I will take custody of the plate for you, Martha. I'm handling the negotiations anyhow.
Oh, well, it'll probably be safer with you.
Now, we'll set the time and place for the Prince and Grand Duke to arrive. Tell them to bring plenty of money.
Well, you mean you're going to disregard this letter? How can you?
Well, I better be getting along. Got plenty of details to tend to. Let me have the plate.
But wait a minute. We'll talk later.
Goodbye, folks. And Will, don't be so nervous.
Martha, get out of it.
Out of what?
Give the plate to the committee, whoever they are.
And give up $1 million?
Martha, there isn't any $1 million. Come Saturday, you'll be waiting for the phony Prince and the Grand Duke, and nobody will show up. And then JOEBEE will start laughing out loud in public and start telling how he did it.
Well, let me show you how wrong you are. You say the Grand Duke is phony. The Prince is phony. The plate is phony.
Yes.
Then if it's all phony, why isn't the Committee for Freedom or whatever phony too? You see? You can't answer that.
Well, from here on, a lot of things can't be answered. Because that night, I was sitting in my office. I got a call from Letitia Haas, a librarian who lives down the street from JOEBEE.
Lester, you better come quick. I think I've seen someone prowling around the outside of JOEBEE's house. And I'm not sure, but I think he might have had a gun.
But just as I arrived at JOEBEE's house, I heard... I jumped out of the car. I ran into the house. Yeah, there was the heavy smell of cordite. A gun had gone off in here. And in the living room, lying dead on the floor, was JOEBEE. Yeah, all 300 pounds of JOEBEE. Dead.
The plate? You say the plate's gone, Lester?
Yeah, it's gone, Martha.
Oh, then the committee, whoever they were, came there and killed him. Oh, poor Joe B.
Yeah, poor Joe B.
You better lie down, dear.
Yes.
Before you do, Martha, you say you were asleep when it happened, and Will?
Yes, Will and I went to sleep at the same time.
I see. Go get some rest, Martha.
Yes, I will.
Did you kill him, Will?
Why would I kill him?
Well, let us say you went over to his house.
Why?
Talk from a way out. Get rid of the plate by giving it to the committee or whatever. This means that poor Martha isn't left with egg on her face, waiting for the nobility to show up and offer her millions. He refuses. He wants you and her to be humiliated completely. So you shoot him.
Now, Lester, why should I shoot the man who's helping my wife to become a millionaire?
Will, you told me it had come to a showdown. You or him. His practical jokes had forced one of you to kill the other.
Oh, but he reformed. He no longer played jokes.
And what do you call this plate thing?
Who says that's a joke? The names are real. Who says the letters are a fake? Who says the plate is a fake? It's gone, so we'll never know. You call the hotels in New York and Chicago. The Prince and the Duke, dead register there.
Yeah, but we know...
What do we know? Lester, we only know that my wife bought a plate at a flea market. From then on, she received a number of letters. One of them was threatening. And as a result, Joe B. was killed. The plate is gone, and the whole thing is all over. Now, can we let it rest at that?
Well, I suppose we'll have to let it rest at that.
And there the matter rested. And who knows the truth? Was it a genuine antique plate? Did the royal houses and the revolutionaries try to recover it? Did Will write the last letters himself? If he did, he'd be a fool to tell. And basically, why should we even press him? Well, we'll have something interesting to tell you in just a few moments. Do you have... The Boy Who Cried Wolf is a favorite fable for children, but it has its most serious applications. After all, adults who cry wolf, by virtue of their very age, have been crying it longer than children. So, here you had Joe B., Joseph B. Jefferson, a practical joker all his life. Had he reformed in the end, or was this his last and greatest stunt? Our cast included Hans Conried, Ian Martin, Rainer Rayburn, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If you think you're being sympathetic when you tell someone, I know exactly how you feel, think again. Most people will come right back with, you don't know how I feel. How could you know? I'm different. It's good to express one's individuality, but to insist upon being different can bring about unbearable loneliness. A person can be lost without an alter ego, someone to confide in. And it is not always easy to find a confidant, especially for men who are far from home, such as those we are about to meet aboard a sailing ship.
Who's there?
I brought you breakfast, sir.
How dare you enter my cabin without knocking?
Oh, with Captain Briggs, I always come
I don't
in.
care what you did for Captain Briggs. I'm in command now. You will never enter this cabin without knocking on the door. Is that understood?
Yes, Captain.
Now get out.
Oh, that was a near thing, wasn't it?
It's too near. We can't let it happen again.
What's the use? I'm worse off than I was before. Either way, it looks as though I'm doomed to be hanged.
Our mystery drama, The Secret Sharer, is from a story by Joseph Conrad, adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell, and stars Norman Rose and Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Joseph Conrad was acclaimed for his powerful stories of the sea. Born in Poland, a tragic childhood included exile to Russia with his parents, who died there. In his youth, an uncle managed to get him to a French ship where he became an apprentice seaman. Later, he joined the English merchant service, where he rose through the ranks and knew firsthand the vicissitudes of 19th century life on a sailing ship. His true adventures were the basis for the stories he wrote, and mysticism ran deep as he imagined himself as the captain in the tale we're about to hear. Come aboard a four-masted schooner, which has just been loaded with a cargo of tea and spices from the Middle East to be transported across the Indian Ocean.
Steward, where's my supper?
Well, I'm waiting for the captain.
Well, we won't wait any longer. He makes his own rules.
But I thought...
Yes, I know. You thought when a ship was in port that the captain and first mate always took supper together.
Well, that's the way it was with you and Captain Briggs.
Perhaps it's better this way.
If I may say so, sir, this captain's a strange one.
Oh, a young fellow like you should keep his mouth shut.
I'll keep my eyes open. I hope you can figure him out better than I can.
Trouble is, he never asked my opinion. Not the way Captain Briggs used to. He acts as though he's too good for the likes of me. Not wanting to talk.
He doesn't talk very much to anybody.
But I'm the first mate.
He's coming, sir. Your supper's ready, Captain.
Thank you. Sorry not to have joined you, Jackson, but I had some things to tend to. Are you aware that there is a ship anchored inside the islands?
Why, no, sir. Bless my soul. Another ship, you say? Well, how could she possibly
I don't know. With all those rocks and inlets out there, I saw her mastheads above the ridge as the sun went down.
I know about that ship, sir.
You do? Why didn't you tell me?
Let the steward tell us what he knows.
Well, she draws over 20 feet. She's the Liverpool ship Sephora with a cargo of coal, 123 days from Cardiff.
How does a steward pick up information like that?
The tugboat skipper told me when he brought the fruit and vegetables. He says they'll take her up the river to shore the day after tomorrow.
That's enough. I'll find out anything else the captain wants to know.
There's nothing more we can find out tonight.
I'll take the watch, sir.
No, you and the crew have had 2 days of hard work. Tell all hands to turn in without setting an anchor watch.
But, sir...
I'll be on deck myself until 2 o'clock. You can relieve me then.
Well, very well, Captain, but it seems most unusual.
It's the way that I want it. Of course, at the slightest sign of wind, we'll call all hands up and make a start at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
It was good to be alone on deck, away from the chatter of that dim-witted first mate. The riding light in the fore-rigging burned with a clear, somehow symbolic flame in the mysterious shades of night. I was master of my soul, but not of my ship. The appointment had been too sudden. They summoned me when Captain Briggs was carried ashore with a fatal illness. I'd been in command for only a fortnight. We were still in the harbor. The crew had traveled together for 18 months and resented the newcomer. I moved to the rail and lit a cigar. Oh, damn. A rope ladder was dangling over the side, no doubt left by a careless crewman when the tugboat came by. I started to haul it up, but something long and pale floated very close to the base of the ladder. In a faint flash of phosphorescent light, I saw the naked body of a man. Oh, a pair of feet, long legs, A broad, livid back, immersed up to the neck in a greenish, cadaverous glow. One hand clutched the bottom rung of the ladder, complete, except for the head. A headless corpse. There was a splash. And I saw a glistening shock of black hair. And then, total silence. As the man held on to the bottom rung, making no attempt to climb aboard. I leaned far over the railing. What's the matter?
Grant! No need to call anyone.
I was not going to.
Are you alone on deck?
Yes.
I suppose your captain has turned in?
I'm sure he hasn't.
Look, could you call him out quietly?
I am the captain. Who are you?
My name is Liggett.
What are you doing down there?
I've been in the water since 9 o'clock. Now the question is, do I let go of this ladder and keep swimming till I sink from exhaustion? Or may I come aboard?
Climb up the ladder quietly, and I'll fetch you some clothes.
Tell me, Captain.
Keep your voice down. No reason to summon the crew. Here. Put this on.
You must have been expecting me. These pajamas are just my size.
They're mine. Now, tell me what you're up to.
Well, it's an ugly business. There's a ship over there about a mile away.
I'm aware of that. The Sephora.
Yes. I'm the mate of the Sephora. At least I was.
I can only assume that something's gone wrong.
Very wrong. I've killed a man.
What? You deliberately took a man's life?
I didn't deliberately do anything. And to call him a man would be...
No, calm down. If you cause a commotion, I'll have you put in irons.
Well, it's obvious that I'm at your mercy.
I have little use for a man who gives way to fits of anger.
As do I. Anyone trained at Conway learns how to curb a temper.
You are a Conway boy?
Yes.
Well, I learned discipline at Conway, too. Although it must have been several years before your time.
Then you know.
I know that murder is a very serious charge. Now, you'd better tell me your story from the beginning.
Our creaking old ship was caught in the teeth of a devouring gale. A hurricane tore the canvas and howled like 1,000 fiends.
Pull on the sheets before the mainsail start away!
They'll have to haul in more than the mainsail, Captain. The mast should be bare as posts in a sea like this.
You there! Tend to the shrouds!
Captain, the foresail. We'll have to reef it or she'll keel over for sure.
The sea's gone mad! Every man for himself! We're lost! There's never been such a sea!
Sailor, give me a hand. I'm not going out there in a wind like this. Do as I say. Grab hold of this halyard. No, there's a bigger one coming. A wave a mile high.
All hands to the rigging! I repeat, all hands to the rigging!
Don't let go until we make it fast. You heard the captain?
Pull! Damn you, I ought to put this rope around your neck. Now that it's tight, I'll take care of you in my bare hands.
Here she comes. Look out! You down below! Look out!
Hang on, everybody! Hang on for dear life!
I hung on all right to the throat of that miserable sailor. When the big wave crashed, it was as if the sky had fallen. Everything but the mast disappeared, with the poop awash in a smother of foam. Down below, the two of us were pounded against the forecastle, and the sailor got it head on. I loosened my fingers and gazed in horror at a face that had turned black. The man was dead.
But you were unharmed?
His body cushioned my fall.
Then he actually saved your life.
In a strange sort of way, yes. I hadn't meant to harm him. But if that foresail hadn't been hauled in, the ship would have gone down.
But between the two of you, it was reefed in time.
I did it. No thanks to the crewman. If he'd obeyed my orders, we'd both have been up in the rigging. What happened next was an accident. Or an act of God.
Surely you had witnesses?
Yes, I did. And they acted against me.
How could they?
They saw me do exactly what I did. Grab that man by the throat. Next, the huge wave obliterated everything from their view.
I'm not sure that I believe your story.
After that one terrible crash, the sea subsided. The men scrambled down from their perches and gathered round to stare at the body.
Where was the captain?
Oh, he was there, passing judgment in front of the whole crew before I even had a chance to speak.
Mr. Leggett, you've killed a man. You can no longer act as chief mate of this ship.
He was quite alive when the wave struck, sir.
I saw it all. It was murder.
We could both have been killed. We were crushed against the bulkhead.
Maybe so, Mr. Leggett. But you attacked that sailor.
Captain, the man refused to obey an order.
I'm the one who gives the orders.
Cold-blooded murder. Hang him! Hang him!
Be quiet! Quiet! That's up to a jury. In the meantime, Mr. Leggett, you will be confined to quarters.
So they threw you in the brig?
No. I was just locked up in my own filthy cabin. The captain knew full well I was responsible for saving the ship.
Well, then why didn't he support you?
Captain Archbold is a sick old man, afraid of his own shadow.
That is your judgment.
I gave him a chance to make it up to me. I'm a powerful swimmer. When we were passing through the Straits of Java, I asked him to let me escape.
You must be crazy to think you could run away. You're only making matters worse.
What could be worse?
First, accused of murder. And now you're an escaped prisoner. That's double trouble.
Unless you help me.
My duty lies with my own ship and crew, not to the disgraced mate of the Sephora.
You let me come on board. I'm wearing your night clothes, and you haven't locked me up.
Well, so far, all I've done is to rescue a drowning man.
Small chance of my drowning. I have a gold medal for swimming.
And a diploma for arrogance. I'm the last person you should have come to for help.
For 3 weeks, I've been shut in that small cabin. Tonight, we finally reached our destination. Next step is to take me on shore to face the music.
And that is exactly what they'll do.
Ah, but they won't, Captain. I feel in my bones there's a reason why fate has brought us together.
I have not said that I'll help you. But how did you get away from the Sephora?
This evening, when the steward brought my supper, I ate it all. Then I made a discovery. Miracle of miracles, he left the door unlocked. I crept out on deck, wanting nothing more than a heaven-sent lung full of fresh air. And then sudden temptation. I kicked off my shoes and plunged over the side. I started for shore, but that meant capture. So I shifted course and swam underwater until I reached the shadow of some rocks. There I pulled off my clothes and set them adrift, hoping they'd think I drowned.
And then?
There was no place to go. I didn't like the notion of swimming round and round until I gave out, and I didn't mean to go back. I saw your light and swam toward it. Then I saw your ladder. What luck! Imagine a ladder hanging over at night on a ship anchored out here.
You are a fool. Don't you know that they'll come looking for you?
Of course. Captain Archbold will have a search party out at daybreak.
Yes, and I am the first person he'll come to see.
Sign me on as a member of your crew. Aren't you about ready to take off?
You are out of your mind. My crew is complete, and we can't weigh anchor without a breeze. Why, we may be here for days.
Then my goose is cooked.
It's time for the first mate to take over the watch.
I might just...
Shut up. Hide in that passageway. I'll join you in a minute.
Did you say something to me, Captain?
Oh, why, yes. Jackson, come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at this. I found a ladder hanging over the side.
Oh, bless my soul. Must have been there since morning. I'm sorry about that, sir.
Don't let it happen again.
I'll speak to the second mate. He's the one who's
never
in
mind.
charge.
Never mind. Just haul it in.
Yes, sir. As soon as it's light, I'll take a sharp look at that ship you say is anchored nearby.
You do that, Jackson. Good night.
Good night, Captain, sir.
Come along. Follow me. And don't say a word.
Our captain has decided to keep his unexpected passenger hidden from the crew. This is a dangerous move, which could make him an accessory to a crime. Even if he believes no crime has been committed, a captain's duty does not include taking the law into his own hands. But somehow, a power beyond them seems to be irresistibly intertwining the destinies of these two men. We'll learn more when I return with Act 2. of the night, a man has emerged from the sea. And although the captain of a schooner has taken him aboard, there is no assurance that he has found refuge. This man, named Leggett, is wanted for murder. Now, as he follows the captain, he may have lost his last chance to escape. Noiselessly, the captain opens a door and then, rather roughly, pushes the man ahead of him into blackness.
Please, Captain. I don't think I can stand another night in the dark. Not another night alone.
Well, this is my cabin. We can talk in here. The walls are thick, and the crew is sleeping.
They'll be waking up soon.
When daylight comes, we must not raise our voices. We could be overheard in the passageway.
Captain, do you intend to keep me a prisoner here in your own cabin?
For the moment, yes. Stay where you are until I light the lamp.
Say, I've never seen a cabin like this. Well, this is 10 times bigger than anything on the Sephora.
Or on any other merchant ship.
As big as a ballroom. And certainly no place to hide.
Oh, the perfect place to hide. Observe that the cabin is shaped like an L.
But everything is so open. Even this large closet.
Well, note how it's placed. In the arm of the L, where it can't be seen from the rest of the room.
Not bad.
Oh, you haven't seen the best.
A bathroom.
I don't know how many ships you've sailed on, but where did you ever see a tub like this?
Why, it's marble.
It's the whimsy of a former captain. Made in Greece.
I could fall asleep in there right now.
Neither of us has had any sleep. Climb into my bed and I'll rest on the couch. Who's there?
I brought you breakfast, sir.
How dare you enter my cabin without knocking?
Captain Briggs always permitted me to...
I don't care what you did for Captain Briggs. From now on, you will never enter this cabin without knocking. Is that understood?
Yes, Captain. Get out.
That was a near thing, wasn't it?
It's not for you, hidden behind those curtains. But within moments, the word will be all over the ship that I was found sleeping fully clothed on the couch.
Well, you can do what you want. You're the captain.
Well, this is my first command. When I bark at the crew, it's because I don't know what else to do.
And you don't know what to do with me, do you?
Now, you have made everything much more complicated. Here, you can finish my breakfast. I'm going on deck.
The steward will find me when he comes to get the breakfast things.
He will, unless you find a better place to hide.
Your bathroom, of course.
The towels are changed every day.
Well, then what am I to do?
I've got to leave you to your own devices. There's still the closet. In back of the clothes or behind the chest.
Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Jackson. Still no sign of a breeze?
Not a breath, sir. I've been keeping my eye on that ship over there, and bless my soul, but they've been busy.
Well, how can you tell from this distance?
The first sign of dawn, they lowered their boats, but instead of heading for shore, they've spread out in all directions.
Have they come this way?
Not so far, but it's very puzzling. They keep going out to those rocks and pushing into the underbrush as though they're looking for something.
Oh, it's no concern of ours.
Bless my soul, look. Look! One of their boats is headed right this way.
Find out who it is.
Hello! Hello out there! State your business!
The captain of the Sephora wishes to speak to your captain.
Very well, Jackson. Lower the ladder and have him piped aboard.
Captain Archbold of the Sephora.
Welcome aboard, sir.
You are captain of the ship?
At your service.
I would have expected a much older man.
Oh, well, unfortunately, my predecessor, Captain Briggs, is dead.
Oh, yes, Captain Briggs. I've heard about this ship. One of the prides of the fleet. But I'm honored to meet you, sir.
You honor us with your visit. Though I must warn you, Captain, that we are ready to move at the slightest suspicion of wind.
Well, be grateful that the elements are kind. The storm we've been through is enough to sink a battalion of ships. We were saved by God's mercy.
Is there something I can do for you, sir?
Take me to your quarters where we can speak privately.
Excuse me, Captain, if I go in first. Now, Watch your step.
Well, what grand quarters. Does the cabin go all the way around here?
Yes. But come over to this table. Steward, bring us some brandy.
I never touch liquor. Give me water. I've been on some thirsty work. Exploring those islands, painful duty.
Yes, I'm sorry, Captain, but would you mind speaking up just a bit?
Were you deaf or something?
A ruptured eardrum. Almost drowned years ago. Now, what is it you want to tell me?
37 years at sea, and nothing like this has ever happened before.
Are you sure that you won't have some brandy?
I told you no. If I'd been a drinking man, I'd have taken to the bottle weeks ago.
But the storm is over.
Well, it was a rampaging monster that sought to destroy us.
Yes, but obviously you survived.
Only because I ordered the reefing of the topsail. How was I to know that the devil incarnate was not in the sea, but aboard my ship?
I don't understand.
At the height of the storm, there was murder, most foul. Murder on a ship under my command. Strangled him, he did. In cold blood.
You said that a wave crashed over your deck. Now, I've seen the sea kill a man very neatly by simply breaking his neck.
No man killed by the sea ever looked like that. Black in the face with tongue hanging out. And the mate's fingers clutching his throat.
Oh, but if the mate was tending to the foresail?
God's own hand did that and no one else. I never trusted that man Leggett.
Well, you hired him, didn't you?
Forced to take him with the ship's owners. Smart he was, but different. A fancy talker.
Well, Captain, what's over and done with?
Well, it's on my shoulders. I'll be blamed.
For what? But you've safely delivered ship and cargo.
But the murderer escaped. How can I bring him to justice?
You've, searched all the island?
To no avail. I can no longer put off going to shore. It'll have to be a report of suicide.
Beg pardon?
Suicide. That's the way I'll write it up.
Unless, of course, you manage to recover the man before tomorrow.
Only we can spend no more time looking for the body. I must get back. Captain, on a ship like this, you don't suppose there's any chance that...
Well, come along. I'll show you every nook and cranny. I took him everywhere, without once giving him a chance to pose the question I was sure he meant to ask. And at last, he was boosted over the rail and started down the ladder.
So far as away.
Sir, we've heard a most extraordinary story from the crewman with that captain.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
A horrible affair, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
These fellows had some idea the man was hidden aboard our ship. Did you ever hear of such a thing?
No, it's preposterous.
They said there's a price on his head, a reward for turning him in, and punishment for anyone withholding information.
Oh, naturally. Tell the steward I'll be in my cabin and must not be disturbed. I'll see you at dinner.
Beckett, thank the Lord it's you. I'm so cramped from that closet I can hardly move. Why didn't you turn me over to Archibald? You meant to, didn't you?
That was never my intention. Didn't I get him to speak up loud enough for you to catch our whole conversation?
Everything. Especially when you said I could be captured alive.
What better way to throw him off the scent? Had he asked me straight out if I had seen you, I could not have lied.
I'll be damned.
But if you lied to me,
I admitted the man was dead and my hand was around his throat.
You also said you gave the order to reef the topsail.
I swear I did. Archibald may think he gave the order, but he never did. He stood there and whimpered about our last hope. Whimpered. With the sea gone mad like the end of the world. Something had to be done.
Someone's coming.
Captain, sorry to disturb you, sir, but I think there's enough wind to get underway.
Call up all hands. I'll be on deck as soon as possible. If there's really a breeze... If there is really a breeze, we'll all be very busy.
And I'll be more of a prisoner than ever.
Steward, Where are you going?
To make up your cabin, sir.
Forget my cabin. Get below to make sure everything's fast in the galley.
Well, I've already checked.
Well, check again and stay there until we're out at sea.
Yes, Captain.
Ah, there she blows. Right out of the southwest.
Looks like everything we asked for.
Weigh anchor. Oh, she's a beauty. Unfurl the top mainsail. Hard to starboard.
Your first mate would never leave. That damned marble bathtub is cold when there's no water in it.
At least it's better than the closet.
Oh, I hid there, too, when the steward came in.
I told him not to come here until we were out to sea. From now on, it will be much more difficult.
Captain, I cannot survive like this.
Didn't you find those canned goods stashed in the closet?
Oh, I've enough to eat. But I can't go on. I've had more than I can stand. I know now why you're protecting me.
You're so smart. Tell me why.
We are both Conway boys.
Plenty of men have trained for the sea at Conway.
Yes, but they're all in the Royal Navy. You and I are mavericks. We don't belong.
I chose my own way.
And so did I.
I didn't invite you to swim to my ship.
But you let me come aboard.
Only I didn't know
that...
that...
found out. We're outcasts, both of us. And whatever I'm guilty of, you're just as guilty, and we're both doomed.
This is my ship. And I can do what I choose.
Can you? You didn't feel that way yesterday.
But I do now. And you can stay in this cabin to the end of the voyage.
Oh, no, Captain, not me. My freedom is very precious. But it's not here, cooped up in your closet or bathroom. I'd rather give myself up.
You can't. Not now. The ship is under sail, and it's a long way to home port. Why, if you revealed yourself, the crew would mutiny.
That would be a noose round your neck, not mine.
All right, we'll find a way. I promise you we will. If you and I are so much alike, we'll work this out together.
Now, here's a provocative situation. Two men are caught up in a drama where each is totally dependent on the other. Remember what I said at the beginning about people who try too hard to maintain their individuality? The loner, attempting to hide his own fears, may isolate himself so completely that he has nowhere to go. In Act 3, we'll find out what becomes of these secret sharers who, at the moment, are in a very vulnerable position. For the next 4 days, the captain was a happy man, dangerously happy. For the first time in his life, he had a close friend, a man he could talk to. In their whispered conversations, they found much in common. They argued, they agreed, they recalled their dreams. At first, it was just at night, but now the captain spent more and more time with his double. The two men even looked alike as their dark heads bent over the table in concentration.
It's your move.
I know. And you're not going to like it.
I'm prepared to lose that bishop.
Who cares about your bishop? When my queen comes over here, you are in check.
Oh, not again.
Shh. Someone's in the passageway.
Oh, you're getting edgy. They're all at their posts.
Well, they may be spying. I overheard something today that you should know about.
Don't tell me that you left the cabin.
Not on your life. But I opened the far porthole, and the first mate was directly overhead talking to some of the crew.
Oh? And what were they saying?
Old Bless My Soul tried to reassure them that you are in good health.
I never felt better in my life.
They asked if you'd caught the sickness from Captain Briggs.
Why, that's outrageous. And what did Jackson tell them?
He said you're a thinker. He'd seen all your books, and that was the reason you spent so much time in your cabin.
Ah, bless my soul. Shh. Get away. Someone is coming.
Yes, what is it?
The steward, sir.
What do you want?
I have your jacket, Captain. You left it by the binnacle.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it.
Oh, it's just been pressed. I'll hang it up in your closet. Mr. Jackson, sir.
Yes, steward?
Do you play chess with the captain?
I don't know how. Why do you ask?
Well, when I was in his cabin just now, there was this chessboard with all the pieces set up as if...
Well, I've heard that it's a game people can play alone.
But I could have sworn there was another chair. And two glasses on the table.
I'm relieved to know that's what the captain's doing instead of lying sick in bed.
But he is sick, Mr. Jackson. All I did was hang up his coat in the closet, and he stood there all pale and trembling as if he'd seen a ghost.
Well, take a look at him now. Striding across the deck.
Jackson, I want a word with you.
Yes, Captain?
Do you recall our plan for going through the Straits?
Well, I know how Captain Briggs would do it, sir.
No, what we talked about yesterday.
Yesterday, Captain?
Yes, when I showed you the chart.
Begging your pardon, sir. But you did not show me any chart.
And then I remembered it was you who studied the chart.
I've been over it all again. And the place for me to be marooned is an island off Quintano.
Marooned? Oh, you've been reading Daniel Defoe.
Remember, I've been drowned. It would never do for me to come to life again.
Only you're very much alive.
I was brought up on the Bible. And I've been driven off the face of the earth. As I came at night, so shall I go.
It's impossible. You can't.
Not naked like a soul on the day of judgment, dressed in your sleeping suit. And I am a swimmer. The last day is not yet. I must leave tonight.
It can't be done. At least not until tomorrow night.
I knew you'd understand.
But the ship is on the offshore tack, and the wind may fail us. No, we're still much too far out at sea.
I'll manage.
Not without my help.
I'm counting on that.
Bad luck, Captain. The wind has died down.
So I see.
In my experience, sir, we may be becalmed for quite some time. May I reassign the crew?
Give them shifts for relief in this oppressive heat. You should all have white hats, like mine. I got it in Rangoon.
It's most unusual, sir. I'll be off to tell the men...
Jackson, one moment. Be ready to call all hands on deck when we change our course.
Well, I will, sir, but I see no signs that there'll be any change in the weather.
We're not doing well in the middle of the Gulf. Now, tonight, I'm going to look for the land breezes.
Captain, bless my soul. We can scarce do that in the dark with all those islands and reefs and shoals.
But on this coast, any regular land breeze will be inshore. Now, we must get close to find it.
Impossible to get close, Captain. It can't be done with the currents from the Straits.
You will follow my orders as I give them. Now, right now, send a couple of hands to open the 2 quarterdeck ports.
Open the quarterdeck ports, Captain. What for?
Because I tell you to do so. Have them opened wide and fastened properly.
By now, the whole ship must think you're out of your mind. You've gone too far. This plan of yours is much too dangerous.
I shall stand as close in as I dare and then put her round.
What will I be doing?
Presently, I'll smuggle you out of here into the sail locker where there's an opening. A sort of square for hauling the sails out. And it is never closed.
Someone is sure to see me.
Just before tacking, when the ship is dead still, you'll have a clear road to slip overboard through the open quarterdeck port. Now, use a rope's end to lower yourself into the water so there'll be no splash.
Promise me not to go too close to shore. You talked to me about duty. Now you're risking ship and crew.
Yes. Oh, here. Take these sovereigns.
What?
I have 6. 3 for you and 3 for me.
What would a swimmer do with...
You never know what you need. Now, here. Tied in this handkerchief. They can be fastened to your belt. Now, I must join the men at the supper table and try to pretend that I am perfectly sane. You're bareheaded. With the sun beating down, you need something to cover your head.
I need to get my head under water, and the sooner the better.
I mean when you get to shore. No trees on those islands, and the sun is merciless.
After all these months undercover, I'll glory in the sunshine.
You will take my hat. You see, the brim goes all round. Here. Now put it on your head.
Captain, you are mad. A swimmer with a hat on his head?
Well, then put it in your belt. You'll need it. And now, be off.
We're drawing in fast, Captain. The land is close. I've never seen that hill of coal ring before, not without the glass.
Keep her good full ahead.
You're going on.
Straight on, that full.
But, Captain, sir.
The helmsman heard me. Straight on, that full.
Merciful heavens, we're about to go aground.
Captain's gone mad. He must be stopped. Call the second mate.
Steady as she goes. I can barely see the sail.
We're sailing straight into the jaws of hell.
Jackson, turn up all hands.
Where are we?
We're lost.
Be quiet.
Follow me here.
Looking for the land wind.
Oh, I knew it would end like this.
Are we done for, sir?
We're too close to shore to come about. She'll drift ashore before she's come around.
Shore already.
Ready now. Ready to come about.
She won't make it. We're too close.
Go forward, Jackson, and tend to the head sheets. Shake them out. Helmsman, hard alee. Swing the mainyard.
But, Captain, that rock will get us broadside. Better to crash the prow head on.
Had we come too close? Our fate hung in the balance as the black mass of land loomed over the afterdeck. My ship and I were new to one another. It was too soon for the ultimate test. So far, she responded to the helmsman's lightest touch. But now, she came about, shuddered once, and then all was ominously still. If I failed to set the sails, if those menacing rocks seemed but inches from the port side, our course must be set by the tides. But who could tell which way they ran? I could only grope like a blind man. Call for torches on the lee side? No, they might reveal. But I could not think of him. Not now. I had to find out from which direction the breeze would come. I had to.
Captain, the men are threatening to jump overboard and swim for shore.
Before they make a move, order searching lamps trained down on the water on the lee side.
Now hear this. Now hear this.
It was deathly still. The water like a pool of ink with no sign of movement.
I don't know what you're looking for, Captain.
The slightest stirring of the current. When I find out which way it's flowing, we'll set the sails.
Can't see a thing in those black waters.
Well, look for a piece of driftwood.
Not a sign of anything.
I can feel it under my feet. The ship is inching us toward shore.
Steward, get me a piece of paper and be quick about it.
Well, there's no paper up here, Captain. I'd have to go below, and I'm not sure that even then...
Oh, she's beginning to yaw.
Jackson, stay up here. We must throw something overboard that floats. I'll be down by the taffrail. For the moment, the crew was kept busy with the lights directed toward the shore, while I stared into the void beyond the stern. And there it was. My sign, written clearly in the water. And now I knew exactly what to do. The man at the wheel stood like a statue, and I was near enough not to raise my voice as I confidently gave the next order, shift the helm. He jumped round to the other side and spun the wheel.
She's catching the breeze.
Let go and haul!
We did it.
You did nothing but make a nuisance of yourself.
But you didn't think we'd make it. I heard you say we'd be dashed against the rocks. How did the captain know exactly the moment to raise the sails?
He found which way the tide was running.
But how? I stared into the water and there was nothing to see.
Take a look out there. Even in the dark, it's still in view.
Well, I'll be. Why, that's the captain's.
Of course.
Jackson, now that we've picked up a brisk breeze, why don't you come to my cabin so we can chart out what looks like a clear course ahead?
Thank you, Captain, and if I may say so, sir, this calls for some sort of celebration.
Yeah, well, she handled very well.
You did it, sir. Captain Briggs would never dared to do a thing like that. We could have stayed in the Gulf for days.
Well, I saw no reason to waste time in these waters.
What you did was a stroke of genius.
I was hard-pressed to know which way the tide would run.
Well, bless my soul, sir. I'll wager there's not another captain on the 7 seas
would have had a hat like yours to throw out on the water.
Was the secret sharer still wearing that hat? We like to believe, as the captain did, that he was already safe on shore, a floppy sun hat carelessly abandoned as an encumbrance to his freedom. But from that moment forward, the captain was indisputably master of his ship. He had pulled off a dangerous maneuver which gained the respect of every member of his crew. There is a moral to this tale, and we'll consider it in just a moment. How often, I wonder, does a human being understand but one facet of his own personality? The captain of our story was given a chance to examine the other half of himself, the part that wanted to run away. From now on, he would find contentment looking up at the great curves of canvas or watching the water fan gracefully from the sturdy prow. He needed his ship. But Leggett was not cut out for the discipline of a seaman's life. He knew now that he could exist only as a wanderer. Each had found his freedom from fear, from loneliness. Our cast included Norman Rose, Mandel Kramer, William Redfield, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As he looks into the face of death at the hands of his enemies, Shakespeare's young King Richard II says, "The love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death." We're about to see how a kind of love became so poisoned with fear and evil that it became transformed into brutality and hatred, and finally, a kind of death.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you, my husband.
Shut your ugly mouth!
You slapped me. You dared, the little weakling dared.
No, stop it. Stop it, Therese. Put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that happened to both of us.
Our mystery drama, The Corpse That Would Not Die, was adapted from the Émile Zola classic Thérèse Raquin, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss, and stars Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year is 1865. The scene, the left bank of Paris during the last few years of the reign of Napoleon III. The Passage du Pont Neuf is a dark and gloomy corridor, no more than 30 yards long, a block away from the River Seine. The air is the wet, chilling air of a vault, for the sun never touches the Passage du Pont-Neuf. A row of run-down, dismal shops fronts on either side of the narrow street. One bears the sign, Raquin, dry goods. It is evening. Inside, by the gloomy light of a flickering oil lamp, the proprietress of the musty little shop, Madame Raquin, a plump old lady in her late 60s, is seated in a wheelchair. A huge red cat snuggles on her lap.
Camille, my dear?
Yes, Mother.
You've locked the iron shutters over the shop window?
Yes, I have, Mother.
Therese, you've put away the needles and thread Madame Grivet did not purchase?
I have, Madame Raquin.
Is my cup of chamomile tea ready, Therese?
Here it is, Madame.
What a wonderful fragrance chamomile has. I think I would never have a night of peaceful sleep without my cup. Will you join me, Camille?
Each night you ask, each night I answer. No, thank you, Mother.
Now, I think only of your good, my precious boy. You are not the strongest man in the world.
Tell me again, Mother, for the 10,000th time. I know.
You must not mock your mother. Your mother loves you. If I didn't see that things were done for you, who would?
You forget. I now have a wife, have I not, Therese?
Yes, Camille, you certainly have a wife.
And you're as strong as I am weak. And beautiful, what's more. What else could a man ask for?
What I do, Camille, I do.
For my own good, I know.
Oh, Francois, you're getting heavier every day. You've grown to be the biggest cat in the neighborhood. And the handsomest. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is Thursday.
I'll have to put more oil in the table lamp.
Oh, and have you seen that there's enough firewood for a really good fire? Inspector Michaud likes a warm fire.
Yes, there's plenty of wood.
We mustn't let Police Inspector Michaud think we're pinching pennies.
Not with your 40,000 francs in the bank, we mustn't.
I'll take your cup, Madame, if you're finished.
By the way, I've asked a friend of mine to join us at Domino's tomorrow night. Fellow employee at the office.
Who is he? What's he like?
Tall, handsome. Name's Laurent. Laurent Duchesne. The women can't keep their eyes off him. Or their hands. Fancies himself a portrait painter. You'll like him, Mother. So will you, Therese.
I look forward to meeting him.
10 o'clock, bedtime. Therese, whenever you are ready to lift this poor cripple out of her wheelchair and up into her bed.
I'm ready.
Thank you, my dear. Up, Francois. Off my lap.
Dreadful animal.
You said something.
No, nothing.
Is there anything I can do to help?
As always, just stay out of the way. Now, here we go, Madame. Your right arm round my neck.
I'll go up ahead. I think the door to Mother's room is closed.
If only Camille were well and strong, he would carry me to my bed.
We both know that, Madame. As his wife, I have learned to live with it.
The door was open all the time.
There you are, Madame. I'll be back to undress you in a moment. May the time come when I shall carry you to your bedroom for the last time.
What was that, Therese?
Only that someday soon may the good Lord see fit to put life back into your limbs. Is there anything else, Madame?
No, thank you. I'm quite sleepy. Good night to you both.
Sleep well, Mother.
Good night, Madame.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you. I made my bed without realizing what I was getting into. Now I have no choice but to lie in it.
I am your husband. This is your home.
So you keep telling me. But for me, this is no home. It's more like a chilling, newly dug grave.
Therese.
Don't touch me. The touch of your hand turns my stomach. Oh, Yes, by all means, bring your friend tomorrow night. It will be refreshing to have a man in the house.
Shut your ugly mouth.
You slapped me. You did, you little weakling did.
No, stop it, Therese. Now put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that could happen to both of us.
You're sure you won't join us at Domino's, Monsieur Laurent?
Not till I finish Camille's portrait.
As you please. I have a 3 blank, which I place here. What do you say to that, Camille?
Blank 4 here, Inspector Michaud.
4, 6 here.
And double 6 here. My game again. This has been my night for Domino's.
The tea, madame, if you are ready.
Oh, Monsieur Duchesne, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Oh, thank you, madame. In a moment. A few more strokes around Camille's eyes, and his portrait will be finished. And do call me Laurent, won't you?
Oh, if it pleases you. Inspector Michaud, your tea. And do finish your story about this, Bernard.
Thank you. As I was saying before, this chap Bernard got away with murdering 2 of his wealthy wives. In both instances, he came up behind them while they were taking a bath in their big tin tubs, held their heads underwater until they were quite dead. It wasn't until he killed the 3rd that we caught up with him. That was his big mistake.
Are you saying, Inspector, that he should have done away with each of them by, varying the pattern of his murders?
If he had, it might have taken us a bit longer to find him. You brew a tasty cup of tea, Therese?
Thank you, Inspector.
Laurent, when may we look at my portrait?
After we've had our tea, dear friend. I think you'll be pleased.
You paint from models, of course.
Oh, of course.
Women models?
Well, certainly. Mostly what I suppose you might call, friends of mine.
You mean women come to your studio and pose for you in the, without clothes?
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, that must make you feel ever so funny. I know it would make me feel strange. I wouldn't know where to turn my eyes.
Really, Camille? Your tea, Monsieur Laurent.
Oh, thank you. You know, I once had this lovely redhead as a model. Beautiful features, firm white flesh, gorgeous body. And I was right in the middle of...
Oh, dear, what have I done? Oh, I am so terribly sorry.
Oh, you spilled the whole cup of tea all over Laurent's trousers.
Therese, how could you be so awkward?
Here, let me wipe your trousers with this cloth.
No, it's really all right.
My hand is still shaking. Oh, please do forgive me.
As though it had never happened, my dear Therese.
Francoise, the cat, happened to brush by me as I was handing you the cup.
No, not another word. You know, when you look at me with those big, sad, beautiful eyes, I feel that I am the one to blame.
You're very kind.
Oh, Therese, would you get a couple of more logs from outside? The fire's getting a bit low.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame. Don't you call her mother?
I do not. Excuse me.
Let me help you with the logs, Therese.
Oh, there's no need, Laurent. She is strong.
I can carry them all alone, but if you wish...
I insist. Now, let me go with you, please.
The domino pieces are set up for another game. May I help myself to another biscuit?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Oh, what a charming man. Your painter, Camille.
Yes, I'm very fond of him.
He makes Therese a little nervous.
Is that why she spilled the tea over him?
Of course. Didn't you see that?
Her hands are as steady as a rock. Not a nerve in her whole beautiful body.
Inspector Michaud, you see everything. Even sometimes when there's nothing there.
Perhaps.
No, you see? You were wrong, Inspector. They seem to be getting along quite well. She's not a bit nervous.
And here, madame, are your logs.
Thank you.
Will you permit me to place one or two on the fire?
Oh, thank you, Laurent. But isn't it time we saw the portrait you've been painting of Camille?
Why not?
Turn up the lamp, Therese.
I turn the easel so, and there it is.
Oh, no. I
can't believe it. I really don't believe it.
Is that how I look to you, Laurent?
But that's not you he's painted, Camille. Why, the features are twisted and distorted. The hair soaking with water. And the color, the greenish, the look of a man who's been drowned. Laurent, what have you done?
Well, an artist only paints what he sees.
But that is not a portrait of my son. What you have painted is the face of death. Laurent, my darling. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here in your little studio.
How happy I am that you're here.
Oh, if you could only know what I've been through these past few months. Oh, buried alive in that horrible shop. And when he puts his cold, clammy hands on me, my blood freezes.
But we're changing all that, aren't we? You and I.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are, my darling. Oh, Laurent, I love you so.
And I love you. There's a cloud of fire that surrounds you. It burns into my body. I could never...
What's wrong?
These stolen moments are too few, Therese. They're not enough for me.
Nor for me.
I want to sleep the whole night beside you and be awakened in the morning by your warm kisses.
Oh, I want that too, my love. But how can we?
Accidents happen every day. Do they not?
Laurent.
A foot may slip. A child could fall, and the only guilty party would be the wind.
But how, Laurent? How?
Trust me, my angel. I shall find a way. Did you hear anything?
Outside the door. It sounded like Madame's cat, Francois.
How could that be?
He may have followed me here.
Shh. Quiet, quiet. Nobody. It's not a thing. It was only in our imagination.
But why should we have both imagined the voice of Francois at the very same moment? Hold me close, Laurent. I'm very afraid.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, a wise man that he was, observed that whenever a man commits a crime, God finds a witness. That every secret crime has its reporter. Laurent and Thérèse Raquin have already committed one crime, adultery. They are contemplating still another. Was there a reporter to their first act? Where will their dark plans lead them? To Act Two, of course. I shall return shortly. It's a Sunday afternoon toward the end of September at Saint-Ouen, a beautiful wooded section on the outskirts of Paris, along the River Seine, where the less fashionable Parisians of 100 years ago gathered for their picnics. On this particular morning, Thérèse Raquin, her husband Camille, and her newly acquired lover, Laurent, are in a narrow little rowboat they have hired. They've spotted a tiny island in the river away from the Sunday crowds, where they can set up their picnic lunch in a clearing among the trees.
Yeah, we shouldn't have too much farther to go.
A few minutes, no more, and we should be there, Laurent.
Well, take your time. We're not in all that much of a hurry.
Oh, sorry.
Keep the boat steady, please.
I will, of course.
Now, remember, I can't swim, not a stroke. When I was a child, Mother never allowed me to swim. Of course, you, on the other hand...
Like a fish, Camille, like a fish.
We're going to have the island all to ourselves.
Oh, the water looks so cold and forbidding. This must be the deepest part of the river.
Since we're in no particular hurry, is it all right if we just drift for a while?
Well, why not? Just don't move about, either of you, please.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. So quiet and peaceful.
We can hardly see the people on the shore, and nobody can see us. It's our own little world.
Oh, floating here on the river with my wife and my best friend. Ah, I wish this moment would never have to come to an end.
Yes, but like everything else, dear friends, it must. Inspector has for you, Camille.
What are you doing, Laurent? You'll upset the boat. We'll all fall into the river. We'll drown.
No, not all of us, Camille. Not all of us. Stop him. Stop him. Perez, stop him. Hold on to your Perez. I've got him. He can't get away.
He's holding onto the side of the boat.
We'll take care of that. I put on his fingers. So. Now, over the side, my boy, into the... He stuck his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Let go, Camille, let go. Oh, into the river, my friend. Start rowing, Perez, while I hold his head under the water. So. Are you all right, Perez?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, then don't waste a moment. Slide over the side of the boat into the water quickly. From this side. And then I've capsized the boat and joined you. Help!
Help!
Help! Somebody help! We're drowning, all of us! Help! And that, Inspector Michaud, is exactly what happened. When the boat overturned, I reached first to save Therese, and by the time I'd rescued her, it was too late, alas, for poor Camille. He disappeared under the waters of the Seine.
Dear me, how dreadful. Monsieur Laurent, how shall we break the news to his dear mother?
That's exactly why I came to you, Inspector. You, as a former policeman, as well as one of Madame's oldest friends...
You did well, Monsieur Laurent. Poor Therese, so young and a widow. What will become of her, I wonder? Who's to console her?
It would be an honor and a privilege to do whatever I could for the widow of one of my dearest friends.
So?
I apologize to the memory of Camille for what I'm about to say at this sad moment. But if Therese would accept me, I should be very proud to be her husband.
You're a fine fellow, Laurent, and most understanding. Tomorrow, the salvage men of the police will drag the river for the body.
Oh, of course.
There must be a proper certificate of death issued by the city coroner at the morgue, because officially, legally, where there's no body, there is, of course, no death.
Good morning, monsieur. You're bright and early, as usual.
I must find the body of Camille Raquin.
So you say each morning you come here to the morgue to visit my unfortunate guests.
Oh.
Ah, still not used to it after coming here every morning for, what is it, over a week?
Well, it's the smell, the dampness of the walls, the rows of gray stone slabs.
Yes, takes getting used to. This way, please. Here. Would this one be your friend?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. The flesh is so decomposed. That's him. That's Camille. They found him at last.
No, don't take it too hard, monsieur. We all have to go sometime, sooner or later.
The eyes. The lids are wide open. The eyes are staring right at me.
Easy, monsieur. You're sure he's the one?
Oh, yes, I am.
But all you have to do now is to swear to the identity of the corpse, and a legal certification of death will be issued to the police.
Thank you, monsieur. And for your trouble?
Oh, the gentleman is most generous. Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. That certificate of death may well be worth some 40,000 francs.
Laurent, are you all right? Wake up. Wake up. You're shivering.
Oh, Therese, I managed to doze off for a moment. I had another horrible nightmare.
So did I. Tell me, what was yours?
It was before we were married. It was a dark, starless night. I'd left my studio, was running through the streets to you in your bedroom. I got to the passage, to the back door. I lit a match to light my way. It went out. I lit another. In the dim, bluish light, I heard weird voices. I thought I saw monstrous shapes against the walls. It was hard to breathe. I climbed the steps. I opened the door, which you had left unlocked. I quickly undressed. I got into bed where you, all white, were waiting for me. I started to kiss you.
Yes. What then?
It was not you, but Camille, as I had seen him in the morgue, green, disfigured, his hair plastered to his face by the waters of the river.
Oh, how dreadful.
The corpse held out its arms to me, cackling hideously, poking out a stump of a black tongue from between its white teeth.
Oh, Laurent.
And then a moment later, I was standing in front of a cracked mirror looking at the red scar on my neck, the one Camille had ripped into my flesh with his teeth. And as I looked, with Camille's grinning face behind mine, the wound grew larger and larger, eating a black hole into my neck on fire. And always his twisted face behind me, mocking me with his dead yellow eyes.
Oh, Laurent, go back to sleep, if you can.
Tell me what you dreamed.
Oh, it was much worse. Much more frightening. I, too, dreamed of a time before our marriage.
What happened?
Well, it was a time when I loved you and you loved me. A time when the touch of your lips on mine, your body against mine, was the only reason for my being alive my entire life.
What happened in the dream, Therese?
You embraced me. You kissed me. We became one.
And then?
Then I awoke, and I found myself biting into my pillow to stifle my sobs as I used to when Camille was still alive. Oh, how long has it been since you wanted to touch me, Laurent? How long has it been since I wanted to touch you? Why is it? Since the day we murdered Camille, we've never once desired each other.
I don't want to talk about it.
To me, that is the most horrifying thing that could have happened to both of us. Because now, Laurent, we are both murderers with nothing to hold us together.
How long have you been sitting there, staring into the flames?
I couldn't sleep. I was cold. I got out of bed and lit a fire. We killed Camille. His corpse is always here between us. His dead body is turning our limbs to ice.
Therese, look.
Where? What is it?
There, in that shadowy corner over there. He's followed us here. It's Camille.
Where?
Don't move, Therese. How green his face is and how thin. How yellow those staring eyes. He's come back from the grave.
Quiet, Laurent. You'll wake Madame Raquin.
What shall we do?
You fool. Look closely. Have you forgotten?
Wait. It's only his portrait.
The one you painted that Thursday night, the first time we met.
Of course. His portrait. By the light of the fire, it looked so... Turn it to the wall, Therese.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere near it.
Then I will. I'll do even better.
What are you looking for?
My large hunting knife.
It's there, on top of the dresser.
You remember how upset the old woman was when she looked at the portrait the first time?
She said it was not Camille's face you had painted, but the face of death.
Mm-hmm.
How right she was.
Now neither she, nor you, nor I will ever have to look at it again. Ever.
Oh, Laurent, what are you doing?
Never again. Never. Never. Never.
You've ripped the portrait to shreds.
And with it, the last memory of Camille. For both of us, I hope.
In the writings of an ancient Roman philosopher, we find these words. A man who has done another man an injustice can receive no greater punishment than to have done the injustice. And however harsh his punishment, no penalty can be more brutal than the whipping he takes from his own guilt. True. I shall return shortly with Act 3. A tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The guilt starts piling up and in the end destroys us. Therese and her husband Laurent have already wrecked what love there ever was between them by the murder of Camille. How much further will their guilt lead them? It's another Thursday evening. In the dingy little room behind her tiny dry goods shop, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the cat Francois on her lap, playing dominoes with her old friend, Police Inspector Michaud.
And I place my double blank here, Madame, next to your 6 blank. What do you say to that?
I say, Inspector Michaud, that you remained a bachelor all your life because you couldn't be all that lucky, both at love and at domino.
10 o'clock, Madame. Time for bed.
Oh, already? Well, so it is, so it is.
Would you like me to carry you upstairs, Mother?
Oh, that's very kind of you, Laurent, my boy, but Therese is used to it by now.
Up we go. So,
good night, Michaud. Perhaps I'll have better luck next Thursday. Good night, Laurent.
Good night, Madame Raquin.
Sleep well, Mother.
The old girl is slowing down a bit, I fear.
Yes, I'm afraid so. That case you were telling us about before, I didn't quite follow you. The young woman who was drowned.
Oh, that one. Not a trace of water in her lungs, which led the authorities to believe she had died of natural causes.
And what made them change their minds?
A person can drown or be drowned if he's taken by surprise. Surprise suffocation, we call it. Not a drop of water in the lungs. It all happens
Madame
when...
Raquin gets heavier and heavier every time I carry her up and down those stairs.
Oh, time for me to go. Must get my 8 hours. Keeps me young and spry. I'll say good night to you two.
Good night, Inspector.
Until next Thursday.
Until next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
That stupid, boring old fool.
Oh, why can't we just pack up and leave? Start a new life somewhere. Anywhere.
Well, what would we use for money? When that miserable old woman signs a paper handing over her 40,000 francs to us, we can think about going away. But not before. But even if we were to...
Yes, Laurent?
Even if we went to the ends of the earth, he would follow us.
Camille.
Who else? When we lie awake at night in our bed, you near one edge, I near the other, he lies there between us.
Stop saying those things.
No, I tell you, Therese, I can hear him breathing. I can feel his cold, wet body next to mine, turning the sheets to ice. Therese, you're not really a widow. You never were.
What are you saying?
You're still married to the man we drowned. There's somebody at the front door. Do you hear it?
Who could it be in the middle of the night?
Don't move. I'll see.
Oh, it's Francois. I didn't know he was still out. I thought we'd already let him in.
That cursed cat. Go away. Away.
Soaking wet, dripping with water.
And it's a beautiful night out there. The sky is clear and filled with stars. Shh. Don't you jump onto that table. Give me that iron poker, Therese. No, get down off that table.
Look out, Laura. He's getting ready to spring at you.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to spring for your neck. Watch out.
Look at those unblinking yellow eyes, how they stare at me. And why does he drip with the smell of the river?
Put down that poker, Laura. Look out. He's going for your throat.
I know who you are. Camille. I killed you once. Now stay dead, Camille. Die.
Let him be, Laurent. Your neck is bleeding where he bit you.
Let it bleed. It's bled before. You know something, Therese.
What?
The day I first set eyes on you, I cursed that day.
And so do I, Laurent. That was the blackest day of my life. Laurent, why did you throw the painting to the floor and the easel?
I'm disgusted with the whole thing. I do nothing but paint, and look at them. Every one of them.
They're not bad, Laurent.
That's not the point. Look, here's Monsieur Tristan, the tobacconist, and here Madame Colombe, the greengrocer, and there, the three children of the postman. Can't you see what's wrong? Are you blind?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the eyes, the texture of the skin, the expression on the faces. They're all the same. Every face I paint has his expression. Some feature of Camille's. On every face a look of agony and terror.
I begin to see what you mean.
In spite of everything I do, the mouth of each of them is distorted into an ugly grimace. The same look that was on Camille's face when we drowned him.
When you drowned him.
What?
You picked him up. You stepped on his fingers when he clung to the side of the boat. You threw him into the river. You pushed his head into the water and kept it there as he choked out his dying breath.
Therese, you're as guilty as I am of Camille's death.
It's your word against mine.
You liar! Oh. We planned every step of it together.
Hands off my throat. I can't breathe.
I murdered Camille, and so did you. We did it together. Say so, Therese. Say so.
All right. We did it together. You and I, we both murdered. Madame Raquin, what are you doing here?
I heard every word you said. I was here in my wheelchair, in the doorway. Your backs were to me. You killed my son, my only son. You... I shall call
What's wrong with her?
Her body's gone rigid. Her hands and feet are stiff. She doesn't move. Only her eyes. We must call a doctor. She's had a stroke.
Easy with her now, Laurent.
Now, hold the chair still while I put her into it. There.
Oh, look at her eyes. You see us, hear us, don't you? But you can't speak a word, can you, dear madame?
Nor lift so much as a finger of your dying old body.
She says everything with her eyes. She accuses us with her eyes.
Isn't it a pity, old lady? We murdered that miserable son of yours, Therese and I. We drowned him in the river. And nobody will ever know, except the three of us.
I curse you from the bottom of my soul for what you've done.
Maybe it would be wiser if she didn't sit here tomorrow night when Inspector Michaud comes.
Well, what harm is there? He'd ask for her, surely. Besides, the doctors told us there's no hope for her. If she ever manages to speak again, it'll be the last breath she ever takes.
Shall we wait for Therese?
She'll be down in a moment. Let's set up the pieces for the game, shall we?
And how is my old friend, Madame Racan? Ready to watch our dominoes game for the championship of the evening? I can see the light of anticipation shining in your eyes. And how is the good Francois?
Unfortunately, Inspector, the poor creature is still limping from whatever he did to his leg.
He sits there like some red-haired monarch, silent on Madame's lap, glaring at you, Laurent.
Sorry to delay the game, Inspector Michaud.
Ah, there you are, Therese. We're all set.
I'll sit here, between you and Madame.
You begin, Laurent.
All right, I begin with a 4-3 piece.
Followed by my 3-5 piece here.
Mm-hmm. And a double 4, so.
Wait, Laurent, Therese. Look.
Well, what is it?
Madame Racan. Her right hand. It's moving. Ever so slowly. With the greatest effort. She's forcing it up the leg of the table.
Well, this is the first time she's moved since her stroke.
Look at her eyes.
She's moving the tip of her index finger.
Trying to get our attention. Yes, Madame, what is it you want? What can we do for you?
If my strength holds out, you'll know. Just watch my finger. I'm trying to trace a letter on the oilcloth.
She's made a T. And an H.
And an E. Now, an R. T-H-E-R.
She's spelling your name, Therese. Go on, Madame. We're following you. Therese and... Therese and... L-A-U-R. Now she's spelling your name, Laurent. Therese and Laurent. Don't stop now, Madame. Go on.
My strength is leaving me. I don't know if I can go on.
She's getting tired.
H-A-V-E. Therese and Laurent have what?
Her finger stopped. Her hand has slipped off the table and back into her lap.
Has either of you any idea what she might have been trying to tell us?
No, not the slightest.
Therese?
I wouldn't know.
What could she have meant? Therese and Laurent have what?
Therese and Laurent have murdered Camille. Drowned him. That's what I am trying to tell you. Drowned him.
I'm going up to sleep, Laurent. It's late.
How can you even think of sleep after what we saw her do tonight? We'll never be safe now. If she did it once, she could do it again.
Sooner or later, Michaud will learn the truth. She'll find a way to tell him.
Just being here in the same room with her is enough to make me sick. With her and with you.
You are sick, both of you. Poisoned with guilt and by each other.
You know how I despise you, Laurent. And myself.
Go torment each other from morning till night. Keep digging your own graves, then bury yourselves alive in them, while I watch you destroy yourselves and each other. And that's, my dear children, that is your punishment. Camille will be avenged.
Stiff and silent, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the big red cat in her lap, feasting her eyes on Laurent and Therese, eyes that crushed them with brooding hate. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. You suppose Émile Zola, at age 26, as he wrote the final page of his story, remembered those lines of Shakespeare? I shall return shortly. Émile Zola made this comment about Thérèse Raquin, one of the first of his many great novels. I looked at myself as a scientist. I applied to two living bodies, Thérèse and Laurent, the same method that a surgeon would apply to corpses. This in order to discover how conscience can drive a criminal to despair and madness, to degradation and moral decay. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higby, Roger DeKoven, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Here you are, boys.
Yeah. Yeah, good crowd.
Your friend, the owner of this place?
Oh, he does things right, you'll see. Well, have a good time to both of you. Now, watch your step getting out, Mrs. Manning.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, be back at 1 o'clock, huh? Right. Claire, you're going to have one of the finest meals you ever... Down, Claire, down on the pavement. Hey, are you all right, boy? Yeah, we're both fine. Here, let me help you out, honey. Where is he? He ran off into an alley someplace. You got a good look at him?
No, it happened so fast. It was a kid, boss, some young punker. Oh, no, I don't believe it.
What is it?
That kid that took those shots at you.
Huh?
I'll swear to my life. That was your son, Mrs. Menon. Your son, Aaron.
Aaron?
Corey, how sure are you?
Positive.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. In probably his greatest sonnet, the English poet William Wordsworth wrote, "The world is too much with us. Late and soon, getting and spending, we lay waste our powers. We have given away our hearts, a sordid boon." This story is confirmation of that thought and statement. Our mystery drama, A Two-Bit Fortune, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The following is a test. Please answer all questions truthfully.
Question 1. Which of these do you like most? Rowboat, dentist, Opal Isuzu?
Question 2. If you and 3 friends wanted to take a nice trip, would you take turns carrying each other, take turns throwing each other, or buy an Opal Isuzu?
Question 3. Given a choice, would you attend a lecture on good posture, hurt your foot, or buy an Opal Isuzu?
If you answered Opal Isuzu to all 3, see your Buick Opal dealer and take a test drive. Otherwise, see someone else.
A unique residence for senior citizens is the Cupola, C-U-P-O-L-A, in Paramus, New Jersey, only about 15 minutes from the George Washington Bridge, where you find a carefree lifestyle of dignity and charm. Owned and managed by the Maloney family, the Cupola provides gracious surroundings where you keep your independence and enjoy companionship and security. At the Cupola, you live free from daily chores, enjoying life at your own pace, with instant access to friends and planned activities. For a nominal monthly fee, you'll enjoy your own studio suite, 3 superb meals daily, 10 acres of beautiful grounds, lounges, libraries, greenhouse, theater, game rooms, maid service, beauty and barbershop. Everything for carefree living, including a fully staffed infirmary. If you're a senior citizen or know one who seeks the good life, visit the Cupola, West 100 Ridgewood Avenue, Paramus, or call 201-444-8200, or write WOR for the Cupola Story brochure.
Who in the world has never dreamed that a millionaire, for some unimaginable reason, upon his death, would make us his sole heir to a fabulous fortune? A harmless enough daydream for anyone, and certainly one shared by Mike Wilson, the best mechanic Frank Khaleesi ever had at his gas station. An innocent fantasy that Mike is to regret bitterly, as destiny deals him a fateful hand in a game that is too far out of his league to play.
Way to go, Mike. Way to go. Strike on out and we take all the marks.
Come on, Mike, baby. Just one more time. You can do it.
Hey, look, Penny, Frank, what do you want? Miracle?
Why not? You do them every day.
I mean, like that's 4 strikes in a row.
So you'll make it 5.
Honey, you got the magic touch.
You got the old groove now. Now you got to strike out to go 1 pin up for the championship. Federated Oil over Syncon Gas. I'm counting on you. You think a win would hurt my franchise, huh?
It's a $200 bonus, honey. Buy us that drawing machine.
Okay, if it's for you, Penny, I gotta come through.
Here's your ball, champ. Now win this for old Frankie, huh? Right in the old groove.
You better hope. Okay, here goes.
Hey, you knew you could do it. How about that?
I love you, Mike. You always come through.
Hey, how could he lose? Come on, everybody. The drinks are on me.
No, on me. I was a lucky winner.
Ah, lousy 2 bills. Save it for you and Penny to get married. You wait till you hit it really big. Hey, Mike, what are you doing?
Letting down a transmission. Why?
I'll get Pete to take over. Come on, I need you a moment.
Okay, sure. Right there. What is it, Frank?
Mr. McCann on that big foreign job of his.
Yeah.
His RPMs are dropping off, and you know he worries more about that car than he does about the 2-timing dame of his.
Okay, so I'll have a look.
And I guess he has more worries about the blonde. He wants someone to run him home first, then bring the car in for servicing. So why don't you shuck the overalls clean up and just take it?
Hey, Frank, that's way out in the valley.
Oh, it'll give you a chance to check out on how the car is running.
Yeah, but I got a date with Penny.
So you'll be a little late. Come on, take a chance. The guy is loaded. Maybe you'll slip you a century for your trouble.
Oh, no. Penny was planning to go...
Come on, for old Frank Confederated Oil, huh? With a winner like you, who knows how good it might turn out?
Hey, what the devil? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, you all right?
Oh, I'm all right, son. Just a dizzy spell. Who are you?
Just a guy, Mike Wilson, a grease monkey. Hey, you know you're bleeding?
Yeah, I must have cut myself when I fell. You going into Arco Springs?
Yeah, sure. I work there.
Would you give me a lift in?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I better. You look like you're bleeding from the ear there.
Huh? Well, if I am, it's the only place they haven't tried to bleed me yet.
Yeah, well, come on, get up. Yeah, I'll take you to the hospital in town.
Just get me to town. Then I'll tell you where to take me.
How you holding out, Bindle?
I'm not a hobo.
Oh, pardon me.
You consider me a bum?
Well, I didn't figure you for, billionaire. I mean, baggy old pants, beat-up hat, sneakers. Who are you, Prince Romanov?
A man is not always what he seems.
No skin off my nose. Don't make no never mind to me.
You said you were a grease monkey?
Yeah.
Quite a fancy car you're driving.
This dreamboat, it ain't mine. Belongs to some big wheel lives up on the ridge over the valley. A guy named McCann. I just drove him home. I'm taking this back for a checkup. She needs a good tune-up.
Number 4 cylinder's hanging up a little. Sounds like a lifting rod.
Hey, that's pretty good. You hear that right away?
I have had some interest in the combustion engine.
I'll say this for you. You ain't no ordinary bum.
And I'll say this for you. You're no ordinary grease monkey if you service a car like this.
Hey, I'm a good mechanic. For what it's worth.
Should be worth a great deal. What are your ambitions?
How big can they be for a guy like me? Marry my girl Penny, raise a family, maybe take over Fat Frank's gas station one day.
Nothing larger than that?
Oh, sure. I like to pick up the phone some morning. I have this guy say, hey, Mike Wilson, works at the Federated Oil there on Wilcombe Drive in Arco Springs. And I'll say, like, sure, what's it to you? And he'll say, it's what's it to you is more important. This rich guy you wouldn't even know is my client, and he picked your name out of the phone book, and guess what? You're his sole heir to $25 million.
You'd like that.
Come on.
What would it bring you more than you have now? Outside of money.
Oh, well, me and Penny could get married right away instead of waiting to save up. I could move out of Arco Springs, hit the big time, be a real mechanic, the best in the world. Maybe get into auto racing. Yeah, there'd be no stopping me.
You really think it would bring you happiness?
I know it.
Wealth would be that important. It would give you more than you have now.
Hey, what are you, some kind of philosopher or something?
No. So you believe in the American dream?
Sure. Hey, are you all right, mister? I mean, the head? It's all right?
Oh, I'm fine. I just like to talk sometimes, I suppose. When I have nothing to lose. And the other person has nothing to gain.
Oh, look, we're coming into town now. I'll take you right to the hospital.
No. Drop me in back of the Hilshire Hotel, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. That's easier for me, but I just
You've helped out enough already. Now, what was your name again?
Mike Wilson.
Federated Oil Garage on Wilcombe Drive.
Mm-hmm, that's right. What's your name, pal?
Stanford Spruce.
Okay, pal. I guess life handed you a few knocks so you can have your little laughs, huh?
There have been very few in my life. Wealth is not what it seems, young fellow. It's a curse, not a blessing.
Yeah, sure.
You don't believe me about money?
You said it. Can you get out all right?
I'll manage. Oh, one further request.
That figures. How much you expect to hit me up for?
Just a quarter, if you can spare it.
Here. Hey, but listen, old-timer, you need a little more of a steak, huh? What the hell? It's only money.
No, a quarter is all I need. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Goodbye. Hey, you sure you're all right?
Thanks to you. Maybe someday I'll have a chance to pay you back.
I won't hold my breath waiting.
And he said he was Stanford Spruce?
Yeah, just like that.
But you said he looked like a bum.
Honey, the guy was dirty. He even smelled kind of high. He hadn't had a shave in at least a week. He had dirty old baggy pants, a stained old windbreaker, and a pair of sneakers with holes on the outside.
Hey, did you check in with the hospital just in case?
Yeah, I thought of that. They never heard of anyone like him.
And you gave him money.
Come on, Penny. Only a lousy quarter. What am I, henpecked before I even get married?
Don't knock it, Pally. I've been through 2 wives. You got someone wants to hold on to what you got, count your blessings.
Honey, I didn't mean to sound cheap. It's just you're so... Well, you're so darn honest and kind. Mike, anyone can take advantage of you.
I don't want anyone. I just want you.
No, honey, I love you.
Hey, come on. I mean, we're frank.
Hey, don't mind me. I'm all for it. All for everything coming up roses, eh? I mean, Mike, maybe your old bum really was Stanford Spruce, and one of these here days he will turn up.
Sure. And give me my 2 bits back.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you seen the paper?
What paper? Who is... What time is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, kid, your day off and all. It's just 7 o'clock, but I wanted to be the first to get to you, and I see I am.
First to get to me with what?
It just come out on the radio. Stanford Spruce. He just died.
Who?
Stanford Spruce, you know, Daddy Warbucks, the guy with all the dough. Nobody was sure wasn't dead already.
Hey, easy, Frank. You're leaving me way behind. What's this wingding all about?
Oh, brother, you're going to find out. Stanford Spruce died and left a will. Tell you the truth, I was surprised I even got through to you. Thought your phone would be all tied up.
Frank, would you like to cool off and make some sense?
Well, it ain't going to be easy. I'm so excited. I mean, he made you his heir.
He made me his what?
His heir, dummy, his heir.
What are you talking about? Stanford Spruce left me some money?
Yeah, that old bum we all laughed about, remember?
Yeah, the one I loaned a quarter.
And he promised to pay you back. Well, brother, did he ever earn in spades? I tell you, he made you his heir.
Yeah, I know. You told me. He left me some money. Gee, I'm sorry about the poor old guy.
Yeah, never mind about him. Think of yourself. Mike Wilson, baby, you're a millionaire.
A what?
Well, according to the radio, he left you an estate. People figured something over, way over $1 billion.
Holy cow. $1 million?
I didn't say million. I said billion. B, baby, like in bucks.
I'm going to hang up now, Frank, because I think I'm going to throw up. Yeah, I still got to be asleep. I mean, this is a crazy scene. I mean, man, this is way far out.
You said it was what you wanted, Mike.
Who's that?
That old bum you picked up and befriended. I told you who I was, but you didn't believe me.
Well, I mean, who would have, the way it happened?
I warned you that money can't buy happiness.
Hey, who are you kidding? You got to be without any to know that's a bunch of bull.
Very well, Mike. Find out for yourself. But don't ever say I didn't tell you so.
So there it is, a simple proposition, as old as time, and as fresh as the obituary page in today's newspapers, particularly the ones of recent vintage. Let's see how it works out in Mike Wilson's case, as soon as I can return with Act Two.
Now you'll never miss an episode of your favorite soap opera, even if you're miles away from a television. Hi, Pat Summerall here to tell you True Value Hardware Stores offer the General Electric FM/AM portable radio with TV sound for VHF channels 2 through 13. Now, if you can't see your favorite TV program, you can do the next best thing. Listen to it, wherever you are. The GE TV band radio is convenient to carry with you, and you can either plug it in or switch to battery operation. And it comes with an earphone, so you can listen without disturbing others. True Value Hardware Stores also offer a radio that makes the hardest part of the day, waking up in the morning, a little bit easier. The GE FM/AM clock radio wakes you to music or alarm. The snooze alarm lets you doze for a few minutes, then wakes you up again. And the lighted clock and radio dials are easy to read in a dark room. General Electric radios are just some of the values at participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember, tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
Make a note of the date, Sunday, September 12th, because that's the day fall excitement begins in Newsday. Yes, fall's just about here, and with it a host of new and exciting features are coming in Newsday. It all starts this Sunday with these special features.
Fall TV Preview.
It's the annual special issue of Newsday's full-color TV book, featuring a day-by-day rundown of the new TV season.
Pro Football Preview.
A team-by-team report on the National Football League, with special articles on the Jets and Giants.
Confessions of Marvin Kittman.
Newsday's TV critic has something to confess, and it's going to take a series of 6 hilarious articles to do it.
Voter's Guide.
A 4-page pull-out section on the New York State and local primaries. This Sunday, and in the weeks ahead, there's a lot happening in Newsday. Long Island's own newspaper.
There's no mystery to the fabulous flavor of real imported Polish ham. And with picnics and leisurely outdoor dining, you'll want to keep an extra can of Crocus or Atalanta hams right in your refrigerator. They're fully cooked, always easy to prepare. So say goodbye to cooking over a hot stove when you'd rather be out having fun. How do you do it? Just slice Polish ham for delicious sandwiches. Pilot on cool salads, cube it for casseroles. Any way you serve it, Carcass or Atalanta always make delightful, ready-to-eat and enjoyable meals. They are conveniently packed in 2, 3, 5, and 7-pound tins, or ask for any quantity you need, sliced from the large 12-pound size. Imported for the past 25 years by the New York Commodities Corporation, you'll love the convenience. Your family and guests will love its great taste. Available at ShopRite and other fine supermarkets.
The death of a tycoon is front-page news. But when it is the death of a nation's mystery man, a self-made recluse with a lifestyle beyond the average man's conception, not for its magnificence, but for its asceticism, it is a story which is not as old as yesterday's newspaper, because it occupies the headlines day after day. And when his heir is someone he scarcely knew, the enormous, voracious pressure of the hungry media, fed by the demands of its readers, its listeners, and its viewers, is something beyond belief until it has been experienced.
Hello. Yeah, no, look, I can't talk now. Oh, what's the use? No, look, I'm sorry. He doesn't live here anymore. Oh, you leave it off the hook, otherwise a guy could go nuts. Gee, I gotta call Frank.
Frank Service Station.
Oh, Frank, it's Mike.
Oh, sure, we got a tow truck. Hey, what do you say, kid? How's it going?
Frank, I'm going out of my bird here. I had to take the phone off the hook. Look, I just wanted to say about coming into work.
Hey, don't show around here. This place is like Candid Camera at one of the conventions. We're covered like a tent. Stay under wraps.
Look, Frank, I got 2 tune-ups, a head job, and a whole new carburetor chain I want to set in for Mr. Roberts. How can I do that without coming in?
Kid, don't you know where you're at? You don't have to get your hands dirty for the rest of your life. You got it made. Hey, how about a loan so I can buy out of this lousy franchise and own this station free and clear?
Gee, I want to keep talking to you, Mike, but this is on company time.
To hell with the company. I'll buy it so I can talk to you.
Honey, I shouldn't tie up the phone.
Why not? Don't you know I could buy out the phone company tomorrow if I felt like it?
Mike, have you been drinking?
No, but I oughta. All my friends oughta. Don't you know you're talking to a millionaire? I mean, haven't you read the papers?
Oh, no. Who needs it? Take a powder, Jack, whoever you are. Okay. Who is it?
Amos Keith. I have to talk to you.
Why?
I am an attorney. Mr. Spruce's attorney.
Stand in front of the peephole. Just let me make sure you're alone.
I am standing there already.
What do you want?
I don't want anything. I think you need me. A lawyer.
Okay. I guess you tabbed it. Hold it a moment. Come on in. Welcome to the crazy farm.
Thank you, and let's get the door closed fast.
Yeah, don't worry, brother. Yeah.
I see your phone is off the hook.
Well, if it wasn't, I'd be off my trolley.
I can imagine. I've been trying to reach you by phone all morning.
So is the rest of the country. What's your problem, Mr.
Keane. Keane. My immediate problem is you.
How come?
I am not a young man, Mr. Wilson. Would you mind if I sat down?
No, of course not. Be my guest.
Have you any conception of what it's like downstairs? Take a look out the window.
Yeah, I know. Holy Madrid is getting worse and worse.
Yes, and that's only the beginning. 3 TV networks and cameras, the press, photographers, interested bystanders, neighbors, deadbeats, and get-rich-quick operators who want to make you richer, police, to say nothing of the ladies, in all shapes, sizes, and total availability. The life that Stanford Spruce lived. How do you like the mantle he has laid on your shoulders?
I don't know. I never asked for any of it. I mean, not to say I wouldn't like to have a crack at being rich. Who wouldn't? But Who needs this much?
How much is this much?
Well, I listen on the radio, and they talk like it's over $1 billion. I can't even imagine anything like that.
You don't have to.
You mean there's something wrong with the will or like that?
No. Oh, it will possibly be contested, but we can take that up in good time. At first, let's get the whole picture. There is, technically, of course, that amount of money. But in practice, there isn't, of course.
What do you mean?
Over half the estate is in trust for various charity or humanitarian grants. A medical foundation, church donations, grants in education, etc., etc. But the residue of the estate, aside from a few personal bequests to servants and various items of personal property and so on, is left to you. You will still be a very rich man.
How rich is rich?
Oh, after taxes, I would say in the neighborhood of $25 to $30 million.
Hey, that's a real nice neighborhood. I'd settle for that. Oh, but not for that.
One of the prices you have to pay.
Look, go away. I don't care who you are. Please, just go away.
Mike? It's Penny.
Penny, are you alone?
Yes.
Okay, half a sec. It's my girlfriend.
Oh, Mike, that's a crazy mob downstairs.
How did you get through?
I didn't. I ducked around to the alley and back, and then the super's wife let me in the back door.
Excuse me, Penny. This is Mr. Keene. He was Mr. Spruce's lawyer.
How do you do, Miss...
Miller. How are you, Mr. Keene?
Well, that is a moot point. There are a lot of difficult days ahead for both myself and your fiancée.
What do you mean?
We have a lot of planning to do. The first thing to do is to get you a hideout. I have that arranged already.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, a hideout?
I mean we have to get you out of circulation for the next 6 months or so till all the legal ramifications are settled.
6 months? Are you kidding? I got a job. I got people depending on me to keep their cars in shape.
My dear Mr. Wilson, you don't expect to go back to being a mechanic?
Why not?
Oh, Mike, honey, things are all different now. Don't you see? Oh, nothing's ever going to be the same again.
Of course it is. I'm not changed.
But your life has. You are now in the public eye. And you're going to have to fight very hard ever to have any kind of a private life again. Now, Miss Miller, you can help us.
Oh, how?
I have a car and some security men waiting around the corner. I want you to go downstairs and tell everyone outside that you are Mr. Wilson's fiancée.
Hey, no, hold it. I don't want to make any use of Penny. I can go down myself.
Not quite yet, Mr. Wilson. You're not ready to be interviewed. Take my word for it.
Oh, honey, I don't mind, really. Let me help.
Now, that's the spirit, eh? Now, you tell everyone that Mr. Wilson has agreed to come down and be interviewed with his lawyer, Mr. Amos Keene. That's me, of course. Just keep them occupied long enough for Mr. Wilson and myself to slip out by the back door and get away.
Away where?
To the secret hideout I have arranged for you.
Well, what about my clothes, my things? I'm not packed.
May I remind you again that you are a very rich man. Everything will be provided. You will want for nothing. Or would you rather go down and let that mob pull you apart?
Oh, listen to Mr. Keene, honey. Really, they're kind of crazy down there. It's a real big story, you know?
Yeah, so big deal. I got to face the whole thing sooner or later. So let's get it over with. Oh, and no dice on the hideout, Mr. Keene.
I had hoped you would have more sense. However, it has to be done one way or another.
What? That's a gun.
Indeed it is, and it contains very real bullets, and although I despise handling firearms, I am an expert. Now, listen to me carefully, both of you. We are going downstairs and out the back exit. And for Miss Miller's sake, let us hope there is no trouble. A simple matter of selection. But if there is, she would be the first to go.
Hiya, boss. What do you say this morning, huh?
I say one of these days, Barney, I'm going to try to take you out.
Now, don't try it, huh? You wouldn't stand a chance.
Anything would be better than being hung up in this plush-lined prison.
Ah, come on. It ain't so bad. Look. Bloody Marys in a pitcher, them eggs Benny or whatever you call them and all like that. What more could a guy want?
Freedom.
We're only trying to protect you. Like we done the same for the guy before you.
This is the kind of life he lived?
Well, he didn't go for Bloody Marys.
Yeah, well, neither do I at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. How about I pour some coffee, huh?
Okay, go ahead. I could use a cup. Now, you guys kept Stanford Spruce locked up in solitary?
Oh, no. He was like a kind of nut, you know. The way he wanted it.
Yeah, but it isn't the way I want it. So what's the deal, huh?
You gotta go by the big wheel.
The wheel? You mean Spruce?
He calls the shots. Anything more I can do for you?
Yeah, you can tell Amos I want to see him.
Well, that I could do, buddy, anytime. That I could do. I mean, you want to come down to cases. You are the man. I mean, you're the bottom line. You gotta foot the payroll.
Well, I won't need you, Barney, but don't be far off.
Okay, Mr. King, whatever you say.
All right, Mike. You called this conference?
Conference? That's for laughs. I called you in, Amos, because I've had it. I want out of stir. I want to run my own life. I'm through having you do it for me.
I've only been trying to protect you.
You're lying. All the way. This is cards on the table time. The way I'm starting to figure is that what I most need protection from is you, not anyone else. Okay, so I'm going to offer you a new deal.
I am always ready to listen to any proposition.
Okay, then you ought to buy this one. I just want out. Okay? I want my girl, my identity, and my life back. So, I figured just how that could be done.
Did you now?
Yeah.
How?
I should have seen it right from the start. I didn't need to turn up anyone's air. I was doing fine, just the way I wanted to, by myself. So, we make it nice and legal. I'm turning down the inheritance. Who needs it? I want to go back to what I was.
Oh, yes, I suppose I was afraid that it might come to this, but I'd hoped not. The answer is no.
What do you mean, no?
My dear, naive young man, we are fiddling with an empire here, but unlike Nero, I have no intention of letting it go up in smoke. I am more than aware that other wills may turn up, that there may be litigation over this one that exists. But it is the one I am going to see through probate for two excellent reasons. First, because you were its best witness, because you could not conceivably have exercised any coercion. And second, aside from a matter of a few $1 million that are neither here nor there, it leaves me in total control of the estate. Oh, no, Mr. Wilson, you will do exactly as you are told, and you will cause no trouble about this will. You will accept your inheritance without question at a special press conference that I have arranged for you tomorrow.
Look, you can't dictate to me.
There's a lot more than money at stake here. Life is also part of the settlement.
You couldn't kill me.
Oh, I could. Or have it done. But that wouldn't serve my purpose. Fortunately, I have a better lever to make you behave. Miss Penny Miller. You wouldn't want anything to happen to her now, would you?
So Mike Wilson is now learning the very simple fact that money, far from not being able to buy happiness, it frequently buys just the opposite. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Do you have a taste for things that are a little out of the ordinary?
Look, Doris, it has a clock in its stomach and it glows in the dark.
I think we should snap it up, Dick.
Do you like things that are fun but are also functional?
Look, Dick, this is fun.
But is it functional, Doris?
Do you want to be the talk of the town?
Oh, Dick and Doris, we were just talking about you.
Then the Opel Isuzu is your kind of car. It's not ordinary, it's fun but functional, and people will talk about it.
Did you hear what Dick and Doris bought?
The Opel Isuzu, a dandy new small car at your Buick Opel dealers.
Join the Pace Radio Citizens Band. It's the greatest band in the land. 'Cause with your Pace, you got the world by the ears.
Don't join up with just any Citizens Band. Get state-of-the-art CB design from Pace, a pioneer in solid-state CB.
You got the world by the ears.
Pace can update the 23 channel you buy today to a 40 channel. Ask your dealer.
Right now, the finest of the thoroughbreds are racing at Belmont Park's Fall Championship meeting. Every day but Sunday, you can see some of the fastest animals in the world, proving they have the speed and heart to be crowned champions. This Saturday, the $75,000 Futurity Stakes will match the top 2-year-olds. Plus, Belmont's Backyard Bandstand will feature Lionel Hampton and his orchestra. Great racing, great music, all for the $2 grandstand admission, and just a short ride from almost anywhere in the metropolitan area. The thrill of watching your horse win beats hearing or reading about it any day. It's the excitement of Belmont's Fall Championship meeting. To feel it, you've got to see it. What's for dinner? Your ShopRite supermarket has the answer. ShopRite Grade A turkeys, 10 to 14 pound hens, just 45 cents a pound. First cut beef chuck steaks, 49 cents a pound. Fresh ground chuck, any size package, 89 cents a pound. ShopRite Franks for your barbecue, just 69 cents a pound. You'll find a wide selection of cold cuts to serve on ShopRite's white bread. 20-ounce loaves, 3 for 85 cents. And ShopRite's produce department is featuring sweet, large-size honeydew melons, just 89 cents each. For dinner, for barbecues, for any meal, ShopRite has the answer.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Mike Wilson's life has become a plush-lined nightmare. He has only to crook a finger to have any of the luxuries of life, except the things he really wants. Friendship, love, freedom. Amos Keene can't afford to allow him those, or his own position as kingpin of the huge Spruce empire would be threatened. Mike, in his sumptuous hideout, wherever it is, guarded night and day, is effectively cut off from all his past. And his dreams at night are tortured by the remembrance of the man who gave him a fortune.
I warned you, money can't buy happiness. You know what you said.
Sure. I said it was a bunch of bull.
Still feel the same way.
You know I don't. The way it turned out, I don't want the money. I mean, how do I get rid of it?
You give it away.
Yeah, I tried that.
Would you believe it? So did I. For so many reasons, it isn't so easy as it seems.
But what am I going to do? You got me into this. Get me out.
I thought it would be nice, once I was dead, to sit and watch someone else turn slowly on the spit. But now I'm sorry. I'll try. That's the best I can say I'll do. I'll try.
Hey, Spruce, look, hold it a minute, huh? Look.
You having a bad dream or something, boss? Can I get you some, a drink, something to eat?
Well, what are you doing here, Varney?
Just my job. I gotta look after you.
Yeah, in more ways than one. Brother, if I ever get the chance...
Oh, you won't. I ain't got so much brains. But this, what I do, there's no one better.
Look, what's the point, Barney? You call me boss, but you take orders from Amos Keene.
He signs the payroll.
I want to talk to my boss.
Who's that, cousin?
Frankie Calise. Best guy ever come down the pike. Fat Frankie.
Is that all?
No. I want to talk to my girl, too. Penny Miller.
Fat Frankie?
Yeah.
Penny.
Right.
I'll check it out with Mr. Keene.
Yeah, and, Barney.
Yeah?
Just for laughs. Tell him if I don't get to talk with them, how's about the police?
Some things ain't funny. I'll do you a favor. I won't pass on that last crack.
What kind of a clown are you, Pete? That Davis tune-up as a rollover in the engine could shake your teeth loose. Check it out, huh?
Hello, Frank.
Huh? Oh, hey, Penny, you looking for me?
Yeah, I've been trying to phone, but...
Yeah, I know. Phone's tied up. Something awful since Mike's been out. Everybody's got complaints.
Yeah, well, that's why I took my lunch hour to come over. Is there someplace where we could talk?
Well, yeah. Give me 5 minutes to wash up and put on a jacket, and we'll cut out to the horse's neck down the street. If we're lucky, maybe we wouldn't have to fight the jukebox.
I just can't believe it of Mike, Frank.
No, I wouldn't have believed it neither, kid. I guess he just figures he's out of our class now.
Well, has he been in touch with you at all?
First day after news and all he called. Sounded like his old self, Dan. What about you?
Yeah, that day. The same day. I saw him at the old apartment. He had this fancy-type lawyer.
Yeah.
And the crowd that was around here and at Mike's apartment and, how they were badgering him and all. So this lawyer guy, he asked me to go down and say that Mike and he would be down to make a statement to the TV and radio and press guys.
Yeah, so, Ann?
Well, I went down because I knew I was just covering so they could slip out the back way. Well, I thought Mike was going to get in touch with me and let me know where he was going to be at.
But he didn't.
No, he just never called. Well, after that press conference, he called me one time, but he was like a stranger. Frank, we were going to be married.
Yeah, sure, I know. You don't have to tell me, kid. I loved a guy like a brother. I never told you, but you know what my wedding present was going to be?
No.
I was going to make him a full partner.
Oh, no, Frank.
Listen, no big deal. The guy deserved it. He made the whole station. Know what I mean? Personality, the work he did. Penny, you couldn't find a finer mechanic this side of the Indiana pits. He was something special, like an artist,
Yeah, I thought he was something pretty special, too. Well, I guess that's what Mr. Spruce saw in him. Why he left him the money.
Sure, he left him a bundle I guess neither of us could handle. Like it's too big. I just hope...
What? You just hope what, Frank?
I hope it ain't too big for him to handle either. You wanted to see me, Mike?
Yeah, that's right. I think it's time for a showdown.
Oh, well, then, if we're going to talk business, will you join me in a cigar?
No. No, thanks. Only place I'm smoking is inside.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Haven't you been made comfortable enough?
We're not talking about comfort, just about who runs this ship. I think it's about... Hey, what kind of a guy are you?
Oh, what is that?
Oh, watch out.
Oh, don't try anything stupid. You're covered by more than one gun right where you sit.
No. I was just trying to put out the match.
I am perfectly capable of handling it.
It was burning your hand. Didn't you feel...
My dear boy, your concern is most affecting, but I think you can credit me with enough sense not to get my fingers burned. I've spent a lifetime making sure of that. Now, what is it you want?
Just out is all.
I've told you that is quite impossible for the moment.
Why?
Let us say we are a pyramid turned upside down. You are the apex. For the moment, we have to balance on you. Nothing must be allowed to upset that balance. Once the will has been accepted and I am firmly established as executor, then you will no longer be necessary.
Just what does that mean?
If you behave yourself, follow orders, cooperate, then your future may be quite secure.
As secure as Stanford Spruce's turn out to be?
That was a different situation. Accident interfered.
Yeah, you mean he died without your permission?
Something like that. When I first met Stanford Spruce, he was 22 years old. He was worth maybe $500,000 with a lousy little company his family had left him. Under my management, he built himself into a massive conglomerate worth $2 to $3 billion. I was Spruce Enterprises. I made the legend. And nobody is going to take that empire from me. Certainly not an accident like you. Barney, you can come in. Mr. Wilson is ready to leave. However, every effort will be made to make you comfortable in the interim. Oh, come. I don't want your stay here to be an unpleasant one. Please be sure that when the time comes, you will be well taken care of. May we shake hands on it?
We better not.
You insult me?
That wasn't the idea for the moment. It's just that's some blister you got where you burned your hand.
Huh? For heaven's sake, I did burn myself.
Yeah. Look, I still don't know what my future is.
Oh, well, as long as you bring that up. I think, as the saying goes, the natives are getting restless once more. We should have another press conference.
You mean I'm going to get out on a leash again?
If you're a good boy.
Good boy, my foot. Look, I want to see my girl, Penny. I want to see my friend, Frank.
If you want to see either of them again, ever, you will have to be a good boy.
You saw him on TV at that news conference. You heard what he said.
Yeah, Penny, I heard.
He's going away for 6 months till that will is all settled. Did you watch him? He doesn't... I don't know, he doesn't look like himself or sound like himself. It's like... Frank, do you think he could be in some kind of danger?
Well, like what?
Well, I don't know. Maybe this is crazy, but... Frank, do you ever get a notion that ever since that old guy left him all that money, that you were being followed?
Why?
Because I do. Because I'm sure of it.
You've seen too many movies, kid.
Frank, I am not kidding. I think something's going on. I think that Mike is in danger. And I'm ready to go to the police.
With what, Penny? What could you say to them?
I don't know. Just what I feel.
Do me a favor, kid, and yourself don't.
So you're scared too, huh? They have been following you.
Oh, whoever they are, yeah, I think.
So you do think Mike's in danger. But from what?
Search me, baby. I just know it's way out of our league. We better keep our noses clean.
Well, I'm not just going to sit
Penny,
by.
honey, listen to me. I'm telling you. You'd never make it to the cops.
Well, then what are we going to do?
Wake up, Mike.
Huh?
Wake up.
Who's asleep?
You are. At least half under. Otherwise, I couldn't talk to you.
What are you back for? To tell me money isn't everything, to say I told you so?
I am back to try to apologize.
Fat lot of good that does. It's too late.
Not quite. I have one last bequest, which was a hidden one in my will. It will make up to you, I hope, for what has happened, and give you back a chance at a freedom I never had the courage to take.
What do you mean?
Do you know what killed me finally, Mike?
No?
A disease called syringomyelia. It has many forms and many symptoms. Is eventually terminal. And if you are as unlucky as I was, it is swift and sure. The two main characteristics in my case were, first, loss of all feeling in my hands. I could burn myself and never notice.
Burn yourself without knowing it?
Yes. The second was a complete loss of pain in my upper torso, as though a protective shawl was wrapped around my shoulders. The result was some dizziness, a fall such as I had had when you found me, and very quickly, death.
Amos Keene. The other day, he burned his hand, and at the news conference, several times the news people tapped him on the shoulder, and he didn't even notice.
Quite correct. I will quote to you one paragraph of my will. All chairmanships, presidencies, or majority stockholdings will be administered by my lawyer, Amos Keene. To him I leave all furniture and any and all physical possessions of mine to be his in perpetuity.
Holy... You mean you left him the disease that killed you?
Amos Keene will be a dead man by the time the will is probated. He received the legacy he deserved. And you will be a free man.
I got no feelings to spare for that cold old fish. If he hadn't died suddenly when he did, by the time the will went through probate, I'd have been the one who got knocked off.
Mike.
Oh, so we're lucky it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you going to do with all that dough now, chum?
Well, first off, I'm buying out the franchise here so you and me can go half.
Wait a minute. That was going to be my wedding present.
You can give me a better one. A whole month off for Penny and me is honeymoon enough, huh?
Mike, listen, I can't marry you now.
What? Hey, listen, I already bought the house and all the furniture. Anyway, I got down payments if you decide you like everything. What do you mean you can't marry me?
I don't know how to say for money like that and that kind of life. I just wouldn't fit in. You'd be ashamed of me.
The day I'm ashamed of you won't ever come around. Can you see me made for silks and satins and top hats, all that jazz? Forget it. All I'm taking from the old man is like what I mentioned already. The rest of it's going back to charities or To take care of making sure all the little people invested in his companies don't get hurt because he died off or because of that crook Amos Keene. From now on, we're back just where we started. You, me, and good old Fat Frank.
Yeah, like them musketeers used to be on a TV.
Right, like plain ordinary people. You got enough to eat, you keep a roof over your heads, you have a few laughs, and a little put by for a rainy day, huh? Who needs money? The rest of life you can't buy. You gotta live it.
So, if unexpectedly your phone rings one day, or a letter arrives in the mail, and you learn that you are a surprise heir to a fortune, stop and think twice before you accept it. Not that I think you won't, for this was, after all, only a story. And how many billionaires are there to go around? I'll be back shortly.
Tired of deodorant sprays that seem to miss their mark? Want something powerful you can put on in the dark? Shift to the English leather stick. The stick shift is on. English leather's got the stick that'll always protect you. With the English leather scent, they'll never forget you. Shift to the English leather stick. The stick shift is on.
There are 3 good reasons to shift from an expensive deodorant spray to English leather deodorant stick.
1.
English leather goes right where you want it, so there's no waste.
2.
It's concentrated to give powerful protection.
But the best reason of all is right under your nose.
The famous fresh, clean scent of English leather.
English leather's got the stick that'll always protect you. With the English leather scent, they'll never forget you. Shift to the English leather stick. The stick shift is on.
Look for the English leather deodorant stick at your favorite toiletries counter.
I want that sinus medicine.
A headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean sign-off?
Exactly.
Compare Sign-Off to any other sinus tablet. You'll find no sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. When you take Sign-Off tablets, you get a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer to help sinus pain while you drain. And for the fastest known form of sinus congestion relief, there's Sign-Off Sinus Spray. Sineoff. Sign-Off. Take when needed, only as directed. Always insist on Sign-Off.
The sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean sign-off tablets?
Exactly. Sign Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Sineoff.
Two thoughts at the closing. A quotation from Isaac Walton. Look to your health, and if you have it, praise it next to a good conscience. For health is the second blessing that we mortals are capable of, a blessing money cannot buy. On the other hand, just to balance the scales, from the Bible, wine maketh merry, but money answereth all things. Take your choice. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Morgan Fairchild, Ian Martin, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by CBS Radio.
Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall, here to guide you through the realm of the macabre. Things macabre, according to Webster, tend to produce horror in the beholder. Of mystery, the same source says, whatever attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. Stay with us and hear those two definitions borne out.
How are we going to do it, Beth?
You're going to do it. Haven't you even thought about it?
Well, not with a gun. That's no good. I mean, it's got to look like an accident.
Well, of course not with a gun.
All right, I'll think of something.
It's got to be this weekend.
Okay.
You know, we have a pool back of the house. People drown accidentally in their own swimming pools.
Oh?
Maybe you could work something out. She can't swim too well. Wouldn't it be perfect if my stepmother had a fatal swimming accident this weekend?
Our mystery drama, Pool of Fear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Morgan Fairchild and William Redfield. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Murder is one of the most prevalent, one of the most heinous, and certainly the most final of all criminal acts. Killing in a moment of blinding passion is dreadful enough, but far worse is the murder done with cold calculation, carefully planned, and maliciously carried out when it succeeds. Murder in the first degree.
Well, baby, I hope you like this nice, dark back road for the same reason I like it.
Don't get ambitious, Matt. You can pull over anywhere along here.
A pleasure.
I need the freedom to talk without being overheard.
Well, we could have talked back in the restaurant if that was all you wanted.
What I have to say is better not said in a crowded restaurant.
Okay. Talking's all you want, so talk.
First, Matt, I want to tell you that I know all about your past.
My past?
1 suspended sentence, 1 2-year term, both for armed robbery.
Oh. How'd you find out?
That's not important.
So how come you're willing to go out with me, a fancy rich girl like you and an ex-con?
Oh, let's say I was attracted to you because of your record, not in spite of it. Have you ever killed anybody, Matt? You don't have to worry about telling me. I won't repeat it.
No, I never did. Why are you so interested, Beth?
How would you like to make $10,000?
You know the answer to that. I'm just about flat broke.
I'm going out to Bromley to visit my father and stepmother over the weekend. I'll pay you $10,000 to come out with me and pretend to be my fiancé.
Well, that's pretty pleasant duty. What's the catch?
Well, there is one little thing. Sometime during the weekend, I want you to kill my stepmother.
Oh, Millie, I meant to ask you, are you planning to be at home tomorrow afternoon?
I can be, surely. What's happening tomorrow afternoon?
Well, I arranged to have Kent Bennett bring his boy over around 2 and clean out the pool. You know how Beth loves to swim, and I thought I'd like to have the pool in tip-top shape.
No trouble. I'll be here. You're very pleased Beth's coming for the weekend, aren't you, Lee?
Yes, I am. It's only the second time she's been out since she took the apartment in New York.
I expect she'd come more often, except for me.
Now, don't start out with that attitude, Millie. Please. I want you and Beth to be friends.
I'm afraid that's a tall order.
Not if you try.
Well, I'll do my best. But I'm afraid it's a lost cause.
Now, if you start out thinking that way, of course it isn't going to work.
I think she resents me because I'm trying to take her mother's place.
I suppose that enters into it. But she'll get used to the idea in time.
Darling, she's had almost 3 years now. Were she and her mother so very close?
Very close, yes. Beth just about idolized Natalie.
Were they at all a likely?
In some ways. Natalie had that same drive Beth has. She was more tolerant than Beth, though. Of other people, I mean. They didn't look at all alike.
You know, I've never even seen a picture of Natalie.
I got rid of them all shortly after she died. I didn't like the way Beth mooned over her mother's pictures. It was getting morbid.
Well, I'll do my best to make Beth like me, or at least tolerate me.
I have a feeling it's going to be better this time. You know, she called and asked if she could come out, all on her own. She's never done that before. I just have a feeling it's going to work out well.
I hope so.
Just promise me you'll do your part. That's all I ask.
Of course I will. But I don't know. Sometimes that girl almost frightens me, Lee.
How come you wanted to take the train instead of driving, Beth?
I just didn't feel like driving. You nervous, Matt?
Yeah, a little. Feeling kind of out of my depth. Never took on a job like this before.
It'll be all right.
How come? Not to like her, okay, but to hate her enough to want her dead?
You'd have had to know my mother. Nobody can ever take my mother's place, and Millie's trying to.
But if your own mother's dead...
My father never should have married again. I told him that, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Guess you must have really liked your mother.
She was the finest woman that ever lived. Oh, everyone loved her. She was always doing things for people, never got tired.
Well, still, I can't see that that's any
And that
reason.
other woman has no business trying to take her place. Using her things, married to her husband. I just won't have it anymore. I can't bear to think of another woman in my mother's home with my father.
Okay, whatever you say.
She's tried to turn my father against me. Oh, she's all sweetness and light when I'm around. But she's done her best to take my father away from me. I know she's done that.
All right, okay. How are we going to do it?
Well, you're going to do it. Haven't you even thought about it?
Well, not with a gun. That's no good. I mean, it's got to look like an accident.
Of course not with a gun.
I thought maybe, hold a pillow over her face. That wouldn't leave any marks. They might think it was a heart attack or something.
She sleeps with my father. What's he going to be doing while you smother his wife?
Well, she must take afternoon naps sometimes, doesn't she?
Not with me there, she won't. Just catch her giving my father and me that much time alone together.
Oh, I see. All right. I'll think of something. If a good chance doesn't turn up this time, I could come back and try it another time.
No, now, I've waited long enough. It's got to be this weekend.
Okay.
We have a pool back of the house. Lots of people drown accidentally.
Oh?
Maybe you could work something out.
Maybe. I don't know. A swimming pool sounds pretty much out in the open now.
The shrubbery screens the pool off from the neighbors. I think I like that idea. She can't swim very well. Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if my stepmother had a fatal swimming accident this weekend.
I'm surprised she didn't take an earlier train, Lee. She's missed practically a whole Saturday.
Beth never was an early riser. I suggested an early start when I talked to her last night, but the idea didn't seem to appeal to her.
Well, you'll have this evening and all day tomorrow with her at least. I do hope it's nice tomorrow.
I feel very optimistic about this visit, Millie.
Wonder why she came by train instead of driving. She's got such a nice car.
She said she didn't feel like driving. I don't know why. I hope she didn't miss the train.
I'm nervous. Isn't that silly?
No need to be. There. Isn't that Beth getting off?
That looks like her. Who's that with her? She's got someone with her.
Doesn't look like anybody I know. Are you sure he's with Beth?
Yeah, he helped her off the train.
Well, she might have brought a friend. Wouldn't be unlike her just to forget to mention it.
Ah, they're together, all right.
Over here, Beth.
Thanks for meeting us. I forgot to ask you to. How are you, Daddy? Oh, let me present my fiancé, Matt Brewster.
How do you do?
Did I forget to tell you I was bringing him with me?
Your fiancé?
Well, we thought we'd surprise you. Matt, this is my father, and this is my stepmother.
How do you do? Hello, Beth.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you both. Beth has told me so much about you, I almost feel as if I know both of you already.
I'm glad to meet you, son. A little surprised, I confess.
Should I have told you in advance about Matt and me, Daddy? I thought it would be more fun to surprise you.
Beth, you're looking very well.
Thank you.
Well, come along, everybody. The car's in the parking lot just over here. It's very nice to see you again, Beth.
Oh, yes. It's going to be a very special weekend.
Well, we met at this cocktail party given by a friend of mine who's in the theater business. Beth knew his wife. Then I asked Beth to have dinner with me, and, well, that's the way it started.
Not very original, of course. How long ago was that?
About, well, how long has it been, Beth?
Oh, around 3 weeks, give or take a few days.
You didn't waste any time, did you?
Well, why should we? Daddy, I'm going to show Matt around outside. The pool and all the rest.
You've got a beautiful place here, Mr. Stillwell. I am really impressed.
Glad you like it.
Dinner will be around 7:30, so if you want to drink first, better not stay out too long.
Okay, I'll watch the time. I wish he'd stop being so damn nice to me.
Now, don't start thinking that way.
Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. It'd be easier, though, if I felt the same way about her you do, or if I didn't know her at all. This way, I'm, not very comfortable about it.
Matt, we made an agreement.
I said not to worry. I'll do it. All I'm saying is I don't think I'm going to enjoy it much.
Ah, there's the pool.
Hell, your folks have got themselves some kind of a place here.
I used to love it when my mother was alive.
Yeah, I could learn to snuggle up to a place like this pretty good.
Well, don't get used to it. Have you thought any more about how you're going to do it?
Well, let's have a look around. Yeah, it does look pretty isolated back here at that.
The house stands on 1.5 acres, and it's all screened, especially around the pool here. Now, there's no way a neighbor can see what's going on. It was built that way on purpose. I used to sunbathe out here without even a bikini.
Oh, that must have been pretty spectacular.
Just keep your mind on the job.
No way I'm likely to forget that.
They make a nice-looking couple, at least.
I just wish I knew him better. That's the only thing. I wish she knew him better. It isn't long enough for anyone to judge, just 3 weeks.
I'm sure she can take care of herself.
Do you think you and she are hitting it off any better than in the past?
Maybe. See, what would her mother have thought of him?
Natalie? Hard to say. She'd have been a lot better at sizing him up than I am.
She was a strong woman. Whenever Beth's here, I find myself thinking about Natalie. I can't get my mind off her.
That's Beth's fault, I guess. I'm afraid she's never fully accepted the fact of her mother's death.
Do you think... I guess that's just silly.
Do I think what?
Or do you think that Natalie could actually somehow be here right now?
Millie, Natalie died over 5 years ago.
I know.
Well, then she couldn't very well be here now, could she?
How do you know? How can you be so sure about such things? I have a feeling, a very strong feeling, that she is here with us right now.
Is it possible that, given great strength of character in life, a person might find a way to exert at least his or her influence after death? There is, of course, no sure answer to that question. It is one of those mysteries which attract speculation but defy explanation. We can, however, continue our speculation when I return shortly with Act 2. A feeling of foreboding in the Stillwell home. Sunday morning has dawned bright and sunny enough, but somehow not cheerful in spite of this. Not for Millie, certainly, or not even for Lee, if we read his mood properly. Beth and Matt are still asleep. Beth in her old room and Matt in the guest room. Lee and Millie are having an early breakfast. which neither of them seems to be enjoying.
Would you rather have waited, Lee, and had breakfast later with Beth and Matt when they come down?
No, doesn't matter.
It's kind of gloomy morning, isn't it?
The sun's shining.
Yeah, but all the same, I'm feeling, I don't know, a little depressed, I guess. You think you're going to like Matt?
I haven't really had enough time with him to make up my mind.
I can't say honestly that I'm particularly fond of him.
Oh?
Well, there's something, can't exactly put my finger on it, that I get the feeling that nothing he says is quite as sincere as it might be.
Seems pleasant enough.
Oh, he's pleasant, all right. It's almost too pleasant.
Trying too hard to please his prospective in-laws, maybe.
Just gives me the creeps somehow.
I've been thinking about what you said yesterday evening, you remember?
What?
That you felt Natalie's presence.
Oh, that's silly of me, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know. Tell you the truth, I seem to be feeling the same thing this morning.
You do?
I started to heat milk for your coffee this morning.
Darling, I drink my coffee black.
Natalie always had hot milk with her breakfast coffee, half and half.
Oh?
I can't explain it. But I have this very strong feeling that she's right here with us. Right now.
Would you like your breakfast now, Matt? There's no telling when Beth will be down.
Well, I think just coffee's all I'm going to want, Mrs. Stillwell.
Maybe you can eat something later with Beth when she's ready?
Yeah, maybe.
Aren't you feeling well this morning?
Not very. I didn't sleep much, to tell you the truth.
Nervous bridegroom.
Oh, don't make him a bridegroom quite yet. We haven't even set the date.
Good morning, Beth. I hope you slept better than Matt says he did.
Oh, I always sleep well.
Clear conscience. What would you like for breakfast? I can't sell Matt anything but a cup of coffee.
Oh, that'll do for me, too. I'm not much of a breakfast person.
But we'll have a big lunch. There's plenty of freshly perked coffee in the kitchen. Shall I bring it to you in here?
I get it. We'll take it outside if that's all right with you, Matt.
Oh, then sure, fine.
And if you change your mind and decide to have something more substantial, just let me know.
You look awful, Matt. Didn't you sleep?
Yeah, I had a bad night. Didn't get to sleep until after 4 o'clock.
Let's go outside where we can talk.
Okay.
Well, you're not getting cold feet, are you?
The coldest. Listen, I don't know, Beth. I don't know if I can go through with it. I am spooked.
Now, you listen to me. We made a bargain, and you will go through with it.
I don't know.
And it's got to be this afternoon. Now, I'm not going to let you chicken out.
All right, you want to sit here? Is this okay?
Anywhere. What happened to you? You were all right yesterday.
Did you ever get the feeling that somebody's watching you? Just all the time watching you?
Not unless somebody was, no.
Well, that's the way I felt all night. I just couldn't get away from it. Like somebody was staring at me the whole night.
That's just nerves. It doesn't change anything.
Maybe I was wrong when I told you I could kill somebody if I had to. Maybe I can at all.
Nobody could possibly have been watching you last night. Now, you listen to me. You're going to have a talk with my father. He insists on it. Then we're all going to have lunch. And after that, you're going to do what you agreed to do.
Mm-hmm. And how do you want me to handle the talk with your old man?
Well, make it sound real. I know it'll be pretty corny, but you can handle it.
I can handle that, okay, sure. I'm not worried about that.
You can do everything you have to do.
Well, young man, if Beth can spare you for a few minutes, maybe we can have that little talk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can spare him. Matt, you look as if you're being dragged into a torture chamber.
Just into the study. Come along.
Don't take too long, and maybe Matt and Beth can get a swim in the pool before lunch. It's a good sunny day today.
I'll try to keep the torture down to a bare minimum.
I think I'll go upstairs and change into a swimsuit.
Beth, could you wait just a few minutes? I'd like to talk to you.
What do we have to talk about?
Your father.
What about him?
Between the two of us, as I'm sure you realize, we're making him pretty unhappy.
My father unhappy? About what?
About us. I don't say you should suddenly turn into a loving stepdaughter. I'm sure you couldn't do that. What I'm suggesting is a truce. For your father's sake. A truce for at least the rest of today. You didn't know my mother, did you? No? If you'd known my mother, you'd understand why I'm against you. Why I don't want you living in my mother's house, married to her husband. Beth, your mother died 5 years ago. It isn't healthy.
You are
to
simply
keep on.
not good enough, not woman enough to take my mother's place.
I'm sure she was a fine woman.
Anyway, it won't be necessary.
What won't be necessary?
Your little charade for Daddy's benefit. It won't be necessary.
I don't understand.
You don't have to.
Relax, Matt. I'm not really an ogre.
No, sir, no. I know you're not. I'm just kind of jumpy today.
Well, it is an ordeal, I guess, meeting your future in-laws for the first time. But I assure you we don't bite, either of us.
No, sir.
Well, now, what do you do for a living, Matt? I don't even know that.
Well, I'm, right now I'm the assistant manager of a theater, a movie house.
Right now?
I expect to do better.
Uh-huh. Does that, being an assistant manager, does it bring in enough to support a wife?
Not the way you live, no, and not the way Beth has always lived, I guess.
Well, you're aware that someday Beth will inherit a good deal of money.
Well, I guess so, yes, sir. I don't know anything about it, but I assumed she would.
Mm-hmm. And does that influence your affection for her in any way?
No, sir, it does not.
It must be a factor, though. Even if you try not to make it one.
I suppose it will make a difference, but it's not why I want to marry Beth. All I can do is tell you that. I can't force you to believe it.
You say it very convincingly. I think I will believe it.
Hey, you swim like a pro.
Well, I got my lifesaver certification when I was 18. I worked at it, too. At Jones Beach one season.
Was that before or after your armed robbery career?
Before. A lifesaver doesn't get much work during the winter in this part of the country. I was broke.
Did you ever save anyone while you were working at Jones Beach?
Yeah, a couple of guys.
Well, then. You see, you've paid in advance for what you're going to do this afternoon.
Oh, you are so damn cold about it. Anyway, I'm not a bit sure I'm going to do it.
Now, Matt, we've been through that once.
I haven't decided. Listen, do you feel like somebody's watching you right now?
Of course not.
Well, I do. And if somebody can watch me here in the pool now, why can't he do it later on this afternoon?
Look, you're just imagining it, Matt. Nobody's watching you.
I got this very creepy feeling. I wish...
What? You wish what?
Oh, I just wish it didn't have to be this way.
It does, Matt. We made a deal.
You know, when I was in there with your father earlier, it's a funny thing. I got kind of carried away.
Carried away?
Sort of forgot about the whole thing being a hoax, you know? I would have told him anything. I was the president of a bank or a rich kid or anything, but instead I kept telling him the truth. Maybe I exaggerated some about my prospects, but that's just what a guy would do if it was for real.
Your prospects aren't bad. You're about to inherit $10,000.
And what I'm about to do, if I do it, is earn $10,000 the hard way.
Well, I'm not going to let you chicken out, Matt.
You know, I couldn't help wishing it was true when I was in the study there with your father.
That we were going to be married? For real?
Yeah. Stupid of me.
Yes, Matt. Very stupid.
Did you have your talk with Beth?
A very short talk.
How'd it go?
Poorly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm just not good enough to take her mother's place. That's the whole trouble. And it isn't just me. It would be the same with anybody you'd married.
Or maybe it's a good thing she's getting married. Take her mind off this preoccupation with her mother. It just might be the best thing that's happened to Beth in a long time.
How did your talk with Matt go?
Oh, I asked him all the old-fashioned questions, and he gave me all the old-fashioned answers.
You know, there's still something about him I just don't know, Lee. There's some kind of off-center. Does that make any sense?
Not very much.
No, I suppose not. Natalie doesn't like him.
Natalie doesn't like him?
Don't you still feel that she's here with us?
I have a peculiar feeling, yes.
Uh-huh.
But she doesn't like Matt?
She doesn't.
Are you going to tell me that you've been in touch with her?
No, not exactly, but I know how she feels.
How could you, Millie?
Somehow I do know. And she feels much more strongly about him than I do, Lee. I believe she knows something about him that I don't know.
Perhaps in times of extreme stress, a rapport is possible between the living and the dead. Fantastic? Well, there is no very boldly drawn line between fact and fancy that I know of. Maybe a bit of what we think of as the supernatural has found its way into the usually quite commonplace atmosphere of the Stillwell home. We'll consider this possibility further when I return shortly with Act 3. Water is not man's natural element. He has for centuries taken more pleasure in swimming than perhaps any other sport. Is it the element of danger involved that so spices the pastime? There's always the threat of drowning, but it keeps few people out of deep water. Millie Stillwell, however, would be specially well advised to stay out of the Stillwell pool this afternoon, for the threat to her has become very real.
Okay, now here's the way we'll do it. After lunch, I'll tell my father I want to talk to him about, I don't know, I think it's something. The financial arrangements after we're married. You know, something like that.
I told him I wasn't marrying you for your money.
Well, he's always given me an allowance. Anyway, the study is the best place for him while you're dealing with my stepmother. The pool can't be seen from there. The windows all face the other direction.
Beth, it's no use making a lot of plans because I'm not going to be able to go...
You'll suggest a dip in the pool to Millie. You don't like to swim alone.
Look, she wouldn't go in the pool with me.
Of course she will. She's trying to be a good hostess. And if you don't like to swim alone, she'll go in with you. Now, once you've got her in the pool, you simply hold her under until she drowns. She won't be able to scream or do a thing to stop you. Man, it's perfect.
Wait a minute. I got this feeling right now that somebody's watching me.
Oh, shut up, will you? It's nothing but nerves. Now, when you're sure Millie's dead, you drag her out of the pool and shout to Daddy and me. We come running out and find you giving her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Oh, it's too late, of course. But there you'll be, doing everything you possibly can to save her life. It's foolproof, Matt.
I'm not going to do it, Beth.
Oh, yes, you are.
Look, I'd like to keep my promise to you. Lord knows I could use $10,000, but there's no use in thinking about it anymore. I can't do it.
What if we up the price a little, Matt?
No good. I couldn't kill her at any price.
You told me that when you were talking to Daddy earlier, you wished it could all be real. That we actually were planning to get married.
And you called me stupid.
Well, what if I said now that it could be real? That I'd marry you if you went through with our plan.
You really would?
Yes. Yes, and eventually it would be worth a lot more than $10,000 to you, Matt.
What I told your father was true. I wouldn't be marrying you just for your money.
Well, for whatever reason. Will you do it, Matt?
You wouldn't be marrying me because you love me, of course.
I'd be a good wife all the same.
What to keep you from saying now that you'll marry me and then refusing to do it after it's all over with? Your stepmother, I mean.
Because I keep my promises, Matt. I learned that from my mother. She never lied and she never broke a promise. I won't break my promise to you.
All right.
You won't back down at the last minute.
Not if it means marrying you. No. I'll do it.
I can't get over this feeling that something dreadful's going to happen, Lee.
It's that kind of day, I guess. I'm feeling pretty spooked myself.
And you were looking forward to such a nice weekend with Beth.
It hasn't turned out quite that well, has it?
You still have the feeling that Natalie's with us.
It's fantastic. A while ago, I looked out toward the pool, and I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting in one of the chairs.
Oh, no.
Just for a second. The chair was in the shade of the old oak, and of course it was just a trick of the shadows, along with my mind. But for a couple of seconds, I could have sworn that Natalie was sitting there. Isn't it about time for lunch?
Yes, it is. I think I'll serve it out by the pool. That way Beth and Matt won't have to change. Beth? Matt? Lunch is ready.
Be right there.
He swims like a fish, doesn't he?
Oh, what's for lunch?
I'm starved all of a sudden.
Just cold cuts, nothing very fancy. I hope it's going to be enough.
Oh, we're pretty wet. Should we change?
No. That's why I brought lunch out here, so you wouldn't have to.
Daddy, after lunch, can we have a good old-fashioned father-to-daughter talk?
Sure thing. What about?
In the study, like old times, okay?
Fine.
And I'll tell you what about when the time comes.
Well, looks as if we're going to be left on our own, Mrs. Stillwell. Like to come for a swim with me?
Oh, no, I don't think so, thanks. I'm not much of a swimmer, actually. I almost never go into the pool.
Well, Matt hates to swim alone. Don't you, Matt?
Yes, I don't know exactly why. It just doesn't seem to be as much fun alone.
So couldn't you go in with him, just to keep him company?
Well, I suppose I could, sure. Just to be there. But don't expect me to do any fancy swimming.
Oh, well, maybe Matt could give you a lesson. He used to be a lifesaver, you know. He's very good.
Well, if he wants to try, I guess. But I'm warning you right now. I'm hopeless.
Well, let Matt give you a lesson. He'll surprise you.
Sit down, Beth. It's been a long time since you and I had one of our heart-to-heart talks here in the study.
Yes, I guess Mother must have still been alive the last time we had one.
Oh, surely not. She's been gone over 5 years now, Beth.
Some ways it seems like forever. In some ways, I guess it's just like yesterday. Oh, Daddy, I remember her so well. Every little thing about her.
And now you can overdo that sort of thing, you know.
Remembering Mother? I don't see how.
Dwelling on it so much. Your mother was a wonderful woman. Nobody knows that better than I do. But she's gone now, Beth. You and I have to go on living.
You with Millie.
Oh, I wish you could be a little more tolerant of Millie, Beth.
She's trying to take my mother's place.
Well, that's what she's supposed to do. With me. And with you, if you'd let her.
Well, I won't. You can do as you please, I suppose. But I will never accept Millie. Never.
Sorry I took so long changing, Matt. I couldn't find a bathing cap.
Oh, that's all right. Took a dozen laps of the pool. I'm not in as good shape as I should be.
A dozen laps? I call that pretty good.
Well, come on in.
Well, you better stand back. I splash.
You splash, all right.
I told you not to expect anything fancy.
Okay. Let me see you swim across the pool once.
Well, once is about all I can handle. Okay? Here goes.
All right. You see? You're lifting your arms too high. Try to sort of just snake them up. Easy.
Oh, I'm terrible. Lee says I've splashed the pool empty if I spend much time in it.
Well, come on down to the deep end. It's much easier to swim in deep water, you know.
Not me. I stay where I can put my feet on the bottom anytime I want to.
Beth, I'm sure you didn't suggest this little talk just for old time's sake. Now, what's on your mind?
How do you like Matt, Daddy?
He seems like a nice fellow. You've only known him for 3 weeks.
Oh, you're being old-fashioned.
Is that old-fashioned? Still seems pretty sound to me. 3 weeks is a very short time, old or new-fashioned.
Well, it isn't as if we were going to be married in 3 weeks. I mean, we've just agreed to marry. We haven't even set a date yet.
That's true, of course. Where do you plan to live when you finally do marry?
Oh, for the time being, I guess we'll just stay in my place. I've never even seen his apartment, but I get the feeling it's pretty ratty.
That sounds all right. You've got plenty of room.
Daddy.
Yes?
I just wonder what Mother would have thought of him.
I've been wondering about that, too.
Although, actually, if Mother were still alive, I wouldn't be marrying him in the first place.
I really don't want a lesson, Matt. It's not worth it. I don't enjoy swimming that much.
Well, everyone ought to be able to swim, though. I'd hold you up. There wouldn't be any danger.
No, really. I'd rather not.
Well, okay.
What are what Lee and Beth are talking about all this time?
Oh, it hasn't been long.
20 minutes or better.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I'd better do what I have to do.
Would Matt object to my continuing your allowance? I don't see any reason why you should have to do without things just because you didn't marry a rich man.
We haven't talked about it, but I don't think he'd object.
He was pretty firm about the fact that he wasn't marrying you for money.
He isn't, but that doesn't mean that he...
That sounded like Millie.
She wasn't supposed to...
Let's get out there.
Millie!
Millie!
Lee! Help me! I can't get him out of the water. Help me, Lee!
What happened?
Matt was just sort of playing around, and he was trying to duck me or something, and all of a sudden he just collapsed.
Here, let me get hold of him. You better call an ambulance, Beth.
Yes, I don't understand it all.
I've got him, Millie. Are you all right?
I'm okay.
Here, help me stretch him out here.
All right.
I don't like the way he looks.
Oh, goodness, that awful expression on his face. He looks terrified. Can't you do something for him?
I'll try, but I'm afraid he's dead.
Here, stop here. This is the place. Around back, by the pool.
Show me, please.
He was in the pool, Doctor. I think he must have had a cramp or something.
All right. Just let me have a look at him.
Will he be all right?
It doesn't look good to me, Beth. I'm afraid...
I don't understand it. What went wrong?
Just what I told you, Beth. He was just playing, the way people do in the water. I think he was going to duck me. And then all of a sudden he got this awful look on his face. And he just went under. Like he'd had a stroke or something. He bungled it.
What?
He didn't struggle or anything like that. I think he was unconscious already. I tried to hold his head out of the water, but he was so heavy.
Should have known he couldn't do it.
Do what, Beth?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh, Beth, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. This man is dead.
Oh.
He didn't drown. At least I don't think he did. We'll have to examine him, of course.
What did happen?
A heart seizure, I suspect. It's just a guess. If it weren't so completely unscientific, I think I'd say he died of fear.
Where's Beth, Lee?
She's up in her room, resting, I guess.
Oh, shouldn't someone be with her?
She said she wanted to be alone.
She doesn't seem to be taking it too badly.
I don't really understand the way she's taking it. She seems more angry than anything else.
Lee, was Natalie tall? Black hair? Very beautiful, but with a small scar just at the corner of her left eye?
Yes. How could you know that?
I saw her.
You saw her?
I couldn't tell the doctor. How can you tell a doctor a thing like that?
You saw Natalie?
Matt was trying to duck me, as I told you, and he looked over my shoulder, and he got this terrified look on his face. And I turned to see what had frightened him so. She was standing there.
Natalie?
Yes, Lee. It was Natalie who frightened Matt to death.
And there you have it. A situation which attracts curiosity and speculation, but resists or defies explanation. A mystery. You may settle for whatever explanation you find acceptable, but we do not rule out the occult simply because it is occult. If Millie says she saw Natalie, who are we to say she didn't? I'll be back in a few minutes. Poetic justice does sometimes happen. And although Beth seems to have gone unpunished for the crime of plotting murder, has she really? She'll have to live the rest of her life with the knowledge of her guilt. And conscience can be the hardest of all judges. I feel sure Beth will never conspire against her stepmother again. And while she and Millie will never be friends, they will never again be such total enemies. Our cast included Morgan Fairchild, William Redfield, Ann Shepard, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It's the time of Halloween, when evil spirits abound. Ghouls and ghosts, pariahs and phenomena, witches and warlocks, vampires, werewolves, poltergeists, emanations, phantasmagoria, and crawling things too awful to imagine. All the outcasts from the natural world. Not only the supernatural and the dead, but the half-dead. The haunting army of the lost between two worlds.
Look! By the sepulcher!
Hey, you! Get away from there! What do you want?
No, Digger, leave him. He's running away.
Oh, but Miss Linda, he was trying to break in.
I can't believe it. Why would anyone want to break into my mother's tomb?
Well, I don't know. I don't guess. Now that he's gone, we are going to find out. I had a notion you might have recognized him.
Why would I recognize a complete stranger?
Our mystery drama, Absolute Zero, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jada Rowland.
It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If we are to believe St. Peter that God is no respecter of persons, then it is one thing the Almighty has in common with death. No money, no power, no wisdom or guile can circumvent those dread wings once they fold about you. Or can you escape the shadow of finality? Long before the dawn of this 20th century, men had wondered and tried and failed. But with the turn of the century and the giant leaps forward in medical knowledge, did it become a possibility? Or was it still only an illusion?
Come away, Miles.
In a moment, George.
Of course you must weep for Emily, but not sorrow. She's gone home, you know.
What?
To her eternal rest. Oh, my dear old friend. How can I comfort a man who's just lost the wife he adored?
I need no comfort.
In this case, I believe my kind of doctorate to be more capable of prescription than yours.
Oh, Reverend Dr. Armbruster, I cannot agree with your diagnosis. I have lost my wife, not myself. And the last thing I need in this world or the next is divine guidance.
I'd have been hard put to describe my emotional state. Grief. Terrible, drenching, stifling grief. The death of my mother. Even though it had been expected. Guilt. That I hadn't been with her during the last agonizing months. That I had been coward enough to accept my stepfather's offer to run away to school in Europe. And pity. For him. Because Dr. Miles Hendon had been the loving husband my mother always deserved. And a good father to me ever since my own papa had died. And perhaps to my shame, frustration. Because I was going to be too late for my own mother's funeral.
Excuse me, miss. Are you all right? Can I get you a glass of water?
You cannot. Why?
Oh, you looked a little pale, as if you were faint.
Are you a doctor?
No, miss. Donald Anson Caton, attorney at law, and at your service.
Did you think I looked as if I needed a lawyer?
No, I thought you looked as if you needed a friend.
I'd rather be left alone.
Well, I can do that on the train. I must apologize that we will be at much closer quarters on the coach.
What coach?
The coach from Hyannis to Orleans.
You're going to Orleans?
As far as the coach does. You're going to Wellfleet.
How do you know?
Oh, come, Miss Hendon. You are from a well-known family, particularly in the Cape Cod area. But forgive me, I had no wish to intrude on your privacy, only a desire to help, if I could, ease your troubles.
I think you could best satisfy both by leaving me alone. I could see him hesitate for a moment at my blunt answer. And in that instant, I had the irrational urge to take back my dismissal. But in the moment of decision, I had waited too late. And with a deep bow, he withdrew. And then suddenly the train ride was over. And I was seated next to him in the coach from Hyannis to Orleans. The other 4 men in the coach seemed to know each other well, and in the intimacy of their conversation, we were locked out and perforce thrown together.
You all right, Miss Linda?
Miss Linda?
I mean Miss Hendon.
My name actually is Russell. I didn't mean to be abrupt on the train. It's just that...
Oh, it's all right. I quite understand.
I'm sure you mean well.
I hope I did. You want to talk about your mother?
What does that mean?
Well, you seem so terribly upset. I thought perhaps talking about it might help.
What is there to talk about? She had a cancer of the blood. There's a new medical name for it. I don't know.
Leukemia?
I honestly don't know the name, but it's well, in modern terms, they call it progressive and terminal. How could it have been so quick?
Well, so many cancers become wild and untamed. It's hard to anticipate how fatal they can become overnight. And yet...
And yet what?
Oh, nothing. Let's just say that I'm an interested bystander and that I'll be staying at the Orleans 1776 house. If you should need any help, you can always reach me there.
Linda, my dear, how nice to see you again.
Oh, Reverend Armbruster. Where's Miles? Dr. Hendon?
Your father sends his deep regrets, but...
But what?
Well, he quite frankly, my dear, ever since your mother's demise, he's become, what shall I say, he's gone into a kind of seclusion.
He is expecting me back.
Oh, yes. After all, he sent for you. Digger Wells is here with a trap, but the horse threw a shoe. He'll be along any minute.
I am too late for my mother's funeral.
I'm afraid so, my dear. For the funeral.
But not for what else?
Well, I would hope there might be a sort of memorial service.
Why?
Well, it was a somewhat, how should I say, hasty affair. Not altogether satisfying from, well, in a religious sense, shall we say. No, don't let me put it that way. In a ritual fashion is perhaps more precise.
But Mama is buried.
Oh, yes. I saw her casket into the grave.
And my stepfather was there.
Beside me.
Where is he now?
Holed up on Slate Island.
He's expecting me out there?
If you want to go.
After coming all the way back from Europe, I haven't much choice.
I don't know. It's no place for a young girl under the best of circumstances. For that menacing pile of rock. And with your mother gone, the house is a sad and lonely place. I've tried to persuade Miles to leave it and come back to the house in Boston. Money should be no problem.
Then what is?
Ghosts of the past. I suppose that's why Miles has chased himself back to the miserable island. Because there he does have something to grasp at. A picture of Emily by the sea. A feeling of her footsteps in the house and the linens of the bedroom. Preoccupation with the dead is a sterile emotion. And he has so much to offer the living, a brilliant doctor. And I don't think it's a healthy place for a young girl to be.
He needs me, Reverend Armbruster. And she was my mother.
I don't know why, but I have this uneasy feeling that you should have more company on your trip.
You're a perfect old darling. But I don't want you to worry. I won't pretend it will be a very happy trip. But what on earth would I have to fear? I was to think a great deal over that exact choice of words during the days to come. But of course, I didn't know, or even suspect that then. My head was much too full with memories of my mother anyway.
We're most all the ways to home about now.
I know.
Master should have met you.
Why didn't he?
Doctor's mighty busy ever since don't see much of him.
Busy doing what?
I don't rightly know. Turned the turret room and the rest of the top floor into a laboratory after he... Oh, I don't mean to keep bringing it up, Miss Linda.
It's all right, Digger. It isn't something any of us can dodge. Where is Mama buried?
Why, in that fancy marble house your grandfather built in the eastern churchyard.
Could we stop there just a moment before we go over to the island?
Well, if you want to.
I think I would.
Ain't nothing to see. She's closed up tight in the coffin.
I don't want to see anything. Just feel. I had a cold, shivery feeling to think of going into that dim, echoey mausoleum my grandfather Russell had built for the family. But I also knew I loved my mother. And I had this overpowering desire to be near where she lay. And just to whisper, Mama, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to die. And I should have had the courage to see you all the way. I was almost ready to say to Digger, forget it. I'll come some other time in the full light of day. Then I reproached myself. What did I expect to see? A ghostly shape? My mother snaking up in some strange ectoplasmic form from the sealed coffin.
I'll come with you, miss, and bring one of the carriage lamps.
No, I'll be all right. Still just twilight.
Oh, pretty dark. Right spooky here in the graveyard.
Oh, I have nothing to be...
What is it, miss?
Look! There, by the sepulchre.
Oh, hey, you! Get away from there. What do you want?
No, Digger, no, leave him. He's running away.
Yeah, but he was trying to break in.
I can't believe it. Why would Don... I mean, why would anyone want to break into my mother's tomb?
What? I don't know. I don't guess. Now he's gone, we're going to find out. Let's see. I got the notion you seem to recognize him, Miss Linda. Eh?
Why would I recognize a complete stranger? Come, let's go see if any damage has been done.
As they approach the dark tomb, Linda knows that she's not being honest with Digger, and certainly not with herself. There's no doubt that it is Don Caton, the young man who introduced himself on the train. Why has Linda's first impulse been to protect him? Has she been right to trust her heart rather than her head? I shall return shortly to pursue that question in Act 2. You are Linda Russell Hendon, back from school in Paris, hastening in a race back to Cape Cod, a race against death, which has claimed your mother. At this moment, of all times in your life, you have met the young man who might be the one you have dreamed of. But it's the wrong time. And worse than that, there is something mysterious about this Don Caton and his seeming familiarity with your family. Who is he? What brings him to the Cape? And most troubling of all, what brought him to the tomb where your mother lies buried?
Who was it, Miss Linda?
I tell you, Digger, I don't know. I only caught a glimpse of him.
Appeared to me you thought you knew him.
I thought for a moment I did. But in this half-light... Never mind that now. The important thing is not who it was, but what he wanted. Let's go.
Couldn't get much. Tomb sealed up so tight you couldn't get inside without a load of dynamite. Or a key. Of course, I have a key. Only reason I brought you here. Wouldn't let no one else in but you, Miss Linda. But, there's nothing to see.
I told you I don't expect to see anything. Just a feel. Oh, but that was before. Let's get the door open.
Give me a moment. There. Now, there she goes. Here. You take the lantern, give you a bit of light, and I'll stay by the door.
What have you got there? A pistol.
With a prowler around, right smart thing to have handy.
Oh, but I'm sure he... Well, perhaps you're right. But if he comes back, don't shoot till we talk to him first.
Oh, why would I, Missy? Sheer matter of self-defense. And, yours.
Thank you, Digger. My mother's coffin was rich mahogany, ornamented in heavy brass, which shone no less brightly than the other sarcophagi and the ledges within the mausoleum. It only had a newer, more recent patina. It was sealed tightly. In the guttering light of the lantern, I could see it was undisturbed. The final proof, the gossamer web of some spider who had already fabricated his own seal to protect my mother's rest. I thanked him silently in my heart and wondered vaguely for a moment what Don Caton, if indeed it was he I had seen, wanted in this place of private sorrow. Beneath my breath, I asked my mother to forgive me for coming home too late. And then I asked Digger to take me home.
Bad weather making up. Real nor'easter.
Why does Father insist on living here now, Digger?
I reckon you have to ask him that, Miss Hendon. Oh, Bertie, you see her waiting for you on the dock?
Where's Papa?
I don't rightly know.
But he is here on the island.
Oh, sure. Only, he keeps himself to himself, as a fella says.
What's that?
Oh, them's geese. Better watch dogs and hounds, the master says. It used to use 'em back in ancient times, he says. Won't no stranger set foot on the island here without they give us warning.
Warning against what, Digger?
Well, just warning. Person wants his privacy. Oh, now there. Maybe that's what they were trying to tell us. Coming down of a sudden like the 40 days and nights. Why don't you go below, Miss Linda, till I make fast at the dock?
And sakes, child, let's get you out of that rain. And a fine welcome home.
I've got to say, Bertie, I don't exactly feel like the prodigal son. Where's Papa?
Oh, upstairs, I reckon.
Is he expecting me home?
Oh, why, sure.
But he's not here, not anywhere to meet me. What's wrong with him, Bertie? Is he ill?
Now, Lamb, let's get settled first. Here, I'll take your wet things. Oh, now, where were we? Oh, your father. No, love, he's hale and hearty enough. Outside.
But inside?
Well, he took the missus going awful hard, even though everyone knew it had to be sooner or later.
But wasn't he looking forward to having me home?
Oh, well, I don't know how to give that a straight answer. Sometimes I think... I don't know as I just blame him in a way. I think he was scared to look on you again.
Why? Why on earth?
Well, because your mother has gone to the beyond. There's you, full of health, and anyone looked at the two of you in the bright heat of noonday sunlight, a person would be hard put to know you apart.
And that's why Papa isn't here to meet me.
Oh, no, not that alone. Ever since we laid her in the grave, he's took to the turret room and shut off the whole top floor.
And he just hides away up there?
Oh, Lord knows what he does, but it sure isn't much sleeping.
My dear sir, in deference to your credentials, I have submitted to this interview and swallowed my impatience at the implications of it. I accept you as a young man eager to do a good job in your chosen profession, Mr. Caton, but I don't like your implication that I am trying to corrupt something.
But, Dr. Ferguson, you did sign the death certificate for Mrs. Miles Hendon.
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Hendon is a close friend of yours.
That is beside the point. I signed the death certificate because I was called in to examine a woman who had been my patient for over 3 months. She was suffering from a cancer of the blood, which was gradually vitiating it to useless water. I will admit that neither I nor my esteemed colleague, Dr. Miles Hendon, her husband, had anticipated the speed and deterioration of the blood in that last week.
But you both concurred that once this terminal stage set in, death was inevitable.
It is the common pattern of the symptomatology.
Mm-hmm. And on the last day, the day you signed the death certificate,
I examined a woman who had no pulse, who had ceased to aspirate, who reacted to no reflex tests, and who, on thorough auscultation, had not the slightest sign of a heartbeat. I was examining, if you will, a corpse. Naturally, I pronounced her dead.
And there was no possibility of any mistake.
Sir, by any criterion we have to judge by, no possibility whatsoever.
Miles.
Oh, Linda, my dearest daughter. Forgive me for welcoming you so tardily.
Oh, it's all right. I don't mind. I just don't understand.
Please, Linda, let me mourn your mother in my own way. I offer no excuses. I only beg you to allow me to control the conduct of my temporary bereavement.
Temporary?
Well, death is a bridge between the known and the unknown. Why do we accept without cavil that the traffic must be only one way?
What are you talking about?
Well, certainly not a subject for your homecoming.
Not exactly the term I'd have picked for this return.
Oh, why? Surely this is your home?
With Mother gone?
Well, it was and still is hers, too, I hope.
Only because she was so ill and wanted to hide from the world. But she never loved this grim old island.
Oh, she'll find cause to before I'm done.
Miles, Father, I know how much you are hurt. The last thing Mama would have asked of you was to become a martyr. To bury yourself here.
You don't understand what you're talking about, child.
Better than you, maybe. It was nothing Mother would have wanted, except for her illness, and nothing she would have wanted from or expected of you. Or me. I tell you frankly, I won't stay here.
No, but you must.
I did come back to try to give you support. I did intend to stay with you a while, till the wound had healed. I was ashamed of myself for ever allowing Mother and you to talk me into leaving when her time was so short.
Linda, she didn't expect. The doctors, no one expected it. It might be so sudden.
No excuse. I should have been here to help her. Stainer.
Well, then promise me you'll stay and do the same for me.
No. Mother had a reason for running away from life. It was being taken from her. You don't. Staying here is a sickness, and I won't baby you. If you won't fight it, I won't stand by you.
Oh, if you only knew. Why, Linda, I've just begun to fight, and I'm going to win.
Win what?
When I'm ready to tell you, I'll show you. And then you'll thank me for it for the rest of your days. You and my beloved Emily, your mother. You'll stay, and you'll see. You'll stay because you must stay.
Well, perhaps tonight.
That's all I ask, my darling. All I need.
Must we have that music, Mr. Downer?
My apologies, Mr. Caton. Reggae from Jamaica. Such a strong beat, so full of life. I find it such a welcome contrast for the necessary preoccupation of an undertaker with death.
Mm-hmm. I just want to make certain. Now, there was no question of Mrs. Hendon's death.
Heavens, no. I mean, we drained the blood.
Beg pardon?
To prepare for embalming. She was all ready for perfusion.
And that is?
A preservatory chemical recirculated to guard against, well, any deterioration during the viewing.
But there was no viewing.
There was not. Such a pity. A lovely woman. Lovely woman.
Mm-hmm. Why?
It was the wish of the husband of the deceased.
But you did place her in the coffin. That was your responsibility.
Well, now, I don't know if I like your tone. But since you pressure me, not exactly. No.
What are you suggesting, Mr. Caton? It is unconscionable. I will be no part of it.
I don't see how you can avoid it, Reverend Armbruster. You were the officiating minister at the burial.
But I mean, it's preposterous.
You've seen my credentials, Reverend Armbruster. You've double-checked on me. And where a large enough sum of money is involved, nothing is preposterous or even impossible.
But what about the police?
Oh, I haven't enough evidence. Even if I had, it would take time to get an authorization from the courts. In the meantime, I am concerned that another life is at stake. I'm asking you, sir, can you and will you open Mrs. Hendon's coffin?
What do you expect to find?
Nothing, Reverend Armbruster. Neither her body nor her soul. I expect to find that coffin empty.
The
Reverend George Armbruster gazes at this intense, determined, and completely sure young man. And of all the questions buzzing in his startled mind, surely, as with us, the main question must be, why? Why would he expect to find the coffin empty? I shall return shortly with Act 3. For the moment, the storm, a typical sou'wester, has passed over the Cape, although the rain is still coming down in a steady drizzle. Approaching the mausoleum by total dark, with the damp cedars dripping and the elms and maples rustling in ghost voices to each other, the building looms even more eerily than earlier in the day. And while the Reverend George Armbruster hesitates, thinking about changing his agreement through this strange young man's request on Snake Island, Linda also is regretting her agreement with her stepfather.
Who's there?
It's me, Digger.
Oh, Miss Linda. What are you doing out in this storm? Come in the barn, quickly.
Thanks. Oh, it's cozy in here. Oh, I love the smell of horses.
Oh, seems like you've got a friend who returns the favor.
But not those geese.
Well, they quiet down once they know you. But they're hell on wheels with strangers. Let me close the door.
I don't want to stay on the island tonight, Digger. I want you to run me over to the mainland.
Oh, in this weather?
In any weather. I don't want to stay here.
You told your father?
He doesn't want me to go.
Oh, then I'm afraid I couldn't take you.
Digger, I don't know why it is, but I'm scared.
You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?
Not my mother's. The last person she would harm is me. And she's not here anyway. She lies in the family tomb at Eastham. Brave words, because I was afraid of what all of us are most afraid of, the unknown. Ever since I'd come back to the Cape, I had sensed it, known that something was desperately wrong. I had to fight this unimagined terror rising in my throat, and the feeling that something evil was about to engulf me.
No, don't force it.
Just this one last nail, and...
Well?
See for yourself.
Oh, dear Lord. You were right.
Empty.
What does it mean?
I'm not quite sure, Reverend Armbruster.
But you're the detective. You're the only one who's suspected.
No, I'm not a detective, just an insurance adjuster. Anytime a policy is written for $1 million and death occurs within an unexpectedly short period, the company has to investigate.
Dr. Hendon insured his wife for that amount?
Yes.
When?
Oh, just about 1 year ago.
Oh, at that time she was in perfect health.
Was she?
Well, yes, it seemed so to me.
Perhaps a doctor could have known better. I want to know why Mrs. Hendon's remains aren't buried in their own casket.
What difference does it make? She's dead.
Are you sure?
Of course. I saw her so.
I ought to bow out, but I'm a stubborn guy. I met her daughter. And I'm just perverse enough to have this big bump of, I don't know what you want to call it, extrasensory perception, maybe, that she's in danger.
Of what?
It's nutty. I can't justify it in any way, but I have this insane notion that Mrs. Hendon is somehow still alive, and that it's her daughter, Linda, who is in danger of ending up dead.
Who is it?
It's Birdie, dear.
Oh, come in. I just brought you up one of my old toddies to help put you to sleep.
I don't feel much like sleeping. Where's my stepfather?
Oh, still locked up above there in his chemistry laboratory or whatever it is.
Does he know I want to see him?
Oh, well, Digger must have told him.
I don't want to stay here tonight, Bertie. I want to get off this island.
Oh, now, darling, it's a terrible night out. No time to make the crossing. Where would you go?
I just have this terrible feeling I shouldn't stay here tonight.
Look, what you need is a good night's rest. At your age, that makes a world of difference. Now, come on. Drink the old drink I used to brew for you. Chocolate and my secret ingredient. All those years you were growing up, it always made you sleep like a top.
All right, Bertie. No sense in trying to run tonight. I'll wait for tomorrow.
Want me to help you into bed?
I think maybe I'm a little too old to tuck in anymore, Bertie. But I promise to drink my drink.
Oh, well, good night then, dear. And sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. In hindsight, that was the most cynical statement since the serpent said to Eve in the Bible that she and Adam should eat the apple because then they would be as gods. But I can't blame Bertie or even Digger because I truly believe they did not know my drink was drugged. I might, as it happened, have slept through all that dreadful night. And what was to happen to me if it hadn't been for the geese and their warning cries?
What's that?
The geese, sir.
Now, what's disturbing them?
I don't know.
Stranger on the island?
Not in this weather.
Well, something disturbed them.
Well, it's a night for all of us to be disturbed, sir.
All right, you can ease your conscience. You may leave us now.
I don't know as I ought.
I suggest you do as you're told.
I serve the Russell family, not you, Dr. Hendon, who only married into it. And it's Miss Linda I offer my services to, yes. And protection when I speculate what you have in mind. You can't fly in the face of the Almighty, Dr. Hendon.
Why, you fool. You can't stop me. No one can. Till I bring Emily back to life again.
It was like a dream. Faces and figures elongated, out of focus. The sound of words, far away and echoey, and not quite clear. Now, what was happening? Too bizarre and ghastly to be anything but a nightmare. I saw Miles pick up Digger's limp body and literally toss it into a corner. Miles?
Yes? What is it, Linda?
Oh, I feel so weak. Everything's so far away.
Now, that's as it should be. It's the sedative I put in the drink Bertie brought you.
Bertie drugged me.
No. She had no idea what it contained. The anesthetic was mine. I'm sorry all this commotion has brought you out of it.
An anesthetic? What for? Well, what are you doing? What's happening?
It hasn't happened yet, but it's just about to. The miracle of the 20th century.
What are you planning to do?
I am about to reverse the whole human process. I'm about to bring the dead back to life.
He moved away from me. I tried to sit up, but I found that I was bound by heavy straps to a medical table on which I was lying. I was conscious now of some sort of a machine throbbing in a steady rhythm. Turning my head in the direction of the sound, out of the corner of my eye, I could see that Miles had gone in that direction and was pulling aside a heavy drape on traveling rings. As he pulled it aside in one impatient movement, I saw... Oh, God, help me. In a kind of blinding flash, resting on a huge base, what looked like an enormous fish tank. The frame was heavily leaded, and the glass panels narrow and heavily frosted. Through the tiny particles of ice and snow that turned and swirled about beyond the glass. Inside the tank, in that one blinding flash, I could see a figure lying. My mother! What's Mother doing in that thing? She's dead.
Oh, no, not dead. Merely in suspended animation. The diseased blood has been taken away, her body purified. The flesh and organs and all the intricate convolution of brain and web of nerves and artery preserved by being frozen with liquid hydrogen at almost absolute zero. The body, waiting only for new blood to feed the heart and lungs and all the rest. Fresh, wholesome blood from you.
From me?
You will feel nothing, my dear, I promise you. And have no fears. It will be only temporary.
But why me?
The blood must be harmonious, consanguineous, so that the organs do not reject it.
No, no.
My dear, you will only be taking your mother's place for a little while. And when the time is right, I shall bring you back to life,
No,
too.
no. Oh, you're mad. You can't.
I can do anything I want, and no one can stop me now. Come, don't struggle.
No. Oh, no, take that needle away. I can't.
Let her go, Dr. Hendon.
Digger, you should have stayed decently at rest. Very well, the first needle will be for you.
I warn you. Don't come near me. I have a pistol.
You wouldn't dare use that on me, old man. You're so weak you can't even aim it. Give it to me.
I warn you. Stay back.
You wouldn't harm me, Digger. I'm your master.
No. Digger has always served the Russell family, not you.
I know where my loyalties lie. With you, Miss Linda.
Right, damn you! Good Lord, you hit the compression chamber. My man.
Hendon, open up. Hendon, it's too late for you. The police are here.
Oh, let them in. Quickly, Digger.
And get her loose. Fast. This room is filling with hydrogen. One spark and will blow us all to hell.
I never thought I'd be so glad to see a man I'd seen only 3 times in my life. It was Don Caton who unstrapped me and carried me down and outside the house. And just in time. For suddenly the flame from one of the lamps must have ignited the hydrogen in the laboratory. And with one terrible roar, the house on Snake Island was gone forever. Did everyone get out?
Everyone except Miles and...
If you mean my mother. She was dead already.
Of course. And Miles was quite mad. If it hadn't been for this young man here, we would all have been innocently involved in a terrible and tragically unjustified death.
Mine.
Well, not while I was around. Once I found you, I wasn't going to let you go.
But I don't understand how.
Well, I'm an insurance adjuster, Linda. A year ago, your stepfather took out an enormous policy on your mother. Our doctors didn't realize she had an incurable disease. It's not very common. But apparently, Dr. Hendon did.
He spent every cent of his own and your mother's trying to find a cure for her. But in the back of the mind, he must always have had this incredible scheme. And knowing how much money he would need to even attempt what he dreamed, the insurance was taken out.
My company, were alerted by some strange things about your mother's funeral. And with the help of the Reverend here, I found that her coffin was empty.
So that's what you were doing last night at the mausoleum.
Mm-hmm.
Insurance business.
I'd like to write a policy with you.
Oh, no thanks. I have no intention of dying.
I have even less notion to allow you to. The policy I had in mind was between you and me. For life.
Linda and Don Caton were married by the Reverend George Armbruster 2 months later. The bride was given away by Digger Wells. Dr. Ferguson retired from practice, convinced both in his heart and by the state medical board that he had gotten too old to practice. As for Mr. Downer, faced with false statements and the prospect of jail, he gave up undertaking very suddenly, and the police are still trying to overtake him. I'll be back shortly. You know, in the period of this story, cryobiology and cryogenics, the study of living matter's reaction to intensely low and freezing temperatures, was a gleam only in the science fiction writer's fertile mind. Today, they are recognized and viable sciences, and there exist across the country many deceased who have elected, instead of burial, to be frozen and preserved until someday human science might be able to reverse divine will. I choose no side, but only comment that once again it reminds us that truth can be stranger than fiction. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Russell Horton, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, True Value Hardware Stores, and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, curator of this curious collection of the mysterious and the macabre. We are told that the Lord created man in his own image. Therefore, it must follow that each of us is an image of the Lord. And since we are so various, so different in shape and size and color, you would think it presumptuous for any one person to say, "Behold, what I look like is the only true image of the Lord." And yet, so many people do that very thing.
Who is that man, Ben?
Him? Oh, he's just one of my slaves, my houseboys.
What a remarkable person.
Remarkable? How? Just an ordinary, no-account, shiftless...
No, don't say that.
Well, but it's true.
I see a grandeur, a nobility.
Ah, you northern abolitionists. You keep seeing things that simply do not exist.
I tell you, that young man will move mountains.
Hey, Bob, you sure you ain't sick? It's all that boy can do to move his own 2 feet.
He will move mountains. That slave of yours has the power inside of him, the awful power. Ben, I can sense these things.
Our mystery drama, The Black Whale, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Brock Peters. All men are created equal. However, some people have always considered themselves more equal than others. When our great republic was founded, there were some people who weren't even considered people. It had to do with the color of the skin. If yours was white, you were people. If your skin was black, you were a slave. You were nobody. Actually, A black person wasn't even considered a person, except for the purposes of government record-keeping. And since the state was represented in Congress according to population, a slave was listed as 3/5 of a person. The year is 1820. We are in what is destined one day to become the state of Texas. Colonel Benjamin Borders, a wealthy farmer, is entertaining an old friend from the East. There is another person, or we should say, a non-person in the room. His name is Jim. He is one of the house slaves. And this is to be his own story.
All about me, the conversation swirled and eddied. Mr. Robert Darcy was not one of the Colonel's usual visitors. He was a man of learning and great education. How I envied him. And I stood there listening because that man spoke of such fantastic things.
The power of the mind, Ben. The power of the mind can move mountains.
Oh, really? I'd settle for a more simple kind of proof. I'd like to see somebody's mind make that wine bottle lift itself up and pour its contents into my glass.
Under proper conditions, the right kind of mind could do it.
And speaking of wine, your glass is empty. Jim! Yes, sir? You wool gathering again, boy? No, sir. Weren't you trained? You know better than to leave a man's glass stand unfilled before him? Yes, sir. Well, pour the wines. Mr. Darcy to die of a thirst in my house?
Oh, Ben, I see you've been reading the books I sent you.
Oh, well, no, Bob. I'm sorry to say I ain't had a chance.
Somebody must have been reading the books. The pages are cut.
Well, nobody could read them, Bob. There's just me and the slaves in the house here.
Well, do any of your slaves read?
You ain't serious, Bob. You can't be serious. How could a slave read?
If he were taught, he could learn just like anyone else. Up in New York, Boston, I've met freed slaves who could read and write.
Well, yeah, but it was a trick.
A trick?
Oh, you can teach a parrot to talk, can't you? It's all a trick.
The young man who waited on us.
Oh, Jim?
He appears to be extremely intelligent.
Well, that shows you. He's the dumbest one of all. There's a boy who just can't do nothing.
His mind seems to be on something else. He's in another world, Ben, a world of his imagination.
Pure and simple wool gathering.
No. I sense something else.
Yeah, you do? What?
Power.
Power?
The power to move mountains.
You all right, Bob?
Poor boy, he's like a whale.
A whale? Now, how'd the whales ever get into this?
There are those who claim the whale is the most intelligent living creature on Earth.
You don't care who you call intelligent, do you, Bob? First blacks, and now whales.
But you see, the whale is the captive of his physiology and his environment. He has no way to express his intelligence. He has no hands. He can't build. He can't live on land. He's a prisoner of the water.
You're getting too deep for me, Bob.
I'd like to help that young man.
Help him? How?
Send him to college.
College? Bob, I believe you've gone mad. But don't worry. I'm your friend. I'll keep your secret.
And so it went. The free and easy conversation. They disagreed on everything, but never lost their tempers. Never came to blows. What a wonderful way to be able to talk, and how wonderful also to have things to talk about. Would I ever be able to talk like they did? Would I ever have anyone to talk to?
Jim?
Yes, sir?
What are you doing?
I'm supposed to cut wood for the fire.
Why do you say that, Jim?
Because Master say chop and I'm supposed...
I know you were ordered to do it, but you could just as easily say, I was supposed to cut wood for the fire. Well, Jim?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn to read? You can read, can't you, Jim? Don't be afraid of me. The Colonel has an excellent library, I know. I selected it for him. However, he has neither the time nor the inclination to read. But I know someone has been reading those books, Jim. Who? You?
Yes, sir.
I was right. I sensed it. There is something about the transference of thought. I knew you could read. Don't ask me how. It has to be miraculous. Who taught you to read?
No one.
Then how did you learn?
It came to me. The books bound in bright red, in rich brown leather. Something, I don't know what, drew me to the books. Something seemed to say to me, "Come, Jim. Come to the books."
What was it, a voice?
No. It was a desire. But the markings in the books were so mysterious, so hidden. Will they always be kept from me, I asked. And then I saw a picture of a pistol. And there was the marking under it. And it was suddenly revealed to me, this must be the marking. This must be the sign that signifies a pistol. Then I understood. There is a sign, a word for everything.
Jim, that's remarkable.
Is it?
It's amazing. What a fantastic accomplishment. You should be so happy.
Why?
Because you've achieved such a tremendous victory.
Have I? Or have I become a whale? Yes, I have listened to what you said about whales. What good does my learning bring me? Like the whale, I can only flounder aimlessly and endlessly, to no purpose. What can I do? Where can I go?
Jim, you come with me right now.
But Massa says I'm supposed to chop wood.
I want to see the look on Ben Border's face. You drop that axe and come with me.
Once upon a time, the deep red berries of the mulberry tree were as white as snow. The change in color came about strangely and sadly. The death of two young lovers was the cause. Pyramus and Thisbe lived in Babylon, the city of Queen Semiramis.
Well, I'll be. Now, open another book, Jim, to any page.
The Theorem of Pythagoras.
It's a trick. Open this book, Jim.
Sweet are the uses of adversity, which, like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head.
I still say it's a trick. That book, Jim. All right. Now, Bob, how you doing this? Doing what? I seen in a theater once a fellow was able to throw his voice and make you think that someone else was speaking. Oh, admit that you were wrong, Ben.
About what?
About a great many things.
I still say it's some kind of trick.
What are we going to do about Jim?
Do about it?
A man with his brain, can you force him to live out his life as a beast of burden?
Well, hang it, Bob. What am I supposed to do?
Sell him to me.
You mean you? A true blue dyed-in-the-wool northern abolitionist like you? You'd own a slave? This is the time of great happenings.
I want to buy him so I can take him north and set him free.
Well, I ain't going to let you go puffing and preening among your northern friends about out of the goodness of your heart. You spent $800 to give a poor black soul his freedom.
You mean you won't sell him?
No, I won't sell him.
Why not?
Because I'm an honest man. He ain't worth a nickel. His value's just gone all the way down to absolute zero.
What are you talking about?
His head's so full of pyramids and Thisbe and Pythagoras and I don't know who and what all. How's he going to chop cotton, hoe corn, or wait on table? Take him for what he's worth now. Nothing.
I could hardly believe it. It was like a story in the Bible. And it came to pass, and now it had come to pass for me. I was to go north, to freedom. Freedom. Soon, that great day finally dawned, when I could leave the farm and slavery forever. And I hitched the horses to the carriage, as I had done so many times before, but this time, I was going to ride in it, too. And we started out for Santa Lucia, a small port on the Gulf of Mexico, where we could take a boat to New Orleans, and from thence to St. Louis, and Cincinnati, and Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, and New York, and finally Boston. Those names, those great ringing names.
Is it much farther to Santa Lucia, Ben?
Oh, about 2 hours. Well, I guess this is goodbye. Goodbye forever.
Oh, I don't know, Ben. We could still...
Oh, it's a long, long trip. Ain't we neither of us growing younger?
No, we're not.
I'm glad our friendship lasted, Bob. Despite everything, we remain friends. Good friends. That's why I gave you Jim. To remember me by.
Ben, what's that? A cloud of dust moving very quickly toward us.
Oh, it's men. Men on horses.
Who are they, soldiers?
No, I'm afraid they look like bandits.
Bandits?
Yeah, the country's full of them. I didn't think they'd come so close to St. Lucia.
Well, what are we going to do?
There's not much we can do, Bob. We can't outrun them. We can't outfight them. All we can do is wait. Oh!
And we waited. And as we stood there motionless and watched the cloud of dust grow larger and heard the approaching thunder of horses' hooves, something bright and happy inside of me suddenly became dark and sad. I knew I wasn't going to be free. I wasn't going to Boston with Mr. Darcy because Mr. Darcy had a gray look in his face. The look that people get just before they die.
The look. In the old days, they used to say a man who was about to die had a certain look on his face. It was supposed to be the soul getting ready to leave the body. The soul waiting for the moment of release. Is Mr. Darcy going to die? Why? How? And if he does, what will happen to Jim? Well, nothing will happen to anyone until I return in a few moments with Act 2. We are in Texas, long before Texas was a state in our union, even before Texas was an independent republic. We're in the Texas that was still part of Mexico, a vast, wild country into which poured thousands of American settlers. And some of the wildness of this raw-boned country is about to erupt.
Who are they, Ben?
Oh, I recognize them now. It's Zalakane and his boys. Let me do all the talking. They only want money, so just do as you're told. Well, Senor Zalakane, what can I do for you?
I am not Senor Zalakane. I am now General Zalakane.
Well, congratulations.
Yes, we are revolutionists. We will overthrow the government one day. And so we would like you to contribute to the revolution.
Well, do I have a choice, you bloody scoundrel?
If you weren't such an old friend, I would cut your heart out. All your money into the hat. And your senor.
Empty your pockets, Bob.
And the watch.
The watch?
Si, senor, the watch.
But the watch, it would have very little value to you, and it has a great deal of sentimental value to me.
The watch?
Sir, let me explain.
Bob, don't argue with him. Give him the watch.
But Ben, Lisa gave me this before she died.
The watch?
Let me explain to you, sir, why I...
The watch?
No,
Why, you bloodthirsty animal!
It only took a second. But my dream was shattered and in ruins. Mr. Darcy was dead. Colonel Borders was lying on the ground unconscious with a bullet wound. Somehow I managed to get them both into the wagon, and I turned the team around and drove slowly home. Home. I had dared to dream of becoming an eagle. But in reality, I was still away. Several months went by, and finally, Colonel Borders recovered from his wound. But he wasn't the same. Something seemed to have left him. He never mentioned Mr. Darcy's name until one morning.
Well, Jim.
Yes, sir?
Where'd they bury Mr. Darcy?
In Santa Lucia.
Jim, what did Mr. Darcy do to you?
Do to me, sir?
Yeah, Jim. How'd he get you to read through all of the books? Well, what was the trick?
Oh, it was no trick.
Oh, I'll bet he hypnotized you.
No, sir.
I bet you don't even know what it all means.
I have read the monograph published by F.A. Mesmer, who...
That's enough.
Colonel, please. You promised Mr. Darcy you'd set me free.
I promised no such thing. I promised to sell you to him for nothing.
Well, that's the same thing.
He was my best friend. My only friend. He'd want you to be free, and I'll see that you do go free, but not now. I can't do it now.
Why?
Why? You question me? You dare question me? I'll give you your answer with a horsewhip. Jim, is it true?
Is what true?
Is it true you can read and write?
Yes.
Then you gotta help me. Now, open up that chest with my papers in it. That's it. Now you're gonna have to take care of all that, because I can't seem to concentrate. The words, numbers, they just dance on the paper. You gotta help me, Jim. You gotta help me.
It was the first time a white man had ever asked me to do something. I knew what it was to be told, but to be asked, that was something else. Something strange and new. I kept his records. I wrote his letters. And every day he became richer and richer. And every day I would ask him the same question. Colonel, when will you give me my freedom?
Freedom?
You promised me.
Yeah. Well, it's my intention to give you your freedom. It's just that the time ain't ripe. You'll need it here.
But, Colonel,
Oh, Jim, you're getting treated right.
Yes.
All you want to eat? Well?
Yes.
Nice clothes. You live here in the house. You got a comfortable bed. And linen, just like me. You know, Jim, you must be the only black slave in the world who sleeps with bed sheets.
But, Colonel,
Now, that's something, Jim. That's something.
The days went by, and I was getting no closer to freedom. The Colonel was thriving. With me to keep his records and watch his money, he was becoming wealthier by the month, and I still kept asking.
All right, Jim. I'm going to call your bluff.
Bluff?
What'll you have if I set you free? Well?
I'll have my freedom.
Well, free to do what? Starve?
No, I'll go north.
How'll you get there?
I can work my way.
You'll be kidnapped by bounty hunters.
I'll have my papers.
They'll laugh in your face and tear them up. They'll sell you as a runaway slave. And some Louisiana or Mississippi cotton planter will work you to death in his fields. Well, you still want to be free?
For the very first time, I felt fear crawling through me. What was this? Was I afraid? Afraid to be free? Well, maybe it wasn't fear. There were some very real advantages to my present condition. He was right. I had enough to eat, a comfortable home, and the work. It wasn't at all difficult, and there was a wonderful collection of books. And so I thought of the North and freedom. And it suddenly seemed so far away. And then I heard that sound. And to a slave, it's the most frightening and melancholy sound in the world. It was a coffle, a gang of slaves being marched along the road, an endless caravan which grows larger and smaller as some are bought, some are sold along the winding road of slavery that snakes through the South. I looked at the faces, the dull, staring eyes, the hopelessness, the resignation, and, of course, the ugly red welts of the whip.
Well, Colonel, how are things this year?
Oh, can't really complain, Mr. McClure.
Got some prize merchandise here?
No, not this time.
Anything you want to sell?
Nothing, really.
Nothing at all.
Tell me, Mr. McClure, what's the going rate for a slave who can read and write?
You'd have to pay me to take him. Got any good field hands?
No, none to spare.
Soon they'll be worth their weight in gold. Well, Colonel, see you next time around. Luther, Tom, get him going. Everybody up. Let's go, move out.
Well, there, Jim, but for the grace, go you. All it would take to make it happen would be for you to be kidnapped by an unscrupulous bounty hunter, and there are plenty of those. Well?
But I'm not free.
Who's free? What's this freedom you talk about so much? It's the freedom to starve and to freeze. Jim, you just don't know how lucky you are.
Maybe I didn't. It was the very first time that kind of thought had ever stolen inside my head. We keep talking about being free. But if we were, where would we go? What could we do? What kind of work would I find to do? Freedom. It had always been a word that thrilled me. And now it frightened me. But one day, something frightened me even more.
Jim.
Yes, sir?
You didn't give Mr. Darcy any meat.
Mr. Darcy?
Don't stand there looking like that.
Colonel, Mr. Darcy isn't here.
What are you saying, Jim? Ain't that Mr. Darcy sitting at the table big as life?
Colonel, Mr. Darcy's dead.
You lost your mind. What little bit of mind you ever had. You lost your mind. Jim, what am I doing here in bed?
You're sick, Colonel. You fainted.
I feel hot and dizzy. I can't move my whole right side. Jim, what's the matter with me?
Well, I looked it up in the book. You have what they call a stroke.
What?
Something happens to the blood. It doesn't flow freely.
Freely? What happens?
Well, sometimes you get better.
And sometimes?
You don't.
Jim, ride into Santa Lucia. Bring back the doctor.
Colonel, the doctor can't help you.
He's got to help me. He's a doctor.
I read in the books that there's nothing anyone can do.
Oh, what do you know about it?
I've read as much as any doctor, and I tell you...
Now, Jim, you go get me that doctor. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll sign the paper that sets you free. Now, how's that, huh? Here, bring in some paper and a pen and ink. And while you're gone, I'll write the document. Now, you hurry, Jim. You hurry.
I galloped all the way to Santa Lucia and all the way back with the doctor. But we returned too late. He was dead. The colonel had died. And there was a sheet of paper clutched in his hand. But it was blank. Not a single word had been written in it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're now selling the estate of our dearly beloved and recently departed friend, Colonel Benjamin Borders. And to begin with, we got us as prime a stock of living merchandise as there is in the entire state. I begin with Jim here. How old are you, boy? Cat's got his tongue. But he's a well-trained hard worker. Use him in the house, in the field. Look at them muscles. Now, will somebody open the bidding at $400?
$750.
Well, it's Mr. McClure.
Yes, sir, it is. Ain't got time to waste with nickel and dimes bidding. I know what it's worth and what I can get, and I'm a busy man.
I got $750. Do I hear another bid? Another bid. Well, then, you got yourself a bargain there, Mr. McClure.
Come on, boy.
Just down the road, I could see them. The coffle. The poor, wretched, terrified slaves in the coffle. In a few moments, I would be one of them. Yes, I had always been a slave from the moment of my birth. But this would be a kind of slavery I had never known before. This would be the naked and violent slavery I had dreamed of in my nightmares. And suddenly, I was no longer afraid of freedom. The Colonel's horse, Jupiter, was standing nearby. Another piece of flesh, like me, waiting to be sold to the highest bidder. But a superb piece of flesh, the fastest in the county. Before anyone could realize what was taking place, I was on his back. Run, Jupiter, run! Run like you never ran before. You're running for freedom.
Freedom, the magic word. But where is there to run to? The North, the friendly North, is so many thousands of miles away. And all around is dangerous country and even more dangerous men. Freedom, it's a long way off. But the longest journey always starts with the very first determined step. I shall return shortly with Act 3. He's an extremely complex young man. His name is Jim. That's all. Just Jim. Black slaves had no family names. Actually, they had no family. In reality, they were nobody. They were nobody until they called attention to themselves, and they could only do that by breaking the established pattern of their lives. And Jim is doing that right now. He has just escaped.
I see nobody caught him, Sheriff.
Mr. McClure, he does have the fastest horse in all of Texas.
He's my property. I paid for him. I expect you to return him to me.
Oh, we'll get him.
Why ain't you organizing a posse to ride him down?
Well, now, be reasonable, Mr. McClure. I'm going to deputize a few good trackers, and they'll manage to come up with him.
I want action. I'm entitled to the protection of the law. I've never seen a finer piece of flesh in all the years I've doing business. I gotta get him back.
Freedom. This was freedom. This terrible wilderness where nothing could live, where the cruel sun broiled the body by day and a cold, lifeless moon froze the blood at night. No food, no water. And one morning, Jupiter disappeared. I don't know. I awoke and my horse was gone, and I knew that I was gone too. I was too weak to walk or even to worry. So I lay on the ground to wait for freedom. And suddenly, she was there, sitting on her horse. A woman, a white woman, pointing a rifle at me. And two men, black like me, slaves like me, were with her.
Who are you, boy? What are you doing here? Where are you bound for?
Freedom. Freedom.
What was that? What are you saying?
Let me dwell in freedom's house.
You look like a runaway to me. Mose, Henry, get him up on his feet. We'll take him home and find out who he belongs to.
Let me dwell in freedom's house and let them call me freedom's child.
All right now, that'll be enough of that.
Solitudinem fecant pacem appellant. They make a desert and call it peace, but there is no peace. No peace in the desert.
All right, you're crazy, but you're smart enough to eat. I see you cleaned up that plate.
I kept the books. I did the accounts. I wrote the letters. I paid the bills.
You're crazy in the head from the sun.
Let me keep your books, ma'am.
What are you saying?
Let me teach your children Latin and grammar and algebra. Oh, I don't want him to catch me. He'll hunt me down.
Who? Who's going to hunt you down?
He has a whip. He holds a whip in one hand and a chain in the other. Save me. Save me from him. I'll make you rich, rich. There was a broiling sun and a freezing moon and a black whale drowning in a sea of desert sand. And then the sun set, and the moon went down, and the black whale suddenly became a black man. And he was lying on a pile of straw in a small, dark hut. And a white woman was standing there, looking down at him.
Well, boy, you look a lot better.
Yas'm.
You sound a lot better, too. Where'd you learn how to talk like a Yankee gentleman?
Please, Missy, I don't mean no harm.
Yes, Henry? What do you want?
Miss Jenny, ma'am, a gentleman to see you up to the house.
To see me? What about?
It's Mr. McClure, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. McClure. So you're running away from Mr. McClure?
Yes, ma'am.
I knew you was a runaway. I knew it.
Please, ma'am, don't give me up to Mr. McClure.
And why shouldn't I?
Please, I'll die. Hide me. I'm not just an ordinary field hand. I'll work for you the way I did for Colonel Borders. Don't turn me over to Mr. McClure.
Did Mr. McClure pay for you? Well?
Yes, ma'am.
Then he's your master. And it's my duty as a law-abiding woman, as a religious woman, to return you to your legal, rightful owner.
You call yourself a law-abiding religious woman. But what laws do you follow? What religion do you obey? Who gives you the right to treat me like an animal? Look at me. Look at me. You ignorant, arrogant woman. I'm a man. I'm a man like your husband, like your father, like your son. I have the same heart, the same blood, the same soul.
Henry, shut his mouth.
Inasmuch as you have done it to the least of my brethren, you have done it unto me.
I said shut his blasphemous mouth. Henry, don't you dare let him leave this hut.
Henry?
No, I knows what you're going to ask me. Just don't, that's all.
I got to escape.
Oh, Miss Jenny, scare me alive.
You'll kill me. Mr. McClure will kill me.
Well, you better off dead. We're all better off dead.
No. We're better off free.
Don't you worry none about it, boy. You'll be free soon enough.
Mr. McClure.
Morning, Miss Thompson. Got to run down a young buck. Lost him about a week ago. Kind of tall. No fat on him, but good muscles. Trailed him up into this vicinity. Was wondering if you might have seen him.
Run away? No. I haven't heard anything.
Well, I'm much obliged to you, Miss Thompson.
I hope you find him.
Oh, I'll find him. If I have to spend every penny I got in the rest of my life, I'll find him.
I ought to have you hanged. Better, burned as a witch.
Why do you say that, ma'am? Why?
Because you bewitched me. You have a strange power. Somehow, you prevented me from telling Mr. McClure you're here on my property. What did you do to me?
I did nothing.
I was ready to tell him you were being kept here. And the words refused to come out. You cast a spell on me.
No. You say you're a law-abiding woman. A religious woman.
And I've been one all my life until today.
That's why you saved me from slavery. It's true. Something said to you, save him. Deliver him from slavery.
Oh. Whatever. However, that's what I done. Well, now you're free. Get going.
What did you say?
You're free. Go.
Go? Where?
Go to your freedom. But go on, get.
No, don't make me go out there. Not into that desert.
You want to be free, don't you?
Let me stay here with you. I'll make you rich.
Oh, shut up. Henry, he can still help you in the fields. We'll keep him.
Please believe me, ma'am.
Get him another shirt and a hat and set him to plowing.
Yes, sir, Miss Jenny, ma'am.
And you mind Henry now.
What's your name?
Jim.
Is you saying the truth, Jim? Can you read and write? Do you know all them other things?
Yes, it's the truth.
Then go away. Go away from here.
What are you talking about?
You gotta go to freedom.
Freedom? What do you know about it?
I knows one thing. You free now. Yeah, free. You ain't in the dark like all the rest of us. You read, you write, you can make things. You can talk. You can't stay here, die here for nothing.
I don't want to go. I'm afraid.
And what good are you? Go be somebody. Get.
No, not now. Mr. McClure's out there.
Mr. McClure always be out there. Look, I'll get a bag with meat and bread and water and a horse.
Come with me, Henry.
No. I'm free. Not yet. Maybe never. But you get.
I need more than food and water and a horse for my freedom, Henry. I'll need that rifle. It was a wild, arid wilderness. And I didn't know where it ended, but I knew that I must keep going north. I was no longer running to freedom. I had freedom. I was a free man seeking a free people. I was busy with my thoughts, so I didn't see him there waiting, sitting on his horse with the gun in his hand until I was almost upon him.
All right, boy. Get off that horse because I'm going to whip you to within 1/2 inch of your life.
You're not going to whip anybody.
Get off the horse.
No.
No. I warn you, don't you reach for that rifle, boy. You hear me?
I heard you.
I can pull this trigger before you can even level that gun.
You can, but you won't.
Don't try me.
What good am I to you dead?
Take your hands off that rifle. I'll blow your head off.
You won't blow the head off of $750.
Drop your rifle.
You better shoot me now, quick, while you still have the chance. You can't do it. You just can't believe I dare to kill you.
And you won't. You know you'll be hunted down like an animal.
But I am an animal. You can't believe what you're seeing. A black man who dares to point a gun at you.
Now, you ain't stupid. You know you can't get away.
But it has to begin. Somewhere, sometime, with somebody.
Just put the gun away. You're only making it worse.
No.
Get off that horse.
Move aside.
Oh.
Goodbye to you, Mr. McClure. It had to begin somewhere, sometime, with somebody.
And where Jim went, and whether or not he survived the hardships and the dangers of the wilderness, must remain a mystery. And we tell this story during these times when our minds are concerned with the birth of freedom in our country, to take the measure of how far we have come, and perhaps to consider how far we have yet to go. I shall be back in a few moments.
Teledisc proudly presents the Classical Collection. The Classical Collection. 3 hours of the world's best-loved music. Beethoven, Mozart, Tchaikovsky, Chopin. An exquisite 4-album library, the Classical Collection comes wrapped in its own gift box with a special program guide only from Teledisc and not in any store. To order, call 1-800-642-7400. The Classical Collection, your musical treasure for years to come. Call 1-800-642-7400. Operators are standing by. Credit cards accepted and satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-642-7400 to order your copy of the Classical Collection today.
Hello, I'm Victor Kayam. Hospital patients are benefiting from Remington's advanced shaving technology with the 3M Surgical Clipper by Remington. It shaves patients safely and comfortably prior to surgery. You can benefit from Remington's advanced technology at home with the Remington Microscreen. It has 2 thin, flexible screens to shave you incredibly close. The Remington Microscreen shaves as close as a blade or your money back. No other electric shaver makes that promise.
whale swims endlessly, the prisoner of the sea. But how many millions of whales there must be in our midst, in our own world? For there are other cruel seas that act as a prison. Ignorance is a sea, and poverty is a sea, and superstition is a sea, and hatred is a sea. And until a way is found for all men to emerge from these cruel seas, all of us are in danger of drowning. Our cast included Brock Peters, Brett Morrison, Lynn Hamilton, Marvin Miller, and Ken Lynch. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
When you give blood, you give another birthday party, another wedding anniversary, another day at the beach, another walk across a field, another night under the stars. When you give blood, you give another holiday with the family, another drive after supper, another talk with a friend, another laugh, another cry, another hug, another chance. This is David Steinberg for the American Red Cross. Please give blood.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to the Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. In the assessment of criminality, the basic criterion, of course, must be volume. After all, Attila the Hun was a greater transgressor than, well, say, Jack the Ripper. Therefore, what does history tell us? We see that for those who kill more or less at retail, we have our local police. For those who murder at wholesale, the Attilas, the Hitlers, and the like, we must have our philosophers, men who inspire us to stand up and fight. And such a fighting philosopher was Thomas Jefferson.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, there's no need getting excited.
Sheriff, they're going out there to commit cold-blooded murder.
Well, that can't be proved.
They intend to kill him.
But there's nothing I can do about it.
You swore to uphold the law.
Well, not exactly. What I swore was to uphold the law to the best of my ability. And this just happens to be the very best I can do.
Well, someone has to stop them.
I don't have the authority to keep men from riding through the woods.
Even if their purpose is to kill an innocent man?
But I don't know that.
I do. And if you won't stop them, I will.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, it could be dangerous.
Somebody has to enforce the law, Sheriff. And it looks as if it'll have to be me. Me alone. All by myself.
Our mystery drama, The Thomas Jefferson Defense, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The year 1775. The fuse of defiance has already been lighted. It is now hissing and sputtering towards the powder keg of rebellion. Thomas Jefferson has feelings of uneasiness and guilt all around him. He hears outcries for freedom, justice, equality, and yet he knows these fervent demands are not being made for everybody. There are those human beings who have neither equality nor equity in this brave new world that is soon to be born. As a matter of fact, because of their skin color, they are not considered to be human beings at all.
Good evening, Carter.
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, Mr. Jefferson, is it? Whatever became of Tom?
Oh, well, sir.
Oh, is it sir now? This becomes worse.
Well, sir, we're going to have us a new government, ain't we?
We most likely will, if we're not all hanged first.
Now, the way I hear it, we got to get rid of old King George, true?
True.
Well, then we've got to get us a new king.
Why, Carter?
Why are you going to have a country without a king? Who are the people going to obey?
We shall create an equal society.
Oh, it'll never work.
I think you have the wrong idea.
The king will have to be a Virginian.
Why?
Why? Well, there ain't nobody even worth talking about south of here. Go north. Pennsylvania's all pig farmers. New York's all potato farmers. And I wouldn't trust nobody lives in New England.
Carter, the entire idea is to get rid of king.
You know, you could be king, because you're the smartest. And then we got Mr. Patrick Henry, who's got a powerful mouth. And Colonel Washington looks like a king. Ooh.
Yeah? Carter, what's wrong? Why are you so pale? Are you ill?
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, welcome, Louisa. Your mother sent word you mightn't come.
Well, I was feeling poorly, but Jeremy Morgan here just happened by and cheered me up. Hasn't he got the nicest smile? I tell you, it's the finest medicine. Mr. Jefferson, may I present Mr. Jeremy Morgan?
Your servant, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Morgan.
And old Scowl Face here, Carter McAllister.
You said you'd come here with me tonight, Louisa.
Did I?
You promised.
What's a promise? It's only something you make when you won't give your word of honor.
I won't have it.
What won't you have,
I
Carter?
won't have you seen around with every common Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Tread lightly, sir. I caution you.
Who are you to caution
And
me?
now, gentlemen, you're both under my roof, and I will not permit things to get out of hand.
Louisa, I'm taking you home.
You just let go of my arm, Carter McAllister.
I believe you heard what the lady said.
You say one more word, and I shall horsewhip you.
Like you horsewhip your slaves?
You impertinent ruffian.
Gentlemen, stop right here, or I may have to thrash the both of you.
Mr. McAllister, you will give me satisfaction.
Satisfaction? You overstep your bounds. Satisfaction is something that only can be exchanged among gentlemen.
And do you pretend to be a gentleman, Mr. McAllister? Your father's a thief who cheats his tenants. How dare you look down on me? My father traces his lineage back to King Henry II.
And your mother, no doubt, traces hers back to Pocahontas.
Why, you... That's enough. Mr. Morgan, stop that. Now, don't strike him again.
I'm sorry, sir. I should not have lost my temper.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Shut up, Carter. Now, you begged for it.
I'll kill you. I am going to kill you, Jeremy Morgan.
Nobody's going to kill anybody. Walter, Fred, help him to the sofa. Get some cloths. Get some vinegar.
Jeremy Morgan, I shall shoot you down like the mongrel dog you are.
Oh, do be quiet, both of you. Mr. Jefferson, may I retire to your sitting room?
Mr. Jefferson, I'm sorry. I had no right to abuse your hospitality. Therefore, if you'll excuse me...
Mr. Morgan. Jeremy, wait. Now, son, there's no need for you to run off.
I know I'm not welcome.
Oh, that's nonsense. This is my house.
I should never have come.
How can you say that? You're Lord Arthur Morgan's son. Your father was a dear friend of mine.
Was my mother? You see, sir, I forgot my place.
Jeremy, your place in this world is whatever you can win through strength and skill and courage.
Every man has the opportunity to prove himself. Every man is free to strive.
You really don't believe that.
I do.
How can you? You own slaves. I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
It's a difficult, complicated world.
I agree, sir. Especially for me.
You may be somewhat oversensitive. After all, Louisa Henderson did seem quite taken with you.
No. I saw what all that meant the moment we entered the room. I was just an instrument.
An instrument?
With which she could provoke Carter McAllister.
Oh, you're very young and very cynical.
And very right, Mr. Jefferson.
Jeremy, I would like to be your friend.
There's no need to consider my feelings.
I mean that, Jeremy, sincerely. Look at yourself. You're barely grown out of your childhood, and already you've abandoned your hopes.
It would be best if children like me would never be born. A consolation is, we die young.
Oh, now, come on. Come on back in with me, and we shall have some wine.
Usually we die by violence.
I offer you my hand in friendship.
I'm grateful. But there will be violence.
Come back inside. You and Carter McAllister will shake hands.
No.
You, Jeremy, are also to blame. You insulted him, too. Both of you must forgive each other.
That cannot happen.
Now, why do you say that? Aren't you willing to forgive him?
Yes. I am willing to forgive him for his insult. But he will be unable to forgive me for my mother.
Oh, I cannot believe that men of goodwill cannot reconcile their quarrels. Will you let me mediate between you?
If it pleases you, Mr. Jefferson. However, I have decided to leave this part of the country.
But why?
Carter is determined to kill me. I have no wish to kill him first, therefore I must go.
But where will you go?
Back to my own people.
Come in.
Louisa?
Now, Mr. Jefferson, I can tell from that look on your face you're about to scold me.
I'm afraid I must.
Well, suppose I say, whatever it is I did, I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think it was right of you to come here with Jeremy Morgan just so that you could make Carter angry.
Oh, did you see Carter's face?
Louisa, this is a serious business. One of those boys could very well kill the other.
Oh, Carter talks big. He's not the killing kind.
Any man can become a killer where a woman's involved.
You mean somebody would kill for me?
Oh, Louisa, if only you had a heart and a mind and a conscience to go with all that beauty.
Do you want to know the awful truth? I love them both.
Oh, you can't love them both.
When I want to have someone to have fun with, to ride with, to dance with, I love Carter. When I need someone just to be with, to talk with, I love Jeremy.
Louisa, how can you love Jeremy?
Carter McAllister. You standing there listening at that door. You are not a man of honor.
You belong to me.
I belong to myself.
Louisa, if I can't have you, nobody will.
I'll decide who has me.
Why, that thieving, skulking half-breed.
Carter, I cannot permit you to insult a friend of mine under my roof.
I'll do more than just insult him. I'm going to kill him.
Welcome, my nephew. Welcome.
I have brought you a gift, Blue Cloud.
Ah, a robe, a rich robe.
It comes from England, across the seas.
It is a robe of great value. Such color.
One may not fully realize the color by firelight. When the sun rises tomorrow, one's eyes will behold a robe of brilliant scarlet.
The color of blood.
You wonder why I come here, Uncle?
I wait for you to speak.
I have come back.
Back?
To my people.
We are not your people, my son.
You are my mother's people.
Are they unkind to you? The other sons of your father?
No. They treat me well. We are brothers.
Then why do you wish to come here?
Because there is no place, no real place for me in their world.
Why do you say this?
The women mock me, the men make sport of me. Only one sees me as a true friend. Tom Jefferson.
Jefferson?
You have called him Red Hair.
Yes, I know him. So you wish to live with your mother's people?
Yes.
Because you are afraid.
I want peace.
There is no peace. There can be no peace for your mother's people.
There is no peace for me in my father's village.
You must go back.
Why?
Soon we shall be driven from here. They want to turn our woods into fields to raise their tobacco. Your mother's people shall be destroyed.
No.
You can lose yourself in the forest and live out your life in peace and safety. But there shall only be misery for your children and death for your children's children.
What is there that I must do?
Your father's voice was strong in the councils for our people. Your voice must be heard there, too. You must make them listen.
Why would they listen to me? By some, I am called a half-breed.
You are strong, young, wise. You were born to make a new understanding between people. It is your destiny.
If I go back, I will surely die.
The day, the hour, the moment of your death has already been cast. And it shall find you wherever you are.
Yes, Blue Cloud, I see now. I must go back.
Hold on.
Well, it's Carter.
Yeah, Carter. Don't take one more step or I'll put a bullet in you.
Well, you've got a weapon. I'm unarmed. No wonder I hear such courage in your voice.
Don't provoke me, Jeremy. I came after you to kill you.
Yes?
It was just before sundown. I saw you going into the woods carrying that bright scarlet robe.
It was a gift for my uncle, Blue Cloud. What do you want now, Carter?
Good, I thought. He sees the light. He's going back to his own people. So, I let you go.
Thank you.
But I was wrong. You're coming back to town.
No, you were right. I am going back to my own people.
Your people are back there in the woods.
My people are everywhere.
I don't want to kill you. Go back to the woods. Paint your face. Stick a feather in your hair.
Stand aside. I have business in town.
Go back where you belong. I warn you. I'll kill you.
You're not going to kill anybody.
Stop. Don't make me do it. Stop. I'll shoot. I told you I'd shoot. I told you.
Both very young, very proud, quick to anger. They were barely out of their teens, and now one of them lies dead, shot in the back by the musket of the other. And it happened on the very eve of the American Revolution, for some of the reasons the revolution came about in the first place. Reasons of pride, uncontrolled passions, and sheer blindness. But the fight that led to this midnight killing began in Thomas Jefferson's home. So you can expect to see him again in just a few moments when Mystery Theater returns with Act 2. Two is company, three is a crowd, and anytime you have a crowd, look for trouble. When a beautiful girl cannot make up her mind between two handsome young men, something has to give. And in this case, what has been given is the life of Jeremy Morgan. And naturally, the prime suspect is Carter McAllister.
Come in.
You wish to see me, Father?
Shut the door and sit down.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I understand Jeremy Morgan has been shot to death.
Oh?
I'll thank you not to play the innocent with me. You know he's been murdered.
Well, how would I know?
Because enough people have told me they heard you swear you would shoot him. Because at any minute the sheriff can knock on my door with a warrant for your arrest.
Well, they can't hang me.
And why not?
Well, because he was only a half-breed.
Unfortunately, his father was the late Lord Morgan. His brothers, Jeff and William, accepted him. He was well-liked.
Oh, Father, you have to save me.
Fool, did you have to kill him yourself? With all the riffraff hereabouts, couldn't you have hired a man?
Please. Father, please get me out of it. I don't want to hang.
You should have thought of that all long before.
I never wanted Louisa Henderson. The match was your idea. You're the one who needs your father's money. Yes, I killed him. But you also had a hand in it.
Be quiet. Now tell me. Everything. The truth now.
Well, I waited for him near the woods. And he came along, and he was carrying a red robe, like Indians like to wear.
A red robe?
Yeah, brilliant scarlet. Well, I thought he intends to go back to his own people. Therefore? Well, I followed him. He headed toward Blue Cloud's village.
Fool! If he had decided to return to the Indians, why did you have to kill him?
But he didn't return. I saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. I heard him talk.
About what?
I don't know. I don't understand their stupid language, but they were angry with each other.
How do you know?
Well, I think their voices sounded angry. Well, then, I watched him as he came out of the tent. He wasn't going to stay. He was headed back, so I...
Yes, speak up.
Well, I moved ahead of him and stopped a few miles away, and I said to him, I said, go back to your own people. Stay with them, or I'll kill you. And he didn't believe me, and now everybody knows I killed him.
What everybody knows is a lie. But now you listen to me. You are innocent. You did not shoot Jeremy Morgan.
But,
You
Father...
are a fool. All you can do is get yourself into trouble and then come whimpering to me. You're my son, and I must save you.
Yes, Father.
First off, who saw you heading for the woods?
I passed by Pearson's farm.
Noah Pearson knows me money.
I passed by Louisa Henderson and her mother. She was going out riding.
Very well. You went into the woods.
And then I'll hang.
No, because you didn't shoot Jeremy Morgan.
What?
Now, let me tell you what happened. You wanted to shoot him. You followed him into the woods. You saw him go into Blue Cloud's tent. You heard them fight.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is what they were actually doing.
Oh, yes, you are. Your anger had meanwhile cooled, and you knew deep in your heart that you could never kill another human being. You do know that, don't you?
Yes.
And so you headed back for home. Suddenly you heard a shot. You turned around. The angry Blue Cloud had followed Jeremy Morgan and put a bullet into his back. When he saw you, he fled. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Now, how do you know it was Blue Cloud?
How?
It had to be Blue Cloud. He was wearing that robe, that brilliant scarlet robe.
Yeah. Father, will they believe me?
It's your word against that of an Indian.
But it's
Tell the story calmly and look every man in the eye as you say it. And, of course, they'll believe you. And that's what happened. It's the Indian Blue Cloud.
Just a minute, Edmund McAllister.
Now, Tom, everybody knows how you feel about Indians.
And everybody knows how you feel about him, too, Edmund.
This is surely a crime. That Jeremy Morgan was a fine, upstanding young man. And that skulking savage shot him in the back.
Why?
Why? Who can figure what goes on in the mind of a redskin? It isn't as if they were fully human.
Blue Cloud loved his nephew. He had no reason to shoot him.
My son, Carter, heard the whole thing and saw the whole thing.
Your son, Carter, stated clearly in front of witnesses that he had every intention of shooting Jeremy Morgan.
Sir, are you calling my boy a liar?
I'm saying it's a matter of his word against Blue Cloud's.
I warn you, Tom Jefferson. You're getting mighty big around here as a politician, but you can't go around insulting people.
You are a bigoted, ignorant man, and that's the truth. You're too old for me to whip, and that son of yours is a product of your upbringing. And you accuse Blue Cloud of murder?
He was seen to do it.
By whom?
By my son. That's by whom.
Why don't you let him speak for himself? Carter, did you actually see Blue Cloud shoot Jeremy Morgan? Well, did you? Would you be willing to place your hand on the Bible and swear in the name of God that you saw Blue Cloud murder Jeremy? Would you?
Of course he would.
I'm asking him. Would you swear, Carter?
Yes. Yes, I would.
All right. Then come with me to the sheriff and swear out a warrant for his arrest.
What arrest? You don't arrest an Indian. He commits a crime. You go out and shoot him.
Hold on, Edmund McAllister.
Oh, you can surely talk, Tom Jefferson. But we have had enough talk. Any of you folk who agree with me, let's go home and get our rifles.
Mr. Jefferson, sir, it's an honor.
Some men are intent on murdering Chief Blue Cloud.
Well, sir, he did kill Jeremy Morgan.
He has been accused of killing Jeremy Morgan.
Well, ain't that the same thing?
Oh, no, Sheriff, you cannot permit murder to take place in this country.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, it ain't murder exactly after all. Blue Cloud's only an Indian.
Any man has a right to be protected by the law.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Now, the McAllisters and all of them, they ain't going to go out there to kill Blue Cloud.
Well, that's not the way I heard it.
Well, you see, as concerned citizens, they're just going to bring him back here for trial.
I see. And then he'll be shot while resisting arrest.
Now,
or
Mr.
perhaps
Jefferson,
while trying to escape. Sheriff, you just can't walk into Blue Cloud's village and murder him.
I ain't saying I agree with it, Mr.
Sheriff.
Jefferson. Why not?
Why not? Do you think his young men will stand idly by?
The answer to that question is yes. Now, you see, Mr. Jefferson, he ain't liked. Blue Cloud, that is.
I don't understand.
Well, a young man, they want a fighting chief, which you gotta admit, now, Blue Cloud ain't.
Still, they can't just sit by and watch.
The thing is being arranged, and nobody's gonna be in the village.
I refuse to believe it.
No, everybody gets what they want. The tribe gets a new chief, one who would want to go to war.
War? What war? They know what happens when they raid our frontier settlements. They know the retribution.
They'll go to war on our side against the British. So that's what they get. The white folks avenge a murder.
Which hasn't been proved.
Proof, Mr. Jefferson, is usually a matter of satisfaction. And all for just the life of one Indian. All in all, it ain't a bad situation.
I've admired you. I've respected you for many years. But I see now you're unfit to be a sheriff.
I'm doing what everybody else is doing. I'm thinking of me first.
You took an oath to uphold the law. I won't see murder committed.
Well, now, what do y'all suggest?
What I've been suggesting. I suggest that
I
you
have
ride
a better
out.
suggestion. Why don't you ride out there?
Because I'm not the sheriff.
Yes, you are. Yeah. I hereby swear you in as deputy sheriff.
What? What are you doing?
Well, you now have the authority to uphold the law. If you think a crime is about to be committed, it's your duty to prevent it.
I have no experience.
You got plenty of experience, Mr. Jefferson. I watched you grow up. Everybody knows you was meant for high things. You're going to be an important man in this country. I don't throw everything away for...
For what?
For an Indian.
Sheriff, All right, write down on a piece of paper the fact that I am your duly authorized deputy.
We think in terms of intellect and action. We rarely see both qualities combined in one man. How few are the philosopher warriors in history, and yet, for the most part, the great men of 1776 could think and fight. Well, Thomas Jefferson has thought it over and decided it's worth the battle. Therefore, you should stay exactly where you are until Mystery Theater returns in just a few moments. The beginning of the year 1775 sees Thomas Jefferson deeply involved in the pursuit of justice in two separate areas. First, you know all about the struggle for independence from Britain. This is the big picture, the historical picture. But second, there is a small picture, indeed a tiny, almost invisible picture. This is the pursuit of justice, not as an ideal, but as a practical matter for a single human being. Those are always the toughest.
Welcome to my lodge, Red Hair.
Chief Blue Cloud, there is no time for ceremonies. You must leave here at once.
For what reason?
Men are coming to kill you.
Why?
For the murder of your sister's son.
It is well known that he was murdered in a cowardly manner by a young man who insulted
Yes.
him.
Well, that is not the way many people will have it. They accuse you.
He was as a son to me.
Blue, there is no time for the right and wrong of it. Men are coming here to do murder. Run from them.
Am I a coward? I run from no one.
One of our greatest poets has said discretion is the better part of valor.
Where may I run?
Deeper into the forest.
They will pursue.
No one knows this wilderness the way you do.
I will not be a hunted animal for the rest of my days. Besides, it is late. They come.
There he is!
Now, hold up there.
Now, you stand clear of him, Mr. Jefferson.
All of you. Now, turn around and go back to your home.
Now, see here. Who are you to order
I
us?
have here a piece of paper. I am acting in the capacity of the sheriff.
Now, Mr. Jefferson, the Indian's guilty of a murder.
Who says so?
We have got a witness.
Who is your witness?
My son here, Carter.
You saw Chief Blue Cloud murder Jeremy Morgan. Well, Carter?
Speak the truth, son. Speak the truth.
Yes.
Is he being charged with murder? Well, do you charge him, Carter?
Say yes.
I'm asking Carter.
Yes.
So that settles that. Now, why don't we just shoot him?
You'll have to shoot me first.
Now, Tom Jefferson...
That's how it is, gentlemen. We will have the law here. You will also have to shoot me. So, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Hayden, Mr. Wolverton, the rest of you, is that what you're willing to do? Shoot me?
Tom, we're entitled to justice.
Justice can only be dispensed in a court of law.
You mean have a trial for an Indian? You know they're only a waste of time.
I intend to enforce the law. Now, how will you gentlemen have it?
Well, there's no real difference. Instead of shooting him now, we can hang him later. And so, you say, you followed Mr. Morgan all the way to the Shawnee village?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him enter Blue Cloud's lodge?
Yes, sir.
You heard them quarrel?
Yes, sir.
And then you saw Mr. Morgan leave the tent, move into the forest, and then you heard a shot.
I did.
Now, describe what you saw.
Well, I turned around, and there was Jeremy Morgan falling down dead, and Chief Blue Cloud was standing over him with a smoking musket.
Are you sure it was Blue Cloud?
Yeah, I'm positive.
How? Why? What makes you so sure?
Because I could see his splendid scarlet robe.
The robe that we found in his lodge?
Yes, sir, the very same.
Your witness, Mr. Jefferson.
Well, not every witness is fortunate to have his own father appointed public prosecutor. I must, however, ask some questions that may not have occurred to him. Why did you follow Mr. Morgan into the woods?
Well...
Isn't it true that you intended to kill him?
Well...
You must answer. Isn't it true that he escorted Miss Louisa Henderson to a party at my house? There, you two got into a fight. Didn't you threaten to shoot him?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when you followed him into the woods, isn't it true that you were carrying a musket?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Did
you intend to kill him? You armed yourself for that purpose, and now, when the deed is done, isn't it true that you are trying to place the blame on Chief Blue Cloud's shoulders?
I object.
Your Honor, let him answer the question.
Go ahead, son. Answer him. Tell him it isn't so.
Without prompting. Isn't it true you want Blue Cloud to hang for your crime?
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him!
Blue Cloud, you are accused of murder. Tell us, are you or are you not guilty?
I am innocent.
Gentlemen, I believe him. Don't lose courage, Blue Cloud. The gods will not permit justice to be mocked.
Red hair. The gods do not permit justice to be mocked. But they allow it to be tested.
I shall see you in the morning.
Yes, the morning. It shall be my last morning.
You must never give up hope.
I cannot give up what I have never had.
No, we can do more.
Oh, come in, Mr. Jefferson. My father isn't home.
Has he left for the courthouse?
Yes, sir. He likes to go early.
I thought perhaps you might like to walk down there with me.
Well, sir, should we be seen together?
Why not?
Oh, we're on opposite sides.
I'm still your friend, Carter. Well, shall we have our stroll?
Yes, sir. I was just leaving.
So, you insist you didn't kill Jeremy?
Please, sir, we've already been through all that.
I know. I also know it's a lie.
Mr. Jefferson, I must ask you to let me alone.
Oh, I'll let you alone. And I'm even sure your conscience will let you alone.
I am not listening to any more you're saying.
Yes, your conscience died a long time ago. And do you know who killed it? You did. You, Carter.
Well, what are you talking about?
A man's conscience is what makes him live a man's life. But you're not a man. You're a creature. You're a pathetic, crawling creature of your father.
Sir, you have no right to insult my father.
No one may be insulted by the truth. You're his creature. You don't think for yourself, act for yourself, live for yourself. Why? Why do you tolerate it?
Because I'm nobody. I'm nothing. I don't know anything. I can't do anything. I'm stupid.
Who says so?
My father. And all I have is the prospect of inheriting his estate when he dies.
You'll have worked for it.
Everybody knows I'm a fool.
That's not true.
Louisa. Why do you think she even looked at me? She knows I'll be rich one day.
Not true. There's nothing wrong with you.
Oh, please, Mr. Jefferson.
Now, look, you have to stand up to your father. You have to let him know you're a man.
I will. From now on, I will.
No. You have to stand up to him now. Tell the truth.
But I'll die.
Possibly, but if you don't tell the truth, you'll surely die. What life can be left to you, huh? You'll spend the rest of your days even deeper within your father's shadow.
Mr. Jefferson,
What do you want me to do?
Take the stand. Tell the truth.
No. I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Well, Mr. Jefferson, you may as well go home and get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, for sure, the trial has to end.
Tomorrow for sure.
People keep wondering how you managed to keep it going even this long. The jury was ready with its verdict at the end of the first day.
The jury was ready before the trial even started.
Well, it's open and shut. I mean, I wish it wasn't, but it's open and shut.
Yes. Carter follows Jeremy into the woods, sees him enter Blue Cloud's teepee, hears sounds of a quarrel.
Sees Jeremy leave the teepee, re-enter the woods, and then sees and hears Blue Cloud shooting.
Wait, just... He says he heard them quarrel.
You have something, Mr. Jefferson?
You say they quarreled.
Yes, sir.
In which language?
Well, must have been Shawnee.
Do you speak Shawnee?
No, sir.
Do you understand it?
No, sir.
Well, then how do you know they quarreled?
Please answer the question. One need not know the language to know there is a quarrel.
Your Honor, I must insist that the witness answer.
Well, I could tell. You could actually hear the anger in the voices.
Your Honor, Mr. Jefferson clearly has exhausted his resources. He has no more evidence. He keeps going over the same ground.
Mr. Jefferson, have you any more evidence?
Well, Your Honor...
I must ask you then to bring your case to a conclusion.
Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
Then you may bring it here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but I cannot bring it here.
Then how may we evaluate it?
We must go to where it exists.
If it exists?
It does exist, but only at night.
I'm afraid I cannot follow, Mr. Jefferson.
Your Honor, the evidence exists at the scene of the crime, and since it cannot be moved from its place, we must attend it there.
Your Honor, this is just another scheme on the part of...
A man's life is at stake.
What do you propose, Mr. Jefferson?
Well, the murder was committed at 10 in the evening. At 10 this evening, I suggest we all assemble at the place where it occurred. Where were you standing, Carter?
Behind this tree.
Well, would you place yourself there, if you please?
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Carter, how far down the path was Jeremy?
About 25 yards.
Sheriff, would you pace off 25 yards? Take the prisoner with you.
All right, Mr. Jefferson.
Very well. Your Honor, gentlemen, here is the scene as it existed on the night of the murder. We are all standing in a line with Carter. We all hear a shot. Fire in the air, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
We all turn to look. We see Jeremy fall to the ground. Sheriff, fall to the ground, please. Now, we all see a figure standing there in the darkness. It is not easy to make out the face.
He didn't have to see the face. He recognized the red cloak.
Your Honor, gentlemen of the jury, which one of you has supernatural eyesight? Which one of you would swear on the Holy Bible that the cloak is brilliant scarlet, as Carter testified? Which one of you is possessed of the ability to distinguish color in the dark?
It's a trick, Your Honor.
Carter McAllister lied about the cloak. Therefore, he did not identify Blue Cloud. Therefore, we must now consider his motive.
Don't you ever say a word, boy.
No, I will. I'm tired of lying.
Be quiet.
I killed him. I killed Jeremy Morgan. May God have mercy on my soul.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
I'll be back with a final thought in just a moment. Well, they didn't hang him. It was a crime of passion, and our forefathers were men who understood passion. He was sentenced to hard labor and later paroled to join a regiment of Virginia cavalry. And the people never forgot him, or Blue Cloud, or the Thomas Jefferson defense. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Leon Janney, Russell Horton, Jada Rowland, and Bob Caliban. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, producer-director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man, said Mark Twain, is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. And, of course, looking at it realistically, we have a great deal to blush about. According to Twain, our assorted stupidities come in all sizes and degrees of severity. But the greatest of these is self-importance. And not just the self-importance of individual people, but of entire nations. Look at some of the diplomatic games we play, and how easily they become serious matters of life and death.
I'm sorry, Major. I can do nothing.
But, Your Excellency, the young man is innocent.
I'm afraid he must be sentenced to 10 years in Siberia.
But, that's the same as a death sentence. Can't you help him, Your Excellency?
Please, Major. I sympathize with his youth and his ignorance. If only he had committed a crime like murder or arson or robbery or rape, we could get him off somehow. But to come into this country without a passport? Why, even the Tsar would hesitate to pardon him.
Our mystery drama, The Russian Passport, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic story especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Morse. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We could say that Mark Twain was ahead of his time. We could also say that times never change, insofar as certain basics are concerned. Thus, the humorous sermons Mark Twain preached against red tape, bureaucracy, the timidity of public officials, the suspiciousness between countries, are just as timely as ever. For instance, here we are in a giant beer saloon in the Friedrichstrasse in Berlin. Oh, in the year 1890. And over there near the window are about a dozen or so American students. And they are obviously holding a party for one of their number. And now the party seems to be breaking up as one by one the young men take their leave. And finally, only two are left at the table.
But why go home now, Parrish? Why?
Well, the semester starts at Yale in less than 3 weeks, Ned.
I wish I had your chance to travel to see the world. I wish I had your money.
I'm, homesick.
Homesick?
Yes. I'll make a confession, Ned. I was never away from home before.
You get used to it.
No, every day I get more and more lonesome.
Well, then why'd you make this trip?
It was a gift from my Uncle William.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't turn down gifts from Uncle William.
It's a pretty expensive gift. Why would he want to give it to you?
Well, he said he hoped it would make a man out of me.
Huh?
What do you mean by that?
Well, Uncle William was a trooper in Sheridan's cavalry, and later on he fought the Sioux under General Miles. And then he went to California. He made a fortune in a gold mine. And he doesn't think you're a man unless you're forever shooting someone or knocking him down. So you see, he's always been disappointed in me. I'm very shy. I don't know how to make friends.
Well, bottoms up, Alfred. You'll feel better.
No, I won't. I'll feel worse. You know, that stuff just goes to my head. That's another thing Uncle William has against me.
You just can't do anything manly, Alfred. Alfred? Why, a better name for you would be Miss Nancy.
The best way to get even, Alfred, is to have a good time.
I just hate to travel alone.
Well, why?
Well, I'm scared.
Scared? At least see St. Petersburg before you leave.
I'd like to, but...
I tell you, Alfred, there is no city in the world like it.
Well, that's what everyone says. And you know something? I want to go, but I just can't go alone.
It's up to you, Alfred.
I already bought my ticket for Paris. I'm leaving tonight.
Well, I better be getting along. I have a lecture. Here, let me get the bill.
No, please. I'd like to treat it. It was so good to meet you and the rest of the boys, to talk to Americans again.
Thanks, Alfred. And hey, believe me, there is nothing to be scared about all the time.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah. Have a good trip. I'll look you up when I get back to the States.
Of course, I'd never see him again. I'm not the kind of fellow people want to be friends with. I don't know what's the matter with me. I'm scared of my own shadow. I'm just afraid to be away from home.
Permit me to introduce myself. Major Tom Jackson, United States Army retired. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Mr. Alfred Parrish, you are about to make the greatest mistake of your life.
I am?
And it makes me desolate to think you would cut your travel short when you really want to see St. Petersburg.
Well,
You do want to see St. Petersburg. Do you realize you're practically within sight of the place now?
I know, but...
Reconsider, Alfred, reconsider. St. Petersburg, a wonderland in the winter. The River Neva is frozen solid. Can you believe they build roads across that ice?
Roads?
Not just wagon roads. Railroad.
On the ice?
On the ice. And they string lights across it.
I'd give anything to go, but it's no use. You see, I'm a person who just can't travel alone.
Alone? You won't be going alone. Whatever gave you that idea? I'm going with you.
You? You're going?
My boy, I shall show you St. Petersburg as no foreigner has ever seen it. I know the place as well as I know my own hometown in America. Ask anybody. They all know me there.
But, you're too kind. You see, I couldn't inconvenience.
Oh, it's no inconvenience at all. I was going there tonight anyhow.
But I can't go. I mean, look at these. I mean, here are my tickets. I'm booked through to Paris.
No, yes, so you are.
And they don't let you change your tickets, and I can't afford to lose the money. And this 500-mark note it's all the cash I have, so I couldn't. I mean, you see, it's impossible.
You must never say impossible to your friend, Major Tom Jackson. Give me those tickets.
Wait, what are you doing?
They'll change these tickets for me. They all know me at the railroad station. Everybody knows me. Now, you just sit right where you are. And better let me have that 500-mark bill, too. We, may have to pay a bit extra for your new reservation.
But, Major... But he was already out the door. It was all so sudden, it was so incredible, so impossible. It could only happen to me. I wanted to shout, "Stop that man!" But my lungs, they were empty. I wanted to run after him, but my legs were paralyzed. This man, this sharper, this confidence operator, he's stolen my money, my tickets. I've got to catch him, but I can't even get out of this place. I don't have the money to pay my bill. I'll have to explain all this to the waiter.
Yeah.
That man who was just here, you understand?
Nichts verstehen.
All right. My money, my tickets.
Was ist?
I'm trying to tell you.
Ja, sprechen Sie Deutsch?
I am trying to tell you that he took my money and my tickets.
Ja. Sehr gut.
Well,
the waiter just shrugged his shoulders and walked away. I didn't know what to do or where to go or what kind of a fool I was to allow a stranger to just walk off with my... And suddenly, his hand was on my arm, the Major.
Quickly! There's not a moment to lose. Come.
But where are we?
I'll explain on the way. Hurry. Right out the door. Let's go.
But where?
Cab! Hi there, cabby! Oh, confound these people. I was delayed at the ticket window. A new man there. He didn't know me. Oh, here you are. Right here, cabby. In you go, Alfred, my boy.
You still haven't told me.
All in good time. Now, Russian consulate, cabby, and let 'em fly. No man at the window didn't know me. Wouldn't make the exchange. Too irregular.
Well, then...
I had to hunt up an old friend, the station master himself, the grand high mogul. All right, whoop along, cabby. Don't let him go to sleep on us now. Well, it all took time, but it's all right now. Your luggage is rechecked, fare, ticket, sleeper, all exchanged. Got the documents in my pocket.
But...
What?
I left the beer hall without paying my bill.
Oh, that's all right. They know me. Everybody knows me. I'll square it for you next time I'm in Berlin. Push him along, cabby. Push along.
He was a big, powerful-looking man, just like Uncle William. But unlike Uncle William, he had such an honest, open face. How could I have even thought of mistrusting him? Suddenly I felt much better. Maybe some of his sublime self-confidence might rub off on me. And so, feeling better than I had ever felt in my life, I leaned back and enjoyed the ride to the Russian consulate. But we must have arrived there too late because the guard at the gate tried to stop us. However, the Major merely said,
"That's all right, Sergeant. I'm Major Jackson. They all know me inside."
At least that's what I think he said, because he said it in Russian. Anyhow, he just led me past the soldier, up the steps and into the building. There was a clerk sitting at a desk, and the Major began to talk to him. I couldn't follow a word of the conversation because it was all in Russian.
Impossible. Impossible. It is after hours.
Oh, come now. You can surely visa this young man's passport for St. Petersburg.
But, my dear sir, I am not authorized.
Then fetch the consul.
But the consul has gone.
And he'll be back?
Tomorrow morning.
Thunder.
Major, is everything all right?
Just fine, Alfred, my boy. Just fine. Well, now, look here, my man. I'm Major Jackson. He knows me. Everybody knows me. Just visa the passport for me yourself.
What?
Well, there's nothing to it. Just visa the passport yourself.
Oh, no. That's irregular. That's so... Oh, no.
But our train leaves tonight.
I couldn't. I'm a married man.
Everybody knows me.
I have children. Ask me to do anything, but not to visa a passport.
No, I'll tell you what we'll do then. Here's the stamps and the fee. Have him visa it in the morning and send it after us by mail. He'll do that, I know. Well?
He may. Perhaps he may.
May? He will. He knows me. Everybody knows me.
I'll tell him what you said, but, you realize that you will get to the frontier 24 hours before the passport will arrive, and you cannot spend 24 hours at the frontier waiting for it. There are no accommodations.
Who said we're going to wait at the frontier? Send the passport along to St. Petersburg.
But they will stop him at the frontier if he has no passport. They won't let him into Russia.
Very well. Very well. The chief inspector knows me. Everybody does. I'll be responsible for this young man.
Oh, the penalty for being in Russia without a passport is 10 years in Siberia.
Yeah? Oh, damnation.
Major, did I hear you say damnation? Is something the matter?
No, it's all right, Alfred. I promised you St. Petersburg. I will get you St. Petersburg. Now, look here, my man. You just get the consul to visa that passport and mail it to St. Petersburg first thing.
But
Don't worry. I can fix it. They all know me there. All the authorities, everybody. Alfred, say goodnight to this very kind gentleman.
I don't know Russian.
That's all right. Say it in English.
Good night, sir. Major, did you take care of everything?
Let's be off for the train station, Alfred. You don't have a worry in the world.
Somehow, things cannot possibly run as smoothly as the Major would have us, or even himself. believe. But why can't they? Well, we're about to board the Berlin-St. Petersburg Luxury Express, where further intrigue and excitement await us. And people will be around to inquire about that passport in just a few moments, when I shall return with Act Two. Who and what is Major Tom Jackson? This big, bluff, and charming man who seems to sweep all objections aside, and whose slogan seems to be, "Everybody knows me." Well, no matter, because at this time, he seems to be exactly what poor, shy, self-effacing, timid Alfred Parrish needs. Here they are on the Luxury Express, bound from Berlin to St. Petersburg, at their ease in a beautifully appointed compartment, sipping expensive wines and enjoying all manner of delicacies. What a life, says Alfred Parrish. I never knew life could be so happy, so easy, so comfortable.
Yes, life I see now is a matter of who you happen to fall in with. If my Uncle William had been a man like Major Jackson, how different everything might have been. Well, maybe it's not too late now. For the very first time, I don't feel alone or friendless or unimportant, and what's more, I'm not even homesick.
My boy, look at yourself in the mirror. It proves my point.
What point, Major?
We advertise to the world exactly what we are. What does your face usually proclaim? Fear, uncertainty. Now, that won't do.
But there are times when I am afraid and uncertain.
Shouldn't that be your secret? Now, my boy, look in the mirror and smile. Just smile. That's it. Now, here's what I want you to say to yourself. I, Alfred Parrish, fear nothing and nobody.
Oh, but it isn't true.
Say it.
I, Alfred Parrish...
That's it.
I, Alfred Parrish, fear nothing and nobody.
There. You see? You see?
What?
Whose face is that in the mirror? Who is that cocky, confident, self-assured, important young man?
It can't be me.
But it is. It is.
But I don't feel confident.
Who's to know the difference? You see, to the rest of the world, you're a tiger.
Well,
that's my great gift. I've taught hundreds, thousands, how to become commanding personalities.
You have?
Oh, yes. Especially among the crowned heads of Europe.
You mean kings?
Oh, yes, sure. They know me. They all know me. Now, you take the Crown Prince of Austria. He has a very strong father, much like your Uncle William.
Oh.
And the Crown Prince of England. Why, he's a man of almost 50 and still under his mother's thumb. Well, I taught them the tricks. Yes, indeed. You got to show your colors. And if they aren't your true colors, who's to know better? Now, the trick is to look a person in the eye. All right, do it. Look me in the eye. Oh, but you have to hold your head up. See what it does for you when you hold your head up? Snap your fingers.
I never seemed able to get the knack of it.
That's no matter. Now say to me, my good man.
My good man?
Oh, no. Put some starch in it. As if you're doing me a favor by even talking to me. Now go ahead.
My good man.
Now you're getting the hang of it.
Well, hey, we seem to be slowing down.
Of course. We're just about at the Russian frontier.
You know, so much of what you say, it is so true. It's not really what you are. It's what other people think you are.
And what would you like to make people think you are?
Well, I would like to be treated with respect.
Such a little thing to ask. And you know how to get it?
No.
Easiest thing in the world. All you have to do is demand it. Oh, here we are. About to embark on a great new voyage of discovery for you, Alfred. Russia. Ancient, mysterious Russia.
Is this where they'll ask to see our passports?
Of course.
Well, come to think of it, when we were back at the consulate, the Russian consulate back there in Berlin.
Yes?
Well, I don't exactly remember your bringing my passport away from the consulate with you. But of course you did. I mean, you do have it, don't you?
No.
No.
No, it's, you see, it's coming by mail.
Coming by mail?
Certainly.
I have heard stories of what can happen to foreigners in Russia who do not have passports.
The chief inspector at the frontier knows me. I'll explain to him that your passport's en route. It'll be all right, you'll see.
Oh.
Now, just look in that mirror, Alfred. Let's see that cool, calm, clear-eyed look of confidence.
But I don't feel it.
Let's see it anyhow.
At the frontier, which was just a guardhouse and fence, everyone got off the train, and we waited while the slow-moving line inched toward the inspectors. My heart naturally was in my mouth, but I looked at the major, and he was so supremely confident I couldn't help but feel everything would have to be all right.
Now, you're not to worry. I said I'd make it all come out right, didn't I?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there's no reason why you and I should stand out here freezing in this cold.
But we have to wait till we get to the head of the line.
You just stand here. I'll go up and explain matters to the chief inspector. We'll be sitting cozy and warm in our compartment in 3 shakes.
Major, is everything all right?
Damnation.
Well, what happened?
It's a new chief inspector, and I don't know him.
Oh, no. This is impossible. I'm not going...
Don't. Steady, lad, steady.
I don't have a passport.
I told you it'll be all right. Just trust the old major. This new inspector, he's as nearsighted as a shad. I watched him examine the other people's passports, and it's a fact.
But you don't...
Just listen. I'll go up, get my passport approved, and then I'll step over to the fence. You see over there?
Yeah.
Where those peasants are standing with their packs?
Yes.
Now, you just mosey up against that fence.
Oh, no.
And I'll slip you my passport right through the bars of the fence.
What are you saying?
Then you get on the regular inspection line. Hand it over and trust in Providence and the fact that the inspector has the eyesight of a shad. You'll pull through, never fear.
But the description on the passport...
What about it?
It is your description. It describes a man of 50, and I'm only...
That's all right. I told you the man has the eyes of a shad. He couldn't see the difference if his life depended on it.
But my life depends on it.
Don't you fret. It'll come out right as nails.
But when I hand him your passport...
You won't be handing him my passport. It'll be your passport.
Well, what do you mean?
You'll hand it to him as if it's your passport. As if there can be absolutely no doubt. As if you're a man of importance, whereas he is just a flunky. Let him see all that in your face.
No, I can't do it.
You
can't.
must.
No, I don't have to. I can wait. I can wait right here and take the next train back to Germany.
There won't be another train until tomorrow morning.
That's all right. I'll wait.
Where?
Right here.
What? Here?
Yes.
In this open field in the snow in the dead of winter? You know how cold it gets.
But I can't go any further. I don't have a passport.
But you do have a passport, old boy. Now, Alfred, please. It's easy as pie. Old Fisheye will just wave you in.
I don't know if I can go through with this.
Of course you can. Confidence, Alfred. Remember what I told you about confidence?
But how could I have confidence? I was in a daze. The major had moved up ahead. He had his passport examined, and now he sauntered over to the fence. He motioned for me to come forward, but I was in a daze. Somehow, I got to the fence, and the major pressed the passport into my hand, and then he was gone. I managed to get to the end of the line. Everybody was headed toward a tall, burly, bearded officer, the fiercest-looking man I'd ever seen in my life. He could even have frightened my Uncle William, and he kept shouting,
Sergeant! Sergeant!
Which I later found out meant enter. And then before I knew it, there was no one in front of him but me. And he held out a big, beefy hand for the passport, and Before I knew it, he had snatched it from my grasp, and his eyes bored deep into mine. They were eyes that were filled with hard and pointy lights of ice and steel, and they didn't look like the eyes of a shad or any other fish either, but they were eyes to pierce into the very marrow of your bones. And he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and he looked at the passport, and he looked at me, and I was about to scream, I confess, when suddenly he thrust the passport back into my hand and bellowed,
Judge it. Judge it. My boy, you were magnificent.
Oh, well,
I could hardly believe it was you. Why, you slapped that passport into his hand and looked at him. Why, I believe it was the most supercilious look I've ever seen.
I was scared to death.
Looking at the two of you, I would say he was scared to death.
Oh, no.
Alfred, you have no idea how commanding a presence you have once you turn it on.
Is that a fact?
Hey, see? I said to you, trust in Providence. And it always comes out right. The fact is, you were meant to see St. Petersburg, and nothing is going to stop you.
Yes, it does seem to be working so far.
My boy, this is only the beginning of a new Alfred Parrish. Parrish? Yeah. The adventurer.
Oh,
You mean you wouldn't like that?
Oh, I certainly...
All it takes is confidence.
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 Confidence. All I had to do was just listen to him, and life became worth living. It was a joy. He made me feel that everything and anything was possible, that whatever I tried would have to succeed. And, oh, yes, by the time the train reached St. Petersburg, I was in what my mother would call high feather and fine form, and we took a cab to the Hotel Europa, and we walked into that lobby arm in arm.
Your passport, Major?
May I?
Thank you. And may I have Mr. Parrish's passport?
That's perfectly all right. The young gentleman's passport is on its way.
Major, are you saying this gentleman does not have a passport?
It's coming by mail.
But at this point, it does not exist.
It exists. In a mail bag, in the mail coach, on tomorrow's Berlin-St. Petersburg Express.
But it does not exist here and now.
Is something wrong, Major? Remember what you told me. Don't take guff from these foreigners.
Yeah. Well, now look here, my man. You know me. I'll be responsible.
I wish I could accommodate you, Major.
Major, what is wrong?
He has no passport. Therefore, I must ask him to leave the premises.
Now, just a moment, my good fellow.
I cannot allow him to remain under this roof another moment.
Major, please explain to me.
Major, this young man is an illegal person. He has no status. He must leave. I must call the police.
Major.
I have no choice. I must call the police.
Major.
No, my friend. Surely you wouldn't do that. You couldn't. Why, a little thing like a passport that we can straighten out and
Get me the police immediately.
Major, was that word that he used, police?
No, boy. Don't get hold of yourself. Whatever you do, don't faint. Oh, my lord. Clerk, do you have some smelling salts?
In just a moment, Major, as soon as I complete this call to the police.
Police.
Has Major Jackson come to the end of his rope? Although we shouldn't put it quite that way, for if this is the end of the rope, at the end of that rope, we will find poor Alfred Parrish. Yes, a long, twisting rope that holds together a convoy of prisoners bound for the snowy wastes of Siberia. Is there hope for poor Alfred? Well, there's a third act, and I shall be here with it in just a few moments. Well, now, you know your own name, and you know who you are. But can you prove it? For instance, if you were to find yourself among strangers, your word would be meaningless. Proof of your identity could only be established by a piece of paper, which, if you consider it, is rather ironic. Given a choice of believing flesh and blood or lifeless paper and ink, we choose the document every time. How sad. How catastrophic for Alfred Parrish.
There's no need to call the police.
Major, this young man has no passport. This fact makes him a criminal. If I fail to report him, I become an accessory.
Major, what have you done to me?
Hello, police.
I'm going to be arrested. Oh, Major, this is the end.
Never say die, my boy. Now come with me.
Where?
Quickly, out the door. Hurry. Now don't fret. It'll come out all right. Hi, there. Cabby, cab, over here.
Major, what is going to become of me? The last time I got into a cab with you...
In you go. That's it. Cabby, palace of the General of the Secret Police. And turn them loose, Cabby. Let them go. Make them whiz.
Major, I'll never see my home again.
Nonsense. Prince Boslowski knows me. He knows me like a brother. He'll fix everything.
He will.
You know what he'll say? He'll say, you're not to worry about any of this nonsense.
Major, it's just that I heard these horrible stories.
That's ridiculous, my boy. The prince and I are old friends. He'll deny me nothing.
Impossible.
But, Your Excellency...
Out of the question.
It's such a little thing.
It cannot be done.
Major, what is he saying? What's he saying?
Oh, well, yes. My boy, he's being very sympathetic. You have nothing to worry about.
Major, I'm afraid this interview is ended.
But, Your Excellency, I will be responsible for him.
Major, I must say that you have done an insane thing to bring this lad into the country without a passport. I marvel at it. Why, it means 10 years in Siberia for him. And there is no way to prevent it. I marvel at this, Major.
What's he saying?
Start to groan.
Why?
And moan. Mama. Oh,
Why?
Mama.
Why?
It might help.
And so, Major, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, Mama. Splendid. Oh. Bernhardt herself couldn't beat it.
If it were anything else, if only he had been guilty of murder, arson, rape, a pardon would be a mere formality. But to be without a passport, even the Tsar himself would hesitate.
Your Excellency, all I ask is 24 hours. In that time, the passport will have arrived.
I am very sorry.
Oh, Mama. Your Excellency, you're a father. You have a son. Can't you find it in your heart?
It was a foolhardy thing to do.
I agree.
You deserve a sharp lesson.
Without question.
All right. It's against my better judgment, and if it comes out, it could destroy my career.
God will reward you.
I give you exactly 24 hours to the minute. If the passport has not arrived, if it is not in his possession, do not dare to come near me again. It's Siberia for this young man without hope of reprieve.
My dearest mother, when these sad lines shall have reached you, your poor Alfred will be suffering a fate worse than death. Through my own fault and foolishness, I have fallen into the hands of a sharper or a lunatic. It doesn't matter which. But I think he is only mad, for he has a good, kind heart, and he tries so desperately hard to help me, but each attempt just ends in complete disaster, and in a few hours I shall be one of a nameless, hopeless horde plodding the snowy solitudes of Russia, bound for that land of misery and oblivion, Siberia, and there is no escape. An officer of the secret police sits silently in my room, watching, waiting.
Well, how'd everyone sleep? I must confess, I popped off at once. Well, Alfred, had your breakfast?
How can you think of food?
Oh, come. A hot meal will make you sing another tune.
Do you realize I am going to be sent to Siberia?
I realize nothing of the sort. Even now, your passport is on the train. It's coming here. It will arrive well ahead of schedule. There isn't a thing in the world to worry about.
And before I knew it, he had convinced me. Once again, he had convinced me that there wasn't a thing to be worried about, and there we were sitting in the dining room of the hotel. Shouldn't the mail be in by now?
Yes, I would say the train has already arrived. The mail has been sorted, and delivery to the hotel is a matter of minutes.
In about 45 minutes, the 24 hours will be up.
Suppose we saunter over to the desk and see my old friend behind the counter.
Major, you are sure the Russian consulate in Berlin sent it?
My boy, nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
Yes, gentlemen.
Is there any mail for me?
The mail has not arrived.
It hasn't arrived?
No, Alfred, there's nothing to be excited about. Is it due soon?
Usually comes at this time. A few minutes earlier, a few minutes later.
Hey, you see, my boy? No problem at all.
Tell me, have either of you gentlemen seen the afternoon paper? Interesting article here on the vault.
The vault?
Yes. Actually, it is a prison cell on wheels in which serious criminals are transported to Siberia.
Siberia.
The convict is placed inside, and the door is then closed. Yes, it cannot be opened again. No, not until the vault arrives in Siberia.
Why not?
Well, because the only key that opens it is in Siberia.
Suppose someone is placed in there by mistake.
Well, I would say it's his hard luck. He can't be taken out until he reaches Siberia. But the chances are he wouldn't get there alive anyhow.
Alfred?
I don't feel so good.
Confidence, my boy, confidence. The mail will be delivered at any moment, and all your troubles will be over.
Excuse me?
Telephone.
Yes. Front desk? Yes. Was that? Oh, I see. Thank you. Goodbye. Well, gentlemen, if you're waiting for the mail, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Berlin train has been delayed.
Wait, what are you saying?
You had an accident on the track.
The mail. The mail must be delivered, don't you understand?
Well, it will be delivered, but 3 hours late.
3 hours? I don't have 3 hours. I'm done for.
Now, my boy, chin up. I'll think of something.
They'll put me in, you heard him, the vault. The vault, it's a steel wagon dragged to Siberia like an animal in a cage.
I've got it.
No, what do you've got? It's no use. Nobody can help me. Nothing can help me. Siberia.
Forget the passport.
What do you forget the passport?
Cheer up. Huh? We can do without it. Guards, come along. We're headed for the American Embassy. I had that card up my sleeve all the time. The minister knows me. We were wounded together at Cold Harbor. Been chums ever since.
Major, you wouldn't hold out false hope to a poor condemned...
Everything's splendid. Our troubles are at an end. If we ever really had any, we are going to get you a new passport.
Well, I am only secretary of the legation, you see, and I wouldn't like to authorize a passport while the minister is on Russian soil. You have no idea of the responsibility.
All right, send for the minister.
Well, that's easier said. You see, he's up in the wilds somewhere on his vacation.
Great Scott!
What are you great Scotting about, Major? The prince gave you 24 hours. You've got an hour and a half left. The train is just due. The passport will arrive in time.
The train is expected to be 3 hours late. This lad's life is ebbing away. In that half hour, he's the same as dead and damned to eternity.
I am?
Oh, I see the ghastliness of the situation, but what can I do?
Hang it. Write him a passport.
Well, it's impossible. It's totally impossible. How do we know who he is? Now, you yourself only met him 2 days ago. So, you see, there is no way in the world to identify him. Oh, he's lost. There is no possibility of saving him.
Now, look here.
Now, the rules say identification
Must be positive. Now, would you want me to make a mistake and lose my job? Oh, Lord, it's the last day on this earth for Alfred Parrish.
I will be responsible.
Wait. Shh, wait. Is your name Alfred Parrish? Yes. And, where are you from? Bridgeport. Bridgeport? Oh, yeah, were you born there? No. New Haven.
Mr. Secretary, is it possible that you...
No, I must be positive. How long did you live in New Haven?
Till I was 14. I came back 2 years ago to enter Yale.
Yeah, when you lived in New Haven, what street?
West Street?
Yes.
What street? It was Parker Street.
Mr. Secretary, if you can identify him, please do so.
I must be positive beyond the shadow of a doubt.
But time is running out. The secret police will soon drag him out.
What number, Parker Street?
What number?
Think, lad. Think. The clock is moving.
But it didn't have a number.
There. Shouldn't that...
Now, what kind of house was it?
Brick, 2-story.
Flush with the sidewalk?
Small yard in the front.
Iron fence?
No palings.
Mr. Secretary, there's almost no time left.
Now, what do you see when you enter the door?
What is the difference? What do you want to torture me? I'm as good as dead.
What do you see?
I don't. A narrow hall, door at the end, right? Hat rack.
Parlor?
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, when the clock strikes 6, this boy will be arrested and lost to all the world.
Carpet on the floor.
Yes.
Now, what kind?
Old-fashioned Wilton.
Design?
Hawking party on horseback.
Room next to the parlor?
Dining room.
Did your parents own or rent the house?
We owned it.
Did you have a nickname among your playmates?
Answer him. Mr. Secretary, surely by this time you ought to know.
Sir, we have clearly defined procedures. Now, did you have a nickname?
Well, they called me Miss Nancy.
Surely, sir, that should be something.
Any ornaments in the dining room?
No.
None at all?
Think, lad, think. You have less than a minute.
You mean there wasn't even a picture?
Oh, but you said ornament.
Yes. And what did your father think of the picture? Speak.
Yes, Alfred, speak.
I can't tell you what he said.
You must. Quick, we're almost out of time.
Home and liberty.
Oh, have pity.
Or death in Siberia depend on your answer.
Well, have pity. He's a clergyman.
Look, out with it. What did he say?
He said it was the hell-firedest damn nightmare he ever saw.
Saved! Oh, I will write you a passport. I can now legitimately identify you beyond any shadow of a doubt. I have lived in that house. And I painted that picture myself.
Saved. Give thanks, my fortunate friend. You see, I told you, trust in Providence. And let us be grateful to God that he made this artist. If indeed he really did.
Did Alfred have a good time in St. Petersburg? We don't know. Mark Twain doesn't say. And although what he writes is always fascinating, what he doesn't write is, in many cases, even more so. For instance, who is Major Jackson? And why? A most mysterious man. But this spot on the dial is the place where such people are encountered. I shall be back shortly. Stories must have heroes and villains, and Mark Twain's tales are filled with a great many of each. But not all villains are actually conscious of their villainy. It is possible for the greatest crimes to be performed by fairly decent people in the routine performance of their legitimate duties. But you'll find nothing routine here at this spot on your dial, 7 times each week. Our cast included Robert Morse, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, Earl Hammond, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Burn him!
Then let it be done day after tomorrow, the 21st day of the... by noon.
This is not the usual manner. They do not kill. They hold for ransom.
Well, Clarence, don't worry about it.
Well, you say I'm not to worry, but they burn me at the stake high noon the day after tomorrow.
No, Clarence. They won't be able to swing it. I won't be here.
Well, I wit not what thou sayest, Sir Boss. Where shalt thou be?
In Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, is that the place of magic and enchantment where Sir Kay captured thee?
Oh, it's a place of magic and enchantment, I guess. In some ways.
But dost thou intend to return there?
Oh, I don't have to return. I never left.
Sir Boss, my poor wits cannot understand.
Don't worry about me, Clarence. I'm still there. It's... oh, well, all this is only a dream.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Psychoanalysis is said by analysts mainly, and feebly as well, to be a science. But it is also an art. It is not enough to have read all the books, passed all the examinations, served one's apprenticeship, and undergone analysis oneself. The analyst must have more than education and training. There must be, besides and beyond all that, a distinct talent, a feeling for the work, exactly as in painting a picture, writing a book, or composing a symphony.
My son.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Chalices, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose and Carmen Matthews. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The core of psychoanalysis is the transference. That is, the transference to the analyst of all the patient's feelings, hostile as well as friendly, murderous as well as loving. And it is midway in the evolution of one particular transference that our story has its beginning.
Will you open the door, Lily?
Of course.
It's little Miss Roth, I think.
Oh, I'm late. Oh, do come in. Oh, thank you very much.
You'll excuse me. I'll tell the doctor you're here.
Oh, of course.
He'll be right with you.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Well, Miss Roth.
Oh, I know I'm late. I'm so sorry.
As a rule, you're so prompt. It is not like you to be late.
Well, I'm late because
Come into the study. You feel as though you would like to lie on the couch today?
First, I want to explain about being late. I stopped on my way to buy these.
Ah, daffodils.
The first of the year.
The sign that spring is coming.
I brought them for you.
For me? Why should you be bringing me a gift?
Well, because I wanted to. You've been so good to me.
Oh, not at all.
Taking me on as a patient when I hardly had any money. Oh, I know what you usually charge, Doctor. And it's 10 times what I'm paying you.
It was our agreement.
But you didn't have to do it. And I'm so grateful. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
They're like chalices, aren't they? 12 little gold chalices.
Very like.
Why did I say chalices? I've never used that word before in my life. I should have said cups, shouldn't I?
Chalice is a lovely word.
But it's kind of a Catholic word, isn't it? It's what Christ drank out of at the Last Supper. I should have said cup.
Why?
Well, because I'm Jewish. Are you Jewish, Dr. von Fodor?
No.
Are you Catholic?
My parents were Catholic. I am not.
Well, then why'd you run away from Hitler? If you don't mind telling me.
My wife is Jewish.
Oh.
Come, let's get back to why you brought me these 12 golden chalices.
I told you why. I'm grateful to you.
Nothing else?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Tell me, have you had any dreams since our last session?
I never dream. I told you that.
Everyone dreams.
Not me.
Dreams give us one way to clear the rubbish out of our minds.
Is that why I'm so neurotic? Because my mind is full of rubbish?
Very valuable rubbish.
Nobody ever thought anything about me was valuable.
Did you ever think anything about you could be valuable?
I guess I never did.
And so you chose a sweetheart who would reinforce your own opinion of yourself. Isn't that so?
I always pick the wrong man.
No. You always have the wrong opinion. That you have not value. Till that opinion is righted, you will go on picking the wrong man.
I see. I guess.
I would like to go back to the daffodils, the 12 little golden cups, and why you brought them to me.
I just thought they'd look nice here.
That is all?
They won't if you don't put them in water pretty soon.
You only thought they would look nice here?
Well, it's such a gloomy room. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I mean, I didn't mean it's gloomy. I just meant...
Yes, you meant?
It's very nice here. And you are very nice. And you're kind and gentle and good to me. And I just wanted to bring you something pretty.
Yes, but why 12 little golden cups?
I don't know. Because they're pretty. Because I thought you'd like them. Oh, I don't know why I brought them. I'm sorry I did. Look, I can't stay here any longer today.
The hour is not yet up.
I can't help it. Look, I have to go home. I'm so upset.
Well, as you like.
I'll be back next week. And I won't be late. And I won't bring you anything. And I'll try to behave better.
You think you behaved badly?
I don't know. Didn't I? Did I? I just know I have to get out of here. Forgive me, please.
Lily, please, will you come here?
Yes, Hans.
Lily, put these in water, will you?
Oh, how sweet, how lovely.
A gift from little Miss Roth. Well, we make progress slowly.
A nice girl, is she?
Oh, yes, very nice.
Well,
very lost.
I'll put these in a vase, and then supper will be ready when you are.
She said the daffodils look like 12 golden cups.
12 golden cups?
Well, they do, don't they?
Oh, Hans, it takes me back to Hungary, those last days.
No, my dear, those last days. Well, they were the last days. Don't try to bring them back. Still, it is interesting, isn't it, that she should have brought me 12 golden cups.
Isn't that wonderful, Dr. Van Fodor? I actually had a dream.
Yes, very helpful.
And I remembered it.
Tell me the dream again, please.
Well, there was this man sitting in this chair.
As I am sitting?
I guess so. Well, in the dream, I went up to him, where he was sitting. And I climbed onto his lap. And he said, "Kiss me, darling." I put my arms around his neck, and then...
Yes, and then?
Oh, then comes the sad part. Because I was so happy until then.
What happened to spoil your happiness?
Well, just as I was going to kiss him, he turned his face away. And he said...
Yes?
He turned his face away as though he was disgusted. And he said, "Go away. You're our nuisance." I woke up. I was crying.
What did the man look like?
I couldn't see his face. I told you the room was dark.
Dark? Would you say gloomy?
Oh, you could say gloomy, I guess.
Like this room?
What?
Last week you called this room gloomy. You said you brought the daffodils because this room is gloomy.
Did I say that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember saying that.
I remember.
Then why don't I remember?
Because you choose not to.
Well, why would I choose? I'm getting all mixed up.
Now try to relax and say whatever comes to mind.
Are you trying to make me say that the man in the chair was you?
I am not trying to make you say anything but what is on your mind.
You mean you said, "Kiss me, darling"? I can't imagine you saying anything like that.
Except in your dream. Go back to the latter part of the dream, after you started to kiss the man in the chair.
Oh, the not-so-nice part.
Yes, the not-so-nice part.
Well, I started to kiss him. Because he had asked me to, you understand. By myself, I never would have done it. But he asked me to kiss him. And I started to. And he turned away. And he said, "Go away. You're a pest." And the sad part was that he said it just at that particular moment, just when I was feeling so happy and so loving.
Just a moment. Excuse me. He said you are a pest.
Yes. Just as I'd started to kiss him.
Before you told me he said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." Now you say pest. Why?
What's the difference? Nuisance, pest. They mean the same thing. What hurt was that he didn't want me around. I annoyed him.
Have I ever made you feel that you annoyed me?
Oh, no, never.
Then who did?
My father. Oh, he never said that I annoyed him. He never called me a pest. It's just the way he made me feel.
And feelings are what we are coming to grips with here. Well, that's the end of the hour. Next week, same time. Yes.
Hans?
Oh, yes, Lily.
What are you doing here? Just sitting?
Oh, just thinking.
Goulash for supper with tarhonia.
Ah, good.
Are you worried about something?
Not worried, no.
What then?
I am thinking about a dream that a patient told me. In the dream, she climbed onto a man's lap. The man said, "Kiss me." But as she started to kiss him, he turned away in disgust and said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." At least that is the way my patient told it to me. At first. And then later, when I asked her to repeat the dream to me, she quoted the man as saying, "Go away, you are a pest."
So?
Lily, what does that suggest to you?
An unhappy person? Should it suggest something else?
Well, this was the first time my patient had been able to remember a dream, which indicated to me that the transference was beginning to take form and shape.
Yes?
More important than that, I appeared in the dream. Oh, she denied that the man could be myself, that I could ever be so cruel or so intimate either. But it was quite clear to me that it was myself in the dream. Myself, as the good father who asked his daughter to kiss him. Then as the cruel and arbitrary father who said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." Or a pest. When the patient begins to put the analyst in her dreams, we may be pretty sure the analysis is making progress.
Hans, really, the goulash will be spoiled. Hadn't we best continue this at the dinner table?
Lily, one second. Now, does nothing sound familiar to you in the few spoken words of this dream? Kiss me, and you are a pest.
You mean Kiss Pest? Our Kiss Pest in Hungary?
It is just a notion, of course. The patient who had the dream knows nothing of Hungary, of you and me, or Kiss Pest.
Where you and I were born. Where we went to school, where we fell in love.
Where we married.
Where... Oh, Hans, perhaps I should not ask, but was this patient little Miss Roth?
Yes, it was.
But she is the one who brought you the daffodils?
Yes.
And she called them 12 golden cups?
Yes, Lily, that is right.
But when you and I were married, in Kiss Pest, my parents gave us...
Yes, 12 solid gold goblets.
12 golden cups.
Interesting, is it not?
Well, is it possible that the cups are still there?
Oh, now.
It could be true, couldn't it?
They are not there. We looked, didn't we? After the war, we dug all around the cherry tree at my father's house, and they were not there.
Your father might have moved them, mightn't he? Before the Nazis took him away.
That was all more than 30 years ago, Lily. Who knows what happened to them?
But if they exist somewhere, they must exist somewhere, mustn't they?
Yes, probably in the mansion of some high German official.
But perhaps not. Perhaps when the Germans came, your father found another hiding place for them. Perhaps this patient is trying to tell you...
Now, Lily, you are not to indulge in such fantasies.
But you know how much those golden goblets meant to me. Not just because they were beautiful and valuable, but because my parents gave them to me. Oh, if only your little Miss Roth could...
Lily, even if it were possible, and it is not possible, for Miss Roth to know anything of the whereabouts of 12 golden chalices, I am not going to try to make some sort of Delphic oracle of my patient. Try to make her locate our old treasure like some witch. No, Lily, she is my patient. The hour each week is devoted to her health, her welfare, not ours. So let us not talk about it anymore. Come, let us go have our goulash.
We said earlier that psychoanalysis is not simply a science, that it partakes of the nature of an art. And this is true. We did not say, however, that it partakes of the nature of magic. No, we did not say that, and we do not mean to imply that. But is it not possible that what appears to be magical may, in truth, be both scientific and artistic? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Young Mary Roth brought a dozen daffodils to her analyst, Dr. von Fodor, calling them 12 golden chalices. The following week, she brought him a dream in which a man asked her to kiss him, but then said to her, "Go away, you are a pest." Dr. von Fodor told all this to his wife. She thought of 12 golden goblets, which had been her parents' gift at the time of her marriage, in a small Hungarian town called Kispest. Now, it is a week later.
Yes?
Hans, may I speak with you?
Lily, please. Am I to have no rest at all between one patient and the next?
You're expecting Miss Roth, aren't you?
Yes.
That's why I wanted to talk to you. I want to tell you what I propose to do.
Lily, what is it?
I want to write to your sister in Kispesh.
But you write to Elizabeth regularly, don't you?
But this is different. I want to ask her to have the gardener dig all around the cherry tree.
Lily, we did all that before. When the family, what was left of it, moved back to Kispesh after the war. The first thing they did was dig around the cherry tree to find the gold cups, and they were not there. Someone had found them and taken them. Is it not perfectly clear that this is what happened?
But little Miss Roth, the daffodils, and then her dream, they must mean something.
To her, not to us.
I can't help thinking that her flowers and her dream must have meaning for us, too.
No. The dream originated in her head. The daffodils were purchased with her money and brought here in her hands. Now, I forbid you to write to Elizabeth. Or if you write, say nothing at all about the golden cups or the cherry tree. You understand me? No, that is Miss Roth.
I'll let her in.
Say nothing to her about any of this. You hear?
I hear. Yes, coming. Miss Roth.
Hello, Mrs. Von Fodor. I'm not late, am I?
I don't think so. The doctor is in his study.
I've brought him something. Maybe I'd better give them to you, because men are very careless about such things, and these really need to be put in water.
Lily.
What are these?
They look like bare branches, don't they? But they're not. If you put them in water, they'll bloom. It's called forcing, and it's fun.
Lily, what is going on here? What is the delay?
Miss Roth brought us some branches. She says if we put them in water, they will bloom.
What kind of branches?
They're from a cherry tree.
A cherry tree?
I'll put them in water right away. Then I'll write... No, I'll send a cable, Hans, to your sister, Elizabeth.
You want to lie down on the couch? What do you prefer, Miss Roth?
Oh, I don't need the couch, Dr. Von Fodor. As a matter of fact, I don't need you. That's what I came to tell you.
Oh? Well, that is good news. Every analyst waits for the day when his patient will say, I do not need you anymore.
Well, I don't need you.
Rather an abrupt change, isn't it? From a young girl who was so dependent on her old doctor?
I guess it is sudden. Or maybe I never needed you at all. I just thought I did.
Is there a difference?
You're mixing me all up.
I apologize. Well, now, since this is to be your last hour with me, tell me something. Why did you buy me a branch from a cherry tree?
Oh, I didn't buy it. I took it.
Took it?
Stole it. I guess that's the right word for it.
You stole the branch from the cherry tree? Why?
No special reason. It just seemed like a good idea at the time.
From where did you steal it?
From a cherry tree on somebody's big old lawn near a big old house in the suburbs. Aren't you going to ask me what I was doing on the lawn of somebody's big old house in the suburbs?
What were you doing there?
I was with him. He took me to meet his parents.
By him, you mean...
I mean him. The man I thought was so terrible. The man I thought didn't love me. The man who nearly drove me crazy, so I came running to you, begging you to take me on as a patient. That very man. Incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's true. He called me up yesterday, just when I was feeling depressed beyond recognition. And he said he had his parents' car, and how would I like to drive out to the suburbs to meet them? Well, that could only mean one thing.
What was that?
Why, that he wanted to marry me, of course. That's what it always means.
I see.
In the car, he told me over and over how much he loved me.
But he had told you that before.
Oh, this was different. This time he's taking me to meet his parents.
Did he say anything about a marriage?
No, not then.
Later?
No. That'll all come after a while. His parents were very nice. They liked me. I could tell they did. I had a very good time. And I didn't feel self-conscious or unsure, not one bit. Actually,
I stole the branch off the cherry tree because I felt like it. I felt so bold.
Why did you not ask the parents of the young man to give you a branch off the cherry tree?
I don't know. I'm sure they would have. But you'll notice, I hope, that I didn't come running to you full of guilt about the terrible thing I did, the way I used to. Doesn't that show you how well I am?
I wish you every happiness.
I know you do.
And you know that if you need me, I'm here.
I know. Thank you.
Come, let me see you to the door and speed you on your way, since this is the last time you'll need me.
Oh, it is.
Young ladies do sometimes have problems after marriage, you know, as well as before.
I suppose. Oh, Miss Roll. Oh, yes, Mrs. Von Fodor.
Lily.
I wonder, would you do me a great favor? I have here a cable that I'd like to send to my sister-in-law in Hungary.
Lily.
A little town, a suburb of Budapest. It's called Kispest. If you would pass by a cable office on your way, would you send it for me?
Oh, of course.
Oh, Lily.
Here it is, all written out. And here is the money. I know what the charges are. All right?
Of course.
Miss Roth, there is no necessity for you to...
Oh, listen, I do pass the telegraph office on my way home. There's one next door to where I live, as a matter of fact.
Quite a coincidence.
So I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a worry off my mind.
Dr. Von Fodor, thank you for everything.
Nothing to thank me for.
Well, I won't argue with you. Not on my last visit. Mrs. Von Fodor, don't worry about your cable. It'll go out tonight.
Oh, you're very kind.
I'm happy to do it. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Roth.
Goodbye. Her last visit, did she say?
Lily, how could you? How could you send that cable to Elizabeth just because Miss Roth came here with a branch from a cherry tree?
But I'm sure...
It means nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, what did the cable say? Not that I do not know already.
Dig again under cherry tree. New information about golden cups.
Information? We have had no information about the gold cups, nor will we ever have any.
The girl bringing the daffodils, calling them golden chalices. The dream she had about the man saying first, kiss me, and then, you are a pest, which adds up to kiss pest, where our gold cups were buried beneath a cherry tree. Then your Miss Roth shows up here with a cherry tree branch.
You call that information? Making wild deductions from dreams and pieces of words and chance gifts?
Hans, the girl knows something. Or she doesn't know that she knows, heavens. She was not even born when we buried the gold cups beneath the cherry tree in Kispest, but she knows something. You said yourself that a communication can build up between a doctor and his patient so that each can often sense what the other is thinking and feeling.
I did not mean anything like this fairy tale stuff you're dreaming about.
But somehow she knows.
Oh, Lily.
That's why I gave the cablegram to her. She should send it. I could have sent it myself, but this way her touch will be upon it.
Lily, stop it. In God's name, stop it.
If there is a chance that my beautiful cups are still buried beneath the cherry tree...
Lily, there is no chance. And you should not be thinking about the gold cups or Hungary. We are here, Lily, and this is now.
I'm sorry, Hans.
It's all right. I only hope you did not take my mind off little Miss Roth's analysis. I hope I gave her full value. Because I confess I, too, had strange flutterings of hope that her dream fantasies might mean something for us. That we might, in this weird, altogether bizarre manner, find our lost golden chalices.
What did the girl mean when she said her last visit?
What?
When she was saying her goodbyes, at one point she said, I won't argue with you on my last visit. What did that mean?
Oh, that. Well, it seems her young man does love her after all. He took her to meet his parents. He told her many times he loved her. In fact, he did everything she hoped he would do, except propose. She is sure that he will propose very soon. But it is my opinion that she still has her doubts and is very angry that he should delay the proposal. That is why, in revenge for his cruelty, she stole the branch from the cherry tree.
stole it.
It was a threat to the young man. That she was capable of dark and terrible deeds if he did not do the right thing by her.
Oh, Hans. Come, let's have dinner. It's chicken paprikash.
The symbolism of dreams, pieces of words, chance gifts, fairy tale stuff. Should such things give us flutterings of hope that something very desirable is about to alter our fates? I think not. I think we should be stern, face reality with courage, day after day after day. Yes, that is what we should do. But do we do it? No. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Little Miss Roth left her analyst's office in a state of euphoria because her young man had taken her to meet his parents, a sign, at least to her, that he would soon propose marriage. With her, she took a message written out by her doctor's wife to send by cable to the doctor's sister in the small Hungarian town of Kispest. As we resume our story, it is a month later.
Are you tired, Hans?
Yes, a little.
You're not eating much.
I'm thinking, Lily.
About your former patient?
Which former patient?
Little Miss Roth.
No. Perhaps by now she's on her honeymoon.
Hans, I'm sorry I behaved so stupidly about Miss Roth.
Oh, that's all in the past.
Perhaps I was jealous. Envious of her youth, her charm. That was probably what made me lose my mind a little.
It is all in the past.
I was somehow determined to make her responsible for the fact that I'm 60 years old and no longer the girl you married. The girl whose parents gave her 12 golden cups for a wedding present. I think I felt she owed it to me to get me back my gold cups. What I really wanted to get back was my youth and the ability to look forward, not back.
Oh, Lily, that is a very admirable analysis. I'm proud of you.
You give me courage to tell you something. I got a letter this morning from Elizabeth.
Oh?
They dug under the cherry tree for the second time.
And?
They found nothing.
So someone did steal the golden cups.
It must be so.
Just as Miss Roth stole the branch from the cherry tree.
Hans, are you beginning to believe in the same nonsense you reproached me for? Come now, my darling.
It is just interesting sometimes to muse upon these coincidences.
Don't tell me that's the way you conduct an analysis.
Well, it is not so different. Sometimes we are right, sometimes not.
Oh, the phone. I'll get it.
No. Stay where you are. You've not finished eating. I have. Yes, Dr. Van Fodder here.
Dr. Van Fodder, this is Mary Roth.
Mary Roth?
You remember me, don't you? Oh, please remember me.
I do remember you.
Doctor, I need to see you so badly. I know this is an awful time to ask you. You're probably at dinner.
No, it's all right. I had finished. Can you come over right now?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll be right there. Liar and a cheat. He never meant to marry me at all. He just did all those things. Taking me to meet his parents. He wanted to make me love him. So that he could toss me aside. Laugh at me. Make me feel ashamed and humiliated.
That may have been his reason. Or it may have been that he is just a very callow, very insensitive young man who believed he was justified in doing anything to achieve mastery over a young woman. It is a common belief. Your young man is not so unusual.
He's not my young man. Not anymore.
I'm happy to hear that.
I don't know how I ever could have loved him.
I wouldn't wish to force you to any conclusion, but you have already had some analysis. So I will ask you, who else in your life has sent you gifts, given you treats, encouraged your affection, even forced his affection on you, only to reject you when you sought to return his love? Can you think of anyone?
I know what you want me to say. My father.
I do not want you to say anything you do not believe.
I do believe what I said.
Are you feeling a little better now?
A little.
We've almost come to the end of the hour. But I wish to say one thing more. Why did you bring me the bunch of lilacs?
Oh, are you going to start all that again?
I must.
Can't I bring you a little present now and then? I don't do it all the time.
You pay your bills. You owe me no more than that.
I didn't bring the lilacs because I thought I owed you anything. I brought them because...
Yes, because?
Because I wanted to.
No, that will not serve as a reason. Not anymore. We must have something more specific. Did you bring the lilacs as a sort of peace offering? Did you think I was angry that you stopped coming to see me? Or were you angry that I had been right, more right anyway than you had been, about the young man?
Maybe something like that.
I want you to think about it. It is important for us to know why you have these impulses to give me something. You remember the daffodils and the branch of the cherry tree?
I remember.
And now the lilacs. Why?
I'll think about it. I'm sorry, Dr. Van Fodor.
There's nothing to be sorry for. There is no harm done. But unless you can analyze your reasons, you must stop bringing me gifts. You understand?
I think so.
Good. Now we have come to the end of the hour.
Thank you for seeing me.
Do you want to come back?
I'd like to. For a few weeks, maybe.
Then I'll reserve the hour for you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all. See you next week.
Yes. Goodbye.
Oh, my. Life is not so simple. Lily.
Yes, Hans?
Look, there are some lilacs here. Will you put them in water?
He called me. He wanted me to go out with him. And I did.
No reason not to go out with him.
Oh, Dr. Van Fodor, I'm still very, attracted to him.
He is doubtless a very attractive young man, or you would not have bothered with him in the first place.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean it, else I would not say it.
I feel as though you just forgave me for something.
For being attracted to an attractive young man?
Something like that.
As though you had done something dreadful?
Yes.
It is the end of the hour. Next week we will pick up our conversation where we leave off today.
I went out with him again. He's really very good looking. I love to look at him. And he's a wonderful conversationalist. I mean, he always has something to say. Sometimes he's very witty. He makes me laugh. And I like that.
Of course. Why not? Well, we've come to the end of the hour. Same time next week.
He gave me a present. A compact. Imagine. He doesn't even know that girls don't use compacts anymore. Me, I don't even use makeup of any kind. You'd think he would have noticed that by now.
Does it hurt you that he did not notice?
Oh, no, it doesn't. It just makes me think he's kind of dumb. And he's not so sophisticated as he thinks he is either. Or he'd know that girls don't carry compacts. Naturally, I didn't tell him that.
Why didn't you?
Oh, I wouldn't want to hurt his feelings. No, that's not why. It's because I felt sorry for him for being so dumb. Anyway, I'll find a way to let him know that it was a dumb thing to do.
You will have your revenge, is that it?
Oh, no, not... Yes, Doctor. That is it. Oh, isn't it nice to know? Anyway, I think he's too old for me. I asked him. him. I came right out and asked him.
Well, why not?
Well, because I don't ordinarily do that sort of thing. I'm usually afraid people will think I'm fresh or pushy or whatever. Anyway, I asked him. And you know what, Doctor? He'll be 30 next month. Imagine, 30!
You have a good appetite, yes?
Yes, wonderful.
You eat more and more all the time?
Will you still love me when I'm fat?
Remember a month ago, when you had hardly any appetite at all?
Oh, it was never that bad.
I thought perhaps it was because of your failure with little Miss Roth.
Well, perhaps it was. Nobody likes to fail.
But now she's back. How is it going?
Ooh, well enough.
She doesn't bring you any more daffodils? Or cherry blooms? Or lilacs?
No. She is afraid to analyze why she ever brought them in the first place.
Do you know why?
Of course. It is not hard.
Why?
Now. I'm not going to discuss Miss Roth with you. I will not tell you why she brings me flowers any more than I will tell her. She must discover why by herself.
And will she?
Oh, of course. She's achieving a beautiful honesty about herself.
Well, as long as she's getting better...
Oh, yes, definitely.
Then I can tell you something.
What? Since when have you hesitated to tell me anything?
Well, I did not want to interfere with Miss Roth's analysis the way I did before.
You do not have to be afraid of interfering.
Hans, I did something.
Yes, what did you do?
A month ago. Right after Miss Roth came back into analysis. Oh, I hate to tell you, but I must.
Yes, Lily, you must. What did you do?
I wrote to Elizabeth.
Yes?
You remember the lilacs?
Of course I remember. Oh, Lily, you didn't. Oh, Lily.
I couldn't help it. I so wanted to get back my 12 golden cups, so I wrote to Elizabeth, and I told her to dig under the lilac bushes.
The place in Kispest has no lilac bushes.
I know, but right next door, almost on her property, right at the edge in back, there are 3 lilac bushes.
Oh, she didn't. You're not going to tell me that she went...
Yes, she did. Well, here's the letter. Read it.
Dearest Lily, you can imagine how I hated to go to the people next door. They are not friends, acquaintances only. But your letter was so insistent, so frantic. Oh, Lily.
Go on reading.
So frantic that I had to do it, if only to relieve your mind. The neighbors were most obliging. Perhaps they thought me a dotty old lady to be humored. Well, Lily, dear, if that is what they thought, they soon changed. Because buried under the lilac bushes, only about a foot below the surface, where they must have lain since Father put them there before the Nazis took him away, there were the 12 golden chalices. I cannot express to you my emotion upon seeing them.
Who comes closer to the truth? The scientist or the artist? Well, is it really necessary to state so flatly that there is only one place where truth can be found and only one way to find it? I think not. Truth lies all around us. It is not hiding from us. It is we who hide from the truth. How long will it be before we pause to listen to our scientists and to our artists? How long before we listen to the truth? I'll be back shortly. I hope I have not sounded either smug or pompous when I have spoken of the search for truth and the long and various roads by which it may be reached. For I am like you, like everyone, terrified of finding that which I seek, evading constantly that which I look for. Like you, like everyone, a coward. But what is it one poet said? Coward, take my coward's hand. Our cast included Norman Rose, Jetta Rowland, and Carmen Matthews. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Allstate Insurance Companies and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program furnished by CBS Radio. Dial is set for news with John Wingate.
This is Barry Farber. Join us immediately following the 8 o'clock news right here over WOR New York, the talk of New York.